The scene is a gloomy interrogation room at the Jiangxi Public Security Bureau, with blood splatters everywhere. Inside, a man is writhing in extreme terror. A first-grade police officer named Xu Jing enters, calling the man Zhang Ye. The officer's reflection is visible in Zhang Ye's bloodshot eyes, wide with fear. Handcuffed to the chair, Zhang Ye frantically screams, demanding that the door be closed immediately. Xu Jing calmly closes the door and advises him not to get agitated. As the interrogation begins, Zhang Ye gasps, saying that Xu Jing won't believe what he tells him. Losing patience, Xu Jing shouts, accusing Zhang Ye of using tricks to evade criminal responsibility. The officer presents a photo on his phone, showing a woman's corpse, and demands Zhang Ye think about what he did to his family. Zhang Ye is stunned upon seeing the photo, but then, his eyes widen again due to another horror approaching. He stutters, pointing behind Xu Jing, trying to warn him about something that is there. Xu Jing turns around but sees nothing, irritably asserting that there is nothing there. With a suspicious look, the officer believes he is being mocked. While Zhang Ye fearfully hides under the table, the floor beneath begins to crack, revealing a glowing red eye. The entire floor shatters, exposing a massive, churning mass of countless eyes beneath. A tentacle from the mass reaches up and grabs the screaming Zhang Ye's head. The monstrous entity speaks, calling out Mr. Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye's face contorts in ultimate terror. Pinned under the table by the monster, he desperately screams, "Don't come here!" Held tightly by a hand, Zhang Ye yells, "Get lost!" In another scene, a man is dragged into the sea of red eyes, desperately screaming for help. The scene shifts to a modern building under a sunset sky. A voice asks, "And then what?" While images of provocatively dressed women appear. At the activity room of the Weirdness Research Society at Jiangxi University, a member begins to recount that when the police arrived, they discovered the victim had committed suicide, and it was rumored that the person's entire tongue was about to be ripped out. Li Zhongxing is frightened by the ghost story, but Xia Binbin corrects him, stating that this is a real case from the Public Security Bureau that has spread online. Xia Binbin further reveals that the source of the case is a photo, and everyone who has viewed it has died. When Li Zhongxing frantically asks what photo it is, Xia Binbin immediately takes out his phone and says he will find it for him to see. Li Zhongxing is horrified upon realizing his friend's intention. He quickly tries to stop him, shouting that if the rumor is true, they shouldn't look at it. Just then, Yuan Zhenxi speaks up, asking if they are talking about this. Both Xia Binbin and Li Zhongxing turn back blankly to look at Yuan Zhenxi. On Yuan Zhenxi's computer screen, the image of the glowing red eye appears, causing his two friends to scream in terror. Yuan Zhenxi calmly reassures them that it's nothing. Li Zhongxing tremblingly asks why Yuan Zhenxi is so certain, and is told that the deceased probably died due to a guilty conscience. Afterward, Yuan Zhenxi stands up, saying he has something to do and will leave first, despite his friends calling him a spoilsport. His friends complain that he is leaving too early, but Yuan Zhenxi just promises to meet them next time and departs. He returns to his apartment in a high-rise building at night. Yuan Zhenxi inserts the key into the lock and opens the door to his home. His name is Yuan Zhenxi. Originally, he was just a normal university student, until a month ago, when he was drawn in by strange whispers in the school's old library. A supernatural force led him to the book, the Chronicle of Urban Legends. The book invited him to open it. As soon as he opened it, a source of dark energy violently erupted. He was sucked into the book's energy vortex. Out of curiosity, he opened the notebook titled Chronicle of Urban Legends. Its power astonished him greatly. Afterward, he transmigrated to this world and became a student at Jiangxi University. He took over a new body. The parents of this body unfortunately died in a plane crash, leaving him a large inheritance and insurance money. However, his life has been affected by this very notebook. He entered a 30-day life countdown. Returning to reality, Yuan Zhenxi touches the pendant around his neck. The dark energy of the notebook surges out from his body. He places the Chronicle of Urban Legends on the table. The notebook reveals the rules. Urban legends that are written down will become reality, and the deaths they cause will yield good and evil points. By law, he must write stories to earn points and extend his lifespan. He reveals that his first story, The Gaze in the Gap, was inspired by his two neighbors, a mother and child who were victims of domestic violence. The urban legend The Gaze in the Gap dictates that any domestic abuser who sees the cursed photo will be haunted by a red eye to the point of madness and suicide. A page in the book recounts the case of Zhang Ye, who beat his wife after getting drunk on the 7th of June 2020. The book has the ability to record the experiences of those affected by the curse, such as the image of Zhang Ye horrified upon seeing the red eye on his phone. Each victim of the curse grants the storyteller karma points and legend points, such as the case of one man who yielded 370 points. Yuan Zhenxi looked at the sinister urban legend chronicle, radiating dark energy in his hands. He thought disappointedly that the point-earning efficiency was too low, as only 92 days of lifespan had been added after a month, and he needed a new story to punish the wicked. He worried that if the countdown reached 0, he would truly die. A tragic death bound by dark forces. The scene shifted back to his daily life in Class K at Jiangxi High School. A cheerful, short-haired classmate woke Yuan Zhenxi, saying he had slept all day and inviting him to the club after school. Yuan Zhenxi tiredly woke up after a long nap in class. He walked while rubbing the back of his neck, thinking about how he had stayed up late searching for inspiration for a new story. Standing by the window, he sighed, concluding that seeking inspiration from the Ghost Club was useless since it was just a place to play games and watch anime. He decided not to go to the club today and messaged them to let them know. In the Cool Ghost Society group chat, he messaged that he was going home to catch up on sleep because he had stayed up late. Reading his friends' teasing messages, Yuan Zhenxi forced a smile, thinking they couldn't understand that this was a matter of life and death for him. Suddenly, a loud noise caught his attention, and his gaze sharpened. In an alley, he saw a group of thugs bullying another student, the leader roaring because the victim had dared to tattle to the teacher. The victim was utterly terrified, begging the one called Brother Reng for mercy, and promising that he had learned his lesson. Yuan Zhenxi spoke up, criticizing the thugs for cowardly ganging up on one person. Renga was startled that a stranger had intervened while he was threatening the victim. He angrily turned around and demanded to know who dared to interrupt, but one of his lackeys recognized Yuan Zhenxi in horror. Yuan Zhenxi coldly stepped out of the shadows, asking if the guy recognized him. The curly-haired lackey frantically tried to stop Renga, calling Yuan Zhenxi a lunatic, but Renga brushed him off, arguing that they had the numbers and had nothing to fear. The lackey quickly recounted the story from the previous semester. 5 people in their group had confronted Yuan Zhenxi, resulting in 3 being hospitalized, and 1 still hadn't returned to school. Hearing this, both Renga and his gang turned pale with fear. Renga decided to retreat, throwing his stick to the ground and using the excuse of being hungry to leave with the whole group. The rescued victim quickly stood up and stammered his thanks to Yuan Zhenxi. Yuan Zhenxi silently walked away, thinking to himself that he was the one who should be grateful for having found a new source of inspiration. Returning to his room, Yuan Zhenxi sat down at his computer desk. He quickly typed on the keyboard, starting to search for relevant information. An article about school violence appeared, making Yuan Zhenxi realize that this problem existed in every world. He pondered deeply, searching for a solution to this pressing issue. Yuan Zhenxi touched the red pendant around his neck, seemingly having made a decision. He thought about the vulnerable victims, those who are often targeted because they cannot defend themselves or find protection. Opening the chronicle, Yuan Zhenxi decided to grant the victims a weapon so they could fight back against violence themselves. Dark energy poured out of the book, condensing on his fingertips as he began to create the legend. With 30,000 points, Yuan Zhenxi created a new legend called Hell Communication, allowing the victim to summon a girl from the underworld to enact justice. The name of the summoned entity in the new legend is Red Spider Lily, also known as Yomi Girl, a red-eyed, purple-haired maiden associated with the cluster amaryllis flower. In a video clip, a group of female students was surrounding and beating a classmate, cursing her for daring to come to school. The leader mocked the victim's appearance, claiming that the person had even secretly applied makeup in a disgusting manner. They grabbed the victim's tie while continuing the violent assault. The bullied person could only cover her face, sobbing desperately. The blonde female student laughed mockingly, calling for everyone to come and take pictures of the birthmark on the victim's forehead. Cornered, the victim rummaged for something in her school bag. She pulled out a red spider lily flower, angrily calling out the bully's name, Ishiguro Hui. Ishiguro Hui angrily grabbed the victim's hair, shouting curses. The flower suddenly burst into blood, causing Ishiguro Hui to laugh mockingly, thinking it was a stupid joke. However, one of the bully's friends looked at the victim in horror, calling her Xiao Hui. Immediately, Ishiguro Hui's face grotesquely distorted, her mouth wide open and full of sharp teeth. Transformed into a monster, Ishiguro Hui frantically screamed for help amidst the bloody petals. The entire bullying group screamed hysterically as they witnessed the terrifying scene. Ishiguro Hui fell to the floor, her entire body convulsing violently. The bully's body continued to transform in agony. The video ended with the image of Xiao Hui standing and looking at the monstrous form of Ishiguro Hui. In a dark room, Xiao Hui tremblingly admitted to an unseen person that she was the one in the video clip. At the Jiangxi University principal's office, an assistant reported that the number of abnormal deaths in the city had exceeded 200. Assistant Qi Xiaoyin stated that the victims, including Ishiguro Hui, were all brain-dead, with no signs of external force. Xiao Hui was horrified to hear that she was the only suspect currently under surveillance by the special department. A powerful woman with white hair asked Xiao Hui whether they had ever come into contact with the Yomi girl. That woman was revealed to be Ching Xi, the head of the special department, and her assistant warned Xiao Hui to be truthful. Under interrogation, Xiao Hui began recounting the story, starting with a strange, undeletable post about the Yomi girl legend that appeared on the forum. The legend states that anyone who accesses the Hell communication site at midnight and enters an enemy's name will have the Yomi girl exact revenge for them. Initially, the online community dismissed it as a joke or an advertisement. No one believed in its authenticity. In a flashback, Xiao Hui recounted waiting curiously until midnight and accessing the link. A website appeared, promising to eliminate their hatred for them. With hands covered in wounds, Xiao Hui typed the name of their bully, Ishiguro Hui. Although knowing better than to believe in superstitions, desperation drove Xiao Hui forward. They recalled being blamed by the teacher and ordered to self-reflect when attempting to report the bullying. Even at home, when suggesting a school transfer, Xiao Hui was scolded and abused by their guardian. Memories of being publicly humiliated and tormented by Ishiguro Hui flooded back. Driven into a corner, Xiao Hui decided to gamble their life on the urban legend. With fierce determination, they pressed the button to send the request. A bloody notification confirmed that the request had been sent. But after a few seconds of silence, Xiao Hui fell back into despair, mocking themselves for believing in something so crazy. In a blazing red illusory space, Xiao Hui was stunned as the mark on their forehead began to glow. Suddenly, a girl appeared amidst a sea of red spider lilies, asking if Xiao Hui was looking for her, causing them to ask in astonishment about her identity. The girl held a spider lily, confirming that she was the Yomi girl, the girl from hell. The Yomi girl reassured them not to be afraid, as she had come to end Xiao Hui's nightmare. The girl from hell walked barefoot across the blazing red flower carpet, approaching them. The Yomi girl held out the flower and explained that plucking the petals would officially establish a contract between the two of them. Without hesitation, Xiao Hui reached out to take the flower of destiny. The Yomi girl declared that those whom Xiao Hui hated would immediately be cast down into hell. However, she also warned that after the revenge was complete, Xiao Hui's own soul would have to fall. Xiao Hui was stunned by the price, while the Yomi girl explained that cursing others would cause the soul eternal suffering in hell. The Yomi girl stood behind them, leaving the final decision to Xiao Hui, who tightly grasped the flower with a resolute expression. Returning to the interrogation room, Xiao Hui recounted that upon waking up, they were in their bedroom, and what happened next was known to everyone. Using her special sight, Ching Xi saw through the curse gnawing at Xiao Hui's chest and wondered if that was the price of murder. Ching Xi asked if Xiao Hui had been in contact with anyone else, but received a negative answer. From this, Ching Xi deduced that the curse was not contagious, but only affected the person who made the contract. Realizing that Qi Xiaoyin's spiritual power was insufficient to see through it, Ching Xi decided she must act herself. Qi Xiaoyin was horrified upon realizing her superior intended to use the thief's technique, an ability that could steal anything from physical objects to concepts. Ching Xi asked Xiao Hui to sit still and began activating her ability to dispel the curse. Qi Xiaoyin worried about the price of this ability. Every time it was used, it would steal something back from the user themselves. Ching Xi activated the ability, knowing it would steal something from her own body, while Xiao Hui writhed in pain as the curse was affected. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy erupted from Xiao Hui, causing Qi Xiaoyin to scream Ching Xi's name in terror. The force of the explosion shattered the office windows, blowing everything inside away. Elsewhere in the school, Yuan Zhenxi suddenly sensed an anomaly. He turned, his sharp gaze directed toward the source of the energy burst. Afterward, Yuan Zhenxi walked alone down the deserted school corridor. He activated his ability, transforming the surrounding world into a data space to gather information. In the virtual space, he overheard discussions about the sudden death of the bully Ishiguro Hui and the involvement of a student named Guria. Yuan Zhenxi determined that Guria was the first person to use the Hell communication urban legend that he had created. The chronicle confirmed that Guria had logged onto the website and entered Ishiguro Hui's name, leading to the bully's death. He noted that the legend had spread rapidly, causing the deaths of nearly 100 delinquents and earning him 150 karma points and 150 legend points. Yuan Zhenxi analyzed that the ledger rated the bullying incidents as less severe than domestic abuse, hence the relatively low points received. Nevertheless, he was relieved to see his lifespan had increased by 99 days, meaning he didn't have to worry in the short term. He recalled experimenting last night by converting karma points into mysterious spiritual power. When converting only 1 point, he hadn't noticed any obvious changes. Therefore, Yuan Zhenxi decided to try converting a larger amount of points to see the result. He rapidly converted a total of 9 karma points into spiritual power. Unexpectedly, that action pushed his body to its limit, causing him to instantly pass out. Returning to the present, Yuan Zhenxi rushed up the stairs, heading toward the location of the energy explosion. As he rushed to the scene, Yuan Zhenxi realized that his physique and senses had been significantly enhanced. He landed forcefully, demonstrating his new strength. Yuan Zhenxi mused that continuing to write in the chronicle might help him become an immortal superhuman. Meanwhile, Ching Xi explained to Xiao Hui that the curse was deeply attached to the soul and that they would be taken away. But she suddenly felt something strange. From a distance, Yuan Zhenxi's red eyes were silently observing everything. Using his ability, Yuan Zhenxi saw Xiao Hui anxiously ask about their fate and received the answer that they would be isolated for observation. Ching Xi reassured them that she would report the incident as self-defense, causing Xiao Hui to stammer thanks while Qi Xiaoyin expressed admiration. After resolving the situation, Ching Xi ordered her subordinates to leave the scene. However, she suddenly stopped, seemingly sensing eyes watching her. Qi Xiaoyin and Xiao Hui surprisingly asked their superior what had happened. Ching Xi narrowed her eyes, thinking to herself that she felt like someone was watching her. Hiding behind a corner, Yuan Zhenxi was astonished to realize that the white-haired woman could see the curse. He wondered if she was also someone who possessed extraordinary abilities. Ching Xi quickly located Yuan Zhenxi on the balcony and wondered why he was hiding. Yuan Zhenxi speculated that this woman belonged to the security department and was investigating the Hell communication legend. He realized she was heading straight toward him. Yuan Zhenxi panicked, worried that his chronicle, which was disguised as a pendant, would be discovered. Ching Xi walked decisively, without any hesitation. Yuan Zhenxi broke out in a cold sweat as the mysterious woman drew closer. A voice exclaimed, "Found you," reflecting Yuan Zhenxi's image in the eyes of the person opposite him. Yuan Zhenxi jumped in surprise when someone grabbed him from behind. However, it turned out to be 2 clubmates, Li Zhongxing and Xia Peng, who were gripping him tightly and scolding him for disappearing after school. Yuan Zhenxi helplessly agreed to go with them. While in the distance, Ching Xi realized her mistake and turned away. Ching Xi told herself that she had been overthinking things. Just then, she received a phone call and quickly answered it. After saying she would return immediately, Ching Xi and Qi Xiaoyin left the school area. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhenxi was dragged by his 2 friends to the meeting room of the Weirdness Research Club. They explained that the club needed 3 members to avoid being disbanded, which was why they had to keep him. Yuan Zhenxi apologetically apologized for being busy over the past few days. Li Zhongxing flipped the switch, revealing the room's interior. The room was messy with another female member dozing off, and when asked about his talent, Yuan Zhenxi replied that he could write novels. The posters decorating the room showed the member's interests. He added that he specialized in writing supernatural novels. Li Zhongxing and Xia Peng immediately became excited, surrounding Yuan Zhenxi and demanding to see his work. Xia Peng even showed off his shirt printed with his paper wife, while Yuan Zhenxi gave a wry smile, saying the work was still just a draft. Yuan Zhenxi secretly thought about the urban legend chronicle, a secret that no one could know. Seeing this, Li Zhongxing suggested that his friend might be running out of ideas and proposed that the topics being discussed in class could help. He started typing, preparing to talk about an urban legend spreading from Forum R. Li Zhongxing and another member excitedly introduced the underworld girl urban legend from Forum R. Moto Shinji secretly thought it was ridiculous that they intended to use his own story to inspire him. Suddenly, the computer screen showed an error, stating Forum R could not be found, causing Li Zhongxing to panic, while Moto Shinji wondered if it had crashed. Xia Peng noticed that advertisements were still popping up, while Li Zhongxing confirmed that the Wi-Fi network on his phone was working fine. Li Zhongxing also frantically announced that he couldn't access Forum R, even on his mobile phone. Moto Shinji quickly realized this wasn't a network issue, but that the forum had been blocked. He deduced that the level of blocking was very strong, and suspected the culprits were the 2 people from the special department he had encountered. Immediately, Moto Shinji said he had something to do and rushed out, leaving his 2 friends bewilderedly calling out Shinji. As he ran down the hallway, Moto Shinji attracted the attention of other students. He suddenly stopped when he witnessed the student he had previously helped being attacked once again. The leader of the bullies was angrily cursing the victim for daring to tell the teacher. The bully recognized Moto Shinji and was stunned. A minion also confirmed that it was their classmate Shinji. Cornered, the poor student looked up at Moto Shinji and weakly pleaded for help. However, Moto Shinji coldly replied that he wasn't free and casually walked past. The victim was stunned, his face filled with horror and despair at being abandoned. The bully burst into laughter and cruelly stomped on the victim, mocking him not to fantasize that Moto Shinji would always protect him. He continued to stomp and insult him, saying everyone knew Moto Shinji acted on a whim. The bully warned that perhaps one day, Moto Shinji himself would join them in beating him up. On the shattered, blood-stained glasses, the reflection showed Moto Shinji walking away, but one lens subtly reflected his red, meaningful eye. Yuan Zhenxi left Jiangxi High School, heading toward the Public Security Bureau. On the way, he focused his mind, trying to access the website he had created again. Using his ability, he scanned the surrounding information flow, but only found trivial conversations. He was shocked to realize that the Hell communication page had vanished, concluding that the power behind this was an extremely serious threat. Yuan Zhenxi was determined to find out their identity. Otherwise, his ability to create urban legends would be severely restricted. A dark vision appeared, showing that he would face death if he could not continue to increase his lifespan. Meanwhile, at the Public Security Bureau, Qi Xiaoyin reported to her superior, Aokiji, that they had successfully shut down Forum R. Aokiji acknowledged the report, then immediately asked about the status of the Hell communication website. Another female staff member reported that they had tried everything but could not disable the website. Aokiji mused, speculating that supernatural forces were protecting it. She suddenly ordered everyone to evacuate the building immediately, leaving her subordinates extremely confused. Standing by the window, Ching Xi announced they would proceed with the website shutdown operation exactly at midnight. The staff quickly packed up, and one person revealed that the commander was Department Head Aokiji of the Special Bureau. The female employee explained to a colleague that the Special Bureau had taken over the mass suicide cases she had previously investigated. The male colleague added that the Special Bureau was a secret organization reporting directly to the highest level, specializing in handling strange incidents, and they could only follow orders. As the clock struck 23:55, Qi Xiaoyin innocently asked Ching Xi if blocking a website was really that dangerous. After learning that Qi Xiaoyin had only been trained for 3 days, Ching Xi secretly sighed because her superiors had sent her a rookie. She dismissed Qi Xiaoyin's apology, bitterly remarking that the Special Bureau's seasoned assistants seemed to be dying off. Qi Xiaoyin became excited again, confidently declaring that she already knew about ghosts and strange phenomena. Ching Xi began to explain that ordinary ghosts were inherently harmless. However, she warned about spirits born from resentment, the strange entities, weirdness, they had to confront. She emphasized their horror with the image of a monstrous eye. Nevertheless, Qi Xiaoyin remained optimistic, believing that the supervisors could destroy them all. Ching Xi merely chuckled inwardly at her assistant's naivety. Then, she decided to reveal a harsh truth. To humans, those strange entities were immortal. Ching Xi explained that only monsters could fight or destroy monsters. When Qi Xiaoyin asked about the role of humans, Ching Xi replied that they could only figure out the strange laws governing their damage. Their mission was to find those laws in order to survive and contain the threat within a specific area. Back in the office, Ching Xi asked Qi Xiaoyin if she knew why she had been sent here after only 3 days of training. She revealed that assistants were merely test subjects for trial and error, where a small mistake meant death. Qi Xiaoyin was horrified upon realizing the truth, and Ching Xi added that she was even too weak to detect the curse at the school. Exactly at midnight, a program on the computer was ready to launch. Ching Xi ordered Qi Xiaoyin to release her spiritual power and press the enter key. She coldly reassured her that if Qi Xiaoyin died, her family would receive 5 million gold in compensation. Qi Xiaoyin trembled from shock and fear, unable to speak. Ching Xi gave her another option: give up, leave the room, and quit the Special Bureau. Qi Xiaoyin's hand trembled as it hovered over the keyboard, facing the life or death choice. Finally, with a scream, Qi Xiaoyin decisively pressed enter, releasing a surge of energy while Ching Xi silently watched. A fierce burst of energy erupted, shattering the Special Bureau office. At the epicenter, Ching Xi deployed a protective shield, sheltering the screaming and panicked Qi Xiaoyin. Ching Xi maintained the shield with a calm expression, despite the debris flying around. As the energy dissipated, Qi Xiaoyin tremblingly called out her superior's name. Breathing a sigh of relief, Qi Xiaoyin wearily asked if the nightmare was over. On the computer screen, a 404 not found error message appeared amidst a mass of red static. Ching Xi lit a cigarette, remarking that the entity wasn't as terrifying as she had imagined, but Qi Xiaoyin fearfully pointed at the screen. The signal on the screen suddenly became much more intensely distorted. A ghostly face of the Yomi girl suddenly appeared amidst the static. Qi Xiaoyin screamed in horror at the gruesome image, while Ching Xi merely observed in silence. The supernatural entity's face became increasingly clear on the computer screen. A system notification confirmed that the shutdown of the Hell communication page had failed, leading Ching Xi to realize this might be a warning. Ching Xi turned her back to Qi Xiaoyin, praised her performance, and coldly urged her to mature quickly. Ching Xi mused that if this was a warning, it would be an unprecedented discovery of a rational, strange entity. She decided to call someone named Hong Yin, hoping that her worst judgments were wrong. Elsewhere, Hong Yin, a person with bright red hair, picked up the phone when Ching Xi asked her to investigate the Huangquan girl case and look at a cursed photograph. Hong Yin laughed gleefully, revealing that the photo had killed nearly 200 people by mentally torturing them to death. While playing a game, Hong Yin casually told Ching Xi that since she was immune to curses anyway, they should just let the others look at it. Hong Yin complained about Ching Xi's cold attitude and suggested they should cooperate on this case. Hong Yin called Ching Xi, proposing they investigate the two strange cases together, believing that having a companion would be better. Ching Xi seriously agreed, on the condition that Hong Yin must come to her location to investigate the Yomi girl first. Immediately after ending the call, Ching Xi ordered the security bureau to assemble, surprising Hong Yin on the other end due to her haste. 10 minutes earlier, at 23:58, Moto Shinji realized that the forum shutdown was intended to prevent his urban legend from spreading. He was annoyed by this interference. Holding the magical book, he decided to check the response at midnight to see if that mysterious organization could block his ability. Exactly at 0, a notification appeared on his computer screen. The book in Moto Shinji's hand lit up, showing that the Hell communication page was still active, which surprised him. A report appeared, revealing that the Jiangxi Special Bureau and someone named Qi Xiaoyin had failed to block the website. Moto Shinji sighed in relief, believing that his opponents had not yet found a way to control the legend he created. He pondered, trying to connect the dots between the Special Bureau and the two women he knew. Immediately, Moto Shinji began searching for information about this organization online. However, the search results for the Jiangxi Special Bureau were completely empty. He realized there was no information about special departments on major forums or social media. Standing up from the desk, Moto Shinji resolved that to continue living, he could not let them hinder his power. He took a deep breath, preparing to increase his power. Sitting on the bed, he began channeling his energy, even though he knew his body had reached its limit last time. Enveloped in dark energy, he wondered what his body would endure this time, as his life stats and power points appeared. With blazing red eyes, Moto Shinji affirmed his belief that power was the only guarantee of survival. A massive surge of red energy erupted from Moto Shinji, shaking the entire room. The energy continued to swirl violently as he braced himself for the transformation. He felt his body change, with a surging source of power welling up inside. A notification appeared, confirming the successful level up, increasing his spiritual power, but simultaneously deducting 100 morality points. Moto Shinji realized that it wasn't his body, but his soul itself that was expanding and growing stronger. After the process concluded, he clicked his tongue, noticing that not only were there no side effects, but his body felt relaxed, and his senses were sharper. Suddenly, his red eyes flashed as he noticed something unusual. He looked toward the wardrobe, where a strange red streak of light had just swept past. Moto Shinji felt a gaze watching him, and the floor beneath his feet transformed into a horrifying sea of red eyes. He realized that thanks to his enhanced spiritual power, he could now pinpoint the location of the gaze he had occasionally felt before. He walked over and placed his hand on the wardrobe door. Opening the wardrobe, Moto Shinji muttered that he had almost forgotten the presence of someone inside a cardboard box. He pushed the box aside, revealing a person hiding behind it. The person flinched upon being discovered. A close-up showed a black-haired person with a chain around their neck, looking at Moto Shinji with terrified eyes. Moto Shinji abruptly slammed the wardrobe door shut. He used force to push the wardrobe tightly against the wall. Then he smiled, patted the box lightly, and asked the person inside why they were so worried. Finally, Moto Shinji hugged the cardboard box, ignoring the confusion of the person trapped inside. Yuan Genshi smiled, reassuring the trembling creature in the cardboard box, saying that he was the one who shouldn't worry. Arriving home, he gently placed the box on the floor and sighed in relief. A fleeting illusion showed the horrifying scene when the box was opened in the past, revealing a terrifying entity. In that illusion, a figure kicked the creature into the box, initiating its birth. Inside was a gruesome mass of flesh with countless bloodshot eyes churning. Back in the present, the box was placed on the sofa, facing the TV, which was playing a cartoon in the dark living room. A small, adorable, one-eyed creature poked its head out of the box, curiously mimicking the sounds coming from the TV. It seemed highly amused, happily humming along to the tune. Suddenly, the creature flinched and changed shape when it sensed someone approaching. Yuan Zhenxi walked over with snacks, gently asking if it wanted a late-night meal. He sat down next to it, suggesting that it could come out for a walk to relieve boredom. Hearing this, the creature inside the box trembled again in fear, whimpering and calling for Mom. Yuan Zhenxi merely smiled, thinking to himself that despite its terrifying appearance, it was actually just a shy child. As he was eating noodles, the creature curiously peeked out to watch, when his phone suddenly rang. Still mid-meal, Yuan Zhenxi sluggishly picked up the phone to answer the call. He immediately froze when the person on the other end screamed, urging him to watch a livestream immediately. The person announced that a streamer nicknamed Magic Young Man Zhen Jisauce was publicly revealing the rules regarding the Hanguan girl. The camera lens lit up, signaling that the risky livestream was about to begin. On screen, the streamer, with a crazed expression, screamed, praying for the Hanguan girl to come and take away all the fools. The streamer laughed gleefully, announcing that the good show was about to start. From the computer screen, he explained that many people failed because they believed the Hanguan girl did not exist. Yuan Zhenxi quietly watched the livestream with a thoughtful expression. The streamer yelled that they were all wrong. He revealed the reason for their failure was that they hadn't met the sufficient conditions to summon her. To meet the Hanguan girl, the summoner must harbor a deep hatred and be at their wits' end. He laughed maniacally in the dark room. With a gruesome smile, the streamer asserted that these were the rules of the Hanguan girl. Yuan Zhenxi smirked, thinking that the streamer had figured out the non-trivial rules, and wondered if he could successfully summon her. At 12:30 a.m. at Happy Apartment Complex, the streamer's voice rang out, declaring that he had accumulated enough resentment. Under the streetlights, Ching Xi and Hongyin were present at the scene. Ching Xi gave orders over the phone, requesting forces to be ready to cut the livestream and apprehend the subject in apartment 404. Hongyin skeptically asked if what the streamer said was true, and Ching Xi replied that it was highly probable. Ching Xi recalled that the special task force had failed when experimenting with criminals, and now she realized their resentment wasn't strong enough. She concluded that this person might have genuinely deduced the rules. Standing outside the building, Ching Xi remarked that one should not underestimate ordinary people who can understand the rules of strange killings, because those who survive them might be even stronger than supervisors who only possess spiritual power, a thought directed toward Yuan Zhenxi. The streamer declared that he would lead everyone to witness the truth with their own eyes. He raised his phone, asking the audience to watch closely as his hands began typing on the keyboard. On the screen, the Hell communication interface appeared, promising to dispel resentment, leaving the audience both excited and skeptical. The streamer laughed maniacally, triumphantly declaring that he had succeeded. He raised his phone, assuring the audience that they were about to witness the appearance of the Hanguan girl. With a tense expression, he stared intently at the brightly glowing phone in his hand. Suddenly, the space in front of him transformed into a black and red abyss, echoing with laughter and repeated words of death. Sweating profusely, the streamer tremblingly placed his hand on the keyboard, preparing for the final step. He screamed in a frenzy, calling this the moment for everyone to witness a miracle. The mouse cursor decisively clicked the send button, completing the summoning ritual. Immediately, the livestream ended, leaving tens of thousands of viewers confused and disappointed. At his home, Yuan Zhenxi noticed the sudden interruption of the livestream and decided to use his notebook to investigate the incident. He opened the urban legend chronicle, and it immediately emitted a stream of dark red energy. Red light enveloped the room as Yuan Zhenxi called out a name into the void. He continued looking at the book, asking if it was Xiao Yan, seemingly attempting to contact a spirit. His computer screen suddenly displayed a hellish scene of a sea of blood and shipwrecks. Through the screen, Yuan Zhenxi witnessed the streamer's feet dangling, a sign of a tragic death. From the darkness, an entity with long hair and glowing red eyes appeared. It was the Hanguan girl. Yuan Zhenxi immediately recognized the newly summoned entity. Unexpectedly, the girl flew straight out of the computer screen and lunged toward Yuan Zhenxi. The Hanguan girl reached out her hand toward Yuan Zhenxi, making him confused and wonder why she had appeared here with him. In a chained room, a glowing eye stared out from the darkness. It was an imprisoned student, weeping and desperately begging for freedom. The boy collapsed onto the floor, dropping his mobile phone. The cracked phone screen displayed his happy family photo at 23:59. The boy froze when he saw the photo. With a hand trembling with resentment, he reached for the phone and whispered that all of them deserved to die. In a fit of extreme rage, he screamed that he would send everyone to hell, using the power of Red Spider Lily. Suddenly, the phone screen in his hand went dark, leaving him stunned. The scene shifts to a flashback. The boy is lying on the floor after being beaten, mocked by a bully about urban legends. The bully, Renga, grabbed him and demanded an answer. The student could only grit his teeth and endure the pain. Renga clenched his bloody fist, threatening to strike first if the boy dared to seek revenge. Cruelly beaten, the boy desperately screamed that he wouldn't do anything. With a savage smile, Renga mocked that Moto Shinji had only stood by and offered no help. He continued to provoke, asking if the boy hated Shinji for that indifference. Consumed by hatred, the boy yelled that Shinji was the one at fault and entered his name into the phone to send the curse. Returning to the present, Yuan Zhenshi realized that someone had used his own urban legend to try and assassinate him. He looked up to face Red Spider Lily, who was standing right in front of him. Looking straight into Yuan Zhenshi's eyes, the girl unexpectedly asked if he would take her to hell. Red Spider Lily silently watched Yuan Zhenshi, her red eyes glowing. She closed her eyes, and dark energy began to surge forth. She explained that although someone had written his name on the hell page, her power was granted by him. A metaphorical image appeared, showing Yuan Zhenshi standing above the rules, holding the scales of fate, deciding the outcome of the contract. Yuan Zhenshi let out a breath, indicating he understood the situation clearly. He then asked Red Spider Lily who had written his name, and she replied that it was Qin Xiaoshan. Yuan Zhenshi confusedly wondered who Qin Xiaoshan was, while Red Spider Lily merely observed silently. Meanwhile, the actual summoner, a student wearing glasses, was furious because he had clearly written Shinji's name, yet he had not been dragged to hell. Yuan Zhenshi calculated that if he cancelled the contract immediately, he might run into the special bureau. With a sinister smile, he decided that the summoner should be the one to go to hell. But then he changed his mind at the last minute. Yuan Zhenshi commanded that he wanted to meet the person first, and Red Spider Lily immediately obeyed. The summoning student suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eye. His eye seemed to be invaded by an invisible force. Immediately, he found himself transported to an unfamiliar place, sitting on a wooden floor in a dark space. Red Spider Lily appeared before him, holding a pole like a ferryman on the Yellow Springs River. The student panicked upon realizing he was on a boat amidst a sea of red spider lilies, angrily demanding why it was him and not Shinji. A ghostly shadow of Yuan Zhenshi appeared, welcoming him and asking if he was truly Qin Xiaoshan to begin the conversation. Too terrified, the student backed away, pleading that he wasn't ready to die and pressing about Shinji's fate. Realizing the situation, the student frantically asked if Yuan Zhenshi was also cursing him. Immediately, dark phantoms with glowing red eyes rose up, lunging at the screaming, terrified student. Choked by the entities, he desperately begged to be saved, while Red Spider Lily merely observed silently. With threatening, bloodshot eyes, Red Spider Lily coldly ordered him to answer her master's question. From a distance, Yuan Zhenshi in his demonic form subtly moved his hand, controlling the entire dark space. Lifted into the air by chains of shadow, the student was utterly terrified and quickly agreed to answer everything. He angrily shouted his reason, that Shinji had helped him once, but then ignored him when he was beaten and locked up by another bully. Yuan Zhenshi listened indifferently, then questioned if that was the only reason for his hatred. While the student was suspended mid-air, Yuan Zhenshi revealed that he had created the Red Spider Lily legend precisely to give victims like him the power to fight back against bullies. He continued to rebuke the student for not daring to point the weapon at his true enemy, instead, taking out his anger on the only person who had ever helped him. Yuan Zhenshi declared that the bully would certainly be punished, but the student himself could not escape a corresponding penalty. Horrified by the verdict, the student screamed in desperate denial. Thrown into a dark abyss, he frantically screamed, admitting he was wrong. He flailed his hand into the void as his body continued to plummet into the darkness. With eyes wide with terror, he screamed his final confession before being swallowed by the darkness. The student suddenly woke up, gasping for breath on his floor, the nightmare seemingly over. In another office, Ching Xi commented on the coldness of a flower and asked Hanguan to try using her spiritual power. While another employee writhed on the floor, Hanguan channeled her pink spiritual energy into the red spider lily held by her colleague's blue glowing hand. The flower's energy suddenly flared, causing Hanguan to scream from the intense burning sensation. Hanguan blew on her scorched hand, while Ching Xi explained that only the sender could open the petals of the red spider lily. Ching Xi recalled that she had once tried to steal a student's curse, but her mirror warned that the action would cost her life. Hanguan angrily questioned whether Ching Xi was plotting against her, but Ching Xi coldly replied that the plan was not yet official and that person was free to leave. Hanguan remained silent, her eyes thoughtful after hearing Ching Xi's words. In another vision, the dark energy source from a restrained man was extracted and absorbed into Yuan Zhenshi's body. At the Special Bureau, members with extraordinary abilities were carrying out their duties. A female investigator reported that Moto Shinji had still not been found, while another commander received a new assignment. The scene shifts to the Special Bureau's interrogation room, where a man tied to a chair screams, "Murderer!" The man continued to call Hong Yin an executioner, while Ching Xi questioned why an ordinary person would be so angry at Hong Yin. Hong Yin casually admitted that it was probably because she had killed the man's daughter, prompting Ching Xi to ask if it had been a weirdness-related incident. Hong Yin confirmed this, and began recounting the story from when she first joined the Special Bureau. In the flashback, a younger Hong Yin stood under the pouring rain with a resolute expression. Hong Yin recalled that, while shopping, she sensed a faint, strange aura surrounding a female student walking alone in a deserted alley. Upon following, Hong Yin discovered that a strange entity had possessed the body of the female student, who was supposedly long dead. After destroying the entity, Hong Yin stood over the girl's corpse and recounted that she had screamed before dying. A demonic face appeared, screaming "no" in the entity's final moments. The girl's plea, "Don't kill me," echoed in Hong Yin's mind. Hong Yin finished the story with a maniacal smile, delightedly recalling the victim's incessant screams. Back in the present, the father roared in indignation, and Hong Yin challenged him, stating she was giving him a chance for revenge. Hong Yin secretly used her foot to press a button under the table. Hong Yin held out a glowing object, challenging the father that it was a page from hell, and he could write his name on it for revenge. The father angrily screamed, demanding Hong Yin's arrest, but Ching Xi coldly ordered all other personnel to leave first. Despite the man's rage behind her, Hong Yin maintained a terrifyingly calm expression. Outside in the corridor, an agent nervously asked if it was all right to leave the father alone with Captain Hong Yin. Ching Xi explained that no one was allowed to stay, as the room contained the Special Bureau's most important secret, surprising Qi Xiao Yin. She revealed a strange item called the Death File, which could instantly kill anyone using just their photo, name, and date of birth. Ching Xi added that both she and Hong Yin used aliases. Their real names were top secret, and Qi Xiao Yin had no right to know them. When Qi Xiao Yin questioned the father's fate, Ching Xi sternly reminded her to discard her useless selfishness. Ching Xi explained that the man had suffered a mental breakdown long ago, and they were choosing a useful death for him. Suddenly, the interrogation room door emitted a fierce red light, signaling an unusual event occurring inside. An invisible pressure descended, and Ching Xi's eye glowed blue as she activated her ability. Ching Xi was astonished as she sensed a strange power. Red petals began to float in the air. In her vision, she saw herself standing in the middle of a field of blazing red spider lilies, where two hands were reaching for a flower. The vision shifted to a desolate scene where the underworld girl was seizing a red soul, leaving Ching Xi stunned. The underworld girl, the entity from the urban legend, had truly appeared in the ritual space. The entity's red eyes flashed powerfully and menacingly. Back in reality, Ching Xi screamed the name of her ability, Death Mirror, in extreme shock. She staggered and slammed her hand against the door, causing Qi Xiao Yin to call her name in panic. Colleagues rushed over to support Ching Xi as she collapsed, unable to understand what had just happened. Supported by Qi Xiao Yin, Ching Xi struggled to reassure them that she was fine. Suddenly, Qi Xiao Yin was terrified as a red-eyed phantom appeared behind her, and she quickly called out her superior's name. The young girl's eyes widened, reflecting the horrifying scene she had just witnessed. In the corridor, the team anxiously inquired, and Ching Xi concluded that it was a warning. Determined to proceed, Ching Xi opened the interrogation room door, while a colleague silently prayed that nothing terrible had happened. Inside, both Hong Yin and the father were unconscious, leading Ching Xi to realize the entity was sentient, and secretly hoping Hong Yin was still alive. The scene abruptly shifted to an anomalous space, blazing red like hell. Here, Hong Yin woke up, found herself bound by chains of shadow, and wondered if this was hell. The underworld girl suddenly appeared, looking down at the astonished Hong Yin. Amidst the field of spider lilies, a voice echoed, declaring that it would show the reckless ones the consequences. Following the command to act, a demon mask with blazing red eyes appeared. The underworld girl transformed into a ghostly entity and lunged straight toward Hong Yin. A finger glowing fiery red pointed directly at the agent's forehead. The moment the finger made contact, a powerful surge of energy erupted. Hong Yin's body began to disintegrate into specks of light as she fell backward. The agent screamed in agony under the gaze of fierce demonic eyes. Hong Yin was now just a tiny silhouette before the gigantic demonic face, hearing the judgment that those who wished to enter hell had arrived. A close-up of Hong Yin's desperate face, imprisoned in darkness. She screamed hopelessly while facing a massive, bloodshot red eye. In the spiritual space, Hong Yin realized something was wrong when she saw Red Spider Lily rowing a boat across a sea of blood. She was stunned, wondering what was happening. From afar, Hanguan saw a towering, fiery black silhouette emerge. The black silhouette was a terrifying entity with long white hair, wearing a demon mask. The mask-wearing entity's blazing red eyes flashed menacingly. Hanguan was utterly terrified by its presence. He felt his will gradually being eroded by the entity's terrifying and shocking power. The scene of hell appeared with sheer cliffs and a sea of resentful souls below, where Red Spider Lily stood waiting. Hanguan was thrown off the cliff, falling straight into the true hell. When a voice announced that Hanguan had awakened, Red Spider Lily's eyes opened. Back in reality, Ching Xi asked Hanguan, who had just woken up in the interrogation room, what they had discovered. Hanguan recounted feeling like a lonely ghost in the true hell, located beneath a waterfall. With a face still showing terror, they prepared to reveal the most frightening thing. Hanguan realized that Red Spider Lily was fully conscious, as an image of her observing them from another dimension appeared. They understood they were being warned when Red Spider Lily's gigantic hand reached out. That hand squeezed Hanguan's neck tightly, leaving them unable to believe what was happening. Ching Xi and Qi Xiaoyan remained silent, completely unaware that a ghost with glowing red eyes was present right behind them. Hanguan continued, saying there was something else in hell that they couldn't clearly see, but Ching Xi interrupted, demanding they stop. Red Spider Lily's eyes glowed fiercely. While in the real world, Qi Xiaoyan frantically asked what they should do now. In the interrogation room, Ching Xi wondered if Red Spider Lily, now conscious, would still follow the rules, while Qi Xiaoyan feared that the apocalypse would arrive if all the weirdness entities joined forces. Decisively, Ching Xi announced that she would report immediately to her superiors. In another space, Red Spider Lily anxiously asked her master if the recent action was truly all right. She expressed concern that actually killing Hanguan would cause a lot of trouble, but Yuan Zhenxi only responded indifferently. Yuan Zhenxi then received information that the Special Bureau had sealed Red Spider Lily's file, and realized this was an organization specializing in dealing with weirdness entities. He realized he still knew too little about this world when he saw information about a disaster-level entity. Yuan Zhenxi mused that Hanguan mistakenly believed they escaped hell using their own abilities, while in reality, the rules of entities like Xiao Ai always have loopholes. Meanwhile, Xiao Ai was whining atop Red Spider Lily's head, calling her mother while she called Yuan Zhenxi master. Yuan Zhenxi asked Red Spider Lily if Hanguan could have escaped without his intervention, and she replied that they hadn't run away at all. She further explained that Hanguan was not dead. Red Spider Lily affirmed that she had fulfilled the contract, because according to her rules, Hanguan was dead, since their soul was still imprisoned in hell. Yuan Zhenxi deduced that Hanguan must possess a special ability, such as soul separation or some method of substituting death. He continued to speculate about another psychic ability that could fool Xiao Ai, making Red Spider Lily wonder if they were talking about her. Suddenly, Yuan Zhenxi looked at the book and asked what God meant. Elsewhere, a mysterious man was walking down a long underground corridor in Tezuka. He held a blood-stained file containing a photo of Red Spider Lily. A close-up shot showed the man's gleaming black dress shoes as he continued walking. The man reached the end of the corridor and opened a door. Inside was a dark room, with only a single illuminated table, upon which sat a white cup tied with a red string, as part of a ritual. In the dark room, a man placed the paper cup onto the table. The cup, connected by a red string, glowed and transmitted the voice of the world. The man asked what would happen if God devoured Red Spider Lily. The answer echoed that God's power would increase greatly. The man continued to ask whether the number of conscious weirdness entities in this world was large or small. Amidst the enveloping silence, the man stood waiting. The answer from the cup was a single word: few. That man was Ding Jiang, head of the Special Natural Science Department of Kang City, who announced his vote for the devouring plan. The main target of the plan was the conscious entity, Red Spider Lily. At the Special Bureau Research Center, Ding Jiang reiterated his decision via video call during a meeting. However, Mr. Tian, a member of the center, vehemently objected, suggesting they should try communicating with the girl and warning against relying on God. Mr. Xiang interrupted, skeptical about whether talking could stop a weirdness entity from killing people. An older researcher asserted that Red Spider Lily's rules for killing have always been held by humans. The first rule is that only those with deep hatred can contact her. The subsequent rules were listed. Appearance time is from midnight to 1 a.m. Only the killer can see her, and the scope of activity is limited to Jiangxiaolong City. Overcome with emotion, Mr. Tian slammed the table and declared that he would go talk to her himself. The eyes of all the meeting members focused on Mr. Tian. Realizing his impulsive action, Mr. Tian looked flustered. Finally, he bowed his head in apology, admitting that he had lost his temper slightly. The older researcher told Yi Tianyi that he admired his character, but also warned that they must not forget that their lives are singular. He then stood up from his chair. Standing before a troubled Yi Tianyi, the researcher emphasized that they must not allow such skewed thinking to exist. He presented a condition. If the entity called God cannot destroy Red Spider Lily, he would consider supporting Yi Tianyi's idea. With a determined expression, Yi Tianyi asserted that this plan would not fail. The scene shifted to an illustration of God's power. A gigantic red entity, where every creature, whether human or weirdness, must die at its command. This entity, manifested as a colossal red eye, was described as the most inexplicable weirdness. Meanwhile, at the school, Yuan Zhenxi, Li Zhongxing, and Xiaopeng stood bewildered by the chaotic scene. A massive crowd of students was frantically pushing and shoving outside the Weirdness Research Society's clubroom door. From the members' perspective, the frenzied crowd appeared as a black mass, with countless glowing red eyes staring intently at them. Overwhelmed, Yuan Zhenxi yelled for everyone to run. The three were immediately surrounded by the crowd, who thrust out application forms and bombarded them with questions, making Yuan Zhenxi secretly think that fools know no fear. After escaping, the three collapsed onto the stairs, exhausted. Li Zhongxing and Xiaopeng lamented the loss of their peaceful sanctuary since the club had become famous. Just then, a female student approached and greeted them. The girl named Xin Hui timidly asked if her club application had been accepted, which surprised Yuan Zhenxi. Li Zhongxing suddenly remembered, exclaiming that he recognized her. He and Xiaopeng happily welcomed Xin Hui, reiterating that both she and her close friend had submitted applications. Xin Hui bashfully asked if they could both join the club together, and Yuan Zhenxi agreed. Xiaopeng and Li Zhongxing enthusiastically welcomed Xin Hui to the club, while Yuan Zhenxi observed from a distance. Suddenly, Yuan Zhenxi's pendant glowed as he received a new system message. Confused, he wondered what was happening when he saw the other members also checking their phones. Noting that Xin Hui's screen showed unusual signs, Yuan Zhenxi approached and asked Xin Hui if she was talking to the friend she had mentioned. Xin Hui quickly denied it, explaining that it was a group chat, not a private conversation. She explained that a ghost storytelling game was trending in the group chat, attracting many participants due to its convenience. During her narration, images of the participants appeared, entangled in ghostly red threads. The game was controlled by a bizarre entity, which announced that it was the next player's turn. Returning home, Yuan Zhenxi realized that with his level 2 spiritual power, he could sense strange things, while small, carton box-shaped creatures walked around the room. Holding his small creature, Yuan Zhenxi speculated that Xin Hui's phone might also contain a weirdness. The small creature immediately opened a book, revealing a warning not to be curious when sensing something unusual. Yuan Zhenxi wondered if this was a warning directed at him, just as his phone on the table vibrated. He picked up the phone and saw Xin Hui inviting the group to play a game tomorrow, making him secretly think that this girl was asking for trouble. While Yuan Zhenxi was thinking, his small creature turned into a liquid form and enveloped his head. The creature, whom Yuan Zhenxi called Xiao Yan, wrapped around him and called Mom. But he told it to wait a moment. Ignored, Xiao Yan sulked and fell silent. It continued to act spoiled by wrapping around Yuan Zhenxi, forcing him to remind it not to cause trouble. To get attention, Xiao Yan transformed into a giant liquid mass with countless eyes, covering Yuan Zhenxi as a surprise. After its mischief, Xiao Yan lay exhausted on the floor, panting. Having used up all its energy, Xiao Yan lay flat on the table, panting. It immediately lifted its head, whining for Yuan Zhenxi to get his attention. Instantly, Xiao Yan transformed into a giant red slime mass with countless eyes, covering Yuan Zhenxi's lap, much to his astonishment. That gruesome slime mass constantly squirmed. Afterwards, it returned to its original small form and jumped up proudly. Yuan Zhenxi affectionately called Xiao Yan's name. He gently picked up the small creature with both hands. Then Yuan Zhenxi happily tossed Xiao Yan into the air, praising it for having evolved. Meanwhile, on his tablet, Xin Hui messaged the club's group chat, reminding them about the scheduled supernatural game. When the group agreed to participate, an ominous red energy began to emanate from the device. A black crow with glowing red eyes appeared, calling out and leading the way for Shinji. The group gathered at an abandoned factory. While Xiaopeng and Li Zhongxing were excited, Yuan Zhenxi found them too noisy. Yuan Zhenxi checked his phone, noting the weak signal and the map displaying eerie landmarks nearby. While Li Zhongxing excitedly declared this to be the club's first gathering, Yuan Zhenxi secretly thought his two friends were foolish for not noticing the abnormality. Just then, Xin Hui appeared and apologized for being late. Xiaopeng and Li Zhongxing were visibly delighted. already holding gifts and flowers to welcome her. However, Xin Hui did not come alone but was accompanied by another friend, who introduced himself as Qi Hairen. When questioned by the other members about their relationship, Qi Hairen appeared awkward and hesitant. He blushed, scratched his head, and insisted that he and Xin Hui were just good friends. Witnessing the pair's affection, Li Zhongxing and Xiaopeng cried out of jealousy. Yuan Zhenxi merely observed silently with glowing red eyes. As the group arrived at an abandoned building, Yuan Zhenxi secretly pondered how to decline the invitation to play the It's Your Turn game. Xin Hui explained that she was a supernatural enthusiast and believed the enhanced version of the game would be suitable for the club. Contrary to Yuan Zhenxi's hesitation, Li Zhongxing and Xiaopeng were extremely excited, urging Xinhui to explain the rules. Xiaopeng secretly warned Li Zhongxing about the potential danger, but Li Zhongxing dismissed it, believing it was just innocent affection and that they should help. Qi Hairen enthusiastically supported the idea, determined to play alongside Xin Hui, who simply stated that it was purely a game. Provoked by Li Zhongxing, Yuan Zhenxi reluctantly agreed and led the group inside the strange structure. He secretly thought he had no other choice. If he didn't participate, everyone else would likely be in danger. The group stood on a long talisman covered in blood-written characters. As they walked together, Yuan Zhenxi suggested starting the game. Xin Hui and Qi Hairen agreed, asking Yuan Zhenxi to explain the rules. Looking down at the group, Yuan Zhenxi wondered if his decision was correct, while a giant spiderweb lay beneath them. He tightly gripped the red crystal pendant in his hand. Standing alone, Yuan Zhenxi pondered the true nature of the It's Your Turn game and its level division. He began to explain that the high-level version required at least 4 live players. According to the rules, 4 people would stand facing the wall in a dark room and take turns telling ghost stories to the person next to them. Hearing this, Xiaopeng was so terrified that he burst into tears in the dark, calling for his mother. He stood alone in the hallway, panicked and wondering whether he should go upstairs, while the rules further revealed that each person would occupy a floor if more than 4 people participated. Li Zhongxing trembled in the darkness, anxiously wondering where everyone had gone. He screamed in terror when Xiaopeng suddenly appeared from behind, shining a flashlight on him and saying, "Here you are." Realizing it was his friend, Li Zhongxing sighed in relief. Xiaopeng announced the start of the game, introducing himself as number 1, Xia Bin, and then told a gruesome riddle about 3 brothers. Li Zhongxing tensely replied that he did not know the answer. Xiaopeng revealed the story's horrifying conclusion, that the protagonist had chopped his brother in half so he could sleep in the middle. While Xiaopeng burst into delighted laughter, Li Zhongxing screamed in horror, calling him a pervert. After finishing the story, Xiaopeng declared his turn was over. He pointed toward the dark staircase and said it was the turn of number 2, Li Zhongxing. The scene shifted to a dilapidated spiral staircase, shrouded in darkness and spiderwebs. In another corner of the building, the red crystal pendant on Yuan Zhenxi's neck subtly vibrated. He sat alone, wondering why the others hadn't arrived yet and why the pendant wasn't reacting. Suddenly, Yuan Zhenxi's phone displayed a low battery warning and shut down, causing him to curse under his breath. Immediately after, he heard footsteps and saw the silhouette of Xin Hui descending the stairs. Yuan Zhenxi called out Xin Hui's name, explaining that his phone had died and asking her to turn on her flashlight. Xin Hui calmly agreed and took out her phone. Under the faint blue light from the screen, she smiled and introduced herself as number 4. Yuan Zhenxi narrowed his red eyes, silently observing her. The two faced each other in the desolate hallway, and Xin Hui began to tell her story. Xin Hui began her story about a rainy night when 4 boys were walking with a girl. Under the pouring rain, the 4 boys were drenched, but the girl accompanying them was completely dry. With a mysterious smile, Xin Hui asked number 5, Yuan Zhenxi, if he knew why. Yuan Zhenxi was silent for a moment, his red eyes gleaming with concentration. He replied that the girl was dead and was lying in the coffin that the 4 boys were carrying. An image appeared of a deceased girl lying in a coffin covered in talismans. Xin Hui praised Yuan Zhenxi for guessing correctly and thanked him. She urged him to return to the first floor to tell his story to number 1, who was waiting there. In the abandoned building, 2 figures stood separated in the suffocating air, with a strange red puddle beneath them. Yuan Zhenxi confirmed that he had thought of his story and prepared to leave. He said he would go down to the first floor first, and asked if Xin Hui would join him, but she refused, stating she had to return to the 4th floor according to the rules, and offered to lend him her phone. Yuan Zhenxi declined the offer, only telling Xin Hui to be careful as he watched her ascend the stairs. Upon reaching the 1st floor, Yuan Zhenxi saw no one, and wondered where everyone had gone. He decided not to wait any longer, and would go outside to find them. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw the whole group, including Li Zhongxing, Xia Peng, and Qi Hairen, waving happily that he was safe. Xin Hui's face showed clear surprise and worry upon seeing Yuan Zhenxi. Yuan Zhenxi narrowed his eyes, questioning Xin Hui why she was here instead of returning to the 4th floor. Xin Hui appeared frightened, explaining that it was because she was too panicked. She recounted that Qi Hairen had tried to call Yuan Zhenxi from the 4th floor staircase but received no reply, and feeling that something was wrong, they had quickly gathered together. Under the gaze of a black crow, the group stood outside the abandoned building. Yuan Zhenxi suddenly broke the tension with a smile, saying he was just kidding. Xia Peng and Li Zhongxing immediately reacted harshly, scolding him for scaring Xin Hui. However, Yuan Zhenxi just smiled mysteriously, suggesting that these things were what made the game more interesting. He stepped forward, moving closer to Xin Hui. Then he leaned close to her, whispering an offer to spend the night together if she was scared. Xin Hui blushed and awkwardly backed away, while Qi Hairen behind them looked utterly astonished. Yuan Zhenxi remained silent, looking at her with a meaningful gaze. Finally, he burst out laughing and explained that he meant the whole club would stay up all night together. He further explained that, according to urban legends, splitting up always leads to trouble. Xin Hui, still embarrassed, excused herself by saying she felt unwell and wanted to go home to rest. She turned to ask Qi Hairen to take her home, and he immediately agreed. After praising Yuan Zhenxi's performance, the group said goodbye and split into 2 directions. The next day, the scene of the building appeared in the daylight. Li Zhongxing and Xia Peng excitedly invited Yuan Zhenxi to go back and play, but he remained silently contemplative. Suddenly, Yuan Zhenxi's eyes sharpened as he realized something was wrong. He wondered, if the Xin Hui outside wasn't lying, then who was the person he met inside the building? The distorted image of an entity impersonating Xin Hui flashed through his mind. Yuan Zhenxi looked toward the building, sensing the presence of a gigantic, demonic eye inside. He decided to go back and check, despite his friend's worried calls, while also wondering when the others had left. When Yuan Zhenxi mentioned Xin Hui and Qi Hairen, his friends looked bewildered and asked who he was talking about. Li Zhongxing and Xia Peng confusedly insisted that it had only ever been the 3 of them, and they were planning to go to the internet cafe, not this place. Yuan Zhenxi was stunned as he realized the terrifying truth. He fearfully wondered who exactly were Xin Hui and Qi Hairen. Despite his friends' worried calls, Yuan Zhenxi rushed alone toward the dangerous abandoned building. Meanwhile, at the special bureau, a report indicated they had found the person who spread the photo of the eyes in the crack as payback for the underworld girl incident. Ching Xi held up a photo of a gruesome red eye, which the culprit himself had taken. When Hanguan asked about the plan to deal with the underworld girl, Ching Xi replied that she had not yet received notification. Ching Xi explained that the superiors would only use an extreme method as a last resort. They planned to use social influence to drown the urban legend in a sea of trivial information, causing people to gradually forget it. If no one talked about it anymore, the resentment fueling the underworld girl would weaken, turning her into a passing anecdote. However, Hanguan was skeptical, arguing that a death would always attract public attention. Ching Xi countered that people don't care about the tragedies of others as long as it doesn't happen to them. This issue would be handled by the superiors and the intellectual elite. Saying this, Ching Xi picked up a pair of handcuffs and invited Hanguan to go arrest the person who spread the photo, believing that sealing it away would solve the problem. Hanguan silently stared at the photo of the eye for a moment. Then suddenly, they shuddered in disgust at its dark aura and hideous form. At a dilapidated house in the suburbs of Jiang City, Ching Xi named the suspect, Tian Zhe, 35 years old, with no identification papers. Sitting opposite the suspect, Ching Xi held up the photo and asked if he had taken it. Tian Zhe was tied to the chair, his mouth taped shut, while Hanguan casually apologized for forgetting to remove the tape, prompting Ching Xi to remind them to stop joking around. Hanguan decisively ripped the tape from Tian Zhe's mouth as he screamed in pain. Tightly bound, Tian Zhe frantically confessed that he had taken the photos, but swore he hadn't done anything else. Unexpectedly, Hanguan grabbed Tian Zhe's hair, leaving him utterly confused. Leaning close to the suspect's ear, Hanguan threatened him to explain everything clearly, and Tian Zhe fearfully agreed to confess immediately. He began recounting that he had taken those photos at the house of a person named Xiao Mei. In the flashback, Tian Zhe was intimate with Xiao Mei, a woman with pink hair. He recounted that, just as he was about to enter the bathroom, he heard strange noises coming from the closet in the room. Out of curiosity, Tian Zhe approached and reached out to open the closet door. The sight inside caused him to fall backward onto the floor in horror. He had seen a bizarre creature, a horribly deformed infant lying inside a box. Meanwhile, elsewhere 2 hours earlier, a spider was spinning its web in the darkness. Yuan Zhenshi stood in the middle of a gloomy space, clutching his necklace tightly. With the book emitting a blazing red energy, he summoned Xiaowai. However, his call was met only by the empty silence of the pillared room. Yuan Zhenshi frowned, a cold drop of sweat running down his face as he sensed something was wrong. He wondered what was happening, sensing a shadow lurking behind him. Looking down, he was horrified to discover a bloody handprint on the floor. Yuan Zhenshi realized he was standing in the middle of a strange circular structure, scattered with bloodstains. His eyes widened as he became aware of the imminent danger. Suddenly, countless red, laser-like beams swept across the room, locking onto him as their target. Yuan Zhenshi stared in horror at the darkness before him. He wondered who was lurking in this gloomy corridor. Standing in the shadows, Yuan Zhenshi clutched the book, emitting a red light, waiting silently. Suddenly, a tall, lanky shadow with glowing red eyes appeared, whispering that it wanted to die, leaving Yuan Zhenshi stunned. The shadowy entity repeated its plea for death hauntingly. Suddenly, Yuan Zhenshi clutched his head, writhing in agony as a strange sound assaulted his mind. He collapsed to the floor, succumbing to the extreme pain in a space bathed in red light. Images of his friends in the occult research club flashed through his mind like shards of broken glass. Gasping on the ground, Yuan Zhenshi struggled to recover from the mental assault. In his panic, he realized he had absolutely no memory of why he was in this place. Meanwhile, Li Zhongxing and Xia Pang were also standing in front of a strange building, confusedly wondering where they were. Neither of them understood why they were there, and Xia Pang vaguely felt he had just called someone. Elsewhere, under the pouring rain, a person carrying a red umbrella walked down a deserted alley. A hand wearing a black glove pressed the doorbell of an apartment. A pink-haired woman named Heshui Mei irritably opened the door, annoyed at being disturbed in the middle of the night. In front of her were Ching Xi, Hongyin, and a restrained Tianzhe. Ching Xi greeted her using her real name. Heshui Mei was stunned upon recognizing the uninvited guests. Ching Xi held up her special bureau ID card to prove her identity. Entering the apartment, Ching Xi coldly announced they were there to investigate Heshui Mei's son. Heshui Mei was completely confused, asserting that she had never had a son. Ching Xi presented a photo of a deformed child and asked Heshui Mei if she recognized it. Under the gaze of the detained Hongyin and Tianzhe, Heshui Mei froze upon seeing the photo. With horrified eyes, Heshui Mei admitted the child was dead, prompting Ching Xi to immediately interrogate her about when it happened. Ching Xi continued the interrogation, asking directly if Heshui Mei herself had killed the baby 2.5 months ago. Heshui Mei cried out in panic, claiming she couldn't kill her child and that the baby was already dead when she returned home. After hearing Heshui Mei's excuse, Ching Xi coldly demanded the location of the body. The team was led to a rainforest area on the outskirts of Jiang City, where Heshui Mei indicated the burial site. At the scene, police reported the body was that of a 5-year-old boy, heavily decomposed to bone, matching the testimony of the kneeling, weeping suspect. Hongyin felt heartbroken seeing the remains of the unfortunate child. Hongyin wondered if the mother was truly remorseful, but Ching Xi immediately dismissed the idea. Ching Xi explained that the child did not die of accidental starvation, leaving Hongyin stunned. Ching Xi revealed that she only showed Heshui Mei the photo of the eye, and that image would haunt the woman for the rest of her life. Inside the police car, Heshui Mei began to panic, frantically hitting the window glass in fear. Heshui Mei screamed that countless eyes were staring at her from everywhere. Ching Xi instructed the police officers not to let Heshui Mei use mental illness to reduce her sentence. As the team departed, Ching Xi ordered the photos to be sealed and the remains processed, while a notification confirmed that the containment of the eyes was complete. The scene shifted to a dangerous, abandoned area in the city. Inside a dilapidated building, Yuan Zhenshi, along with Li Zhongxing and Xia Pang, ascended a dark staircase. Yuan Zhenshi suddenly stopped, unconsciously muttering that he truly wanted to die. A golden thread wrapped around Yuan Zhenshi's hand faintly glowed. Under a powerful spiritual influence, Yuan Zhenshi's eyes became lifeless and terrified. Immediately after, his pupils flared crimson red as he began to regain control. Realizing he was facing an extremely powerful monster, Yuan Zhenshi decided he had to escape immediately. He fled in panic, desperately calling out Xiao Ai's name and regretting having let his friends walk into danger. From the darkness, a sinister laugh echoed as the tracker's phone screen lit up. As Yuan Zhenshi tried to run up the stairs, a voice mocked him, and his body suddenly stiffened. Helpless and paralyzed, he wondered if the monster's power was truly that terrifying. Bloody footprints began to appear on the floor, signaling a terrifying presence approaching. Yuan Zhenshi struggled to move forward, only to see that the staircase was now covered in bloody handprints. He cautiously peered around a corner, sweating profusely from extreme fear. In the dark and endless staircase space, Yuan Zhenxi looked small and isolated. The mysterious pursuer tracked him via phone, calling out his name in the game, number 5, Yuan Xinji. Yuan Zhenxi angrily turned and shouted, and a familiar voice echoed, identifying itself as Xin Hui, number 4. A shadow with glowing red eyes appeared behind him, making him realize in horror that this was Xin Hui's domain. Xin Hui's Gothic-style shoes stepped into view as she pretended not to understand what was happening. Facing Xin Hui's silhouette, Yuan Zhenxi confusedly admitted that he didn't understand the situation. The shadow transformed into a grotesque entity made of black threads and red eyes, ordering everyone to quickly gather. A shattered sign fell from above, and Yuan Zhenxi could only look up in despair. The scene suddenly changed. He found himself standing in the middle of a room filled with open coffins, inside which lay Xia Peng, Li Zhongxing, and Xia Binbin. Li Zhongxing lay motionless in the coffin, his eyes closed as if sinking into eternal sleep. Li Zhongxing's eyes opened, but his pupils had turned into soulless, pitch-black spirals. Yuan Zhenxi looked around in horror, finding himself surrounded by countless coffins in a blazing red space, where the other members were also sitting up. Xia Binbin, Li Zhongxing, and Xia Peng stood there, their eyes equally vacant, staring intently at him. He shouted their names in vain, but then a terrifying thought struck him. They might actually be dead. A distorted image of Xin Hui flashed through Yuan Zhenxi's mind. He realized something strange was happening to him. He wondered why he knew these people's names, and if he truly knew them at all. Fragments of the original body's memories flooded back, showing that he was not alone but was their close friend, known as number 5. Bound by pitch-black threads, he heard a voice echo. "It's your turn now." Yuan Zhenxi collapsed, and a strange hand picked up the necklace that had fallen beside him. However, he suddenly lifted his head with a confident smile, shattering the illusion that was controlling him. Yuan Zhenxi calmly lay down in one of the empty coffins. He lay still inside, his eyes filled with determination. Immediately after, all the coffin lids slammed shut simultaneously. Elsewhere, Xin Hui was diligently writing something in a notebook. Standing amidst a desolate, rain-soaked city, she wondered why the participants had not yet escaped. She raised a finger to her lips, signaling silence. Seemingly deep in thought, a mysterious red coin appeared in her palm. She decisively tossed the coin into the air. As the spider-imprinted coin fell, Xin Hui's fiery red eyes glowed in the darkness. At Xinji's mansion, Yuan Zhenxi suddenly appeared and collapsed onto the floor in shock. He hastily got up, his steps heavy and urgent. Rushing into the bathroom, he slumped down next to the toilet. Gasping on the floor, Yuan Zhenxi realized he was still alive. Looking at his exhausted reflection in the mirror, he couldn't believe he had survived. Memories of death flooded back. He recalled the moment he had truly died. He recalled being killed by a monster and then resurrected, but he felt his memories contained gaps and logical contradictions. Yuan Zhenxi bitterly thought that the creature he himself had created had failed to protect him. To find answers, he decided to check the urban legend chronicle. The notebook displayed his stats, including a remaining lifespan of only 95 days. Yuan Zhenxi was stunned to realize that one day of his lifespan had mysteriously vanished. A notification from the notebook explained that the resurrection function had been activated at the cost of 1 day of his lifespan. The next day, he went to the Occult Research Club's activity room. Inside, the room was equipped with many computers, confusing him because, in his memory, he was the only member. Seeing other personal items scattered everywhere, he wondered how this club had been established. Standing in the middle of the room, Yuan Zhenxi was frustrated that he couldn't find the other members at school. He desperately wondered why he couldn't remember anything about them. Suddenly, the door cracked open, and a strange girl peered in, making Yuan Zhenxi cautiously wonder who it was. The girl stepped inside, stood tall before him, and greeted him. "Hello, senior." Yuan Zhenxi's red eyes narrowed as he stared at the girl. A female student introduced herself as Chiian Yubai, a freshman who wanted to join the club out of interest in the supernatural, making Yuan Zhenxi secretly realize she possessed spiritual power. Yuan Zhenxi coldly confronted her, stating that the club was about to disband and questioning Chiian Yubai's true intentions. Chiian Yubai frantically held out a diary, asserting that the club still had other members, and that they had disappeared after going with him to the abandoned building. Hearing this, Yuan Zhenxi's eyes widened in astonishment. He flipped to the diary entry, dated the 18th of April 2020, which described the writer following Xinji, Xia Binbin, Li Zongxing, and a girl named Jin Jing to that building. As he read the words, a vague memory began to surface in his mind. Images of his old friends gradually appeared in the depths of his red eyes. He recalled a group photo featuring Moto Shinji, Xia Binbin, Li Zhongxing, Xiaopeng, and Jinjing. A flood of memories rushed in, showing moments with the club members, including Xin Hui and Qi Heiren, and he realized they had all been affected by a monster. He turned to another page detailing the writer's loneliness, causing Chiian Yubai to hastily ask him not to read further. Yuan Zhenxi decisively closed the diary, startling the blushing Chiian Yubai. Chiian Yubai quickly explained that although the diary contained private matters, she genuinely wanted to join the club and meant no harm. Yuan Zhenxi silently considered, wondering if he could trust this person. Finally, he handed her an application form and the activity room key, immediately assigning her the task of recruiting new members. Chiian Yubai happily bowed deeply, calling him the club president. Holding the form, she cheerfully waved goodbye. Chiian Yubai skipped away happily, while Yuan Zhenxi stood by the door watching. When he was alone, Yuan Zhenxi mused that Chiian Yubai's spiritual power was only level 1 and in the awakening stage, which made him even more suspicious of her intentions. However, he pushed that thought aside and touched the red crystal pendant around his neck. Enveloped by the dark red aura emanating from the book, he was acutely aware that the It's Your Turn game definitely came with a price. Chiian Yubai told herself that she knew the ghost club at this school was the safest place in Jiang City. That was why she came here, to join the club and strive to live a peaceful life. She believed that President Shinji-san was the guarantor of her safety, and she had to complete the assigned task and find 2 more members to prevent the club from being disbanded. Chiian Yubai reaffirmed her resolve. She realized this world was very dangerous, and that she must follow Shinji, even harboring the hope of becoming his wife in the future if she proved herself worthy. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhenxi checked his status panel. 11,848 legend points, 10,086 good evil points, spiritual power level 99 plus 2, and 94 days of lifespan. He wondered why neither his legend points nor his good evil points had increased after a day, questioning if there was a bug. Ignoring that, Yuan Zhenxi decided to prioritize strengthening his spiritual power first, deeming the blind increase of lifespan a ridiculous idea. He focused his points to raise his spiritual power to level 100 plus 2, and his eyes flared with a brilliant red light. His eyes flashed with power. A massive surge of red energy erupted from Yuan Zhenxi as he yearned to become stronger. His eyes now shone with a sharper and more authoritative look. As the energy subsided, Yuan Zhenxi hovered in the middle of the room as a notification confirmed he had successfully advanced his spiritual power to the 3rd tier. He sensed his new ability to control spiritual power, likening it to operating a large machine within a range of about 10 meters. To verify this, Yuan Zhenxi decided to test it immediately. He reached out his hand, and a bag of chips on the table instantly flew toward him. Yuan Zhenxi easily grabbed the bag of chips using his spiritual power, while the book in his other hand still radiated energy. He realized he could now use his spiritual power to lift and amplify objects, and simultaneously subdue any weaker creature within a 10-meter radius. A new notification appeared. He had unlocked the ability to use the rule-based powers he had created at will, but it cost 100 legend points per second. The system offered another option, paying an unspecified price, leading Yuan Zhenxi to abandon using this power due to the high risk. Yuan Zhenxi came up with the idea of writing an urban legend that could resurrect the dead. However, the system notified him that he lacked sufficient legend points, and he had to admit the price was too steep. Putting that intention aside, he began to walk while contemplating another issue. He shifted his attention to the Your Turn game, recalling that Xia Binbin, Li Zhongxing, and Qi Heiren had never been exposed to it. Only Xin Hui had played it previously. Standing in his apartment, Yuan Zhenxi wondered about the game's killing mechanism, recalling that the order of death, according to his memory, was Xin Hui, Qi Heiren, Xia Binbin, himself, and then Li Zhongxing. However, he realized the floor order in the game was completely different. He ruled out the first possibility. The order of death was unrelated to the sequence in which they joined the game. Yuan Zhenxi analyzed that the game originally only took place in an online chat group, but it was Xin Hui who asked everyone to go to the abandoned building, which he believed was the territory of the supernatural entity. The strange thing was that the current urban legend made no mention of any abandoned building. He suddenly realized that the entity had deliberately used Xin Hui to lure him into its territory, perhaps because it had detected that he possessed spiritual power. Meanwhile, the little creature he was raising arrived beneath the apartment building and told itself it was home. Yuan Zhenxi opened the door, and the creature immediately jumped into his arms, happily calling out, "Mommy." Sitting on the sofa, he pondered the remaining mysteries of the monster in the Your Turn game. knowing that their old chat group had been disbanded. Along with his little creature, he decided that the only way to continue the investigation was to keep playing the game. He was confident in his immortal plot armor and felt there was no need to interfere with the fate of the other players. Suddenly, the little creature snatched the phone from his hand. Yuan Zhenxi called it "little eyes" as it began tapping the screen repeatedly. He was utterly astonished by its actions. An idea flashed in his mind, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Looking at the excited little creature, Yuan Zhenxi decided perhaps they could try a new method. Yuan Zhenxi called the name Xiao Ai into the void. From the shadows, Red Spider Lily materialized and asked her master for instructions. Yuan Zhenxi took her arm. He told her to come with him to a certain place. The two traveled to the outskirts of Jiang City, under the moonlight. Upon arrival, Yuan Zhenxi and the little creature on his shoulder were both astonished by the sight before them. He was shocked to realize that the abandoned building had vanished without a trace. Yuan Zhenxi suspected that the Your Turn game had altered his memories from the start, and that there had never actually been a building here. He concluded that the power of the game entity was immense if it could accomplish that. Suddenly, Red Spider Lily sniffed, seemingly having detected something. She reported that a familiar scent of some creature lingered, which surprised Yuan Zhenxi. Feeling they couldn't stay, Yuan Zhenxi took her hand and decided to return home. Yuan Zhenxi showed a determined expression, and the little creature on his shoulder agreed. He turned and asked Red Spider Lily if she was confident in dealing with this type of creature. Back in the apartment, all three sat in the living room, preparing for the new plan. Yuan Zhenxi suddenly cleared his throat. He announced that they would start playing Your Turn, with a lineup consisting of one person and two monsters. Red Spider Lily explained the plan. She would be number 1, the little creature would be number 2, and Yuan Zhenxi would be number 3, and they just needed to copy the prepared stories. However, Yuan Zhenxi declared that he would not send anything. Instead, he would lure the entity itself to their door. On the phone screen, the countdown clock began to run. In the dark room, Yuan Zhenxi, Red Spider Lily, and the creature in the box waited silently. It was the second day, and Yuan Zhenxi began to worry whether his plan would succeed. He turned to ask Red Spider Lily why his legend points weren't increasing, and she confirmed that she hadn't received any new missions lately. Red Spider Lily added that, not only that, but she also had a vague feeling of unease. She suddenly told Yuan Zhenxi that she might be about to disappear, astonishing everyone. Just then, a strange sound echoed, and the surrounding space began to distort. The group immediately became alert, turning their eyes toward the door. A streak of fiery red light began to seep out from the crack beneath the door. The doorknob slowly turned down as if an invisible force were acting upon it. When the door opened, Yuan Zhenxi knew that his prey had arrived. Pitch-black tentacles with red edges began to slither into the room. The entity of the Your Turn game revealed itself, declaring that it was number 1's turn. Yuan Zhenxi calmly called Red Spider Lily by her name, Xiao Ai. Red Spider Lily stood up to face the enemy, her hair lengthening and her clothes transforming into her combat form. In response to Yuan Zhenxi's question about whether she could handle it, Red Spider Lily's eyes glowed terrifyingly, shocking the entity. She unleashed her power, her hair turning into black tentacles that lunged forward to attack, causing the entity to exclaim that they were monsters. Two streams of dark power violently collided in the living room. The eye of the game entity widened, letting out a painful scream. Immediately, its tentacles expanded, engulfing the entire room. The battle between Red Spider Lily's tentacles and the entity continued fiercely. In desperation, Red Spider Lily called out to Yuan Zhenxi, admitting that she was bound by the enemy's rules. She explained that even though she was stronger, she couldn't win unless she knew the entity's name. Otherwise, the power gap between the two sides would be completely nullified. Yuan Zhenxi, with the creature in the box on his shoulder, realized the stalemate created by the game's rules. He understood that the two weirdnesses could now not harm each other. Standing before the giant red eye, Yuan Zhenxi wondered what he should do next. He decided to bring a new player into the fray, and commanded, "Number 2, your turn." Yuan Zhenxi was not worried, as he knew he could revive the creature in the box if it failed. Hearing the command, the small creature roared and charged straight toward the red eye. It clenched its tiny hands, preparing for a direct attack. The creature in the box flew up, aiming directly for the center of the game entity. Caught by surprise, the giant eye shrieked in pain. However, the creature in the box was also knocked back by the black threads. Despite being punched directly in the eye, the small creature only looked slightly annoyed. Immediately afterward, it unleashed its true power, sprouting countless eye-covered tentacles from its back. Its true form was revealed, a massive biological mass composed of countless glowing red eyes. A multitude of black hands extended from its body, gripping the eye of the game entity tightly. The creature in the box transformed into a giant mouth, preparing to devour its prey. From within, the hands dragged the eye deep into the darkness for digestion. Yuan Zhenxi and Red Spider Lily watched in astonishment as their monster devoured the enemy. Yuan Zhenxi thought to himself that the creature in the box was much stronger than he had anticipated. He realized that the lack of legend point increase did not affect the abilities of the creature in the box, which now let out a satisfied burp. The chronicle announced that because the creature in the box had devoured the Your Turn monster, all effects of that urban legend would now be attributed to Yuan Zhenxi. The chronicle revealed that this monster had claimed many lives by erasing players' memories, simultaneously awarding Yuan Zhenxi 100,000 legend points, 12,000 good-evil points, and unlocking a new ability. Returning to his apartment, Yuan Zhenxi heard a strange voice from outside asking if anyone was home. He wondered why someone would be knocking at 2 in the morning. Standing up cautiously, he wondered if this was another trick from the Your Turn game. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, believing that the chronicle would not have provided so much information if the game hadn't been completely neutralized. Looking through the peephole, Yuan Zhenxi saw a man who introduced himself as Xiaosong, a new neighbor, saying he heard a loud noise and came over to check. Yuan Zhenxi opened the door and explained that he was just exterminating pests in the house. The neighbor seemed to understand, while Yuan Zhenxi suddenly remembered something. Xiaosong then offered a gift bag, saying it was his family's specialty, forcing Yuan Zhenxi to accept it out of politeness despite his reluctance. After accepting the gift and thanking him, Yuan Zhenxi saw the neighbor off. He quickly slammed the door shut as soon as the man left. Yuan Zhenxi placed the gift bag on the kitchen table. Yawning, he said he was going to bed first, and asked Red Spider Lily and the creature in the box if they wanted to try the gift. Both entities simultaneously shook their heads in refusal. Inside the gift bag were fresh human eyes, emitting a terrifying aura. Meanwhile, at the special bureau, Ching Xi informed Qi Xiaoyin that the infant death case could be closed and handed the file over to her. Ching Xi was about to leave when a voice spoke up, asking her to wait a moment. That man was Xia Cheng, the chief of public security, and he had something he wanted to ask the special bureau for help with. Ching Xi stopped, turned back, and asked him what he wanted. Xia Cheng nervously clasped his hands together and hesitantly began his story. He suddenly asked a strange question: whether Ching Xi knew if he had a child. Ching Xi looked annoyed, suggesting they weren't close enough for such a private conversation. Xia Cheng quickly apologized, explaining that he lived every day in a state of extreme unease. Ching Xi listened silently, her gaze becoming focused. Xia Cheng recounted that he and his wife clearly had no children, yet there was a room in their house dedicated to a son. Initially, he thought work stress had made him forget the room prepared for a future child. But the room contained too many signs of someone currently living there, with belongings suitable for a teenager around 16 or 17 years old. Ching Xi deduced that it might be a student. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhenxi was walking toward the Minghu apartment complex where he lived. He felt something in his pocket vibrate and glow. It was a message from Chiian Yubai, warning that the Minghu complex was in danger. Yuan Zhenxi thought to himself that he had already dealt with the Your Turn incident. So why was this place still dangerous? He checked using his ability, but found nothing unusual, feeling that investigating the entire building would be too troublesome. While deep in thought, Yuan Zhenxi was suddenly blocked by someone. That person was Qi Xiaoyin. She called him directly by his name, Moto Shinji. Ching Xi introduced them as being from the Public Security Bureau, making Yuan Zhenxi realize who he was facing. He thought to himself that he was completely unprepared for this encounter. Seeing Yuan Zhenxi's expression, Qi Xiaoyin immediately asked if something was wrong. Hanguan immediately got straight to the point, asking Yuan Zhenxi if he knew Xia Binbin. That person stepped closer, clarifying that Xia Binbin was a former member of his Weirdness Research Club. Yuan Zhenxi admitted he knew her, and Ching Xi immediately asked him to recount the disappearance of Xia Binbin and the others. He suggested they all go back to his place to talk, as it was inconvenient here. However, just as Yuan Zhenxi turned away, Hongyin immediately stopped him. Hongyin insisted that they could talk right there without fear of eavesdroppers. Yuan Zhenxi firmly stated that it would be better to go to his place. Otherwise, they wouldn't get any answers. He even casually asked them to help him request time off. Yuan Zhenxi's attitude infuriated Hongyin, but Ching Xia ordered the person to be silent. Ching Xi secretly analyzed that Yuan Zhenxi had quickly regained his composure, and realized they wouldn't use force against a special individual. She noted that his calmness was sufficient for him to be admitted to the special bureau, not to mention the spiritual power he possessed. The group entered the apartment complex elevator together. When the elevator announced they had reached the 3rd floor, Yuan Zhenxi released his spiritual power and invited them up to his apartment. At the apartment, Yuan Zhenxi set the condition that he would answer everything if they also answered his questions, and Ching Xi agreed. He told himself that his recent experiences had taught him a lot, but the information was still incomplete. Yuan Zhenxi was secretly pleased that their coming directly to him would help him clarify the situation instead of having to guess. Yuan Zhenxi decisively placed the glass of water on the table. He asked directly if they were perhaps not from the Public Security Bureau. Yuan Zhenxi smirked, secretly guessing they were from the Special Bureau. All three Special Bureau members were stunned by his insight. He smiled, admitting he had guessed correctly, and that he was the one who had misled them. He explained that a world with monsters and psychics must necessarily have a special agency, which angered Hongyin. Hongyin angrily smashed the cup, but Yuan Zhenxi calmly demanded 1,000 yuan in compensation for the item. Ching Xi cleared her throat, promising to compensate him for all damages. She confirmed they were from the Special Bureau and began a serious exchange. Ching Xi said she had something she needed to tell him. She warned that even though monsters had rules, they could not be completely destroyed and could kill him at any moment if he let his guard down. Yuan Zhenxi remained silent for a moment, then agreed to exchange information. The two began negotiating. Yuan Zhenxi requested that Ching Xi answer his question first, in exchange for the information he possessed. Ching Xi smiled faintly, seemingly having calculated her move. She internally assessed Shinji as someone with potential but lacking experience, then agreed to answer his question. Yuan Zhenxi asked about spiritual power, specifically what happens upon reaching the third level. He wanted to know which abilities would manifest in the later stages. Ching Xi explained that there would be no new abilities. Advancing levels only helps expand the range of spiritual pressure. She added that the stronger the spiritual power, the greater the range of spiritual pressure. Yuan Zhenxi asked about the necessity of upgrading spiritual power, and Ching Xi affirmed that it was essential for survival. Before explaining further, Ching Xi requested that Yuan Zhenxi disclose how he had survived. Yuan Zhenxi confessed that he had died twice before finding a way to escape death using his abilities. With a confident look, he suggested returning to the original topic. The Special Bureau members were astonished. Ching Xi guessed that his ability was a life substitute, while Qi Xiaoyin was envious because it resembled Hongyin's. Ching Xi continued to explain that to deal with the weirdness, they needed similar abilities, but they came at the cost of the soul. She added that the more abundant the spiritual power, the higher the quality of the soul, allowing the ability to be used more frequently. That is precisely why they must continuously raise their spiritual power level. Yuan Zhenxi listened silently, his eyes fixed on Ching Xi. After a moment, he casually asked if she had any other questions. Yuan Zhenxi thoughtfully took a sip of water. He secretly thought about the limitations of Little Eyes and Red Spider Lily. Realizing the Special Bureau was targeting Red Spider Lily, Hongyin grew impatient, worrying that if they couldn't destroy the weirdness, humanity would eventually perish. This person burst out, suggesting the Special Bureau should have a bolder solution, such as using weirdness to destroy weirdness. Hongyin's words suddenly brought Yuan Zhenxi to a realization. A knowing smile subtly appeared on his lips. Yuan Zhenxi declared that all his questions had been answered, and he was ready to provide information about the game. He placed a piece of paper on the table, revealing the game's name. "It's your turn." Suddenly, a sound from the doorway made both Yuan Zhenxi and Ching Xi turn to look. Yuan Zhenxi cautiously opened the door after hearing a knock. Standing before him was a strange man with a mysterious smile that Yuan Zhenxi seemed to recognize. The man introduced himself as the new neighbor, Xiao Song, and asked to borrow a pair of scissors, making Yuan Zhenxi secretly suspicious. Suddenly, Yuan Zhenxi was horrified, realizing something was abnormal about the neighbor. He saw a menacing shadow entity hiding behind Xiao Song and a slip of paper warning of danger taped to the door. Hiding his panic, Yuan Zhenxi calmly agreed and told the neighbor to wait a moment. As he turned back inside, Xiao Song glimpsed Ching Xi sitting on the sofa. Ching Xi's special eyes glowed, as she also sensed a powerful energy surge from outside. Yuan Zhenxi narrowed his eyes, quickly assessing the current dangerous situation. He realized that the Special Bureau members seemed completely unaware of the threat posed by Xiao Song. Looking at the neighbor's back, Yuan Zhenxi knew that either he was mistaken, or only he could see through his true nature. He returned with a pair of scissors, secretly giving a warning not to rush to return them. Xiao Song accepted the scissors gratefully, while Ching Xi secretly acknowledged that his power far surpassed all of theirs. Yuan Zhenxi slammed the door shut, ending the tense encounter. Returning to the living room, he announced the arrival of the talented new neighbor and suggested continuing the conversation briefly. However, Yuan Zhenxi still wondered why the others hadn't sensed anything unusual, deciding he would have to investigate it himself. He took the document folder from Qi Xiaoyin to begin taking notes. As he prepared to write, Yuan Zhenxi's mind was flooded with images of the game's gruesome weirdness, worrying that this information might lead them astray. After finishing, Yuan Zhenxi handed the folder back, asserting that all the necessary information was inside. Ching Xi looked confused by the document, wondering if anyone didn't know how to use psychic vision to view it. Meanwhile, Hongyin quickly snatched the paper, gleefully thinking that only a powerful investigator like himself could handle this case, and that this month's bonus was definitely his. Ignoring the commotion, Ching Xi looked seriously at Yuan Zhenxi and invited him to join the special bureau. Yuan Zhenxi asked about the benefits, and Ching Xi replied that they could help him learn about spiritual power and provide him with everything he desired. Ching Xi listed the attractive benefits. 50 million immediately deposited into his account, a house, a car, support from the Public Security Bureau, and additional bonuses upon mission completion, causing Hongyin to become engrossed in thoughts of money. When Yuan Zhenxi asked about the obligations, Ching Xi explained that he would have the right to act first and report later, provided he did not kill innocent people. His main duty would be to rotate through investigating strange occurrences, and he could not refuse when it was his turn. Ching Xi warned that investigators often lose their lives, and power and wealth were the price paid for wagering their lives. She added that the rotation system was calculated based on the start time of the investigations. Ching Xi revealed a harsh truth. Except for the chief, no investigator she knew had survived more than 10 years. And this system was established to ensure the Bureau remained operational, while also asserting that they would not force him. Hearing this, Yuan Zhenxi smirked, asking if he had any other choice. Ching Xi confirmed that he could become an independent investigator, establish his own organization, but still had to assist the Bureau when necessary. Hongyin and Qi Xiaoyin immediately chimed in. One propositioned splitting commissions, the other suggested he really could form his own team. Hongyin immediately snapped, demanding that Qi Xiaoyin be quiet. Ching Xi extended her hand and emphasized that humanity's enemy was the weirdness, not humans themselves. She continued, suggesting that after a long time investigating the weirdness, he would realize how ridiculous human conspiracies were, which stunned Yuan Zhenxi. Yuan Zhenxi smiled, agreeing with her perspective. The two shook hands, officially reaching a cooperation agreement. Yuan Zhenxi firmly declared that he had made his decision. He would form his own team, and in a fleeting memory, he recalled two childhood friends and named the team Ghost Team. Yuan Zhenxi stood on the balcony watching the Special Bureau group leave, while down in the courtyard Hongyin was playfully pinching Qi Xiaoyin's cheek. Turning back inside, Yuan Zhenxi whispered the name Little Eyes, as red and black veins began to spread across his hand. A blazing red eye, enveloped by swirling dark energy, appeared, signaling that the power was being activated. Dark energy engulfed Yuan Zhenxi, and a gruesome eye sprouted from his palm while a faint voice called out, "Mother." Yuan Zhenxi's eyes also turned blazing red, reflecting determination as he mastered the new power. He told himself that he had implanted the power of Little Eyes into his body before the Special Bureau arrived, but had not yet tested the results. He believed this would be an effective layer of protection, perhaps even a deadly weapon, if he had to confront them in the future. Returning to his apartment, he explained to Red Spider Lily and Little Eyes that because both of them were restricted, he was forced to use this method to prepare for the upcoming dangers. A notification appeared, confirming that he had successfully implanted the eyeball in the crack ability, a skill with no target limitations. Yuan Zhenxi realized that although Little Eye's rules were limited to punishing abusers, his new ability was not bound by that restriction. He did not hesitate to accept the deduction of 100 legend points per second to activate the ability. After the points were deducted, his vision improved significantly, allowing him to see the supernatural world teeming with ghostly entities. But he knew this power was still insufficient to destroy them. Nevertheless, Yuan Zhenxi smiled contentedly, knowing that he had at least gained an additional means of self-protection. With newfound confidence, he decided to take a walk around the area with his two subordinates to search for clues. Meanwhile, at Jiangcheng University, a female student named Chiian Yubai was inviting her friends to visit a newly opened antique shop at the Asakawa shopping center. Sitting alone in the deserted classroom afterward, Chiian Yubai flipped through a notebook with a pensive expression. She worried about not seeing Chairman Shinji, or Yuan Zhenxi, in class that morning. After checking both the clubroom and sneaking into the office to look at the permission slip, she became even more confused upon learning he was involved with the Public Security Bureau. Anxiety was evident on Chiian Yubai's face as she pondered the chairman's mysterious absence. Worried about the chairman, Chiian Yubai decided to go straight to his house to check on him. Suddenly, the ringing of her phone startled her. She realized it was a message from her mother. Her mother reported that the neighbor girl, Xiao Ling, had come over to give her a doll and instructed her to buy a reciprocal gift. Chiian Yubai remembered Xiao Ling and thought she should buy the gift first so as not to disappoint the girl. She thought about the traditional doll she had received, then decided to go to the Asakawa shopping center, which was near the chairman's house. Meanwhile, at Chiian Yubai's house, her parents were chatting. They looked at the family photo and happily commented that their daughter had become much cheerier recently. Both believed that moving here and making new friends had helped her change, as she was no longer silent and withdrawn like before. As the father spoke, he placed the doll gifted by Xiao Ling onto the desk in his daughter's room. While they were discussing how their daughter was a bit special, the doll silently stood in the doorway behind them, without their knowledge. In the darkness, the doll stood motionless alone, radiating an eerie feeling. Its lifeless face slowly curved into a chilling smile. Its eyes suddenly emitted a strange purple light, making the smile even more sinister. The clock in the house struck 5:59 p.m. At the same time, Chiian Yubai had arrived at the Asakawa shopping center. She was debating between choosing a stuffed cat and a stuffed rabbit as a gift. Exactly at 6 p.m., a mysterious line of text appeared before her eyes, leaving her bewildered. The chimes from the large clock tower in the main hall rang out, signaling that a strange event was about to begin. In the middle of the shopping center, Chiian Yubai and her classmates heard a chilling song, while a ghostly voice whispered from above. Feeling uneasy, Chiian Yubai recalled the rumor that this place was built on an abandoned infant farm, and the song was likely meant to appease the vengeful spirits. Feeling her heart beat strangely, she decided she had to find a quiet place to perform a divination in case of unforeseen danger. Meanwhile, two other people seemed excited that the urban legend was real, but the man simply decided to put on noise-canceling headphones to ignore it. Chiian Yubai found a secluded corner, reassuring herself that no one would notice her here. She took out a special coin hanging on a string, preparing for her ritual. As the coin swung, magical characters appeared, and the image on the coin transformed into a spider. Suddenly, the string snapped and the coin fell. Chiian Yubai was startled by the music, which was growing louder. She realized in horror that she was no longer in her original location, and frantically wondered where she was. A mysterious voice asked her if she had discovered anything. Chiian Yubai replied that everything was still peaceful and she hoped it would remain that way. She then saw two strangers radiating spiritual energy, discussing the control of vengeful spirits, making her wonder if they were similar to Chairman Shinji. The divination coin fell to the ground as Chiian Yubai collapsed, realizing that although the two strangers were not like the chairman, they were still very dangerous. She reached out to pick up her coin. As soon as she grasped the coin, she felt her hand warm up. A black, skinny hand suddenly gripped hers, and a child's voice called out, "Big sister." Chiian Yubai spun around, startled by the unexpected grip and voice. She looked toward the source of the voice with a stunned expression. Her eyes reflected the image of a small shadow entity. In front of her was a child-shaped entity made of shadow, complaining that it was too hot here and wanted to go outside. Chiian Yubai fearfully pushed away a gigantic, ghostly eye. Meanwhile, the two psychics accompanying her were sucked into a swirling void and screamed a final warning. Chiian Yubai stared up in shock as a massive mass of black hair descended upon her. A female vengeful spirit with a hideous face appeared upside down, whispering to ask if she had seen its child, then used its deformed arms to grab the two psychics and wrapped its hair around Chiian Yubai. The young girl was surrounded by countless ghosts lunging at her. Extreme horror was reflected through her cracked glasses. Dragged away by the spirit's hair, Chiian Yubai was helpless amidst a horde of demons. She briefly saw countless other souls also trapped in suffering. Chiian Yubai tried to reassure herself that it was all just an illusion, but she quickly realized that the ghostly woman was real. Panicked, she decided to run for her life, wondering where the safest place could be. She rushed into the women's restroom, hoping to find a hiding spot. Inside, she desperately searched for a place to hide but couldn't find one. Losing all hope, Chiian Yubai collapsed in a corner, curled up in fear. Suddenly, violent banging echoed from a nearby toilet stall. Another long-haired vengeful spirit emerged from the darkness, weakly pleading for help. The spirit's black hair poured out like a waterfall from a running faucet, while she continuously begged Chiian Yubai to turn it off. Despite her fear, Chiian Yubai closed her eyes, trying to calm down and consider the plea. Without her glasses, Chiian Yubai realized in a panic that she couldn't see anything clearly around her. She stumbled through the restroom, trying to move closer to the sink area. When she reached it, the spirit's black hair from the faucet surged out and wrapped tightly around her. Despite the terror, Chiian Yubai reached out and turned off the running faucet. Immediately, the horrifying stream of black hair stopped. The long-haired spirit flashed a sinister smile and whispered a malicious thank you. Looking into the mirror, Chiian Yubai was horrified to see her reflection, surrounded by countless wicked spirits. She felt death approaching. Suddenly, another vengeful spirit with a massive, tooth-filled mouth appeared and swallowed her whole, while Yuan Zhenxi's red eyes observed from the shadows. A stream of blazing red energy shattered the wall, hurtling straight toward the attacking monster. The energy sphere was about to collide with the spirit, startling the restrained Chiian Yubai into astonishment. The red light from the attack reflected in the girl's terrified eyes. After the explosion, Chiian Yubai stood amidst the smoke and dust in the partially destroyed restroom. From within the smoke, Yuan Zhenxi appeared and called her name. He stood there, dark, eye-shaped energy, swirling in his hand, and asked if this was the danger she had mentioned. Seeing the club president, Chiian Yubai burst into relieved sobs. Crying, she ran toward him in a panic, stammering to ask why he was there. Yuan Zhenxi calmly placed a finger on her forehead, ordering her to stop, which startled Chiian Yubai, who then profusely apologized. He quietly bent down and picked up her shattered glasses. Using his new Fisher restoration ability, Yuan Zhenxi easily repaired the glasses right in his hand. Yuan Zhenxi handed the perfectly repaired glasses back to Chiian Yubai and told her not to lose them again. Then, he seriously announced that he had many questions and required her to answer truthfully. Yuan Zhenxi's red eyes shone with a sharp, imposing look. Suddenly, a woman in a dark uniform appeared from behind and greeted them. The red-haired woman introduced herself and her green-haired colleague as members of the Special Bureau's cleanup team, then asked Yuan Zhenxi if he was an inspector. Inside the Asakawa shopping mall, the clock read 6:15 p.m. In the main lobby, a fake horror scene was set up, and staff members posing as a film crew were assuring the public that these were just props. These staff members tried to disperse the curious crowd, citing image rights to prevent them from filming or taking photos. Yuan Zhenxi turned and asked the red-haired woman if these people were her subordinates. She confirmed they were colleagues, responsible for diversion, and then said they had only come to thank him for his assistance. The green-haired colleague added that Yuan Zhenxi was the only one here capable of destroying the vengeful spirit, drawing his attention to the device she was holding. The red-haired woman explained it was a spirit pressure generator, a device that uses soul orbs to help ordinary people deal with vengeful spirits. Yuan Zhenxi curiously asked what a soul orb was. She revealed that it was the item he received after destroying the red-robed vengeful spirit, prompting Yuan Zhenxi to reach into his pocket. He pulled out a small, glowing black orb, and the red-haired woman immediately eagerly requested it back, as it was a very useful resource. She explained that soul orbs could be used to enhance spiritual power, as shown by the image of a man absorbing energy. Yuan Zhenxi intently observed the soul orb in his palm. However, when he tried to absorb it, he realized he couldn't, and wondered if it was due to the limitations of the notebook. Nevertheless, Yuan Zhenxi merely smirked, deciding it was no big deal. Yuan Zhenxi had a mischievous thought, wondering if he should let Chiian Yubai try absorbing the soul orb, which made her blush in confusion and question his gaze. Afterward, Yuan Zhenxi thanked the two Special Bureau staff members and politely took his leave. Chiian Yubai stood alone, smiling awkwardly as she watched them depart. Meanwhile, the two female staff members whispered to each other, agreeing that Yuan Zhenxi was the most handsome investigator they had ever met. They even felt jealous seeing him being gentle with his girlfriend, a misunderstanding that greatly flustered the nearby Chiian Yubai. Ignoring the chatter, Yuan Zhenxi assessed that the gap in spiritual power between himself and these people was quite significant. He mused about how they had to rely on soul orbs to replenish their spiritual power, while he himself had likely condensed the seed of truth, prompting Chiian Yubai to speak up and check on him. Chiian Yubai was caught in conflicting thoughts, both embarrassed and delighted by the misunderstanding, but then reassured herself that wasn't why he was here. On the escalator, Yuan Zhenxi explained that he had taken time off to come check the area after she warned him about the danger. Chiian Yubai secretly sighed, in relief for successfully changing the subject, while Yuan Zhenxi recounted meeting psychics rushing toward the Asakawa shopping mall. He recalled a scene where a psychic was frantically reporting over the phone about a monster at the shopping mall. Yuan Zhenxi explained that he followed them and discovered it wasn't a monster, but a vengeful spirit from a decades-old case filled with resentment. He revealed that the former site of the Asakawa shopping mall was once used to dispose of the bodies of children from a nursery school. A horrifying scene appeared in the flashback, showing children's skulls being burned in a fire. Afterward, experts assessed the land as suitable for investment, and it was eventually purchased by a major boss to build a shopping mall. The Asakawa shopping mall quickly became one of the largest and most successful shopping areas in the city. But then one day, people began to mysteriously disappear, such as the case of a mother and son shown on a missing persons notice. Yuan Zhenshi added that the shop owners there always whispered among themselves about hearing children crying after 6 in the evening. One shop owner cried out in fear while fumbling alone in the darkness of the mall. According to Yuan Zhenshi's account, the shop owner's eyes were vacant with terror. He continued, saying that some people even swore they saw the ghosts of a woman in red and a child, which severely impacted business. Unwilling to give up, the owner sought out experts and discovered that the location was originally a burial ground for abandoned infants. A grand ritual was then performed to try and appease the spirits. Yuan Zhenshi revealed that the missing people were murdered by the vengeful spirits, and the first mother and son victims also turned into resentful souls. Finally, they decided to use a song to soothe the spirits, allowing the mall to continue operating without further disappearances. However, the vengeful spirits were never truly laid to rest, turning the Asakawa shopping mall into an urban legend. Returning to the present, Chiian Yubai frantically recounted that she had heard the song before it turned into strange noises and caused her to hallucinate. Yuan Zhenshi stated that the Special Bureau had noted the unusual situation for several days, but it only erupted today, making him wonder if something stronger had caused this. Chiian Yubai secretly thought that the worsening situation was not accidental, but due to her own presence. Yuan Zhenshi bluntly said that as an ability user, she was still too weak and would not have survived if he hadn't arrived. He explained that vengeful spirits can distort judgment, which is why she had put herself in danger. Chiian Yubai bowed her head, admitting he was right. She was too naive. Overwhelmed by the feeling of weakness, she burst into tears and promised herself she would do better next time. Yuan Zhenshi abruptly changed the subject, asking if she had come here to buy something. She was extremely surprised and then delighted when he offered to accompany her. Yuan Zhenshi smirked, saying that after they finished shopping, they would continue their unfinished conversation. Chiian Yubai was overjoyed and immediately agreed to his plan. The two entered a store selling strangely shaped stuffed animals. Inside the store, Chiian Yubai happily hugged a strange stuffed animal, while Yuan Zhenshi stood behind her with a tired expression. She excitedly raised her phone to take a selfie with the new toy, while Yuan Zhenshi smiled watching her. Afterward, the two went to a family restaurant as it was already dark. At the table, Chiian Yubai asked Yuan Zhenshi to hold out his hand, and he complied with a questioning look. She nodded in confirmation with an extremely serious expression. Immediately afterward, Chiian Yubai dropped a glowing gold coin from her palm. As the coin fell, both Yuan Zhenshi's and Chiian Yubai's eyes flashed with supernatural energy. The coin spun rapidly and landed perfectly in Yuan Zhenshi's palm. He immediately recognized fragments of information about his past and concluded that her ability was precognition, prophecy. Chiian Yubai confirmed it, and an image of a winged, masked goddess appeared as an explanation. She then wondered if the goddess of fate in mythology was truly strong enough to deal with the vengeful spirits and monsters in the world. Yuan Zhenshi asked how to use the coin of fate, and Chiian Yubai instructed him to ask a question and flip it. The head side would reveal the correct information. He was curious about what would happen if the coin landed on the other side. Tails. Chiian Yubai fell silent, her expression darkening as she picked up the coin. She explained that the price was that the user would lose their memory for a certain period of time. Yuan Zhenshi suddenly realized that was why she always carried a diary, while secretly praising how she concealed the coin. Chiian Yubai added that the coin was linked to her memory, and to others, it was just a normal object unless she died. Yuan Zhenshi picked up his glass of water, calmly asking if she truly trusted him that much. Then he leaned forward with a mischievous smile, jokingly asking if she wasn't afraid he would kill her to steal the coin, which stunned Chiian Yubai. Chiian Yubai refuted this in confusion, asserting that it was impossible because Yuan Zhenshi was a good person, and she trusted the prophecy that the Weirdness Research Club was the safest place. Yuan Zhenshi quietly drank his water, thinking to himself that this safe place had caused all the members to be wiped out, and he himself had nearly died without the notebook. He suddenly realized a possibility, wondering if that safety was something he himself had caused. Yuan Zhenshi immediately asked Chiian Yubai to question the coin about his true identity beyond being a student and an inspector. Although confused, thinking he was only the club president, Chiian Yubai agreed and prepared to perform the prophecy. She tossed the coin into the air. A brilliant golden energy radiated from the coin, enveloping both of them in surprise. The glowing coin landed in Chiian Yubai's palm. She opened her hand, revealing the tails side of the coin, which bore the image of a black spider, signaling a negative result. Yuan Zhenshi narrowed his eyes, wondering if she had lost her memory or was lying to him. Chiian Yubai explained that the coin did not answer because the previous question had caused the memory consumption limit to reach its maximum. She further explained that her ability could not answer questions requiring memories beyond 30 days. Yuan Zhenxi smiled, finding the ability not entirely unreasonable, and suggested proceeding with another question about why the club was safe. As Chiian Yubai prepared to exert her power, Yuan Zhenxi stopped her and asked to try a different question. He changed the question to, "Does Moto Shinji's house contain something?" And this time the coin responded with a brilliant column of light. Chiian Yubai read the result in astonishment. His house contained something very terrifying, prompting Yuan Zhenxi to calmly declare that he would pay for the meal. Standing up, Yuan Zhenxi advised Chiian Yubai to leave the club because her ability, with its current limitations, was useless. In a panic, Chiian Yubai quickly grabbed onto his leg. Clinging tightly to Yuan Zhenxi, she desperately stated that her coin had another ability. Yuan Zhenxi's eyes flashed with interest at Chiian Yubai's declaration. Chiian Yubai explained that she could expend many years of memories to change a person's short-term fate. Intrigued, Yuan Zhenxi asked her to explain more clearly how that ability worked. She said that simply identifying a person in her mind allowed her to determine their fate of life or death. Yuan Zhenxi calculated silently. If this ability were used on him, he would only lose 1 day of lifespan. But how many years of memories would she have to pay? He continued to inquire about changing long-term fate, which confused Chiian Yubai. She suddenly realized something. Chiian Yubai frantically asked if the club president had set a trap for her from the start, but Yuan Zhenxi bluntly replied that her behavior was too naive, and unlike a normal person. His words made her feel both abnormal and low in IQ. Seeing this, Yuan Zhenxi offered a final deal. If she wanted to stay in the club, she had to answer one question. Chiian Yubai immediately agreed happily. He ordered her to use the power of the Coin of Fate to ask if there was any monster in the Minghu apartment that could endanger his life. The Coin of Fate emitted a brilliant golden light as the ability was activated. After a clink, the divination process ended. Chiian Yubai opened her eyes, her expression blank. She confusedly reported that the coin had no reaction and offered further assistance. Yuan Zhenxi no longer needed it. He deduced that if the coin could sense 3 terrifying entities in his house last time, then this time, the lack of a response could only mean that a threat even stronger than them was present. He turned away, instructing Chiian Yubai to keep the coin's function a secret to avoid bringing disaster upon herself. Suddenly, Yuan Zhenxi held out a black soul orb toward Chiian Yubai. He explained that this was an item to enhance spiritual power, serving as compensation for forcing her to use the coin. Chiian Yubai shyly thanked Yuan Zhenxi for the gift, while he reminded her not to forget to come to the club tomorrow. She bowed deeply, promising to learn more, startling the nearby disguised field agents who wondered what was happening. When Chiian Yubai enthusiastically insisted on going with him, Yuan Zhenxi showed annoyance and tried to ignore her. He secretly thought that fools were scarier than monsters, while Chiian Yubai persistently followed behind him. Returning to his apartment complex in the evening, Yuan Zhenxi entered his home. While resting, he was surprised to hear a knock on the door at this hour. He immediately went forward and opened the door to see who had arrived. A man introduced himself as the neighbor, asking to borrow a rice cooker because his was broken. Yuan Zhenxi silently observed the new neighbor scrutinizingly. Although he didn't sense anything unusual, he decided he must proactively investigate this person. With a sly smile, Yuan Zhenxi refused, lying that he was cooking for hungry children at home. The neighbor was silent for a moment after the refusal. Then he smiled strangely, revealing sharp teeth, and said that it was fine. The neighbor turned and left, while Yuan Zhenxi stood at the door observing, waiting to see what would happen next. He leaned out of the doorway, his vigilant gaze following the neighbor's retreating back. As the neighbor stepped into his apartment, his shadow on the wall distorted into grotesque shapes. He crossed the threshold, moving into the darkness inside. Inside the apartment, the neighbor's body began to twist and stretch abnormally in his gnawing hunger. His true nature was revealed as his head split open into a monstrous mouth, screaming in extreme starvation. In his kitchen, Yuan Zhenxi told himself that no matter how hungry he was, he couldn't let the kids starve. But then he froze when he realized a problem. The rice cooker had disappeared from its spot. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, immediately guessing that the culprit was the new neighbor, Xiao Song. Just then, a knock on the door sounded, startling Yuan Zhenxi into alertness. From outside, a voice announced himself as Xiao Song. Yuan Zhenxi replied, his right hand beginning to transform with glowing red energy as he moved to open the door. The Fisher Eyeball ability was activated, and a bloodshot red eye appeared on the back of his hand. Xiao Song stood there with a friendly smile, holding the rice cooker, and thanked Yuan Zhenxi for lending it to him. Yuan Zhenxi broke out in a cold sweat, recalling the recent encounter. He cracked the door open, confirming that the person outside was indeed Xiao Song holding the cooker. Upon receiving the rice cooker, Yuan Zhenshi secretly thought that the opponent was definitely a monster, because even if he refused, the man could still forcibly borrow the item and then return it. Watching Xiaosong's back disappear into the dark hallway, he wondered if this was a provocation or a warning. Yuan Zhenshi realized in horror that he might have fallen into the monster's rules the moment he lent the item. He imagined a colossal form of Xiaosong towering over the city, surrounded by countless victims, and wondered how many people he had borrowed things from. Back in the apartment, the creature in the box stared blankly at the empty cooker, while Yuan Zhenshi speculated about the mechanism of Xiaosong's ability. Sitting on the sofa, he confirmed that Xiaosong's ability had grown much stronger. Now that he had confirmed the enemy's identity, Yuan Zhenshi was determined to quickly find a way to destroy him, noting the rule: accepting a gift equals joining the rules. The creature in the box tried to get his attention, but Yuan Zhenshi was still lost in thought. His eyes flashed with a brilliant red light, concentrating intensely to analyze the situation. Yuan Zhenshi's eyes glowed red as he focused intensely on the investigation. He looked down the dark hallway, wondering about the next-door neighbor, Aunt Tian. Glowing red energy enveloped his hand. He was preparing to activate his ability. A bloodshot red eye, full of veins, appeared as part of that power. Yuan Zhenshi activated the fissure eyeball, and a scouting eye formed on his palm. Dark energy spread from the peephole on the opposite apartment door. They converged, transforming the peephole into a giant red eye. The ghostly eye stared inside, observing everything. Through that vision, he saw Xiaosong asking Aunt Tian to borrow a rice cooker, and she happily agreed. Yuan Zhenshi felt strange, as Aunt Tian was usually cautious but seemed overly familiar with the new neighbor. He recalled that even though he had suspected Xiaosong's identity from the start, he still accepted the gift and lent him the item. In his mind, Yuan Zhenshi envisioned Xiaosong's terrifying power, a colossal monster that easily manipulated the residents' perceptions. Looking down from above, Xiaosong walked in the hallway with the rice cooker, his shadow unnaturally elongated. He had returned, standing right in front of Yuan Zhenshi's door. The footsteps stopped right next to the door, making Yuan Zhenshi hold his breath in anticipation. Yuan Zhenshi's red eyes narrowed, ready to face anything. Suddenly, Xiaosong flashed a demonic smile, as similar red energy ripples surged around him. Yuan Zhenshi was astonished, green energy erupting around his head as he realized he had been detected. He frantically wondered if Xiaosong could actually see him. Xiaosong's shadow detached from his body, transforming into a terrifying dark entity reaching toward the door. Yuan Zhenshi clicked his tongue, sweat pouring out from the tension. Sitting on the chair, he told the creature in the box that he had to take risks if he wanted any progress. He forced a smile, asking if it planned to sit this one out again. In response, the creature in the box merely jumped off the sofa, holding the remote control. It pressed a button and cheered a cheerful slogan. A children's show appeared on the TV, which the creature in the box happily watched, while Yuan Zhenshi silently sighed in exasperation. He sighed, thinking to himself that kids truly couldn't be relied upon. Suddenly, the doorknob of his apartment began to turn. With glowing red eyes, Yuan Zhenshi cautiously cracked the door open and looked out into the dark hallway. He quietly stepped outside to monitor the situation. The neighbor Xiaosong was standing there, holding a pot, with his back turned toward him. Outside the window, a bolt of lightning streaked across the night sky, signaling an approaching storm. After Xiaosong stepped into his apartment, Yuan Zhenshi knew the time was right. He immediately activated his power. A gruesome red eye opened on his palm, his entire body enveloped in a red aura. He rushed toward the opposite door. But inside, a giant green eye was wide open, waiting for him. Xiaosong revealed his true form as a ghostly entity with a savage smile, holding his own human head, and declared that he had found the intruder. Yuan Zhenshi was immediately attacked by an invisible force, his body warping in extreme shock. Just then, the red crystal necklace around his neck suddenly shone brightly. Immediately afterward, Yuan Zhenshi found himself tightly bound by thorny black vines, confused about what had just happened. In the nightmare, Yuan Zhenshi was tightly constricted by Xiaosong's vines, facing the neighbor's terrifying true form. He groaned in pain as the thorns dug deeper, and blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth. The monster's jagged teeth moved closer, ready to crush him. Xiaosong's shadow loomed over Yuan Zhenshi's helpless body. Yuan Zhenshi felt as if he were truly being devoured. The red crystal necklace around his neck flashed with a faint light. The horrifying sensation of being eaten alive surged through his mind. Suddenly, the scene shifted back to Yuan Zhenshi's apartment. The clock read 3 in the morning. He lay sprawled on the floor, while outside the window, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky. Yuan Zhenshi woke up abruptly, his eyes wide with terror. He bolted upright, gasping for breath, realizing he had returned safely to his apartment. However, the pitch-black cracks on his palms indicated that the recent attack was not entirely an illusion. He blamed himself for being overconfident and realized time was running out when facing such a powerful enemy. Yuan Zhenxi feared that Xiaosong was like a ticking time bomb, and anyone could become his next meal. Just then, a small creature clung tightly to his leg. It was Little Eyes. It trembled with fear and called Yuan Zhenxi Mom. Yuan Zhenxi knelt down, reassuring the small creature that he was fine. While being hugged by Little Eyes, Yuan Zhenxi suddenly realized something worrying. Xiao Ai had disappeared. He couldn't sense anything, and wondered if the Special Bureau had intervened while he was unconscious. Yuan Zhenxi touched the red crystal necklace, the item that seemed to have saved his life. Yuan Zhenxi opened the chronicle, attempting to summon the Hanguan girl. He wondered if she had taken a new job as he looked at her information page. Suddenly, the page about the Hanguan girl was violently torn out. Yuan Zhenxi and the creature on his shoulder were stunned by this sudden disappearance. A scorched image of the Hanguan girl appeared, signaling that she was dead. Yuan Zhenxi gritted his teeth. His silence concealed a furious rage. With blazing eyes, he realized the Special Bureau was the culprit. The story flashed back to the day before, in the Special Bureau's meeting room, where a vote regarding the devouring plan involving the Hanguan girl was being announced. Ding Jiang, a high-ranking member, listened with a determined expression. Many other members sat in the shadows, awaiting the results. The result was announced as a tie. 6 votes in favor and 6 votes against. An angry fist slammed down on the table in protest. A member stood up to challenge the decision, arguing that sacrificing powerful entities like the Hanguan girl to God would lead to destruction. Despite the tie, Ding Jiang stood up and declared the final decision was to approve the devouring plan. An elderly researcher could only sigh in acceptance. This person declared that his faction would no longer oppose the Special Bureau's decision. After the meeting, night fell upon a deserted road. A black SUV sped away into the night. Inside the vehicle, Ding Jiang was reviewing an important document. It was a top-secret file on the entity named God, detailing its absolute rules of death and the surrounding restricted zone. A black SUV traveled through the desolate mountain region during the night. At a checkpoint, Ding Jiang was informed by a security officer that vehicles were not permitted past the area ahead. After exiting the car, Ding Jiang proceeded toward a massive military base, solidly constructed inside a mountain under the moonlight. He presented his ID card to the guard at the entrance to the Kangping area. Ding Jiang and his white-haired bodyguard were led through a corridor to a security gate emitting a blue light. The system verified his identity through a series of biometric scans, confirming him as the Devouring Plan Oversight Agent. The scene shifted to outer space, showing the boxy mountain base as a massive facility on another planet. A mysterious voice from inside the base echoed, asking if the person they were looking for had been brought in. Inside a gigantic cylindrical structure, Ding Jiang signaled the scientists to prepare to begin the experiment. He sternly ordered that no one else be allowed into the monitoring room, and the staff unanimously obeyed. With a focused expression, Ding Jiang took his seat in the control room to supervise the process. The main screen displayed a prisoner sitting alone in a stark white cell. The prisoner, identified as D23977, was blindfolded and handcuffed, holding a red phone. From the control room, Ding Jiang coldly ordered the prisoner to press the confirmation button so that his child could claim his ashes. Hearing the threat, the prisoner gritted his teeth in anger and despair. After a moment of silence, the prisoner sat motionless, facing the one-way mirror. A pitch-black, oval-shaped gate suddenly appeared in the cell, directly in front of the prisoner. The prisoner's trembling hand pressed the button, activating the hell communication on the phone screen. On the monitoring screen, a shadow entity rose up and swallowed the prisoner in horror. Ding Jiang sat silently before the control panel, watching the screen, which was now just a chaotic red color. Ding Jiang's red eyes reflected the horrifying sight of the successful experiment. An entity in the form of Red Spider Lily, with empty eyes, declared, "You have lost." Meanwhile, the real Red Spider Lily sensed danger upon hearing her name, Xiao Ai, being called. She realized she was trapped inside a special containment chamber. Her face began to crack in utter horror as an invisible force attacked. In the middle of space, a gigantic shadow hand reached out, preparing to swallow her whole. Her body shattered piece by piece, like a ceramic statue. Finally, Red Spider Lily completely vanished into the crimson void. The monitoring screen in front of Ding Jiang was left with nothing but white static. He sat there, receiving the notification that God's power had increased once again. Ding Jiang silently contemplated the bloody sacrifices made for his plan. He told himself that using Red Spider Lily to deal with other monsters was necessary. As he left with his subordinates, he thought about the entity that was growing stronger every day. He knew that once it completed its next evolution, it would be the end of the world. At the same time, at Yuan Zhenshi's house, his notebook displayed the truth. The Special Bureau had used a death row inmate to lure Red Spider Lily into a trap and destroy her. Yuan Zhenshi was stunned, wondering what method the Special Bureau had used that could make even his notebook tremble in fear. But then, his distressed expression turned into a cold smile, asserting that how Xiao Ai died no longer mattered, because no matter how she died, Yuan Zhenshi, engulfed in a vortex of crimson energy, decided he would always choose to resurrect her, regardless of the cost of 105,560 legend points. Yuan Zhenshi decided to use his power to expand Red Spider Lily's range of destruction to the entire world. From within the red energy stream, her body began to perfectly regenerate. Red Spider Lily successfully resurrected in an evolved form, while the creature in the box cheered happily. Yuan Zhenshi smiled, calling her name intimately. "Classmate Xiao Ai?" The girl opened her eyes and gently replied, "I am here." Seeing her return, Yuan Zhenshi gave a satisfied smile. He ordered her to go sow surprises for their enemies, simultaneously reactivating the Hell communication globally. Hearing the command, Xiao Ai invited the terrified sinners to descend to Hell with her. At the same time, Yuan Zhenshi's eyes glowed brightly as his legend points skyrocketed. The final number stopped at 1,000,000 points, confirming his immense influence. 10 minutes after Red Spider Lily's resurrection, a Special Bureau vehicle was speeding through the night. Inside, Ding Jiang suddenly received an urgent warning signal. The car immediately braked sharply and changed direction. A masked agent in the back seat was operating a tracking device. Standing on a hill overlooking the city, Ding Jiang and his subordinates realized Red Spider Lily had returned. Ding Jiang couldn't believe it, wondering how she could resurrect after being consumed by God. He gritted his teeth, speechless at the unexpected turn of events. Immediately, Ding Jiang ordered a level 1 alert and convened the Circle of Wisdom. 30 minutes later, at the Special Bureau headquarters, members panicked upon realizing their plan had completely failed. During the tense meeting, Ding Jiang announced that the Special Bureau was investigating and preparing to disclose their plan. A proposal was made to follow Mr. Tian and use forced feedback headphones to contact Red Spider Lily. Mr. Xiang frantically interrupted, fearing that Red Spider Lily might have allied herself with other monsters. Facing the chaotic situation, Ding Jiang's eyes shone with determination. Another member in the meeting room couldn't hide their horror. The remaining members of the Circle of Wisdom were also stunned by the turn of events. At this point, Mr. Kang Pin, an elderly researcher, began to present his proposal. He proposed a crazy plan. Use God to destroy Red Spider Lily once more, and then expand her area of influence globally to alleviate the pressure. Ding Jiang immediately warned Mr. Xiang in a stern voice to be careful with his words. Mr. Kangpin stood up, asserting that due to his age, he would speak his mind frankly. Facing Ding Jiang, he declared that their goal was not to deliberate over fanciful notions. Another member agreed that simply eliminating the monsters was enough, while Mr. Kangpin dismissed the concern about a monster alliance. Mr. Kangpin continued to argue that they must drag the monsters into the light, but Ding Jiang interrupted, questioning Red Spider Lily's ever-increasing power. Ding Jiang painted a terrifying scenario where she could become so powerful that she might overwhelm even God, pushing humanity into an even more perilous situation. He paused for a moment, letting his warning sink into everyone's minds. Then, Ding Jiang loudly declared that monsters are the enemies of humanity, and relying on their power would cause mankind to collapse from within. Faced with that powerful argument, Mr. Kangpin could only bow his head in silence. He then waved his hand dismissively, telling Ding Jiang to think for himself. Ding Jiang looked around the room, acknowledging that everyone here was an important figure, representing all sectors of society. But he concluded with a cold reminder. None of them possessed the power to deal with the monsters. Mr. Kangpin angrily declared that the Special Bureau listens to the intellectuals for the sake of their justice. Despite the harsh words, Ding Jiang remained silent and unfazed. Mr. Kangpin lost his temper, shouting that anyone who was dissatisfied could leave this circle of intellectuals. 10 minutes later, Hongyan yawned widely, revealing sharp fangs. Having just woken up after an all-night gaming session, Hongyan sluggishly opened the door and asked why old Neo had called him. As Hongyan tiredly walked by, Special Bureau members lined both sides of the hallway and bowed in greeting. Facing Ding Jiang, Hongyan flatly refused the moment he heard there was a new mission. However, Ding Jiang explained that this mission required someone with substitution abilities and promised to let him skip the next investigation, making Hongyan reconsider. Ding Jiang instructed Hongyan to stay at the bureau for a few days, saying he would have someone teach him how to utilize resentment, grudge emotions. Hanguan was stunned upon hearing the two words resentment, grudge, sensing something ominous. In his mind, he saw himself sitting in an armchair, gradually realizing Ding Jiang's intentions. Immediately after, the terrifying image of Red Spider Lily appeared, vaguely enveloping him. Meanwhile, at Yuan Zhenxi's house, Red Spider Lily was sitting on the sofa. She complained about being exhausted from gaming, still holding the creature in the box and a controller. Yuan Zhenxi teased her, wondering why a monster that uses clones for work could still get tired, prompting the creature in the box to declare that it was a monster with dreams. Switching to a serious topic, Yuan Zhenxi asked if she and the creature in the box could defeat Xiao Song, but she admitted she still didn't understand his rules. Nevertheless, Yuan Zhenxi secretly thought that resurrecting Red Spider Lily was the right move, as she was stronger and useful for his investigation. He crushed a red magical item in his hand, releasing a crimson energy surge. Lying on the bed, Yuan Zhenxi used his power, sensing that Xiao Song had just gone upstairs again to borrow something. His ability showed an image of Xiao Song holding a rice cooker in the elevator, accompanied by the faint sound of a neighbor's inquiry. In his vision, Yuan Zhenxi overheard a conversation between two neighbors. One suggested they should help each other, while the other objected due to concerns. The man revealed that besides the eccentric writer Zhong Ye, there was also a kind person named Shito. While Yuan Zhenxi's eyes glowed as he gathered information, he deduced that the writer Zhong Ye might have avoided death, and the image showed a messy room with cabinet doors wide open. But regarding Shito, Yuan Zhenxi believed this person's fate would be the same as the other victims, just as he heard the doorbell through the peephole. The sudden doorbell startled Yuan Zhenxi into alertness. A delivery person was knocking on Zhong Ye's apartment door, making Yuan Zhenxi realize a life was in danger. Seeing the door slightly ajar but receiving no answer, the delivery person curiously peered inside the dark apartment. Meanwhile, the elevator was descending from the 19th floor. Inside, Xiao Song was holding the rice cooker he had just borrowed and smiling contentedly. The delivery person was still looking into the apartment, and a feeling of unease began to rise in his heart. The elevator stopped on the 18th floor, Yuan Zhenxi's floor. Yuan Zhenxi rushed out of his apartment, shouting to the delivery person that he had the wrong floor, and the person he was looking for was upstairs. The delivery person turned back blankly to look at Yuan Zhenxi standing at the end of the hallway. He checked the invoice again, confirming the delivery address was the 19th floor for an artist named Zhang. Realizing he was at the correct address, the delivery person thanked Yuan Zhenxi for the reminder. Yuan Zhenxi desperately tried to warn him, urging the delivery person to hurry up because the resident had mental issues. Suddenly, Yuan Zhenxi's eyes widened in horror as he saw a figure appear behind the delivery person. Xiao Song had silently appeared right behind the delivery person, his green eyes glowing in the darkness. The delivery person let out a piercing scream and fled in panic, while Xiao Song remained still, and Yuan Zhenxi approached. Yuan Zhenxi confronted Xiao Song, who smiled and casually asked if he had interrupted something. With glowing red eyes, Yuan Zhenxi ordered the astonished delivery person to leave immediately. He smirked smugly after resolving the immediate danger for the delivery person. Yuan Zhenxi turned to face Xiao Song and requested to see his apartment. Xiao Song replied with a monstrous grin, agreeing to Yuan Zhenxi's request. He opened the door wide, revealing an interior space covered in an eerie green light. Xiao Song politely invited Yuan Zhenxi to step into his domain. After stepping inside and the door closed, Yuan Zhenxi was surprised that he was still alive. He quickly deduced that as long as he had Xiao Song's permission, he would be safe, while also noticing familiar bags scattered throughout the room. Yuan Zhenxi called Xiao Song's name, his eyes full of caution. Xiao Song replied in a drawn-out voice and a gruesome smile, with drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. Yuan Zhenxi immediately fabricated an excuse, saying he needed a bag to hold a gift. Xiao Song feigned surprise, asking again if he needed a bag. To test the limits, Yuan Zhenxi reached toward a bag and asked if he could take it. He thought to himself that everything was proceeding exactly as he had predicted. Yuan Zhenxi continued to deduce that, without Xiao Song's permission, everything in this room, which was covered in ghostly roots, could kill him. He smiled amiably, saying that if he couldn't take it, it was fine, and he wouldn't take anything without permission. Immediately, Xiao Song hurriedly handed Yuan Zhenxi a bag, saying that of course he could take it. Upon receiving it, Yuan Zhenxi felt something inside and wondered if this was a gift Xiao Song hadn't had time to give yet. Xiao Song suddenly said that he had to return the rice cooker to Mr. Shito, making Yuan Zhenxi realize this was a hint for him to leave. Yuan Zhenxi decided to leave immediately to avoid dying again. He politely thanked him and turned away. Suddenly, Xiao Song spoke in a cold voice, demanding he stop. He appeared right behind Yuan Zhenxi, whispering and asking why he hadn't tried the local specialties. Xiao Song's bony hand reached into Yuan Zhenxi's pocket and pulled out a biscuit stick. With an unsettling grin, he pushed the biscuit stick close to Yuan Zhenxi. Xiao Song's mouth suddenly split open into a jagged maw of teeth as he invited Yuan Zhenxi to try the accompanying jam. Yuan Zhenxi realized in horror that he was being forced to eat. He guessed that entering the house as a guest had triggered something. He reasoned that the outcome would be the same whether he accepted or refused, so he decided to accept in order to discover the new rules. Yuan Zhenxi took a bite of the hard object. Immediately, he realized this was not a biscuit. Yuan Zhenxi's body convulsed, his eyes rolled back, and foam appeared at his mouth, while Xiao Song behind him calmly enjoyed the specialty. Collapsing onto the floor, Yuan Zhenxi realized in terror that what he had just eaten was a human finger, and a terrifying shadow entity was appearing in the reflection. Meanwhile, at the Special Bureau, a commander asked Ching Xi about the plan to deal with the resurrected Hanguan girl. Ching Xi replied that Hongyin's shadow technique was the best option, but they had encountered a new psychic whose pressure was stronger than most supervisors. Hearing this, Ding Jiang listened intently, as Ching Xi revealed that the individual's special ability was resurrection and demanded more information. In his consciousness space, Yuan Zhenxi received a notification that he had eaten the evil neighbor's rotten finger and comprehended his rules. The urban legend chronicle appeared, detailing the rules regarding becoming neighbors, receiving gifts, and Xiao Song's increasingly escalating requests to borrow things. After resurrecting in his apartment, Yuan Zhenxi finally grasped the set of rules he had just paid with his life to obtain. He was contemplating how to deal with Xiao Song when he was interrupted by a sound. Turning around, Yuan Zhenxi was stunned to see the Hanguan girl and the creature in the box happily eating human fingers. The Hanguan girl even commented that the jam was delicious. The Hanguan girl innocently offered Yuan Zhenxi a human finger, praising how soft it was. She assured her master that it was just a normal biscuit, while the creature in the box struggled because it had no mouth to eat with. Ignoring the horrific sight, Yuan Zhenxi assessed Xiao Song as a disaster-level weirdness and resolved to eliminate him as soon as possible to prevent mental contamination. In his mental space, he asked the Hanguan girl, or Xiao Ai, if she remembered how she was killed. The sudden question stunned the Hanguan girl. Her blood-red eyes widened in silence. She sadly apologized to her master for being unable to answer, and the creature in the box hugged her for comfort. In a vague fragment of memory, she only recalled seeing something amidst a sea of blazing red spider lilies before losing consciousness. Seeing her struggling to recall under the gaze of terrifying red eyes in the darkness, Yuan Zhenxi quickly stopped her, suggesting this might be the Chronicle's way of protecting her. He pondered the options available to him. Yuan Zhenxi considered the Special Bureau. Although they shared a common goal, they remained a potential danger if they discovered his ability to create weirdness. He decided to leverage the Special Bureau's resources, as they likely held records on Xiao Song. The Hanguan girl silently listened to her master's decision. Yuan Zhenxi realized that if the Special Bureau captured Xiao Song first, a direct confrontation between the two sides would be inevitable. In Jiang City, Hongyan smiled while driving a supercar, asking his passenger how it felt. Yuan Zhenxi was surprised to see Hongyan had come to pick him up, and was teased about not liking a boring old woman like Ching Xi. Highly annoyed by Hongyan's attitude, Yuan Zhenxi just wanted to get out of the car immediately. Hongyan explained that he was on vacation, revealing the mission was called The Last Supper, and hinting that it involved the Hanguan girl. The name Hanguan girl immediately caught Yuan Zhenxi's attention. He pretended to ask if the Special Bureau had already dealt with that disaster-level urban legend, as he hadn't heard any news about it recently. Hongyan remained silent, not answering Yuan Zhenxi's question. In the car, Hongyan excitedly recounted that although he had died once facing the Hanguan girl, Yuan Zhenxi's death was worthwhile because it caused her to resurrect and become stronger. In a vision, the Hanguan girl ate a finger while thinking that the Special Bureau could now only send a weakling like Hongyan to talk to her. Yuan Zhenxi asked in surprise if Hongyan could also talk to weirdness. He secretly deduced that the Special Bureau must have used a special method to kill Xiao Ai, and was curious about how they were approaching her this time. Hongyan teased him, asking if Yuan Zhenxi didn't know that the Hanguan girl had her own consciousness, which stunned him. However, Hongyan told himself he was being overly sensitive, because no matter how strong his psychic power was, Yuan Zhenxi was still just a student, and wouldn't harm humans. Hongyan recalled the past, explaining that he had been forced to learn how to stir up resentment in order to summon the Hanguan girl, and compel her to answer questions. In the Special Bureau's memory, an energy weapon was deployed against the Hanguan girl, while they speculated that she had accomplices. Hearing this, Yuan Zhenxi narrowed his eyes warily, but the voice in the recollection added that it was only a speculation. Yuan Zhenxi decided not to ask further to avoid being obvious, while their car approached the Special Bureau headquarters. He imagined the senior members of the Special Bureau interrogating a shadow entity, wondering if they could extract information about her accomplices. Yuan Zhenxi continued to deliberate, asserting that Xiao Ai was not a malicious weirdness and that he would not let them force her to answer about the new rules. With a determined gaze, a surge of blazing red energy flashed around Yuan Zhenxi's eyes as he solidified his resolve. Hanguan suddenly braked with a skillful drift, announcing that they had arrived. Both looked up at the Special Bureau skyscraper, and Yuan Zhenxi had to admit that it was impressive. Inside the deserted lobby, Hanguan explained that no one wanted to come here because their presence meant a new mission was underway. A beam of blue light from a ceiling device scanned Yuan Zhenxi's face, catching his attention. Hanguan introduced it as the Eye of Truth, a scanner for newcomers, and Yuan Zhenxi curiously asked if it could scan weirdness. Hanguan dismissed the idea, but Yuan Zhenxi still wondered why they would place a device that couldn't scan weirdness right at the main entrance. Evading the question, Hanguan declared it was time to get down to business as they walked toward a door, beneath which a complex, glowing lift platform was visible. Hanguan pointed to a special microphone and asked Yuan Zhenxi to read the oath, warning that each use would cost 1 day of his lifespan. Yuan Zhenxi hesitated, calculating silently that losing 1 day of lifespan also meant wasting a precious resurrection opportunity. Seeing this, Hanguan put an arm around his shoulder mockingly, asking if he was afraid of death. But Yuan Zhenxi calmly asked if it was a lie detector. Hanguan explained that it was a tool for testing the mind and subconscious, and Yuan Zhenxi immediately seized the opportunity to ask about the privileges he would receive. When asked what privileges he wanted, Yuan Zhenxi requested access to the Special Bureau's archive of monster files. Hanguan narrowed her eyes suspiciously, probing what Yuan Zhenxi truly wanted to know. Yuan Zhenxi tried asking about the Bureau's future plans, but was flatly refused, as it was a high-level secret. He quickly corrected himself, saying he just wanted to learn more. Hanguan agreed to grant him access to information appropriate for his current level, but also implicitly threatened him if he dared to pull any stunts. Having reached an agreement, Yuan Zhenxi smiled and took the microphone to begin the test. He raised the microphone to his mouth and began reading the Oath of Loyalty to Humanity. As he finished speaking, a fierce purple energy burst from the microphone, enveloping Yuan Zhenxi. The device reacted violently, astonishing Hanguan, who shouted in disbelief. The energy continued to explode fiercely, creating red and purple lightning bolts that pushed both of them away. A piece of jewelry on Yuan Zhenxi's hand shattered and bled, revealing a bloodshot red eye, making him realize the anomaly. Despite the chaos, a notification appeared stating that Yuan Zhenxi had passed the test. Hanguan was stunned, still reeling from what she had just witnessed. After regaining her composure, Hanguan yelled angrily, urging Yuan Zhenxi to quickly fill out the form, while he casually blamed the outdated equipment. The screen displayed Yuan Zhenxi's registration information, Ghost Club Team, codename Ghost, Resurrection Ability, and headquarters located at the high school. Hanguan became serious, warning Yuan Zhenxi that locating the team's headquarters in a crowded place like a school was ill-advised. Hanguan explained that the Institute of Special Sciences had concluded that the rules governing the monsters were closely related to humans. The more people present, the higher the probability of their appearance. Yuan Zhenxi listened intently as Hanguan continued her analysis. Hanguan gave the example of the "It's Your Turn" entity, which uses the internet to enforce its arbitrary killing rules. Next was Xiao Song, who exploited his neighbor status to forcibly borrow objects in order to murder others. The underworld girl, or Xiao Ai, relies on resentment within interpersonal relationships. Meanwhile, Little Eyes' murders are triggered by discordant family relationships. Yuan Zhenxi realized that the monsters seemed to be appearing systematically to purge human society. An idea struck him. What if he could isolate the monsters from humans? Yuan Zhenxi decided he would first test this hypothesis with Xiao Song. He visualized the scene where he would begin his action. Hanguan playfully teased him, saying that Yuan Zhenxi's luxury apartment had fewer residents and would be safer. But Yuan Zhenxi replied wearily that his neighbor was a monster. Yuan Zhenxi suddenly said he had to leave first, surprising Hanguan, who asked if he wasn't going to continue researching. He thought to himself that even though he couldn't access core information about Xiao Song, the Institute's conclusion had given him new ideas for experiments. On his way back, Yuan Zhenxi unexpectedly met Chiian Yubai, who anxiously checked on him and offered help, but he refused. When Chiian Yubai questioned him, Yuan Zhenxi warned her not to get involved with monsters beyond her capabilities. Chiian Yubai firmly insisted that she could help by predicting and eliminating danger. Yuan Zhenshi simply stared at her in silence with a cold gaze. He turned his back on the stunned Chiian Yubai, stating bluntly that she was just a burden. Then Yuan Zhenshi walked away and ordered her not to follow him. Yuan Zhenshi warned Chiian Yubai that if she continued to involve herself in this matter, she would be kicked out of the club. Left behind, Chiian Yubai could only stare blankly and call out her club president's name. Ignoring everything, Yuan Zhenshi proceeded alone to Xiao Song's apartment at Minghu Complex. He mentally reviewed the known clues. Xiao Song randomly kills people within the neighborhood, regardless of whether they accepted a gift or not. Yuan Zhenshi recalled the rules, especially that Xiao Song would escalate borrowing until he borrowed a heart, and that refusing a gift offered a chance for neutralization. An image of a strange man wearing glasses flashed through his mind. Yuan Zhenshi realized that neighbors who hadn't received a gift might still be saved, and he had to warn them before Xiao Song acted. Using Little Eye's ability, he sensed Xiao Song's door like a ticking time bomb accumulating energy. Determined to trap him, Yuan Zhenshi deployed his power. However, a massive entity composed of shadow and countless red eyes was waiting behind the door. A fierce green energy burst from within, making Yuan Zhenshi wonder if the trap had succeeded. Immediately, a rule manifested, asserting that a human's house cannot imprison a monster. Yuan Zhenshi was stunned by the harsh reality that his plan had failed. Being pulled toward the enemy's energy vortex, he realized he could only risk his life. The monstrous entity spoke, asking why Yuan Zhenshi was standing outside its door. In the form of a skeletal monster, Xiao Song called Yuan Zhenshi's name and asked to borrow something. Yuan Zhenshi immediately launched a full-power attack with his hand drenched in red energy, shouting that he would lend him this hand. But Xiao Song appeared right behind him, asking again if he wanted to lend him his heart. Before Yuan Zhenshi could react, Xiao Song's sharp claws pierced through his chest from behind. Lying in a pool of blood, Yuan Zhenshi gasped and wished he were a monster too. His mind drifted into a dark data space, where a door cracked open with an eerie green light. Inside, a voice echoed, repeating the offer to borrow a heart. A memory of another victim surfaces. An artist working is startled by a strange presence. The monster Xiao Song, with blazing green eyes, roars and attacks the screaming, panicked artist. A chaotic scene of a city submerged in despair, with cries for help echoing everywhere. Amidst a sea of suffering souls, Xiao Song stands before a pulsating, bright red heart. He grabs the heart, the bloody trophy taken from his victim. The illusion ends, and Yuan Zhenshi wakes up in reality, collapsing and clutching the fatal wound on his chest. He clicks his tongue, gritting his teeth to endure the gut-wrenching pain while sweating profusely. However, he gasps and tells himself that he is lucky to have a backup plan ready. Staggering toward the kitchen, he thinks of the item Xiao Song gave him that he still hasn't thrown away. He opens the refrigerator, where the bag of food Xiao Song had given him with a friendly smile is located. But immediately, a feeling of horror washes over Yuan Zhenshi, freezing him in place. From the gap in the refrigerator door, Xiao Song's face appears with a smug smile. Simultaneously, the large round eye of a small creature is watching from another corner of the apartment. Xiao Song confronts the strange creature, asking who it is, and receives his own familiar question in return. May I borrow? Suddenly, Yuan Zhenshi rushes in, calling the creature Xiao Yan, and it happily replies with, Mama. Yuan Zhenshi enters a fighting stance, recalling that Xiao Song's targets are not limited to humans, while the evil neighbor repeats his deadly offer. As Xiao Song reveals his monstrous form, Yuan Zhenshi notices the smell of blood and suspicious stains on him. Despite the tension, Yuan Zhenshi remains calm and hands a bag to the neighbor. Xiao Song looks surprised when he sees what is inside the bag. Using his sharp claws, he takes the item from Yuan Zhenshi's hand. After thanking him, Xiao Song leaves the apartment, leaving Yuan Zhenshi standing in contemplation. Yuan Zhenshi wonders if he should follow and immediately decides to tail him. He rushes down the hallway, fearing that Xiao Song had begun his massacre while he was being resurrected. His fear becomes reality as the hallway before him distorts into a horrifying scene of slaughter. Yuan Zhenshi is stunned, unable to believe the terrible sight unfolding. Looking at the pool of blood spreading across the floor, he desperately wonders if anyone is still alive. He finds Xiao Song standing next to a corpse, offering a fake apology. Yuan Zhenshi is horrified to realize that all the neighbors have been killed and had their hearts taken. The vengeful spirits of the victims appear, surrounding Yuan Zhenshi, and screaming accusations that he is an accomplice to murder. Amidst the cries for his life, he tries to stay calm and reassure himself. He yells for everyone to shut up, but is immediately pierced by a mysterious red energy stream. In the mental space, Yuan Zhenshi analyzes the rules and realizes an important truth. A human's home cannot contain a monster. Returning to the bloody reality, he grinds his teeth and looks forward, seemingly speaking to someone. Xiaosong appears with a hideous face, opens his mouth wide, and makes his final request: to borrow his soul. Yuan Zhenxi looks up with hateful eyes, ready to confront the deadly proposition. Yuan Zhenxi's soul is swallowed by Xiaosong in a vortex of green and blazing red energy. Yuan Zhenxi collapses in the living room, gasping, realizing he has just died again, and wonders if Xiaosong can borrow souls too. With a panicked expression, Yuan Zhenxi thinks he has escaped, but Xiaosong's ghostly voice calls his name again. Yuan Zhenxi is terrified to hear the familiar question about borrowing his soul, realizing the nightmare is repeating. He desperately realizes he is trapped in an endless loop, next to his shattered tablet. In a life-or-death moment, Yuan Zhenxi reaches for the tablet and calls Ching Xi. When the call connects, he quickly introduces himself as Yuan Xinji. On the other end, Ching Xi reminds him to use his codename, and Yuan Zhenxi, using the alias Ghost, reports that he has encountered the evil neighbor weirdness. Yuan Zhenxi explains that he is stuck in a loop and only needs information about the monster, not rescue. Ching Xi, bathing in a tub, is surprised to hear about a disaster-level weirdness and asks about his condition. She stands up, her body enveloped in blue energy, stating that this entity was once controlled by the special bureau of a neighboring city, and that she will retrieve the data. Ching Xi orders the data on the evil neighbor to be sent to her via the psychic data transmitter. Through eyes reflecting the data stream, Ching Xi reveals that the way to survive is to return what the evil neighbor has borrowed. Yuan Zhenxi confirms to Ching Xi that he already returned the gift to Xiaosong's shadow. Returning to reality, Yuan Zhenxi realizes that Xiaosong's current target is his soul, as the monster's hideous face reappears. Sensing the danger, Ching Xi is startled and calls out the codename Ghost in worry. Ching Xi immediately reports the emergency situation, while a notification shows that Yuan Zhenxi has lost 1 day of lifespan, leaving him with only 81 days. After a tense minute, Yuan Zhenxi exhaustedly replies to Ching Xi that he is fine. He sighs in relief, sweating profusely, confirming to himself that he is still alive. Ching Xi begins to explain that Yuan Zhenxi might be dealing with a weirdness whose rules have been patched. She explains that weirdnesses are the embodiment of rules, and they use humans to patch the loopholes in their own rules. According to Ching Xi, the evil neighbor has evolved from borrowing hearts to forcibly taking souls, leaving no chance of survival for the victims. She reveals that the Special Bureau once lost 4 people and had to use a cell division stamp to create 100 weak, zombie-like copies of one person to understand its rules. This method was used to trap the evil neighbor in a building, forcing it to repeatedly cycle through killing the copies and then stamping a new person. Hearing this, Yuan Zhenxi immediately asks if the stamp can replicate a complete soul. Ching Xi replied that after evolving, the monster no longer considered the weak clones as neighbors, rendering the stamp useless. Yuan Zhenxi smiled, confirming the most important point: the person stamped would not die. With a determined gaze, he declared that he wanted to borrow that stamp. He believed that after the evil neighbor took a piece of soul from one clone, it would be drawn to the others, helping him escape the deadly rule. Ching Xi immediately agreed, and promised to send the stamp to his house right away. Through the interface on her glasses, she was secretly impressed by Yuan Zhenxi's ability to remain calm and find a way out in such a critical situation. As a drone flew over the night city, she acknowledged that this young man was truly remarkable. Yuan Zhenxi was astonished to open the door and see the delivery drone, secretly admiring the Special Bureau's efficiency. As the drone flew away, Ching Xi wished him good luck over the phone. Yuan Zhenxi opened the box. Inside was the stamp radiating a blue energy flame. Without hesitation, he pressed the stamp directly onto his chest. The energy from the stamp exploded, forming a vortex that enveloped his body. A system notification appeared, confirming that Yuan Zhenxi's body and soul had been split into 100 clones. In the distorted space, a voice called Yuan Zhenxi's name as the apartment door creaked open. Inside, dozens of Yuan Zhenxi's clones stood silently in the hallway, all possessing glowing red eyes. One of the clones received the entirety of the evil neighbor's rules, witnessing the monstrous image of him devouring souls. The system notification revealed the enemy's true name as Song Yongju, and Yuan Zhenxi realized that even though his heart was borrowed, his soul persisted, thanks to the other clones. This clone decided to act as if all the soul fragments were one, in order to reclaim them. Transforming into a more monstrous form, he decided to commit suicide to reset the loop, declaring that it was his turn to counterattack Song Yongju. A burst of fiery red energy erupted as Yuan Zhenxi's clone self-destructed. In the empty space, a notification appeared stating that his lifespan had been reduced to 80 days when he woke up. Yuan Zhenxi sat on the floor in his apartment, calling Ching Xi, who asked on the other end if he had failed again. He admitted defeat but confidently declared to Ching Xi that he had a new idea. His status panel appeared, showing 80 days of remaining lifespan as he began to outline his plan. Yuan Zhenxi asked if the Special Bureau had ever tried using a monster to deal with a monster, leaving Ching Xi completely stunned on the other end. Meanwhile, Ding Jiang deduced that Yuan Zhenxi could not be an ordinary student, because someone who resurrected the Hanguan girl would not be trapped so easily. Yuan Zhenxi sensed Ching Xi's hesitation and asked directly, forcing her to request that he elaborate on the plan. He stood up, declaring that he would summon the Hanguan girl to drag Xiaosong down to hell, and she immediately appeared but warned him of the consequences. Yuan Zhenxi signaled the Hanguan girl to be silent, while Ching Xi on the other end pleaded with him, saying that a contract with her was inescapable. He challenged Ching Xi, asking if she had a better plan. Ching Xi admitted his logic was sound, recalling that the Special Bureau had previously used rule-based artifacts to imprison monsters. She reminisced about a specific case where they used the ghost Buddhist statue to seal a tyrannical-level entity named the Girl That I Can See. Yuan Zhenxi confidently asked over the phone if such a rare item could be obtained. On the other end, Ching Xi fell silent for a moment before admitting that he was right. Yuan Zhenxi pretended to sigh heavily, while Red Spider Lily secretly praised her master's acting skills. Ching Xi stood alone, accepting the plan and secretly thinking about Yuan Zhenxi's sacrifice in being willing to imprison his own soul to trap the monster. She concluded that he was someone worth following, just as Yuan Zhenxi ended the call. Immediately, Yuan Zhenxi announced the start of work, releasing energy from his book with Red Spider Lily by his side. With fiery eyes, he was determined to patch the rule and evolve the Hanguan girl's ability. The system confirmed the use of 900,000 legend points, upgrading the rule so that the cursed person could never escape hell. A surge of dark energy erupted from Red Spider Lily when the doorbell suddenly rang. Both were sitting in the room when someone knocked on the door and called Yuan Zhenxi's name. The strange visitor asked to borrow something, and Yuan Zhenxi handed a Red Spider Lily flower to the figure standing at the door. Xiaosong revealed himself with a monstrous face, and Yuan Zhenxi called him by his true name, Song Yongzhu. Enveloped in red energy, Yuan Zhenxi clenched the flower and declared that it was time for him to pay the price. Song Yongzhu's green eyes widened, filled with astonishment and fury. Yuan Zhenxi reached out toward the apartment below, cursing him to find a permanent home in hell. Song Yongzhu's monstrous face was trapped between the two giant red eyes of Red Spider Lily. The scene of hell appeared with a waterfall of fresh red blood. On the river of blood, Red Spider Lily rode the cursed man, Zhang Ye, deeper inside. Zhang Ye looked up in horror, his eyes emitting a ghostly green light. Red Spider Lily rode Xiaosong toward a blood waterfall in hell. In a flashback, Yuan Zhenxi held out a blood-stained paper bag and greeted him. He introduced himself as Xiaosong's new neighbor and brought a small specialty, while beneath the river, countless red-eyed vengeful spirits waited. Immediately, shadowy arms reached up from the water, grabbing the utterly astonished Xiaosong. He let out a desperate scream as he was completely submerged by the shadowy entities. Witnessing the scene, Red Spider Lily calmly remarked that it seemed they were welcoming him. She told Xiaosong's retreating soul that her master had arranged everything, that he would have many neighbors, and that he should thank him for it. The next morning, Yuan Zhenxi felt a sharp pain when he touched the Red Spider Lily flower mark that had just appeared on his chest. Looking in the mirror, he decided to keep this mark so the Special Bureau would not suspect anything. Suddenly, he heard the sound of Mama echoing in his head. Turning around, he saw Red Spider Lily holding the creature in the box, and she reported that the evil neighbor had settled down in hell. Red Spider Lily complained that the bastard was still distributing trash to the souls in her domain. Yuan Zhenxi immediately stopped her, telling her not to bring those disgusting things out, which made Red Spider Lily apologize awkwardly. He gently patted her head, reassuring her that Xiaosong's speed of distributing souls couldn't compare to her speed of acquisition. Yuan Zhenxi asserted that she is the mistress of hell, her word is law, and Xiaosong can do nothing to her. He picked up his phone with the cracked screen and read a message from Chief Ching Xi, requesting him to see a psychiatrist. Yuan Zhenxi showed annoyance, wondering who would want to go to the Special Bureau building for no reason. Looking out the window, he saw people from the Special Bureau and the real estate company. Red Spider Lily explained they had been cleaning up since last night. Yuan Zhenxi realized that once the neighbors signed the non-disclosure agreements, they would be forced to leave. A voice echoed in the hallway. A woman introduced herself as Sherry, the new psychiatrist. Sherry, the Special Bureau's psychiatrist, smiled warmly and asked if she had come to the wrong address. Yuan Zhenxi introduced his codename, Ghost, and Sherry cheerfully announced that they were neighbors now, stunning him. The two words neighbors terrified Yuan Zhenxi, and cold sweat broke out on his face. In his mind, the horrific scene of the hallway filled with corpses and the shadow of the former neighbor flashed. Snapping out of the memory, Yuan Zhenxi skeptically wondered if this place was truly habitable anymore. Unaware, Sherry cheerfully invited him to see her new apartment, which was Xiao Song's former residence. Yuan Zhenxi realized the special bureau had cleaned up all traces and suspected this was actually a form of surveillance. He showed impatience, wanting to finish quickly, but Sherry smiled and explained that things weren't that simple. Sherry reassured him that she was sent to help because he was an important figure, and she already knew about last night's incident. She gently took Yuan Zhenxi's hand, asking him to relax and trust her. However, Yuan Zhenxi's sharp gaze showed that he remained completely vigilant. Sherry suggested they become friends, but Yuan Zhenxi immediately recognized this as a ploy to lower his guard. He decisively pushed open his apartment door, determined to face the therapy session. Yuan Zhenxi frankly stated his willingness to cooperate and wanted to start immediately, which slightly surprised Sherry. After entering the apartment, Sherry put down her bag and said she wanted to chat a bit first. Yuan Zhenxi was surprised to see Sherry start taking off her outer jacket. She knelt beside the sofa and asked him to lie down, leaving Yuan Zhenxi completely confused. Following Sherry's instructions, Yuan Zhenxi raised both hands, palms up, officially starting the therapy session. Sherry began the session by instructing Yuan Zhenxi to take deep breaths. Lying on the couch, Yuan Zhenxi looked skeptical and remained silent. He secretly thought that this whole thing felt like a scam. Sherry then opened a small black box. She took out a blue crystal and asked Yuan Zhenxi, whom she called Mr. Ghost, to hold it. The moment Yuan Zhenxi touched it, Sherry was utterly astonished. The crystal in his hand had turned pitch black, emitting a terrifying red aura, which Sherry called the heart crystal. She explained that the pitch black color had two meanings, one being severe depression, the other meaning was emotional corruption, a state where emotions spiral out of control and rationality collapses. Suddenly, Sherry apologized and said she wanted to try a different approach. She pulled out her pocket watch and began to hypnotize Yuan Zhenxi. Yuan Zhenxi easily blocked the watch, asserting that hypnosis was useless on him, but Sherry suddenly collapsed toward him. She fainted and fell into Yuan Zhenxi's lap, much to his surprise. Realizing he had let his guard down, Yuan Zhenxi looked irritably at Sherry lying on the floor. Holding the watch, he wondered if she had hypnotized herself. After placing Sherry on the couch, he observed her sleeping soundly. Suddenly, the pocket watch began to move. The watch face became distorted and chaotic. In a red subconscious space, Sherry woke up with altered eyes, horrified to realize she was sinking deep. Submerged in the crimson space, Sherry struggled desperately. She felt suffocated, horrified to realize this was Ghost's mental world. Sherry free fell through a chaotic inner world, where strange turquoise entities were hovering. In front of her was a silhouette standing opposite an empty black hole, seemingly the embodiment of this place's master. Sherry stared in astonishment at the scene before her. A giant red eye covered the entire sky, symbolizing a brutal war for survival between humans and monsters. Witnessing the souls being incinerated, she feared that Ghost had begun to disregard human life. Sherry determined that Ghost would become a danger to society if left unchecked, and resolved to find his subconscious self. She suddenly sensed another presence and vigilantly turned around. A child-shaped shadow entity suddenly appeared from below with a giggle. Sherry immediately took a defensive stance, ready to face the threat. Suddenly, a gigantic monster appeared, trapping Sherry within its eye and hungrily remarking that she looked very delicious. Sherry was astonished, wondering what kind of monster this was. White beams of light shot out from a flower-like entity, binding her tightly. Sherry gritted her teeth in resistance, releasing a stream of green energy from her eyes. She touched her hip, seemingly activating some special ability. A silvery white light emanated from the ring on her hand, a tool from the Special Science Institute designed to help psychics mitigate mental attacks. Surrounded by dark tentacles, Sherry remained calm, realizing that all these phenomena were merely illusions, like smoke. Her silvery white energy focused its attack on a twitching pink mass of flesh, which appeared to be the monster's weak point. Yuan Zhenxi's inner world shattered into pieces after Sherry's attack. Afterward, Sherry found herself standing alone amidst a vast, cold expanse of water. She shivered as she felt the bone-chilling cold of this unfamiliar subconscious space. Sherry realized this was Yuan Zhenxi's subconscious, the deepest part, and she had to venture in to uncover the truth. Looking into the distance, she saw a mysterious ferryman on the crimson water and anticipated the difficulties ahead. Suddenly, Red Spider Lily appeared on a boat, blocking her path and asking if Sherry had come here to meet her master. Sherry was astonished to realize that the entity before her was the legendary Underworld Girl. She wondered if the Underworld Girl had truly become Yuan Zhenxi's subordinate in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Sherry smiled bitterly, seemingly having accepted this reality. Sherry questioned Red Spider Lily about why she was there, and Red Spider Lily replied that she had come to tell the truth. Red Spider Lily's words echoed across the still water. Suddenly appearing behind her, Red Spider Lily warned that Sherry would be trapped forever if she didn't speak the truth. While Sherry secretly hoped Yuan Zhenxi was not a monster, Sherry turned to face her, voicing her hope that Yuan Zhenxi would not turn into a monster. Red Spider Lily coldly questioned her in return, reminding Sherry that she was speaking to a monster. Sherry firmly asserted that this was her true feeling. She mused aloud, explaining that despite fearing Yuan Zhenxi was a threat, she selfishly wished a good person like him would not be corrupted. Red Spider Lily sighed sympathetically and began to untie the red ribbon on her collar. She handed the ribbon to Sherry, saying that since she was not her master's enemy, this item might help, even though Sherry might die here. The ribbon immediately transformed into a dark entity that shot away, which was a part of the Underworld Girl's power. Deep within the subconscious, a gigantic nightmare entity attacked Sherry, roaring an accusation that she had betrayed it. Sherry was terrified but bravely faced the entity's hateful, glowing red eye. The dark tentacles swirled, forming a vortex that completely submerged Sherry. Thrown back, Sherry sank deeper into the subconscious space, realizing in panic that she had just narrowly escaped death and needed to find a way out. From the dark abyss below, countless ghostly hands began to reach up toward her. A sea of vengeful spirits rose up, screaming that all psychics were evil and trying to drag Sherry down to die with them. As the dark threads began to wrap around her, Sherry suddenly had an epiphany. She thought she had found it. Amidst the endless darkness, she spotted a faint point of light and realized it was the knot of Yuan Zhenxi's soul. Sherry decided to act in her own way, placing both hands on her chest to focus her energy. She closed her eyes, activating her dream-weaving ability to begin interfering with the subconscious. Returning to reality, Yuan Zhenxi stood looking at the unconscious Sherry on the sofa, sensing something unusual and worrying that she was dying. While Sherry trembled and sweated, Yuan Zhenxi tried to reassure himself that the Special Bureau would handle it if an accident occurred. Suddenly, a psychic shockwave hit, terrifying Yuan Zhenxi. He staggered back a step from the unexpected shock. Clutching his head and gasping, Yuan Zhenxi realized this woman was more dangerous than he had thought. Sherry's ability pulled Yuan Zhenxi's consciousness into a memory of his messy student room, where an underworld girl doll sat on a chair. In that memory, he slumped onto his desk after using the computer. His tired red eyes opened slightly when he heard someone call his name and complain about the noise. It was Li Zhongxing and Xia Peng, two friends from the club, teasing him for falling asleep and excited about tomorrow's adventure. In the memory, the message about the meeting at the abandoned factory appeared, signaling the impending tragedy. Yuan Zhenxi's eyes snapped open in his subconscious, filled with horror as he confronted the past. He suddenly jumped up in the club room, shouting for his friends to delete the group chat, much to their astonishment. Returning to his inner reality, Yuan Zhenxi believed that with his current power, he could change destiny without participating in the game. He affirmed his resolve, releasing a torrent of violent dark energy that enveloped his body. That energy quickly transformed into a gigantic, hideous monster with sharp fangs. The monster's glowing red eyes opened, filled with destructive power. The system announced that his friends had escaped death, but the spirits of Li Zhongxing and Xia Peng appeared, begging him to wake up. Yuan Zhenxi was confused, not understanding why they reacted that way. His two friends desperately cried out, pleading with him not to turn into a demon just to save them. Then they smiled peacefully, saying they knew they were dead but were happy he had come to visit. In a warm embrace, the spirits of his two friends hugged Yuan Zhenxi's monstrous form, advising him not to lose control. The memory shifted back to happier days, when they playfully put him in a headlock after school and expressed pride in his strength. As their bodies gradually faded, they told him to consider this his revenge for them, but most importantly, to take care of himself. Yuan Zhenxi wondered if becoming stronger was truly a good thing. Xia Peng's soul cried while affectionately chiding him, saying he was now even more of a pain than they were. Li Zhongxing strongly affirmed that this path was good, but they knew his true desire as the image of their happy group flashed before them. His mind flashed with images of everyone he wanted to protect, from old friends to new comrades. As the memories shattered, Yuan Zhenxi gritted his teeth, declaring his vow was to destroy the monsters and lead humanity to survival. A clock shattered, and time seemed to rewind exactly to 7 o'clock. Yuan Zhenxi opened his eyes wide, witnessing the world within his subconscious collapsing. Looking out the window, he was stunned, wondering if he had truly returned to that morning. Without hesitation, Yuan Zhenxi immediately called Ching Xi to question her. On the other end of the line, Ching Xi replied coldly, and he directly asked about her responsibility for his residential area. The sight of residents being forced to relocate appeared as Yuan Zhenxi questioned their future. He angrily demanded why they weren't compensated, doubting the Special Bureau's stance on protecting humanity. Images of the victims of the tragedy flashed in his mind. He was tormented by the need to resettle the survivors. The contrast was clear between Yuan Zhenxi's furious expression and Ching Xi's composure as he yelled, questioning her role as a protector. Ching Xi offered a professional smile, replying that the Special Bureau had noted his opinion. However, she immediately hung up, citing the need to wait for approval from her superiors. As Yuan Zhenxi stood silently by the window, a voice echoed, asking if he was satisfied yet. Sherry appeared with an orb of light, revealing that everything was merely a reflection of his own inner self. Back in the therapy space, Yuan Zhenxi praised Sherry as a talented psychologist. He placed his hand on her shoulder, sincerely thanking her for the session. Yuan Zhenxi took Sherry's hand, suggesting they end the session, which made her slightly flustered. Sherry smiled, announcing that he still needed one final test to escape this dream. Yuan Zhenxi's vision began to blur, signaling that he was about to wake up. He slowly opened his red eyes in the real world. Sherry cheerfully greeted him awake, bringing 2 cups of black tea, and mentioning that she had borrowed his kitchen. After waking up, Yuan Zhenxi drank a glass of orange juice prepared by Sherry. Sherry suggested starting the therapy session, but Yuan Zhenxi refused, so she shifted the discussion to handling the aftermath of the evil neighbor incident. She explained that the victims would receive adequate compensation, both material and emotional. Afterward, Sherry handed Yuan Zhenxi a glowing crystal, saying it was the result of the inspector's contributions to the Special Bureau. Yuan Zhenxi took the crystal, optimistic that his crisis was over. However, he crushed it and asked about the consequences if the heart crystal had remained black. Sherry replied that, as Ghost, he should already know the answer. Yuan Zhenxi silently listened to her explanation. She warned that if he died in a battle with a weirdness, there was a chance he would also be transformed into one of them. Deep down, Yuan Zhenxi thought Sherry was only half right. He knew clearly that in the dream, he had actively chosen to transform into a weirdness. He recalled spending 100 million legend points to transform his body into an unnamed entity. His monster form appeared, submerged in dark energy. He reminisced about the feeling of losing his sanity and being unable to control his actions. All that remained in his memory was the feeling of extreme exhilaration during the killing. Returning to reality, Yuan Zhenxi clenched his fist, deciding to keep this terrible secret to himself. He smiled, reassuring Sherry that he would try not to become a weirdness. And just then, the doorbell rang. Sherry offered to open the door for him. She walked over and opened the apartment door. Standing outside was Chiian Yubai, who awkwardly held out a gift box and explained that she came to visit because she was worried about the president. Chiian Yubai looked up with a flushed face, her head spinning after an unexpected collision. What she had bumped into was the chest of Sherry, who was standing in the doorway. Completely flustered, Chiian Yubai quickly handed the gift box to the strange woman. Thinking she had the wrong address, she hesitantly asked for Sherry's identity. Sherry gracefully introduced herself as the new neighbor, just as Yuan Zhenxi appeared, and Chiian Yubai joyfully exclaimed upon seeing him. Yuan Zhenxi urged them not to block the doorway, and both women quickly stepped inside. While sitting on the sofa, Chiian Yubai secretly admired Sherry's beauty and gentleness, but also felt suspicious about her relationship with someone as aloof as the president. Yuan Zhenxi turned on the TV, right as the midday news program started. The news report was covering the recent wave of kidnappings, featuring a distressed father yelling at the police for their helplessness. Both Chiian Yubai and Sherry were silent, watching the news intently with worried expressions. Yuan Zhenxi also squinted at the screen, his expression becoming thoughtful. He explained to Chiian Yubai that Sherry was his subordinate and knew everything about the weirdness, then shifted the topic to the sensational kidnapping case. Yuan Zhenxi revealed that the culprit was so cunning that the Public Security Bureau might have to request intervention from the Special Bureau. He seemed slightly surprised by the severity of the case. A flash of determination shone in his red eyes. Yuan Zhenxi silently looked towards the bedroom, where a shadowy figure emitting a terrifying aura was slowly materializing. It was Red Spider Lily, her glowing red eyes staring coldly out from the darkness. He told the 2 girls to chat freely, then stood up and walked toward that room. Yuan Zhenxi entered the room and closed the door, leaving the 2 women in the living room. Inside the dark room, a stream of crimson energy in the shape of a ghostly butterfly poured out from his chest. In his private room, Yuan Zhenxi realized that the high-profile kidnapping case was affecting Red Spider Lily's work, significantly slowing down the legend's growth rate. He checked the urban legend chronicle again and confirmed that despite investing many points, Red Spider Lily had gained almost nothing tonight. Red Spider Lily, with a dejected expression, answered her master and secretly cursed the kidnappers for ruining everything. She flipped through the book and admitted that he was right. One couldn't always expect good things to happen. However, a sly smile suddenly appeared on Yuan Zhenxi's lips as he came up with the idea of adding fuel to the fire. He told Red Spider Lily that he had an idea, making her look up curiously. Yuan Zhenxi asked if she wanted a new friend to keep Little Eyes company, while a sphere of dark energy formed in his hand. After Chiian Yubai and Sherry left, Yuan Zhenxi sat down at his computer and began to act. He recalled an urban legend from his old world called the Phantom Caller, an entity that would send a voice message predicting death to its victims. Determined to create a new legend, he searched online and unexpectedly stumbled upon a video of a blonde girl. The video was playing the song A New Beginning, a cheerful melody set against a heartbreakingly tragic background. He investigated and learned that this song, which was regaining popularity, was the final work of the child prodigy composer Yuan. 5 years ago, fame brought tragedy to Yuan when she was kidnapped by a group of people for ransom. Although her family paid the ransom, a reporter exposed the incident, forcing police intervention, which led to a tragic outcome. Ironically, during her captivity, Yuan was provided with tools to compose, and her song contained innocent dreams about the future. After her death, the story gradually faded into oblivion, leaving only a few loyal fans who still mourned her. Yuan Zhenxi realized he could combine this tragic story with the legend he intended to create. He closed his eyes, concentrating his entire spirit to begin the creation process. Crimson energy flared as Yuan Zhenxi established the rules. The Phantom Caller would target the kidnappers, forcing them to listen to Yuan's song before they died. If the target didn't answer, the song would automatically play in crowded places with a bizarre melody, and immediately, passers-by began to notice the chilling sound coming from their devices. In a dilapidated hideout, a silver-haired kidnapper smoking a cigarette received a call, panicking and wondering why the police were there. An accomplice standing in the shadows spoke up, mocking the mastermind's cowardice. Outside, lightning tore across the stormy night sky, signaling an ominous sign. The accomplice revealed that the person answering the phone was the mastermind, and he had to decide whether to continue or surrender. On the floor, the victim named Lin Yue lay there, gagged and crying in despair. The mastermind ignored the call, grabbing Lin Yue with a sinister smile, just as his phone began emitting strange beeping sounds. He flinched at the unusual sound coming from the phone. Annoyed, he cursed under his breath, "Damn it." Finally, he decided to put the phone to his ear to listen. Immediately, a piercing scream erupted as he yelled in extreme agony. In a panic, he violently threw the phone to the ground, shattering it, while Lin Yue watched in astonishment. His vision began to distort, signaling an ongoing supernatural attack. From the broken phone, red musical notes poured out, wrapping around his convulsing body. He gasped in pain as the ghostly musical lines tightened around him, his face contorting. Before Lin Yu's eyes, the kidnapper's body began to mutate into a grotesque form. His eyes bulged out, bloodshot from the pain and transformation. His body swelled hideously, and countless red eyes began sprouting from his chest. His face disintegrated in a dying scream. His entire body exploded into black fragments amidst a surge of crimson energy. Lin Yue sat motionless, utterly terrified as she watched her captor vanish into thin air. Only the kidnapper's bare feet remained after his body exploded, and a small red device fell into the darkness. Lin Yue, with tear-filled eyes, was completely stunned by the horrific scene that had just occurred. She numbly recalled his scream, unable to believe what she had just witnessed. In the darkness, a ghostly entity with glowing red eyes and a sinister smile appeared, recognizing that the scream was identical to the one heard during the previous call. At the same time, at the Public Security Bureau headquarters, numerous police cars and ambulances gathered under the pouring rain. Officers were carrying a covered corpse, one of them whispering that the scene was too terrifying and bizarre. Inside the control room, a female officer reported to her captain, who was intently reviewing the case video footage. Captain Bai Xiaohui, the officer in charge of the serial kidnapping case, pondered silently before the screen. Displayed was the interrogation video of Lin Yue's brother, one of the suspects, who was crying and pleading not to go to jail. Bai Xiaohui moved the mouse, seemingly having noticed a crucial detail in the video. The screen zoomed in on a small recording device with a red button, discreetly placed inside the interrogation vehicle. In the video, a police officer handed the phone to the suspect named Lin Zhong and warned him to be careful with his words. When Lin Zhong put the phone to his ear, his eyes widened in horror as he heard a desperate, agonizing scream from the other end of the line. Immediately, ghostly red musical notes began pouring out of the phone, startling the nearby officers. The crimson musical lines enveloped all three people. Lin Zhong panicked because he couldn't turn off the phone while an officer shouted questions. Lin Zhong clutched his head in pain, feeling a chilling cold as his face was gradually swallowed by darkness. The officer sitting in the front turned around, shouting in alarm upon seeing his abnormal state. Amidst the astonishment of the two officers, Lin Zhong frantically screamed for help. His mouth opened abnormally wide, revealing fangs while crimson musical lines and blood continuously streamed out. Lin Zhong's body convulsed violently in the back seat of the vehicle, his head about to explode under the effect of the musical curse. At the scene, the police determined that the time elapsed from when the suspect received the call until his death was 3 minutes and 35 seconds. In his office, Bai Xiaohui pondered a strange detail. The recording showed the phone ringing exactly at 6 o'clock. However, the call log on the shattered phone displayed the time as 6 hours, 3 minutes, and 35 seconds. Even more chillingly, data analysis revealed that the sound emanating from the phone was generated by Lin Zhong himself. Bai Xiaohui wondered if the dying future Lin Zhong had called his past self. He then asked his female subordinate to leave so he could report the incident to his superiors. Meanwhile, the legend points in Yuan Zhenxi's book skyrocketed to 1,245,516. Yuan Zhenxi sat on the sofa, satisfied to note the effectiveness of the new legend now that someone had died. He wondered if he should use the points to increase his lifespan slightly. After using 20,000 points, he was surprised to receive a notification that his spiritual power was eligible to advance to rank 4, making him wonder if rank 3 was the highest level in this world. 2 hours after the incident, someone announced that the Special Bureau would take over the kidnapping case. Nevertheless, Bai Xiaohui was determined to participate in the investigation to find the truth. Chief Ching Xi appeared and explained that this case was not related to vengeful spirits but to a monster. Bai Xiaohui, confused, asked about the concept of a monster as they sat opposite each other in the meeting room. Ching Xi explained that monsters are the embodiment of rules. They kill people according to those rules, and once activated, death is certain. She suggested that Bai Xiaohui could withdraw, as her team had already sent people to interrogate the kidnapped victims. In the interrogation room, a female officer was taking a statement from Lin Ye, who was still terrified. Investigators at the second crime scene confirmed that both suspects died in the exact same manner. Information about the new urban legend was compiled. It was named the Phantom Caller, killing people by making them hear their own screams for 3 minutes and 35 seconds, and had caused 328 deaths. Bai Xiaohui bowed his head while on the phone, respectfully apologizing to Chief Ching Xi. While speaking with Ching Xi, Bai Xiaohui unexpectedly received another call and asked permission to answer, as it was his mother. On the other end, his mother frantically reported that his wife's family had suffered an incident, urging him to return home immediately. At Bai Xiaohui's home, amidst the tragic scene with 2 bodies covered in white sheets, he asserted to Ching Xi that because of this tragedy, he was determined to join the investigation. Bai Xiaohui embraced his sobbing wife, gritting his teeth and swearing to avenge his in-laws. Ching Xi agreed, but handed him a confidential file and asked his wife to leave for information security. Bai Xiaohui's wife clung to her husband's arm, begging him not to go, but he reassured her that she would stay with his parents from now on. Both Bai Xiaohui and Ching Xi wore resolute and heavy expressions. While another agent comforted his collapsing wife, Ching Xi ordered Bai Xiaohui to take the deceased's phone and call himself. Ching Xi explained that this was a trial and error, and Bai Xiaohui accepted the dangerous mission. Holding the 2 phones, one calling the other, Bai Xiaohui wondered if he was truly about to die just because of a phone call. He nervously swallowed and then picked up the phone to answer. The call connected, and he said hello into the phone pressed against his ear. 8 hours after the incident, Ching Xi announced that he had not died, while Qi Xiaoyin brought a towering stack of files to Bai Xiaohui's desk, reporting on the death toll over the past half hour. In the office, Bai Xiaohui asked about the total number of deaths, and Qi Xiaoyin replied with the horrifying figure of 1,362 people, admitting that they still had no leads. Qi Xiaoyin unexpectedly presented a gift box, saying that Chief Ching Xi mentioned his wife had given this to the Special Bureau, which surprised Bai Xiaohui. She explained that it was a diary belonging to his in-laws, found in a crack in the wall, and his wife had decided to hand it over after a long period of deliberation. Bai Xiaohui carefully unwrapped the cloth covering the diary, while Qi Xiaoyin said it might help the case. As soon as he opened it, he was utterly horrified by what he saw. The diary entry dated the 28th of April 1999 began with a shocking confession. "I was the one who killed that child. recounting how his daughter Aya had been brutally beaten by a classmate. The father recounted that when he went to demand justice, he was insulted and driven away by the bully's family, so he returned to his hometown and sought help to kidnap the child. In the diary, the father detailed how the kidnapping plan went smoothly, with a perfect alibi, determined not to let a child ruin his family. He confessed to burying his daughter's bully alive. Unexpectedly, his wife discovered this cruel act while working in the fields. Despite witnessing the horrifying scene, she maintained an expressionless face, her eyes sunken in shadow. Without a word of reproach, the wife silently helped her husband complete the crime during the storm. They made a pact. They would confess once their daughter grew up and had a stable life, and this diary was proof of their destiny. After reading the story, Yuan Zhenshi mused on the concept of fighting fire with fire, using poison to cure poison, and conceived the idea of adding a new rule. He noticed that the Phantom Caller legend was highly effective, and the legend points spent had almost been recouped. Thanks to this legend, the good and evil points received were significantly higher, allowing him to unexpectedly advance to spiritual power, rank 4 with ease. The status panel appeared, confirming his spiritual power had reached rank 4, and his lifespan was 100 days. His body also feeling lighter and stronger. With his new strength, Yuan Zhenshi decided to try modifying the Phantom Caller's rules within the chronicle. He stood in the living room, using his power to add an exemption clause for kidnappers acting with the intent of fighting fire with fire. The core rules of the legend remained unchanged. The targets are kidnappers and robbers, who will be haunted by their own screams and an unturn-offable melody. Yuan Zhenshi's eyes flashed with determination as he performed the modification. However, his attempt was blocked by a backlash of energy, accompanied by a notification that he lacked sufficient legend points. Yuan Zhenshi clicked his tongue, accepting that his current point total was indeed insufficient. Despite the failure, he maintained his composure, smiling faintly. Suddenly, a strange voice called out from outside the door, addressing him as Big Brother, and Yuan Zhenshi replied, inviting the person in. He calmly took his phone out of his pocket. However, the voice outside sounded ominous, asserting that they knew he was home before beginning to pound violently on the door. While Yuan Zhenshi was tense, the creaking sound of the door echoed. A shadow figure with glowing red eyes appeared in the house, accusing him of being a troublemaker. Yuan Zhenshi decisively opened the door to confront the uninvited guest. However, standing before him was a small, bewildered blonde girl. Without a word of explanation, he grabbed the girl by the collar. Then, he mercilessly threw the girl into the living room. With a dark demeanor, Yuan Zhenshi threatened to lock the girl permanently in the notebook if she dared to scare him like that again. The girl, Xiao Xun, sat up, rubbed her head, and said she had something to report. Xiao Xun explained that the rule Yuan Zhenshi had just tried to change required at least 2 million legend points. She comforted him, saying he didn't need to save everyone, which made Yuan Zhenshi feel complicated being consoled by the very weirdness he created. Suddenly, Xiao Xun's eyes flashed as she sensed something. She realized that another human had just entered the range of her rule. Her gaze fixed on the door as a strange sound echoed. With a demonic smile, Xiao Xun transformed into a ghost and announced she was leaving first. The girl's sudden disappearance stunned Yuan Zhenshi and the 2 remaining entities. Yuan Zhenshi secretly thought that Xiao Xun was intentionally trying to scare them again. Meanwhile, the Special Bureau had guided public opinion to believe that the Phantom Caller legend was merely an online virus spreading through the song A New Beginning. Ching Xi reported that tests on prisoners confirmed the curse's targets were indeed the kidnappers. The experiment showed that the curse would automatically forward the call to the number of another criminal in the contact list, creating a chain of death. Ding Jiang listened, and pointed out a suspicious, but also good point. The curse had the ability to distinguish between good and bad intentions. Ching Xi concluded that this meant when police apprehended a criminal, they would not fall victim to the curse's death rule. Ding Jiang decided there was no need to delve further into the matter and gave Ching Xi an order. He announced that after the meeting, they had decided to classify the Phantom Caller as a disaster-level weirdness and outlined a plan to coordinate with the intellectual community to block the song and restrict phone usage. Ding Jiang then announced he would go to High City to borrow the invisible scissors tool. This tool was described as a pair of scissors capable of cutting invisible things like sound, but extremely dangerous for low-level users. Ding Jiang revealed that the intellectual community originally wanted to use the silent whistle, but he refused, then asked Ching Xi if she had any concerns. Ching Xi turned to Yuan Zhenshi, who had just appeared, and asked if he remembered Ghost, after he stated that he had no opinion on his superior's decision. She recalled that he had summoned Red Spider Lily to deal with Xiao Song, and quoted the psychologist Sherry's report that his mental state was deteriorating due to a loss of empathy. Ding Jiang silently observed, noting that Ghost had a profound impact on Ching Xi. He explained his philosophy, that monsters born from human righteousness, once their rules are perfected, will be able to kill everyone. With a resolute expression, Ding Jiang affirmed that for the sake of humanity, they must destroy all monsters at any cost, even if it meant sacrificing himself. As he walked away, he instructed that the Special Bureau would temporarily use pigeons for communication, and Ching Xi agreed. In the occult research clubroom, a door opened. Yuan Zhenxi walked in and saw Chiian Yubai sitting and writing in her diary. He thought this was normal. He recalled that Chiian Yubai had to record everything because her amnesia was not clinical, but a complete, irreversible erasure of memory. Yuan Zhenxi looked at her with a complicated gaze. He wondered if it was necessary to record trivial actions like him entering the room, opening the window, and drinking water, as he remembered she didn't always write before. Suddenly, a white pigeon unexpectedly flew into the room through the window, startling Chiian Yubai, who was focused on writing, causing her to cry out. The pigeon, with its adorable red crest, landed right on Chiian Yubai's head, with a message tube tied to its leg. Yuan Zhenxi immediately reached out and carefully removed the message tube from the pigeon's leg. Yuan Zhenxi read a note containing a humorously written dinner invitation from Ching Xi. He recalled Red Spider Lily diligently studying acting books and silently praised her effort. Without hesitation, Yuan Zhenxi wrote the 2 words, "not free to decline," believing Ching Xi's invitation was just an act. After sending the letter, he turned to Chiian Yubai and said he needed her help with something. Yuan Zhenxi asked her to use the coin of fate, but Chiian Yubai looked flustered and said she had forgotten it at home. This answer made Yuan Zhenxi narrow his eyes suspiciously, as he knew she never parted with that item. Nevertheless, he only asked her to bring it tomorrow, causing Chiian Yubai to quickly stand up and apologize. While Chiian Yubai continued writing, Yuan Zhenxi sat at the computer desk but secretly observed, wondering if she was lying. He temporarily set aside his suspicion, thinking her low rank might be the reason for this anomaly, then shifted his thoughts to earning more legend points. Yuan Zhenxi realized that finding new weirdness was difficult because the legends of Xiaoxun and Red Spider Lily had completely monopolized the city's attention. Looking at Chiian Yubai, he briefly considered using spiritual pressure to interrogate her, but he quickly abandoned the idea, as he didn't want to accidentally harm a weak level 1 like her. At 5 p.m., Chiian Yubai said goodbye to go home, and Yuan Zhenxi told her to be careful on the way. Before leaving the room, Chiian Yubai looked back with an enigmatic smile. Yuan Zhenxi decided to quietly follow her down the school hallway. He maintained his distance as Chiian Yubai walked across the large schoolyard. He continued to follow as she passed through an archway on campus. Leaving the school gate, Chiian Yubai entered a residential area, and Yuan Zhenxi continued to follow behind. He stopped in front of a high-rise apartment building, realizing this was where she lived. To observe more clearly, Yuan Zhenxi covered one eye and activated his supernatural vision ability. He activated his ability, his red eyes sweeping the entire building to search for the target. Yuan Zhenxi's supernatural vision transformed the entire apartment complex into a massive data schematic. He quickly locked onto the location, apartment number 8003. The scene outside the 8th floor hallway appeared, quiet and unremarkable. Inside the apartment, Chiian Yubai's mother was reading when she heard a knock and got up to open the door. She was surprised to see a strange young man in a school uniform standing outside her door. Yuan Zhenxi smiled politely, greeted her, and said he was looking for someone named Xiao Bai. The mother looked confused and asked about the relationship between him and her daughter. Without hesitation, Yuan Zhenxi confidently declared that he was Chiian Yubai's boyfriend. The mother was completely stunned by this sudden confession. Still bewildered, she secretly wondered when her daughter had gotten a boyfriend. Just then, Chiian Yubai walked out of her room and surprisingly called him club president. Yuan Zhenxi quickly replied, saying she didn't need to call him that anymore because he was now her boyfriend. Chiian Yubai froze for a moment, wearing an expression of extreme astonishment. However, her attitude suddenly changed. She smiled brightly and invited Shinji inside. She naturally linked arms with him and took his jacket, playing the role of an intimate girlfriend perfectly. Yuan Zhenxi narrowed his eyes, inwardly confirming that something was definitely wrong here. Witnessing the scene, Chiian Yubai's mother sighed in relief, saying she was glad her shy daughter finally had a friend. She happily invited Yuan Zhenxi to stay for dinner, and even imagined the prospect of their wedding. Yuan Zhenxi listened silently with a serious expression, trying to analyze the strange situation unfolding. Yuan Zhenxi declined the invitation, revealing that his parents had passed away. The person impersonating Shinji took Chiian Yubai's hand, saying that now he had her for comfort. He recounted that he used to be an introverted person with no friends, until Chiian Yubai appeared and changed him. Chiian Yubai's mother cheerfully said she would prepare dinner because her father was about to come home. Chiian Yubai slowly took off her glasses. With a charming expression, she invited Shinji into her room, and he agreed. Yuan Zhenshi realized that the entity possessing Chiian Yubai had automatically switched to girlfriend mode after he established the fake relationship. He observed that every expression, tone of voice, and emotion in her eyes looked very real, but that only further proved that the Chiian Yubai standing before him was a monster, and it turned back with the face of a ghostly doll to ask him what he wanted to do. Yuan Zhenshi deduced that only Chiian Yubai was possessed by the monster. Her parents were safe, and the monster's behavior was merely a perfect imitation. The reflection in the mirror showed a shadow entity putting the uniform jacket onto Chiian Yubai's body. He feared that the real Chiian Yubai might already be dead, and that the monster's ultimate goal was to infiltrate and murder her entire family. If she was truly dead, Yuan Zhenshi was determined to retrieve the coin of fate. He recalled his previous request, asking her to use the coin of fate to determine which location was in danger. The entity disguised as Chiian Yubai looked confused, lied that she had forgotten the coin at the clubroom, and promised to make it up to him later. Yuan Zhenshi pretended it was fine, but his smile showed that he had seen through the lie. Suddenly, the eyes of the antique doll on the table opened wide. Yuan Zhenshi also noticed the change and was surprised. He asked about the doll, and the entity impersonating Chiian Yubai explained it was a gift from the neighbor girl and agreed to let him take it. Yuan Zhenshi held the doll, thinking that perhaps he was mistaken since the killing rule had not been activated. However, he immediately dismissed that thought when he sensed a trace of spiritual power inside the doll, wondering if it was alive. Yuan Zhenshi figured that only because he had reached level 42 could he perceive this faint source of spiritual power that others would easily overlook. Meanwhile, back in the apartment, the entity impersonating Chiian Yubai announced she was home and introduced Yuan Zhenshi as her boyfriend. Chiian Yubai's father stood at the door, stunned, repeating the two words, boyfriend. Yuan Zhenshi noted that the man was completely normal and greeted him politely. Inside, Chiian Yubai's parents told her to go to her room first so they could talk privately. The father looked displeased and began to interrogate Yuan Zhenshi. Yuan Zhenshi silently watched as the entity walked toward the bedroom. The bedroom door closed decisively. Immediately afterward, Yuan Zhenshi abruptly asked the couple to follow him, which surprised them greatly. He led them to another room with a window overlooking the night sky. Here, Yuan Zhenshi revealed a terrifying truth. The Chiian Yubai living with them was not their daughter. He asserted that the entity was not even human, causing the couple to demand an explanation in shock. Yuan Zhenshi reminded them that since they knew about Chiian Yubai's coin of fate, they must also be aware of the existence of monsters. He explained that the entity was just a monster that couldn't use the coin, then showed them a way to test it. Tell the entity they were Chiian Yubai's aunt and uncle. Yuan Zhenshi gave his phone number to the couple and advised them to leave, while the father remained worried about his daughter's fate. He instructed them to stay put and remain calm, so as not to be exposed while he called the entity out. Returning to the living room, the father executed the plan, introducing himself as the uncle and asking about Yubai's parents, which made the entity look confused. Immediately, a strange woman appeared, replying that the parents were not home and inviting the aunt and uncle inside to wait. Yuan Zhenshi told Chiian Yubai's parents that he would send them off, leaving them stunned. He turned to the entity impersonating Chiian Yubai and coldly told it to leave immediately. Outside, Chiian Yubai's mother broke down, sobbing as she asked her husband if their daughter was truly dead. In the bedroom, the entity was taking off the uniform, asking in surprise why Shinji had returned so early. Yuan Zhenshi stepped in, red dark energy enveloping his hand as he declared he would teach it how to be human. Immediately, he lunged to attack and roared that he would show it how humans die, causing the entity to scream in terror. Yuan Zhenshi's energy-infused hand clamped tightly around the entity's head. Under his power, the fake body began to disintegrate into wisps of white smoke. The entity lowered its face, unable to resist, as its body continued to vanish. It lifted its face, revealing its grotesque true form, with glowing blue eyes and a sinister smile, admitting that it had been exposed. Its entire monstrous body melted into a puddle of blue liquid. From the remnants, an ancient-style doll fell out, making Yuan Zhenshi realize the enemy's true form. The doll puffed out its cheeks in anger, seemingly controlled by some invisible force. Red Spider Lily's red eyes flashed as she called out her club president's name. Suddenly, the real Chiian Yubai, looking panicked, rushed out from her hiding place. She hugged Yuan Zhenshi in relief, stunning him as he realized she was still alive. At the same time, the closet door in the room was slightly opened by a robotic hand. A blue mechanical eye was secretly observing everything from inside. Yuan Zhenxi immediately sensed the presence and turned to look toward the closet. He quickly urged Chiian Yubai to get dressed so he could deal with the thing, astonished that this monster possessed intelligence. With his red eyes glowing brightly in the dark, Yuan Zhenxi pinpointed the enemy's location. He realized the monster had concealed its aura and was hiding right inside this apartment building. Without hesitation, Yuan Zhenxi made a phone call and introduced himself using his codename, "Hello, I am Ghost." He requested assistance to apprehend a calamity-level doll-shaped monster nearby. The other end immediately agreed, ordering an investigation and requesting police to collect all dolls in the area for immediate destruction. Yuan Zhenxi mused, comparing this entity's behavior to other monsters he had faced, such as Xiao Song, Xiao Ai, and Xiao Yan. He thought this doll might operate similarly to Xiao Song, but then he saw Chiian Yubai's parents approaching. They invited Yuan Zhenxi back to their house, believing it was the safest place since the monster was excellent at hiding. Suddenly, Yuan Zhenxi sensed that the coin of fate in his pocket had returned to its normal state. He understood that this meant its user, Chiian Yubai, had returned to her true self. When they arrived at the mansion, a girl identical to Chiian Yubai waved from the balcony, promising her parents she would try to do better. Yuan Zhenxi quietly entered the house, a plan already formed in his mind. From the backpack he was wearing, a tiny mechanical hand silently reached out. Inside, a grotesque doll with large round eyes was peeking out. Sitting in the living room, Yuan Zhenxi looked directly at the girl and demanded she prove she was the real Chiian Yubai. He handed her the coin of fate and told her to flip it and ask any question. As soon as Chiian Yubai touched it, the coin immediately emitted a brilliant golden light. A massive surge of prophetic energy erupted, throwing Yuan Zhenxi and the girl's parents up to the ceiling. The prophetic coin clattered onto the tabletop, its energy gradually dissipating. Chiian Yubai regained consciousness, looked around frantically, and called out her club president's name and her parents' names in extreme confusion. In her parents' arms, Chiian Yubai sobbed, believing she would never see them again. Yuan Zhenxi secretly understood that her memory had simply reverted to the time before her failed use of the prophetic ability. Immediately afterward, he sternly reprimanded Chiian Yubai for treating the prophetic coins like toys instead of diligently practicing, causing the girl to tearfully admit her fault. Later, Yuan Zhenxi watched the news and learned that the Public Security Bureau had announced the Phantom Caller incident was merely a hypnotic hoax. He sneered at the Special Bureau's lie and wondered what item they would use to clean up the mess this time. Meanwhile, at the Special Bureau headquarters, pressure was mounting as the curse spread among the intellectual community. Inside the office, Ching Xi ordered her subordinates to prepare to use the invisible scissors item, but Ding Jiang interrupted, asserting that this time, he would be the one to take action. Ching Xi narrowed her eyes at her superior's sudden decision. The silver-haired assistant tried to dissuade him, but Ding Jiang explained that he had a list of terminally ill people willing to sacrifice themselves in exchange for financial support for their families. Ching Xi immediately offered to do the job herself if necessary. Ding Jiang dismissed her, saying that young people like her had more in common than she thought, and then turned and walked away. He ordered his assistant to prepare and meet him in the basement. On the way, Ding Jiang was confident in his superior spiritual power, hoping to solve the problem without anyone having to die. He also coldly reflected on the Bureau's tight budget, concluding that replacing personnel with machinery would be much cheaper. Nevertheless, he felt a familiar excitement, similar to his early days joining the organization. In the basement, a prisoner was tightly bound to a chair, panicking as Ding Jiang, Ching Xi, and another staff member prepared to conduct the experiment. Suddenly, a letter on the table emitted a stream of ghostly energy in the form of red musical notes. Ding Jiang held the invisible scissors tightly, the item radiating a powerful blue light. He activated the scissors' power, transforming them into a giant blade of light and slashing directly at the musical curse. The blade of light from the invisible scissors slashed through Ding Jiang, severing the red musical notes of the curse. From behind the bars, Qingjia and Qi Shaoyin anxiously watched the horrifying scene. Ding Jiang's eyes widened, distorted by extreme pain. He threw his head back and screamed in agony as his body violently trembled. Other Special Bureau members screamed in horror, calling out for the chief as they saw his shadow collapse. At the same time, Yuan Zhenxi arrived home to find Red Spider Lily and the creature in the box standing next to a pile of rubble. Red Spider Lily asked if he could sense the external interference, and Yuan Zhenxi silently confirmed it. He realized that the blonde entity on the floor was not dead, but merely restricted. With a determined look, Yuan Zhenxi prepared to act. He summoned the urban legend chronicle, declaring that everything would soon be over. Yuan Zhenxi decided to use the legend points he had just earned to upgrade his ability. Spending 30,000 points, he perfected the rules of the Phantom Collar, expanding its range nationwide and making it impossible to interrupt. A malicious smile appeared in the darkness, showing his satisfaction. However, Xiaosun suddenly panicked and hugged Yuan Zhenxi, crying out that her body felt like it was being torn apart and the calls were being interrupted. At the special bureau, Qi Xiaoyin was utterly shocked by what was happening. Xiaoxun was still trembling, confusedly asking what had happened. The special bureau's action was successful. They used the invisible scissors to restrict the legend, while simultaneously sacrificing 10,000 people using the silent trumpet. Yuan Zhenxi patted Xiaoxun's head to comfort her, thinking that the special bureau's price was too high and he didn't have enough points to counter it. At the hospital affiliated with the special bureau, night had fallen. Inside the intensive care unit, Qingja sat silently beside Ding Jiang's bed. He was unconscious and completely wrapped in bandages. Lying in the hospital bed, Ding Jiang woke up and wondered if the plan had been activated. Standing nearby, Ching Xi confirmed that the silent trumpet had been activated, successfully restraining the Phantom Caller. She explained that the official story would be a terrorist incident involving the poisoning of the water source in Jiang City's slum area. Concurrently, a large compensation sum and a non-disclosure agreement were given to the affected residents to keep the truth hidden. All of this was done to protect the interests of the elite. Back in the hospital room, Ding Jiang, now in a wheelchair, inquired about Hongyan's condition. Qing Xi reassured him that Hongyan was ready and suggested a farewell party. Ding Jiang firmly ordered them to call Ghost Yuan Zhenxi's codename and prepare a contingency plan if he refused. Qing Xi hesitated briefly, wondering if this decision was truly appropriate. However, she believed that with Yuan Zhenxi's abilities, even the most terrifying challenges would only be stepping stones for his growth. She concluded that, regardless, they should help him. Afterward, a lavish meal was served in the special bureau's cafeteria. Yuan Zhenxi seemed surprised to be invited to dine at the bureau's cafeteria. Hongyan immediately enthusiastically defended the food quality, boasting that the chefs were 5-star masters and the prices were extremely reasonable. Hongyan then burst into tears of excitement, revealing that they were about to meet the underworld girl, Red Spider Lily, and asked Yuan Zhenxi to treat her well, leaving him only able to wish them success. When Yuan Zhenxi asked about the real purpose of the meeting, Hongyan awkwardly slumped onto the table, and Ching Xi confirmed there was another reason. Ching Xi presented a membership card for the website, Acceptling.com. She explained that this was a platform run by the financial elite, used to post high-level exorcism missions. Yuan Zhenxi wondered why he was receiving this. Ching Xi revealed that the ultra-rich were also not immune to supernatural entities, and they often went through the special bureau to hire people to handle these missions. Ching Xi explained that the special bureau was not short on money, and usually didn't have time for sympathy. They wouldn't go there unless it was a mandatory request. Yuan Zhenxi still held the card, asking again why they gave it to him when his question hadn't been answered. The short-haired female colleague cheerfully explained that after restraining the evil neighbor, Ghost's reputation had spread among investigators. She added that many strange things had been happening lately, and since Yuan Zhenxi was capable, fearless, and wanted to protect the weak, they wanted him to receive more recognition. Yuan Zhenxi listened silently, as he was told that he would be a pillar among investigators in the fight against monsters. Ching Xi suddenly changed the subject, saying that his obsession was understandable, but she always wondered if he had anything to do with the disappearance of the It's Your Turn game. Yuan Zhenxi's eyes flickered slightly at the direct question. Meanwhile, the short-haired colleague was burning with curiosity, excited by the dramatic turn of events. Yuan Zhenxi thought to himself that they were being cautious because he was too aggressive toward the monsters, and Ching Xi had begun to suspect he had ulterior motives. He smiled, put the card away, and cleverly replied that perhaps It's Your Turn got scared and ran away when it realized he was a psychic. In a restroom, Little Eyes was happily flushing the toilet, having completely digested It's Your Turn and made it a part of itself. Yuan Zhenxi stood up, asserting that he had passed all the tests and would accept their kindness, regardless of whether they believed him or not. He thought to himself that he needed to take on more missions to accumulate legend points, and he should thank them for giving him the opportunity to free Xiaosun. Ching Xi accepted the answer, saying that those were just a few questions she wanted clarified. Afterward, the colleagues helped the drunken Hongyan leave, waving goodbye to Ghost. Before leaving, Ching Xi revealed that the person seeking him this time was Mr. Shang, who was paying a large sum to investigate his missing nephew. Previous investigators sent there had also vanished without a trace, leaving behind only shattered souls. At home, the clock read 23:33, and Yuan Zhenxi wondered if Xiao Ai was okay, as Hongyan would arrive at midnight. Red Spider Lily appeared in a graduation outfit, confidently declaring that she had completed her acting course and was ready for any test. Yuan Zhenxi suggested that Red Spider Lily could let Xiao Xun and the creature in the box test her acting skills, while he contemplated a matter concerning the special bureau. He felt exhausted just thinking about how troublesome it would be to deal with yet another monster. Suddenly, Yuan Zhenxi's eyes flashed with a strange blue light. Through his hazy vision, he heard Red Spider Lily, Xiao Xun, and Little Eyes anxiously calling his name. Yuan Zhenxi suddenly collapsed onto the floor, a bloodstain appearing on his chest after taking an invisible attack. His soul was separated from his body, and he realized he was trapped in a strange space, completely powerless. In the darkness of the new space, Yuan Zhenxi's soul form opened its glowing red eyes. He found himself in a room resembling an art studio, surrounded by countless photographs containing souls screaming in agony. Amidst the desperate screams demanding release, a male soul trapped in a photo maintained an unusual calm. That soul showed annoyance at the noise, and decided to examine who the newcomer was. A blue-haired man with grotesque teeth appeared, remarking that the calm soul didn't look like a monster, and asking why he wasn't afraid. The blue-haired man, He Qian, picked up the man's photo, showing disgust at the arrogant demeanor of the imprisoned soul. He Qian ground his jagged teeth menacingly. He began to crumple the photo, inflicting pain on the soul inside. As the man's image began to crack, He Qian declared this was punishment, and demanded to know why he wasn't afraid like the others. Completely unaffected, the soul in the photo calmly confirmed his tormentor's name. He Qian. Is that right? He Qian mocked the man's attitude, revealing that a person surnamed Tian had paid a high price to hire him for this murder. He laughed gleefully, threatening that soon the man would also beg for his life like the other souls. With a maniacal expression, He Qian decided he would give the person surnamed Tian a 30% discount, while Yuan Zhenxi silently memorized the information about the hired killing. The soul of Tian Zhongze wondered if he knew such a person. He decided there was no need to care about the madman's words, but then his soul began to feel scorching hot and disintegrate. In his final moments, Tian Zhongze declared that he remembered the person's name and face as his soul shattered into pieces. He Qian watched the fragments of the soul fall in horror, unable to believe the victim had committed suicide. He collapsed in despair, screaming that it was impossible for someone to self-destruct a soul he had imprisoned. The other vengeful spirits in the photos burst into laughter, mocking that the trash was finished, and it was time for He Qian to pay the price. He Qian clutched his head and screamed hysterically, demanding they shut up and wait their turn. He tried to reassure himself that the victim was definitely dead, while Yuan Zhenxi's soul quietly left the space. Yuan Zhenxi's eyes snapped open, his consciousness returning to his body. Immediately, he made a phone call, introducing himself as Ghost of the Special Bureau and requesting the location of a painter named He Qian. 15 minutes later, Yuan Zhenxi had located He Qian at a night bar and strode into the dark alley. His expression was cold and resolute, ready for the confrontation. Meanwhile, a blond man showed He Qian photos of Tian Zhongze and a woman, revealing that his motive was a romantic rival. The blond man recalled that he had set his sights on a female psychologist. However, she rejected him because she already had someone she liked. After finding out who the rival was, he sought out He Qian to deal with the situation. He Qian nervously asked if the client knew anything about the target's identity, but the man casually asked if there was a problem. The drunken client scoffed at He Qian's anxiety, confident that the talented painter wouldn't be caught by the law, while He Qian tried to explain that he had imprisoned the victim's soul. Suddenly, Yuan Zhenxi appeared right behind them, his red eyes flashing in the darkness as he greeted the two terrified men. With glowing red eyes and a sinister smile, Yuan Zhenxi invited the two men to join him for a drink. He Qian and his client were utterly terrified, stammering questions about the newcomer's identity, while Yuan Zhenxi countered by asking if they truly didn't remember him. A giant red energy entity with a demonic grin appeared behind him, paralyzing the two criminals with fear as Yuan Zhenxi repeated their words. He coldly interrogated the client, causing the wine bottle in the man's hand to shatter. Overwhelmed by horror, the client collapsed onto the ground in despair. Yuan Zhenxi stood tall, ordering them to reveal how they obtained the photo, but the panicked client denied everything. He merely curled his lip into a sarcastic smile at the clumsy lie. Yuan Zhenxi raised a finger, asserting that he had clearly heard their conversation just now. His tablet, emitting a red glow, suddenly appeared and dropped in front of He Qian, stunning both men. Yuan Zhenxi picked up the tablet, pointed it directly at He Qian, and demanded he confess what he had done. He held up his phone displaying a series of candid photos of Sherry, threatening to break their limbs and throw them into the river if they didn't confess. The client knelt and confessed he was a teacher who had fallen for the new school psychologist but was harshly rejected by her. He recounted that he had accidentally seen a photo on Sherry's phone and guessed that the person she liked was Yuan Zhenxi. Yuan Zhenxi concluded that the teacher had bribed Sherry's friend to take candid photos of her and then hired He Qian to kill him. Exposed, the teacher could only tremble and stammer, unable to deny it. Two special agents suddenly appeared, obeying Yuan Zhenxi's order to arrest He Qian and treat him as a death row inmate, despite his screaming protests. Yuan Zhenxi cast a cold glance at the teacher sprawled on the ground. Ignoring the man's pleas, he declared he would go to his house to admire his masterpiece. At 1:15 a.m., Sherry picked up the phone, answering a call from Lord Ghost, and Yuan Zhenxi's voice echoed on the other end. Sherry mumbled the name Ghost sleepily as she took the call. She jolted upright when Yuan Zhenxi instructed her to listen carefully. After entrusting everything to Sherry, Yuan Zhenxi coldly hung up. Sherry realized that Ghost had acted to protect her and decided she must shoulder this responsibility. She moved toward another room, from which the voice of a female streamer thanking her fans could be heard. Inside, her best friend, Xiao Jing, was live streaming in a cat costume, and Sherry asked why she was still awake. Sherry sternly questioned Xiao Jing about how much money she received for giving her photo to Tianzhongze. Xiao Jing innocently explained that she only did it because she wanted to help Sherry find a good man. Sherry smiled, suggesting that Xiao Jing quit her streaming job to take a better job offered by her. Overjoyed, Xiao Jing hugged Sherry and profusely thanked her friend for her kindness. But when she asked about the job, Xiao Jing's eyes flashed with malice, secretly calculating the extraordinary opportunity ahead. She fantasized about asking Sherry to introduce her to the handsome man in the photo, not wanting him to fall into the hands of old lady Sherry. Sherry promised it was a high-paying job and told Xiao Jing to come to her workplace tomorrow to find out for herself. With a mysterious smile, Sherry said that this was a once-in-a-lifetime job. Meanwhile, at He Qian's studio, the imprisoned souls cried out in panic as someone broke in. Yuan Zhenxi entered with the Special Forces team and the Mastermind, causing the souls to scream for He Qian's death in revenge. Yuan Zhenxi's red eyes swept across the room, analyzing the scene. He found a rule item, realized it could not be controlled, and wondered if it was bound to He Qian. Yuan Zhenxi confronted the restrained He Qian, demanding he reveal the price required to use the item, while the souls mockingly cheered. When He Qian stubbornly remained silent, Yuan Zhenxi questioned the pencil's method of torture, secretly surprised that an ordinary person could use a rule item. Yuan Zhenxi smirked, speculating that tearing up the painting would also mean tearing up the soul imprisoned within. He Qian let out a desperate cry, while a red spectral entity began to materialize from Yuan Zhenxi's power. Yuan Zhenxi's eyes glowed blood red, signaling an imminent explosion of rage. He unleashed terrifying spiritual pressure, summoning Red Spider Lily to torture He Qian with her soul-gathering ability, and declared he would slowly torment him. Yuan Zhenxi realized that his level 4 spiritual power, combined with Red Spider Lily's ability, had created a new skill perfect for torture. He stood above the writhing He Qian, explaining that he would torture him methodically to inflict maximum pain without letting him die. Unable to bear it any longer, He Qian collapsed, clutching Yuan Zhenxi's leg and begging for mercy, promising to confess everything. Yuan Zhenxi coldly spoke of the victim's tragic fate and offered a condition: reveal the truth in exchange for a peaceful death. Under pressure, He Qian finally revealed that the price for using the pencil was the random death of a friend. A flashback showed He Qian once fantasizing that he was the chosen one who would use this power to dominate the world. Yuan Zhenxi frowned, muttering the unbelievable phrase, random death. He compared the pencil to Pandora's box and asked He Qian if all his friends were dead yet. He Qian revealed his cruel method. He constantly made new friends at entertainment venues, just to turn them into sacrifices for the pencil. Just then, a special agent reported that they had found a piece of the painting, and the soul inside wanted to speak with Yuan Zhenxi. The soul in the painting introduced himself as Xiang Zhen of the Xiang family, surprising Yuan Zhenxi with the ability to communicate from within the item. He Qian realized he had been tricked and frantically lunged to attack Yuan Zhenxi, while Xiang Zhen secretly gloated that his plan to attract the Special Bureau had succeeded. A spectral entity with a gruesome smile appeared beside Yuan Zhenxi, reflecting his rage. Xiang Zhen questioned He Qian, and in desperation, the artist screamed that he had helped Xiang Zhen kill his own brother. From within the painting, Xiang Zhen explained that when a soul is imprisoned, he can only reveal certain information to survive, but he deliberately omitted details about Yuan Zhenxi. Yuan Zhenxi coldly ordered Xiang Zhen to be returned to the Xiang family and arranged a humane death for He Qian, causing the artist to panic and beg. As he was dragged away, He Qian desperately screamed that he would serve Yuan Zhenxi, revealing that the pencil could create a painting exactly like a real person. Yuan Zhenxi looked at the magical pencil on the floor, thinking that such a powerful item could not be wasted. He smirked, a thought flashing through his mind. With glowing red eyes, Yuan Zhenxi asked if the pencil could imprison monsters as well. He Qian was confused but insisted that as long as he drew the monster, he could imprison its soul within the paper. Yuan Zhenxi sneered, saying that was a shame. As Yuan Zhenxi's shadow loomed, He Qian horrifyingly realized the truth that monsters do not possess souls, and all his hope shattered. Yuan Zhenxi ordered He Qian to be escorted away, while the artist frantically screamed that soulless creatures couldn't exist. Looking at the pencil, Yuan Zhenxi thought that, since it was too difficult for him to use, it would be better to destroy this serpent in the Garden of Eden before it was too late, and he crushed it with red energy. Afterward, Yuan Zhenxi sat alone, recalling how Hongyin had used coercive headphones to ask how he could return from the dead. He recalled answering only 3 words, "Beyond the rules," while his subordinates, Xiao Shun, Red Spider Lily, and the one-eyed creature, lined up awaiting orders. Red Spider Lily secretly commented that Yuan Zhenxi had truly mastered the art of deception. She continued to think about how he took advantage of Hongyin's overload to reveal to the Special Bureau the existence of other intelligent monsters. Yuan Zhenxi didn't care, believing the Special Bureau already suspected this, and his confirmation would only make them more frantically worried. In a hospital room, Ching Xi tiredly lamented the Special Bureau's situation, with the superior still injured, the recently resurrected Hongyin acting spoiled, and Ding Jiang recovering from his injuries. Returning to the room, Yuan Zhenxi watched Xiao Shun playing and sighed, regretting that he had spent too many legend points and still needed more for her. Red Spider Lily suddenly informed Yuan Zhenxi that Xiao Shun's ability could still be used. Xiao Shun excitedly explained that her ability could merge with Yuan Zhenxi's body, similar to how he absorbed the power of the eyeballs in the rift. Looking at Xiao Shun's drawing, Yuan Zhenxi realized he could indeed integrate her power into himself. Immediately afterward, Xiao Shun reached out to Yuan Zhenxi, and a stream of dark red energy from her began to flow into the urban legend chronicle. Yuan Zhenxi's book glowed brightly, consuming 5,000 legend points to begin the absorption process. Yuan Zhenxi's eyes flared red as he received the new power. When the process was complete, he gained the new skill, Absolute Hearing, a musician's ear that could distinguish things seemingly imperceptible. Yuan Zhenxi's ear faintly emitted a red light, signaling the awakening of his ability. Sensing the new power, Yuan Zhenxi immediately requested a practical example of its capability. A blurry, glowing red image of blood droplets appeared in his vision. The image quickly solidified into a crude drawing of Xiao Sun, helping Yuan Zhenxi understand how the skill worked. Yuan Zhenxi mused that if he had possessed this skill earlier, the weirdness in the pencil case would not have been able to escape, thus concluding the incident. The next day, he was secretly requested by the head of the Xiang family to investigate a new case at a luxurious mansion. He recalled the promise of a generous reward, a villa, status, and hundreds of high-grade soul gems, each equivalent to the power of an apocalypse-level weirdness. At the funeral of Sima Feng, the second son of the political Sima family, Mr. Xiang explained that the man had died mysteriously. The Sima family's investigation revealed that many recent deaths of middle-aged and elderly people in the city had occurred at Private Hospital No. 3. In the eerie hospital corridor, it was learned that Sima Feng had also undergone an appendectomy there, not long before his death. Yuan Zhenxi arrived in front of Private Hospital No. 3, where previous Sima family investigators had found nothing unusual. Inside the hospital, although everything seemed normal, the Sima family did not give up. Because the director had refused to cooperate with further investigation, Yuan Zhenxi began his investigation by observing carefully. He stepped into the hospital's main lobby, where all activities appeared completely normal. Although nothing seemed suspicious, Yuan Zhenxi still believed something was wrong, and decided this was an opportunity to test his newly acquired ability. He looked around but did not detect any movement from a weirdness. Immediately after, Yuan Zhenxi activated his superhuman hearing to listen for unusual sounds. Suddenly, he was startled to hear the sound of an elderly patient collapsing in the outer courtyard. Yuan Zhenxi watched in astonishment as a blue soul escaped the body of the recently deceased man, while others rushed to call for emergency help. At the emergency room, he was stopped and denied being a relative of the patient. A grumpy doctor demanded Yuan Zhenxi leave when he tried to ask for information about the deceased. To continue the investigation, Yuan Zhenxi introduced himself as a special officer of the Public Security Bureau. He presented his ID card, explained that the deceased was connected to a confidential case, and requested the hospital's cooperation. Overwhelmed by Yuan Zhenxi's imposing presence, the doctor was frightened and immediately agreed to comply. In the director's office, the sweating director explained that the elderly patient had only come in for a health check yesterday. Yuan Zhenxi reviewed the file and asked directly whether the patient had ever undergone surgery there. The director emphatically replied no. Yuan Zhenxi noticed the contradiction, as his information indicated that all victims had undergone surgery, while this file only recorded a health check. With a determined expression, he made a surprising request, suggesting the director arrange a surgery for him. The director was completely stunned by the bizarre proposal. Yuan Zhenxi declared that he wanted an appendectomy, while a horrifying vision of a barbaric operation appeared. After hearing about the need to sign the liability waiver, Yuan Zhenxi calmly requested that the surgery be scheduled. Medical information suggested that an appendectomy was the optimal choice for an adult. Yuan Zhenxi understood that he was accepting a deadly risk to find the truth, likening the surgery to lying in a coffin. He told himself that this was a necessary trade-off, believing that subduing this monster would yield enormous rewards. The surgical lights turned on, signaling that the operation was about to begin. The surgery appeared completely normal, and Yuan Zhenxi felt that everything was fine through his sense of hearing. However, the horrifying truth was revealed when a gruesome entity with countless eyes clung to the ceiling, and Yuan Zhenxi realized there were no rule items in the room. Activating his full observation abilities, he saw the room's true nature, but still found no rule violations, causing him to doubt his investigative approach. Yuan Zhenxi felt that something strange was happening. Immediately afterward, he suddenly felt sleepy while looking at the operating light. The electrocardiogram monitor suddenly displayed a flat line, signaling that his heart had stopped. Yuan Zhenxi unexpectedly woke up in a hospital bed and was told by a female nurse that he had just regained consciousness. While listening to the nurse's instructions, he concluded that his defeat could only be attributed to an irresistible force. He smiled, realizing that this experience had brought him closer to becoming a monster. Without hesitation, Yuan Zhenxi immediately asked the nurse about other surgeries scheduled for the day, and learned that a heart transplant was imminent. He declared that he would go observe the operation, which worried the nurse, but she still had to comply. As she left, the nurse recalled the director's order to fulfill every request made by this young man. She wondered who Yuan Zhenxi truly was while he sat alone in the room, deep in thought. Yuan Zhenxi checked again and found that his remaining lifespan was still 100 days, deducing that he had merely fallen asleep due to the automatic midnight recovery mechanism. He visualized his remaining time using a clock, while also sensing a vague discomfort in his body that wasn't caused by regeneration. In the operating room, a doctor ordered the patient's chest to be opened. Standing and observing, Yuan Zhenxi told himself that if lying on the operating table yielded no progress, he would try monitoring a surgery instead. The surgical team continued the steps of the heart surgery, exposing the mediastinum and severing the major blood vessels. They used a cardiopulmonary bypass machine to assist with the operation. Yuan Zhenxi concentrated intensely, activating his superhuman hearing. His red eyes watched intently, missing no detail. Thanks to his enhanced senses, he discovered a mysterious purple glowing door that the other doctors and patients were completely unaware of. He wondered if this door was the reason he had previously fallen into an unexplained coma. Yuan Zhenxi left his observation spot and approached the door, speculating that it only appeared when he was lying on the operating table. As he got closer, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and smelled a strong odor of blood. He was pulled into a bizarre space, realizing he was inside a heart, surrounded by countless bloodshot eyes, and could only vaguely make out 2 staircases ahead. Before him were 2 choices, one staircase leading up and one leading down, and he was confused about the difference between them. A jagged mass of shadow suddenly erupted from the top of the ascending staircase, blocking the path. Yuan Zhenxi looked down at the remaining staircase, which led toward a dark abyss. The scene before him was suddenly violently distorted. His body in this space began to dissolve in a sea of blood. 1 minute later, his remaining lifespan dropped to just 99 days. His naked body regenerated, emerging from a pool of blood at the foot of the staircase. Yuan Zhenxi stood up, realizing he had returned to this place prematurely, and although the upward path was blocked, there were still 2 other exits. He decisively stepped out of the pool of blood, ready to face what awaited him. In the subconscious space, Yuan Zhenxi faced 2 options: descend deeper or return to the beginning. He decided to move forward, reaching out toward the door of light. With a determined expression, he rushed through the darkness to escape the place. A fleeting image of a mysterious white-haired, red-eyed entity appeared before he fully woke up. Yuan Zhenxi opened his eyes and found himself in the hospital bed, facing two medical staff members who were secretly hiding scalpels behind their backs. He was horrified to realize he couldn't move, suspecting that he was bound by the monster's rules. Yuan Zhenxi deduced that escaping the door in his subconscious had directly led him into a mandatory surgery. Immediately afterward, a medical team with vacant eyes entered, confirming his fear that he was trapped within their rules. He noticed something was wrong, wondering if these were the same doctors he had seen earlier. From Yuan Zhenxi's perspective, the doctors prepared to use a saw to open his chest while he screamed helplessly. Amidst the extreme pain, he realized a terrifying truth. These people were still alive. They were human. The heart rate monitor next to the bed suddenly switched to a flat line. He felt his heart being pierced by a sharp object. Lying motionless in a pool of blood, Yuan Zhenxi was stunned as a notification appeared stating that his heart had been taken and his lifespan was now only 98 days. In the midst of despair, the necklace around his neck suddenly shone brightly. Yuan Zhenxi suddenly sat bolt upright, gasping for breath, and saw two giant red eyes observing him from the darkness. He covered his mouth with his hand, still trembling after escaping the near-death experience. Meanwhile, a mysterious man dressed in black was walking down the corridor, heading straight toward the operating room. The man glanced toward the room with a meaningful look. Immediately, Yuan Zhenxi sensed that presence, his eyes flaring with red energy as he wondered who that person was. In a panic, Yuan Zhenxi sprang up from the hospital bed, causing the nurse and doctors to scream in terror that there was a ghost. Realizing they were just humans, he breathed a sigh of relief. The angry nurse pointed at Yuan Zhenxi, demanding he leave for scaring the patients, while an old man remarked that the shock actually made him feel better. Kicked out of the room, Yuan Zhenxi stood silently as the nurse glared at him angrily through the glass window. He looked down the hospital corridor, wondering how this monster operated. Yuan Zhenxi realized that everyone in the hospital might be bound by rules or hypnosis, and what was certain was that a black door would appear if he consciously witnessed a surgery. He closed his eyes, recalling what had happened. The memory of the horrifying surgery resurfaced. He remembered the rule that, if he watched, his heart would be taken, and he was determined to refuse it. Returning to reality, Yuan Zhenxi confusedly placed his hand on his chest. He was horrified to realize his chest was empty, completely lacking a heart. Yuan Zhenxi's mind descended into chaos with the thoughts that humans cannot live without a heart, and that he was surely going to die. His blood-red eyes widened, reflecting extreme fear. A beam of red light shone down, and a brilliant red flower, like a spider lily, bloomed on his chest. In the space of consciousness, he decided he had to replace his missing organs, and a notification appeared requesting 20,000 legend points to regenerate his heart and appendix. Yuan Zhenxi's shadow form with glowing red eyes accepted the transaction. A heart made of crystallized red energy began to form. A grotesque entity with countless eyes and a horrifying smile appeared, handing him the new heart. His hand clenched around the energy heart. In his demonic form, Yuan Zhenxi began inserting the new heart into his chest. He pressed the glowing energy mass firmly into his body, completing the regeneration process. A mysterious white-haired man asked Yuan Zhenxi if he had woken up, and he confirmed it. In his mind, Yuan Zhenxi recalled the time he was controlled by the monster while heartless. He remembered that everyone in the hospital, from doctors to nurses, saw the hole in his chest but showed no fear. Yuan Zhenxi tried asking a nurse if humans could live without a heart. The nurse looked surprised by the strange question. She casually replied that, of course they could, completely oblivious to the absurdity of her statement. When Yuan Zhenxi asked about the heart removal surgery, the nurse completely denied it, saying no such operation was scheduled. She then told him to rest and left, muttering that he might have suffered brain damage. Returning to reality, Yuan Zhenxi realized that not only the perception but also the bodies of everyone had been deceived. Horrifying memories of other victims and the indifference of the medical staff flooded his mind. He recalled the scene where his heart was taken during a surgery, yet none of the people involved died. Suddenly, the pendant on Yuan Zhenxi's chest glowed brightly. An interface appeared, identifying the entity as the body part hospital and revealing its death rules, which were now nullified for him. Yuan Zhenxi smirked, having fully understood the mechanism of this place. He stepped off the bed, his hand glowing with red energy, confirming that his speculation was correct. Yuan Zhenxi used his power to summon his clothes, noting that this monster was extremely well hidden. He quickly took off the patient gown. Then he put on his black trousers. Finally, he put on his shoes. In his new attire, Yuan Zhenxi stood firm, red energy swirling around him as he decided the next step was to find the monster's weakness. Yuan Zhenxi pulled up his collar, his gaze sharp. He realized that perhaps everyone in this hospital was living in fear. Standing behind the door, he quietly observed the night outside. The chaotic scene of the hospital unfolded, where wailing ghosts mingled among the soulless patients and medical staff. Hearing that another patient had suddenly stopped breathing, Yuan Zhenshi could only wonder why the rules of this place were so bizarre. He immediately called the hospital director, requesting to observe a resuscitation procedure for investigative reasons. Realizing that the patient's problem was not the heart, but the respiratory system, he requested to observe a lung surgery, and was immediately granted permission. In the operating room, a female patient was already prepared on the surgical table. Yuan Zhenshi activated his special ability, analyzing and confirming that the patient's soul was completely normal and had never been affected by this hospital. Suddenly, a surgeon pulled a giant red eye from the patient's body and asked if they were finished. Wearing a mask, Yuan Zhenshi narrowed his eyes, focusing on the next development. Just as he predicted, a pitch-black spatial gate suddenly appeared in the middle of the operating room. Immediately, one of the doctors was irresistibly sucked straight into the gate. Yuan Zhenshi pulled down his mask, flashing a triumphant smile as his plan unfolded correctly. With dark energy surging over his arm, he confidently stepped into the mysterious spatial gate. Inside was an endless staircase, and at the very top, a red energy entity was gradually forming. The entity suddenly rushed down at terrifying speed, catching Yuan Zhenshi by surprise. His eyes flashed with determination as he faced the incoming threat. He hurriedly rushed up the stairs but quickly realized he was running into a dead end, and it was too late to maneuver. Backed against the wall, Yuan Zhenshi showed clear tension as the deadly energy stream rapidly approached. Suddenly thrown into a dark red space, Yuan Zhenshi was astonished to see blood splattering above him. He realized he wasn't free-falling but sliding on some surface, and the drop didn't seem as deep as he had imagined. Blazing red energy streaks enveloped Yuan Zhenshi as he prepared to land. He landed steadily, exhaling as the energy gradually dissipated into a circle beneath his feet. Standing in a dark corridor, Yuan Zhenshi discovered a glowing purple door marked with the character Gon Liver, deducing that this place was arranged according to internal organs. He recalled that he had been in the heart area last time, concluding that each door corresponded to a surgical room in the hospital. Thanks to his enhanced senses, Yuan Zhenshi decided to keep trying other doors until he found an organ whose removal would not be fatal. He quickly identified the kidney as his target, the only organ that could be excised without causing death. However, he was skeptical of such simplicity and decided to quickly explore other options, accepting that he would die and resurrect. After a hard landing, Yuan Zhenshi began falling through a series of spatial doors. He analyzed that passing through the spleen door would definitely lead to death. Continuing to fall, he determined that only the kidney door was safe, while the stomach, large intestine, and small intestine were all dead ends. Yuan Zhenshi gasped, clutching his chest where an old wound was emitting a blazing red light. He stood up, feeling exhausted and wondering if this repeated exploration would cause any side effects. A shadowy entity with countless red eyes appeared behind him, while he debated whether to go up or down. Yuan Zhenshi speculated that the top of this space must be the brain. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet shook violently and began to crack. He realized it was a heartbeat. The space was collapsing infinitely, and he was falling into darkness. A fierce explosion of red and black energy erupted from where he fell, shooting out a column of dark energy. Waking up amidst the hazy smoke, Yuan Zhenshi clutched his head, smelling the strong scent of blood and wondering what space he had fallen into. Standing before a colossal stone door, Yuan Zhenshi realized he was once again facing the heart of this space. He discovered a tattered notebook in a pool of blood, speculating that someone else had been here before. Pressing the notebook to his chest, he was certain that its owner had not survived. Suddenly, sharp objects whizzed through the air, attacking him. Yuan Zhenshi looked up, his red eyes vigilant against the approaching threat. He saw a giant sphere of darkness. Realizing it was the heart supported by all the doors in the hospital, deciding it was time to act, he summoned a stream of blazing red energy from his hand. Immediately, a sharp pain struck, as he felt his heart being violently pulled by an invisible force. Doubled over in agony, Yuan Zhenshi couldn't bear it as the red energy began to pour out. Energy exploded from his chest. He screamed that he couldn't hold it back anymore. In the final moment, his body vanished amidst the energy explosion. Yuan Zhenshi lay motionless in a pool of blood. The system announced his death and 96 days of remaining lifespan. In the darkness, his red eyes snapped open, confirming the successful resurrection. Revived in the same spot, he realized his death seemed to have activated some mechanism. A notification appeared, giving him the option to leave the old path and find a new way. He immediately agreed. The pendant around his neck shone brightly, guiding the path ahead. Yuan Zhenshi stood up, preparing to follow the pendant's guidance. He dashed forward, believing this was the only way to avoid death. Along the way, he was horrified to realize countless human bodies were being controlled by sinews connected to the giant heart sphere. Finally, he arrived before a new door, engraved with the word uterus, leaving him utterly confused. Yuan Zhenshi decided to face the opening door. He was astonished to see the ground behind him, beginning to collapse, swallowed by something red. With no time left to think, he plunged straight into the pitch-black gate, beneath the word uterus. He stepped into the undefined darkness. Yuan Zhenshi free fell from above, relieved to realize he had escaped, and was now right outside the hospital gate. Under the full moon, the hospital building appeared quiet. Sitting on a stone bench, he pondered the meaning of the word uterus, and why it served as the exit to life. He wondered if it was because his body inherently lacked that organ. Suddenly, he remembered the object he was holding. He realized it was Chiian Yubai's notebook, now soaked in blood. The notebook was so stained that he could only read a partial date, the 3rd of some month in 19. He closed the notebook and began to calculate. Yuan Zhenshi deduced that if it were December, the incident would have occurred about 6 months ago, coinciding with the time the hospital's information archive burned down. This meant he could only view medical records from the past 6 months. He stood up, continuing his train of thought. He guessed that 6 months ago, Chiian Yubai had also visited the hospital, passed through a door, and survived. Yet her diary was found near a door leading to death. He concluded that she must have used her destiny coin ability, paying the price with her own memories, and then decided to call her. On the other end of the line, Chiian Yubai, having just finished bathing, asked Yuan Zhenshi in surprise if he needed something. At a cafe, Yuan Zhenshi got straight to the point, asking Chiian Yubai if she had visited private hospital number 3 last December. Chiian Yubai sat opposite him, silent and seemingly confused by his sudden presence and question. When questioned, Chiian Yubai snapped out of her thoughts and quickly apologized to Yuan Zhenshi for being distracted. Yuan Zhenshi secretly wondered if she was being influenced by some entity, while Chiian Yubai panicked for staring at him and stammered that she didn't know. Chiian Yubai explained that a strange incident occurred last December, causing her to completely lose her memory of that period, and her diary also vanished. She added that her parents also had a car accident last year, and like her, they couldn't remember anything that happened before the incident. Yuan Zhenshi deduced, connecting the fire, the monster, and the amnesia suffered by Chiian Yubai and her parents, realizing this couldn't be a coincidence. Seeing Yuan Zhenshi suddenly stand up, Chiian Yubai anxiously asked what was wrong, but he only replied that he was investigating something. He said he would pay for the meal and told her she should go home and rest. As they left the cafe, Chiian Yubai asked if she could help, but Yuan Zhenshi said he didn't need her ability yet. Yuan Zhenshi promised to let her know if he did, and Chiian Yubai wished him good night. Watching his retreating back, Chiian Yubai shyly thought that although she previously wanted to be his wife, she was now content just being a useful tool. Yuan Zhenshi silently calculated, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. At the same time, Chiian Yubai felt self-conscious and useless because she couldn't offer more help. Unexpectedly, Yuan Zhenshi called her back and offered to walk her home, which greatly surprised Chiian Yubai. He told her to go ahead, and Chiian Yubai happily ran off, believing he would follow right behind. She was secretly delighted, believing this action proved Yuan Zhenshi genuinely cared about her. However, Yuan Zhenshi's eyes glowed bright red as he activated his special ability. He confirmed the horrifying truth. Chiian Yubai had surgery at the hospital and lost her heart. The fire had concealed this information, and the coin of fate helped her survive. Yuan Zhenshi realized a deadly rule was binding her. She would die the moment someone discovered and confronted her about not having a heart. A series of memories about Chiian Yubai's journey flashed by, showing her change in personality and the moments she shared with the club. Finally, an image appeared, depicting Yuan Zhenshi as the boss of the Weirdness Company, along with his supernatural subordinates, operating under the cruel principle, results above all else. Hearing her name called, Chiian Yubai shyly responded to Yuan Zhenshi. Under the moonlight and falling petals, Yuan Zhenshi congratulated her on her rank promotion. As he turned to leave, Chiian Yubai rushed after him, calling him back. She anxiously mentioned that many people had recently entered the hospital and that she knew he was re-investigating that location. In return, Chiian Yubai gave Yuan Zhenshi a health amulet. He looked at the words physical health written on the amulet. Yuan Zhenshi's eyes flashed as he suddenly grasped the true meaning of the gift. He deduced that the amulet helped prevent the body from activating its self-preservation mechanism, thereby avoiding the realization that she had no heart and thus avoiding death. Yuan Zhenshi smiled genuinely, thanking Chiian Yubai for the truly useful gift. Seeing him accept it, Chiian Yubai sighed in relief and happily waved goodbye. Immediately afterward, Yuan Zhenshi received the hidden item, Chiian Yubai's diary, which revealed the core rules regarding the hospital. He immediately called the hospital director, requesting to observe a lung surgery. The operating sign outside a room lit up, Inside the operating room, a spatial portal opened, signaling Yuan Zhenxi's appearance before the surgical team. He calculated that, to avoid detection by the Weirdness Hospital's heart, he had to enter through the door of an organ he did not possess. Yuan Zhenxi stepped out of the spatial portal, standing firm within a purple aura. He faced a long staircase leading to the hospital's core entity, determined to find its true purpose. As the red entity began to shake, Yuan Zhenxi advanced without hesitation. Standing before a magical gate, he realized that to proceed, he first had to abandon his own heart. Lying on the operating table, Yuan Zhenxi opened his red eyes wide as a flower of blood bloomed on his chest. From his perspective, the ghostly surgical team proceeded to brutally remove his heart. Submerged in a chaotic space, Yuan Zhenxi painfully realized his heart was gone. Immediately afterward, his red eyes shone with iron determination. A shadowy self whispered, confirming that he could now live without a heart, signaling the success of the self-hypnosis process. The hospital clock struck 6 a.m., and Yuan Zhenxi realized that thanks to this, he hadn't died. The surgical team was astonished when a black and red spatial portal suddenly opened in the middle of the operating room. Stepping into the anomalous space, Yuan Zhenxi told himself that the next step was to wait for the monster and find the core space. He used all his strength to push open a gigantic dark wooden gate, sealed by purple magical characters. Inside the gate was a massive, pulsating purple organic mass, connected by countless vascular lines. Yuan Zhenxi's hand reached out without hesitation, touching the gigantic entity. Standing before the glowing red organ mass, he declared that he had seized it. With fiery eyes and gritted teeth, Yuan Zhenxi began to absorb the terrifying energy source. Streams of red, black, and purple energy violently collided and merged. Yuan Zhenxi stood firm amidst the energy storm, his body becoming the focal point, drawing in all the power. Breathing heavily but with a look of satisfaction, he realized the plan had succeeded. With his face obscured by shadow, he looked at the stitches on his chest and the purple heart in his hand, confirming he was still alive. Finally, Yuan Zhenxi took off his coat, preparing to implant the new heart into his body while a flame of purple energy erupted. He pressed the new heart into his chest, where it began to integrate with his body. Yuan Zhenxi braced himself against the excruciating pain as he implanted the new heart. The vascular threads of the weirdness heart began to weave deep into his chest. He gritted his teeth as the new heart painfully merged with his body. The extreme pain caused him to roar uncontrollably. Yuan Zhenxi resolved to seize this heart and make it his own. The grotesque heart finally completely fused into his body. A massive surge of purple energy erupted from Yuan Zhenxi's chest. His eyes glowed intensely purple as the new power flooded his cells. After successful absorption, he fell freely through an empty space of consciousness. The system announced that he had controlled the hospital weirdness, received countless bonus points, recovered his lifespan, and agreed to upgrade his spiritual power to level 5. Simultaneously, a powerful 4.4 magnitude earthquake shook Xiang City. At an emergency meeting, members of the Special Bureau received an alert about a new weirdness in Xiang City. Satellite data confirmed the earthquake's epicenter originated from the sacred mountain base. The source of this disturbance was determined to be caused by the god entity. Outside the base, Dingjiang confirmed to a woman that the location was precisely the god entity's containment cell. The woman, Interim President Nanbo, stated that this event had alarmed the entire world and that the International Weirdness Institute would soon send representatives. Dingjiang replied that half a month had passed without any predicted strange occurrences. He lit a cigarette, saying it was just a thinking weirdness that had been previously devoured by the god entity. Nanbo appeared astonished by the information she had just heard. Nanbo anxiously reminded Dingjiang that his body had not yet recovered, and furthermore, the current special forces were insufficient to replace him. Dingjiang walked away in the rain, suggesting they should temporarily keep the existence of the self-aware weirdness a secret from international powers. Nanbo disagreed, arguing that if they could find such a weirdness, other nations could too, so why not cooperate? Dingjiang coldly countered with the hypothesis that other countries might have also found it and chosen to conceal the information as well. He continued to express suspicion about Red Spider Lily, suggesting she might not be under control, and that the existence of a thinking weirdness was an omen. Dingjiang posed a terrifying question. If weirdness can think like humans, can humans turn into weirdness? Nanbo vehemently objected, asserting that if a human becomes a vessel for a weirdness, the vessel itself would lack consciousness. As the ground shook, Dingjiang dismissed Nanbo's words and asserted that whether they succeeded or failed, they must begin dealing with the changing god entity. In another space, a mysterious man with black hair and purple eyes sat in contemplation. This person was sitting with Yuan Zhenxi and two other strangers in a deserted waiting room. In his inner world, Yuan Zhenxi woke up and wondered what had happened after he implanted the heart into his body. He deduced that the weirdness's body parts might be attracting each other to form a complete body. Yuan Zhenxi realized the heart was only one piece of the rule set, and other pieces across the city were also self-correcting just like it. He understood that they would continue to combine until a new weirdness was formed, and realized this could become a major problem. The status panel appeared, showing Yuan Zhenxi's spiritual power had reached level 5, but he still pondered his original goal, the Phantom Caller. Returning to reality, Yuan Zhenxi saw the hospital was still operating normally. Fortunately, the changes in perception prevented people from dying upon realizing the truth. Under the alias Ghost, Yuan Zhenxi called to report that the cause of Sima Feng's death had been found and dealt with. The man on the other end sighed in relief, while his assistant was astonished, wondering if Ghost possessed some special item to tame a weirdness so quickly. Standing under the moonlight, Yuan Zhenxi agreed after arranging to send the remaining promised soul gems. At 2:22 a.m. in an internet cafe, a notification for a game match sounded. Inside, a gamer was enthusiastically typing, muttering curses and discussing strategy with his teammates. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment at the developments on the screen. Immediately after, he slumped onto the desk and fell asleep, ignoring his teammates' angry shouts for being abandoned mid-match. Elsewhere, Chiian Yubai was sleeping when she was awakened by a mysterious voice announcing that the time had come. She replied wearily, sweat beading on her forehead as if she were having a nightmare. In her dream, Red Spider Lily and Xiaosun, dressed as nurses, along with the box weirdness, arrived to prepare her. Chiian Yubai found herself lying under the operating room lights, panicked upon hearing she was about to receive a heart transplant, though she didn't understand why. Although the scene was strange and terrifying, she felt an indescribable sense of safety. An illusion appeared, showing that the surgery was actually a ritual for transferring the source of life. At the same time, in reality, Yuan Zhenxi's chronicle glowed intensely as he used its power. Returning to the apartment, Xiaosun sat sulking in a corner, visibly annoyed. She used her finger to draw a pig face on the floor to vent her anger. Red Spider Lily approached to report to Yuan Zhenxi, but he coldly dismissed her if she intended to ask him to comfort Xiaosun. Yuan Zhenxi explained that he had consulted the chronicle, but the points from the body part hospital were insufficient to free the person they had just saved. Red Spider Lily shook her head, saying she wanted to report something else. She asked if Yuan Zhenxi remembered what happened when he tamed the hospital, and he only replied that he remembered placing the heart into his body. Yuan Zhenxi mused, recounting the feeling after waking up. A significant amount of time seemed to have passed, as if he had died or been unconscious. Red Spider Lily began to reveal that, concurrently with Yuan Zhenxi taming the hospital, another event had occurred. Red Spider Lily said something had happened to it. She revealed that the god entity had made a move. Red Spider Lily informed Yuan Zhenxi that she had received a summons and needed to leave immediately, causing him to wonder if it was the Special Bureau. She confirmed that the summons came from the General Bureau of the Special Bureau, and a red spatial rift began to open behind her. Yuan Zhenxi silently watched Red Spider, Lily, and Xiaochun step into the summoning space. In that space, a strange woman gave Red Spider Lily a spider lily flower. This woman, representing the General Bureau, proposed cooperation with Red Spider Lily and her alliance of monsters. The cooperation proposal aimed to find common ground to jointly fight against God, who could resurrect at any moment. Red Spider Lily explained God's absolute death rule. Looking, touching, imagining, or approaching within 100 meters will result in death. Yuan Zhenxi wondered if there was any connection between his absorption of the hospital's heart and God stirring at the same time. Red Spider Lily declared that there was no need to answer to the Special Bureau, as that so-called God was born to be destroyed. Yuan Zhenxi decided to take the initiative, realizing he wasn't strong enough to face God, and resolved to become stronger. The next day, Yuan Zhenxi returned to school, immediately becoming the center of gossip among the other students. A female student recalled that Yuan Zhenxi used to be very gloomy and had even founded a strange ghost club. Seemingly hearing the gossip, Yuan Zhenxi showed a momentary flicker of confusion. His gaze caused one female student extreme excitement, while another male student smugly compared his own appearance to Yuan Zhenxi's. He thought silently about the club's activity room and how he had asked the Special Bureau to handle it, while other students had conflicting thoughts, ranging from fear to admiration. Suddenly, a female student ran after him, panting, and called for him to stop. Yuan Zhenxi turned around and asked who the strange female student was. When asked who she was by Yuan Zhenxi, a flustered female student introduced herself as the class president and mentioned the upcoming school festival. The class president timidly asked if he could help out with the school festival. The class president's face flushed red as she waited silently. She urgently tugged at Yuan Zhenxi's sleeve, She excitedly described the school festival as a major event for self-expression and making memories with friends. Yuan Zhenxi smiled and agreed to help. Surprised by his quick agreement, the class president was about to assign tasks when Yuan Zhenxi told her to wait because he had an idea. She stared blankly as he turned and walked away in a different direction. Yuan Zhenxi thought of the school bullies and decided he would force them to do hard labor to teach them a lesson. He turned back and asked the class president for the location of the school bullies. He headed toward the sports equipment room, where loud laughter echoed from inside. Inside, Rango was bragging about his bullying exploits to his subordinates. Suddenly, the warehouse door was kicked inward. The entire group of thugs angrily turned to look at the intruder. A devastating kick flew straight toward them. Yuan Zhenxi landed, casually asking if everyone was present. After a moment, the entire group of thugs lay sprawled on the floor, and Yuan Zhenxi announced that he had come to ask for their help with the festival. With his red eyes glowing, he thought to himself that these thugs were lucky no one had to die. While the thugs were terrified, Yuan Zhenxi called the Public Security Bureau to report them. Surrounded, Yuan Zhenxi remained calm in the face of threats from the thug leader, Wang Jianren. His red eyes flashed with a deadly light. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Zhenxi struck down all the thugs, who were screaming in pain and astonishment. As he walked away, a person with a woman's physique and blonde hair suddenly appeared in the middle of the scene, causing everything to fall silent. Wang Jianren terrifyingly felt an extreme fear, his body completely paralyzed, and wondered if Yuan Zhenxi had caused it. Yuan Zhenxi grabbed Wang Jianren's collar, a terrifying shadow entity appearing behind him, whispering that the opponent finally knew how to be silent. With a calm smile, he demanded that Wang Jianren comply with the rules and accompany him to the security bureau to confess. A subordinate frantically shouted, pointing at the blonde person, and confirming that it was their boss, Wang Jianren. With a face flushed with embarrassment, Wang Jianren, in his female form, mumbled that it was true. He explained that he had woken up and turned into a woman, leaving the surrounding subordinates both astonished and amused. Yuan Zhenxi narrowed his eyes, repeating the name Wang Jianren in his head. Due to his face blindness, he completely failed to recall who this person was. Suddenly, his eyes widened as a memory flashed through his mind. The memory of the original body, Moto Shinji, surfaced, showing that Wang Jianren was the leader of these thugs. Yuan Zhenxi remained silent for a moment to process the information. He asked directly if Wang Jianren had transitioned, causing the opponent to angrily yell that his male will would never change. Wang Jianren recounted that a few days ago, after a bout of pain all over his body, he had woken up in this form. Realizing the opponent wasn't lying, Yuan Zhenxi concluded this was caused by a monster and ordered the thugs to return to work. However, he specifically called Wang Jianren to stay behind, surprising everyone. Left alone, Wang Jianren desperately called out to his departing subordinates, while the disciples merely felt pity for their boss's fate. Yuan Zhenxi turned back with a cold gaze, causing Wang Jianren to yell, both embarrassed and angry, demanding that he stop messing around. In a fit of rage, Wang Jianren lunged to attack Yuan Zhenxi. His punch was easily blocked. Yuan Zhenxi realized that Wang Jianren's strength had also changed along with his body, while Wang Jianren couldn't believe the disparity in power. Yuan Zhenxi quickly tripped his opponent. Wang Jianren fell flat, indignantly shouting how Yuan Zhenxi dared to treat a woman like that. Exuding killing intent, Yuan Zhenxi ordered Wang Jianren to recount everything, finally remembering his name. Just then, a stranger appeared and asked what they were doing, causing Wang Jianren to quickly cry out for help. Without letting Wang Jianren say more, Yuan Zhenxi kicked him directly in the face. Yuan Zhenxi turned to ask the newcomer's identity, while the person introduced himself as Yuan Bo, belonging to the police force. Yuan Bo handed his business card to Yuan Zhenxi, but the latter warned him not to touch his skin. However, it was too late. Their hands had already touched, and Yuan Bo immediately asked if Yuan Zhenxi was affiliated with the Special Bureau. Shrouded in green spiritual energy, Yuan Bo explained that his team was in charge of this weirdness incident and secretly assessed Yuan Zhenxi's strength. Yuan Zhenxi denied belonging to the Special Bureau, saying he was just a student helping Wang Jianren, then asked directly about the monster. Yuan Bo was momentarily stunned by Yuan Zhenxi's superior height. The person explained that the monster is called the gender swapper, which infects through skin contact and transforms the victim within 3 days, adding that he was also a victim and was originally female. Yuan Zhenxi simply listened silently, then asked if it was lethal or merely caused gender swapping. Yuan Bo awkwardly explained that his team only handles minor weirdness, while Yuan Zhenxi realized that monsters could also be weak. Yuan Bo tried to suppress his anger at Yuan Zhenxi's attitude, telling himself that he used to be just as arrogant. He explained that these minor weirdness mark humans, consume their souls after death, and also grant requests for death. Yuan Zhenxi thought to himself that this was the first time he had heard of this, as the monsters he had encountered all possessed extremely dangerous power. He concluded that this wasn't always the case and instructed Yuan Bo to notify the school to collect data, isolate those affected, and let the police handle it. Having said that, Yuan Zhenxi dragged Wang Jianren away and declared that anyone who didn't want to participate could come find him, causing Yuan Bo to call out, asking for his name. Yuan Bo looked seriously at Yuan Zhenxi, who simply replied that he had forgotten to introduce himself. Yuan Zhenxi coldly declared himself to be Ghost, the president of the Ghost Club. Yuan Bo froze, eyes wide with horror at the sudden revelation. In his mind, he realized that Ghost was the famous absent supervisor who could utilize the underworld girl, Red Spider Lily, and had dealt with the body part hospital. One day later, Yuan Zhenxi lay on the bed, panting and covered in sweat. He wondered why he was experiencing this debilitating effect, and how long it had been since he was last sick. Red Spider Lily, Xiaoxun, and Little Eyes surrounded the bed, asking if he needed help, but Yuan Zhenxi refused. He ordered them all to leave, and the two humanoid entities quietly stepped out of the bedroom. Red Spider Lily carried Little Eyes, and both, along with Xiaoxun, looked toward the closed bedroom door. In the darkness, their true nature emerged with glowing red eyes and smiles, and Red Spider Lily thought that the master's scent was incredibly appealing right now. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhenxi struggled alone on the empty bed. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain and discomfort tormenting his body. Yuan Zhenxi's red eyes reflected extreme exhaustion and tension. Suddenly, his pupils flashed with blue data light, seemingly activating an ability to analyze his condition. Yuan Zhenxi's slender hands clutched the bedsheets, sweat pouring out from the pain. He clenched his hands into fists as his body continued to tremble uncontrollably. His feet also curled up on the sweat-soaked bed. In his inner space, Yuan Zhenxi's red eyes flashed with blue data light as he analyzed his state. His soul manifestation with white hair stood firm, while a small blue entity clung to his shoulder. The blue entity tried to get Yuan Zhenxi's attention. Without hesitation, he grabbed the frightened creature. Yuan Zhenxi crushed it, causing the entity to dissipate into streaks of energy. Returning to reality, he opened his eyes. The fiery red eyes now belonged to a face with softer features. A figure with long, smooth black hair sat bolt upright on the bed. Yuan Zhenxi stared in shock at his body, which had completely transformed into that of a woman, marked by a fiery red imprint on his chest. He stepped off the bed, still reeling from the sudden change. He bent down, observing his new face and body more closely. Holding a small mirror, Yuan Zhenxi wondered if this was what he looked like as a woman. He clicked his tongue in annoyance as red energy began to gather around him. Yuan Zhenxi unleashed powerful spiritual energy, realizing that his strength had not diminished after the transformation. He recalled something even stranger that had happened, related to the tranquilizer bottle that the original host, Shinji, possessed. Initially, he had assumed the painful side effects of the transformation were due to his spiritual power reaching level 5. However, Yuan Zhenxi remembered that both Wang Jianren and Yuan Bo only experienced much milder health issues. Yuan Zhenxi mused, realizing that Yuan Bo and Wang Jianren's mild symptoms were because their spiritual power was weak. He understood that this bizarre gender transformation not only affected the body but also impacted the soul, rendering the tranquilizer useless. Examining his new body again, Yuan Zhenxi told himself that he had underestimated the situation and needed to find a way to return to normal as soon as possible. Feeling that Yuan Bo's abilities were too ineffective, he decided he must personally intervene this time. After trying on clothes, Yuan Zhenxi sighed in relief when he found a better-fitting shirt in the closet. He remained silent for a moment, lost in his own thoughts. Yuan Zhenxi had to admit that this body wasn't bad, but he still couldn't accept it. Suddenly, he spotted Red Spider Lily, Xiaoxun, and Little Eyes secretly watching him from behind the door. Surrounded by the entities, one calling him Master, the other calling him Mother, a flustered Yuan Zhenxi decided to contact the Special Bureau directly. At the Special Bureau headquarters, a voice came through the phone, asking Ghost why his voice had changed. On the other end, Hanguan burst into laughter upon learning that Ghost had turned into a woman and demanded to see his face, while Ching Xi looked annoyed. Yuan Zhenxi explained that his soul had also been altered, and asked Ching Xi about a rule item that could reverse the condition, despite Hanguan still teasing him. When Hanguan requested a video call, Yuan Zhenxi smirked and agreed meaningfully. Hanguan and Ching Xi were stunned into silence, staring at the phone screen. During the video call, Yuan Zhenxi confidently showed off his new appearance and asked if they were satisfied, causing Hongyin to get a nosebleed from excitement. Ching Xi suggested he try using the wishing dice, a high-risk item governed by strict life or death rules. Yuan Zhenshi skeptically asked if any wish could come true, and was told that if it couldn't, the dice would display the sign of death. Ching Xi announced that from now on, all of Ghost's requests for rule items would receive priority approval. With a sly smile, Ching Xi joked that if he came to the special bureau, everyone would flock to him, while confirming he could request items even when not on a mission. Yuan Zhenshi was confused by the current situation. After the call, he pondered that whether he could return to normal or not, finding the true nature of the monster was still the top priority. 10 minutes later, hearing a knock, Yuan Zhenshi went to open the door. Standing outside were Sherry and Chiian Yubai, who had come to visit him unexpectedly. Yuan Zhenshi was surprised by their appearance. Chiian Yubai quickly handed him a box and reassured him that she wouldn't touch him. While Sherry and Chiian Yubai showered him with compliments about his beauty, Yuan Zhenshi irritably told them to stop, holding the dice he had just received. He realized this was the wishing dice rule item. However, Yuan Zhenshi suddenly noticed that something was wrong. He thought about how everyone seemed to lose their minds when they saw his new appearance, including Sherry and Chiian Yubai. Suddenly, Yuan Zhenshi asked the two of them to show him the backs of their hands. Both were astonished to see a blue male gender symbol appear on their hands, and Yuan Zhenshi understood that the curse had spread. He explained that the curse could now spread through eye contact, and asked them to put on sunglasses. Clenching the dice in his hand, Yuan Zhenshi prepared to act. He decided to use the item, whispering his wish. Immediately after, he tossed the dice onto the floor. The dice stopped, emitting a strange green light. The light quickly distorted, and then faded out. Finally, the dice lay in a pool of blood, all 6 sides showing the character for death, leading Yuan Zhenshi to decide he would try dying once to break the situation. Yuan Zhenshi questioned his curse's ability to spread, causing Sherry to anxiously ask about his intentions. With a determined look, Yuan Zhenshi declared that he needed to die and asked everyone to leave. He silently looked at the wishing dice in his hand, preparing for one last attempt. Tossing the dice up, Yuan Zhenshi wished to return to his original self. However, the dice landed with the word death glowing bright red. A streak of blue light slashed across Yuan Zhenshi's figure, executing the dice's result. His horrified eyes reflected the fateful death. Yuan Zhenshi's head exploded. He had paid the price of 1 day of lifespan, and the dice returned to its original state. The dice lay silently on the floor, next to his regenerated hand. Upon waking up, Yuan Zhenshi realized his attempt had completely failed. Immediately, he called Yuan Bo, requesting all investigation data regarding the gender-swapping monster. With a sinister smile, Yuan Zhenshi decided he would take over the case himself. While Red Spider Lily and Xiao Xun silently watched, he asked Yuan Bo to report what he knew. Yuan Bo revealed that the initial victims had all played the game Dream Dragon and used a feature involving a gender-swapping fairy. Yuan Zhenshi muttered about the game and the fairy, their images briefly appearing behind him. Yuan Bo confirmed that the fairy had vanished from the game, no longer residing in the gender-swapping pool. Yuan Zhenshi asked about the timing of its disappearance, and was told that a game glitch had occurred 9 days prior. He ordered Yuan Bo to track down the affected individuals, and decided to go to the game company himself to investigate. Wearing sunglasses, he demanded that they speed up the process, and declared he would mobilize the special bureau. Yuan Zhenshi ordered his subordinates to find the individuals who had become good-looking after the gender swap, as he had a few questions for them. 3 hours later, at the special bureau's interrogation area, the door slowly opened. Inside, 2 of the summoned subjects, a man and a woman, waited with defiant attitudes. Yuan Zhenshi entered with Yuan Bo, pushing another woman who was trembling and begging him to be gentle. Facing all 3, Yuan Zhenshi coldly announced that he knew about their lack of cooperation, and that it was now his turn to interrogate them. Hearing this, all 3 suspects merely smirked, smugly, and defiantly. Yuan Zhenshi's red eyes flashed behind his sunglasses as he issued a warning. Every lie would earn them a lash. The man sneered, while the blonde woman seemed amused by the threat. When the blonde woman made a provocative request, a searing red energy whip lashed straight across the man's face, causing him to scream in pain. The terrifying whip was formed directly from Yuan Zhenshi's hand. Immediately after, the whip wrapped around the blonde woman's neck, and Yuan Zhenshi ordered Yuan Bo to drag her out. He turned to the 2 remaining people, who were utterly terrified, and simply said, "Next." Dragging the energy whip, Yuan Zhenshi approached and warned them to tell the truth if they wanted to live. He unleashed a terrifying wave of killing intent that formed the shape of a demonic skull, causing the remaining woman to fearfully admit that he was even scarier than the rumors suggested. Completely broken down, the remaining 2 people knelt on the floor, weeping and begging, promising to confess everything. Yuan Zhenxi stepped forward, stopping right in front of the desperate man. After sitting down, he began the interrogation, asking whether their attractiveness had increased after the gender swap and who they had been in contact with. The man began recounting that after transforming into a handsome man, he attracted everyone's attention but was too afraid to go outside. He continued, saying that not only girls but even strange men were unusually attracted to him. The man recounted that when he told his closest friends, they were also transformed into men, just like the others. He went on to explain that they initially planned to go through with it, but somehow they reverted back to normal. And the woman next to him confirmed the same thing happened to her. The woman tearfully explained to Yuan Zhenxi that she only created the program, not the supernatural entity itself, and that it had disappeared on its own. She sobbed, adding that she was also a victim, having been treated poorly by male colleagues, but they lost interest after they themselves were transformed into women. Yuan Zhenxi thought to himself that both were telling the truth, and asked aloud when this incident occurred. The man replied that his incident started 9 days ago and reverted to normal after 2 days, while the woman stated hers was 6 days ago and lasted 3 days. After hearing this, Yuan Zhenxi stood up and said he understood the problem, leaving the other two bewildered. He coldly permitted them to leave, causing the man to joyfully ask for confirmation. Both profusely thanked him and hurriedly stood up, preparing to leave immediately. As they neared the door, the woman turned back, having heard Yuan Zhenxi call out. Unexpectedly, the man blushed, approached him, and offered to ask for Yuan Zhenxi's contact information before leaving. His brazen action shocked the accompanying woman so much that her entire body seemed to seize up. With sharp eyes and overwhelming killing intent, Yuan Zhenxi growled, ordering him to get lost. Immediately, the man was thrown out of the room by an invisible force, accompanied by the terrified screams of his companion. After driving them away, Yuan Zhenxi calmly adjusted his glasses, confidently asserting that he had solved the problem. He took off his glasses, deducing that the reason the supernatural entity couldn't be found was because it continuously changed hosts. Yuan Zhenxi raised a hand to his lips, concluding that currently, it resided inside his own body, more precisely, in his eyes. A rift resembling an eye suddenly opened on his palm, and he told the entity that he wouldn't rush to lock it away. Yuan Zhenxi covered his face, his hand emitting a fierce red light as he became fully aware of the intruder's existence within him. Yuan Zhenxi asked Ching Xi if the eyeballs in the crack's weirdness could deal with the gender swapper. In the office, Ching Xi listened and asked Yuan Zhenxi if he had a plan yet. Yuan Zhenxi explained that the essence of the curse lay in his eyes, causing anyone who made eye contact to be mesmerized and transformed, so he needed to find a death row inmate and link the inmate's registration to himself. In an illustrative scene, Yuan Zhenxi, claiming to be a prison guard, was beating a death row inmate named Tanakazawa, who was screaming because he didn't understand why he was being attacked by a woman. The plan was laid out. After knocking out the inmate, he would show him the eyeballs in the crack's photo, so the inmate would be drawn into its rules, just as other entities had been controlled before. Ching Xi looked worried, asking if Yuan Zhenxi could bear the consequences, as looking at the photo would cause hallucinations and mental torture unto death. Yuan Zhenxi noticed her concern and commented that Ching Xi had changed. He teased, asking if she had also been charmed by his appearance after he was transformed. Ching Xi immediately blushed and was flustered by the teasing. She ordered Yuan Zhenxi to scram and promised to send the photo directly to him, warning him not to let anyone else see it, while Yuan Zhenxi warned that she should be grateful to him. Yuan Zhenxi cheerfully waved goodbye, leaving a still embarrassed Ching Xi behind. Returning to his room, Yuan Zhenxi handed the photo of a giant eye to his creature and called it Little Eyes. Little Eyes flipped the photo over and fell silent upon seeing that the back was blank. Having just returned after disciplining the death row inmate, Yuan Zhenxi saw Little Eyes angrily throw the photo away, and asked if it didn't like the gift he had gone to the trouble of retrieving. Yuan Zhenxi took off his sunglasses and called Little Eyes' name seriously. He lifted the creature up to eye level and asked if it could see the guy currently residing in his eyes. Little Eyes stared in horror into Yuan Zhenxi's eyes, its pupils dilating as it realized the truth. Countless tentacles and red eyes began to spill out of Yuan Zhenxi. He challenged the entity inside to see whose rules were stronger, and warned that he wouldn't resurrect it if it died. Yuan Zhenxi's eyes were now filled with the entity's red eyes, while his pupils displayed the male and female gender symbols. The two gender symbols glowed eerily, signaling that the confrontation between the two curses was about to begin. The two blue male and female gender symbols glowed, symbolizing the rampant curse. Faced with that power, the small entity known as the gender-swapping fairy trembled in horror. Suddenly, countless black tentacles and the blood-red eyes of the red eyeball monster erupted from Yuan Zhenxi's body. Dark energy spewed from his eyes, signaling that an even more terrifying power had been unleashed. Yuan Zhenxi covered his face. Inside his eye sockets was now a sea of furiously moving, blood-red eyeballs. In the inner space, the gender-swapping fairy frantically fled to save its life. It quickly became exhausted, panting heavily as a colossal red eye loomed up behind it. Utterly desperate, the small entity collapsed and cried out, "Mommy!" It realized in horror that it had been sucked in and imprisoned inside the pupil of the monstrous eye. Trapped, the gender-swapping fairy could only let out a silent scream. Simultaneously, the devouring ability was activated, indicated by an ancient character flashing in the eye of another entity. The monster in the box appeared, using its tentacles to firmly grasp the struggling gender-swapping fairy. Back in the room, it proudly showed off its victory to Yuan Zhenxi, happily exclaiming, "Mommy, look." Yuan Zhenxi mused, confirming that although his body had not returned to normal, the curse's infectious ability had been neutralized. He coldly commanded, "Well done. Now eat it," causing the gender-swapping fairy to shriek miserably. Obediently, the monster in the box opened its mouth wide and swallowed the entire blue entity. After the meal, it contentedly rubbed its full, round belly. With a satisfied look, the monster in the box sat down on the floor and grinned mischievously. The red pendant around Yuan Zhenxi's neck suddenly flashed with a strange light. He received a notification that the reward points would be calculated after 3 days, and silently thought that period was quite long. While the Special Bureau issued an official explanation about a virus leak, the public was buzzing about gender-swapping drugs. The incident caused chaos on the streets, where people struggled with their new genders, and Yuan Zhenxi simply wished for everything to return to normal. Just then, he heard a knock on his door. A male figure appeared in the doorway. It was Chiian Yubai, who had been transformed into a boy, timidly coming to see the club president as ordered. Yuan Zhenxi spoke casually to the utterly confused Chiian Yubai. He assigned Chiian Yubai the task of interning with Yuan Bo's team to eliminate spirits and reprimanded him for being negligent. Then, Yuan Zhenxi applied pressure, demanding that Chiian Yubai raise his spiritual power to level 3 in just 3 days. In his inner space, Yuan Zhenxi, having returned to his male form, reflected on how the recent chaos had helped him gain many legend points. 3 days later, he woke up in his bedroom, stretching his arms to welcome the morning sun. Standing by the window in his masculine form, Yuan Zhenxi declared that he was back. A system notification confirmed that the gender swapper had been tamed, while Chiian Yubai, having returned to normal, began training with Yuan Bo. With the demeanor of a crime boss, Yuan Zhenxi sat at his desk, contemplating his new skills and Chiian Yubai's development. Suddenly, he received a phone call from the class president, reporting an incident at the school's escape room. The class president explained that the principal had asked her to call him to the school because the situation was very serious, and the police were also present. Yuan Zhenxi narrowed his eyes when he heard escape room. The girl continued to report that 10 students and several teachers had vanished without a trace after entering. With a confident look, Yuan Zhenxi, in his muscular form, replied that he was on his way. The class president stated that the escape room was located in the Old West building, which was emitting a dark aura. At the scene, security personnel had cordoned off the area and ordered the crowd of curious students to disperse. Inside the building, the police have cordoned off the area and are conducting a scene investigation. Outside, the class president anxiously told Yuan Zhenxi rumors about a kidnapping group being behind the disappearances. Yuan Zhenxi silently dismissed that theory, believing the Special Bureau had prevented any information leaks. He reassured the class president and proceeded alone toward the escape room, which was guarded by 2 bizarre paper effigies. The class president was astonished, seemingly realizing something about his true identity. But in the end, they only hesitated before telling Yuan Zhenxi to be careful. Yuan Zhenxi nodded in response, and resolutely walked toward the eerie entrance. He calmly walked between the 2 effigies with their terrifying smiles. Inside, Yuan Zhenxi identified himself as Ghost, and was immediately allowed through by the investigators. He ascended an old, decaying staircase, covered in cobwebs and bloodstains. On the landing, a stranger was waiting, and asked him about the girl he had been with earlier. Yuan Zhenxi coldly demanded the person's identity. The person introduced herself as Anna, an international member of the Special Bureau. Anna confidently added that she was also a student. Yuan Zhenxi secretly mocked Anna's fear, causing her to angrily reply that she was just following orders. They both agreed that whoever defeated the spirit would claim the spoils, while Anna also intended to investigate God's movements. Yuan Zhenxi stepped past the sealed threshold, entering a dark space. As soon as they entered, both their perceptions were inverted as they were pulled into an anomalous space. They found themselves in an empty classroom, and Anna confirmed that her psychic energy had been neutralized. On the TV screen, the ghostly face of a man appeared and announced that the lesson was about to begin. The ghostly teacher on the screen ordered Yuan Zhenxi and Anna to return to their seats. Yuan Zhenxi silently assessed the situation, realizing this spiritual pressure did not belong to a mere evil spirit but a monster as powerful as the evil neighbor. Both were forced to sit at the desks, while Yuan Zhenxi was determined to end this quickly. His eyes flashed red. He had decided to subdue this entity. On the screen, the ghostly teacher smiled, announcing that the next part was about to begin. Suddenly, the teacher's image became horribly distorted and glitchy, making Anna wonder if the entity was dying. Both looked confusedly at the TV screen, which was now just a mess of red static. A voice rang out, asking them to listen to the question. The riddle was posed. Xiaoming died on the racetrack, his body completely mangled. Why? While Anna reacted angrily, Yuan Zhenxi realized this was a logic puzzle with strict answering rules. Anna began asking a series of yes or no questions, determining that Xiaoming died accidentally after falling from a building. She continued to deduce, asserting that Xiaoming had been chased by a monster. Confident in her answer, Anna declared that Xiaoming had violated a rule, was chased by a monster, and fell from the building located right on the racetrack. Immediately, the entire room was bathed in red light, and a voice announced that the answer was wrong, and the penalty would be executed. The ceiling fans above began to shatter and fall toward Yuan Zhenxi and Anna. Anna was astonished and confused, unable to understand where she went wrong. A ghostly face with bloodshot eyes and a wide, terrified open mouth suddenly appeared from the darkness above. A powerful impact force struck the floor right between the two of them. Anna watched in horror as a black-haired schoolgirl puppet hung suspended by strands of green energy. The ghostly puppet let out a silent scream, its face filled with terror. Anna showed vigilance toward the sudden threat. The black-haired puppet lunged straight toward her with a silent scream. Reacting like lightning, Anna grabbed a nearby chair. She launched herself into the air, swinging the chair directly at the puppet's head. The chair smashed the ghostly entity's head, while Yuan Zhenxi quietly observed from a distance. Anna clicked her tongue, and her eyes suddenly glowed with powerful golden light. Anna's gaze flashed with determination. Yuan Zhenxi approached, casually asking why she wasn't afraid or angry that he had just killed her classmate. With his red eyes glowing, he challenged Anna to look closely again. Yuan Zhenxi revealed that the thing that had just been destroyed was not human, but merely a paper effigy used for scaring ghosts. Anna was stunned, speechless at the truth. Suddenly, the classroom door automatically opened, revealing a dark space inside. Frustrated, Anna watched sullenly as Yuan Zhenxi calmly walked toward the door. Immediately afterward, a purple spatial vortex suddenly appeared and sucked Anna inside. Yuan Zhenxi was momentarily surprised by this unexpected turn of events. He was teleported to a strange medical room, filled with bodies and skeletons preserved in containment units. Yuan Zhenxi observed his surroundings, noting that there were no rules or signs of danger here. His gaze stopped on a lifeless mannequin standing in the corner of the room. Suddenly, the mannequin's eyes subtly moved. Instantly, its head shattered as it lunged to attack Yuan Zhenxi. Yuan Zhenxi delivered a thunderous punch, tearing through the mannequin's chest. The entity's head shattered into pieces under the force of the attack. The entire mannequin's body was flung across the laboratory and slammed violently into the wall. As the stone shell crumbled, an unconscious male student was revealed inside. Yuan Zhenxi realized the student's cells were merging with the mannequin, and his time was running out. To wake him up, Yuan Zhenxi slapped the student hard across the cheek. The student slowly regained consciousness, mumbling in a dazed state. Upon seeing Yuan Zhenxi, he screamed in panic, begging him not to kill him, forcing Yuan Zhenxi to press him about what he had seen. In his terror, the student stammered out the name of someone called Beekman. The horrific memory flooded back, starting with a dark corridor under the moonlight. The student's shadow appeared, showing him desperately fleeing down a corridor with a glass ceiling. Just after he sped past, the corridor became eerily silent again. Immediately afterward, a gigantic black shadow with a long, beak-like mask appeared. The entity landed on the floor, its shadow engulfing the space. The exhausted student collapsed, sprawling on the floor, while Beekman slowly advanced from the end of the corridor. He cursed desperately, realizing he had been cornered. Suddenly, Beekman's massive scythe slammed down onto the floor, sending sparks flying. The entity revealed itself as a cloaked phantom, emitting a deadly green aura, clearly not a typical weirdness. The single eye behind its mask glowed with an eerie, brilliant green light. Beekman swung its scythe, aiming directly at the student who was paralyzed with fear. In desperation, the student cried out as Beekman swung the gigantic scythe down. He closed his eyes, facing imminent death, determined that he could not fall here. Suddenly, outside the window, A crow with eerie green eyes appeared under the full moon. A hazy illusion emerged, submerged in a strange blue hue. Next was the image of a bandaged face screaming with blazing eyes. A building with countless souls in the windows appeared, carrying a message of heroic spirit. The glass shattered, revealing screaming, resentful spirits before they vanished, leaving only the shadow of the crow flying above the blue glow. A red and black feather fell beside a streak of blood, marking the end of the chase. The scene shifted, revealing a silent laboratory under the moonlight. Inside, the severely injured student slumped down, gasping for breath amid streaks of black blood on the floor. He struggled to catch his breath, black blood still oozing from the corner of his mouth. When he collected himself, his eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before him. He realized he was in a school laboratory. He staggered to his feet, and a strange green energy suddenly enveloped his hand. The energy quickly healed and regenerated his injured leg. He read a rule on the computer screen and speculated that it was a hint, deciding not to touch anything carelessly. Looking toward the locked door, he wondered how to leave without facing the monster again. He decided to check the surroundings first, the healing energy still dripping from his hand. Suddenly, he spun around in surprise, seemingly having detected something unusual. He sighed in relief in the large laboratory, his hand still emitting green healing energy. He looked at his hand, silently praying for help to get rid of this troublesome ability, fearing he might accidentally leave a trace. He told himself that nothing could imprison him, while wishing he had learned the skill of bone shrinking to escape. While moving, his hand accidentally bumped a piece of lab equipment, startling him. The slight impact caused a tall glass column to begin cracking. He frantically protested that he hadn't even touched it, but the cracks continued to spread. Suddenly, a gigantic black entity appeared behind him, announcing that because he touched the equipment without permission, the assigned teacher considered him an onion. The terrified student turned around, his face pale as he confronted the sudden threat. The entity with the blazing green eyes declared that the laboratory was prepared for observing the onion's epidermis. Immediately, the student's body was shrunk by an invisible force. A giant hand belonging to the Beekman entity snatched him up in his tiny form. The boy was squeezed tightly in the entity's palm, his face swelling from suffocation. The Beekman entity's eyes stared intently, questioning, "Where is the onion?" The monstrous hand opened, revealing the student had been transformed into a purple onion. The Beekman entity placed the onion on the lab table and began using a scalpel to slice it into thin pieces. The knife made horizontal and vertical cuts on the onion's surface to peel off the outer layer. A square piece of skin was carefully picked out with tweezers. That piece of skin was carefully placed onto a microscope slide. The Beekman entity held the prepared slide, ready for the next step of the horrific experiment. The Beekman entity prepared a microscope slide in the eerie green light. Looking through the eyepiece, it asked the victim if he understood now. Under the lens is an image of purple plant cells, upon which rests a strange, fibrous object. Back in reality, Yuan Zhenxi demanded more information, while the student could only stammer that he didn't want to die. Yuan Zhenxi grabbed the collar of the panicked student on the floor and asked if he had calmed down. The student recognized Yuan Zhenxi and pleaded with him to save his classmate, Lele, while Yuan secretly wondered why this tyrannical-level weirdness wasn't attacking him. Yuan deduced that although the room was safe, the student would have died if he hadn't arrived in time. He wondered if he had managed to tame the heart of this place. Yuan narrowed his eyes, his mind focusing on the name Lele. The student explained that he, Lele, and 8 others were checking the escape room when they got lost here. In a flashback, he recalled Lele telling him to hide in the closet while she searched for a way out. He recounted that he saw a rule stating the infirmary was safe and had been hiding there for a long time. Peering through the crack in the door, he saw a strange green light flash in the hallway. Immediately afterward, a person with a bird-like face appeared, causing him extreme terror. Yuan picked up the sign and stated that the student had only seen half of the rules. He flipped the sign over, revealing that by staying longer than 1 hour, the student had activated the death rule. Yuan concluded that the bird-faced person was the mentioned teacher and dragged the student along to search for Lele. He released his grip on the male student's collar. He then pushed him away and asked if he wanted to stay here alone. Yuan Zhenxi warned the student that the entity wouldn't spare him just because it thought he was dead, while Beekman's shadow loomed behind them. The male student was speechless with fear. After a moment, he regained his courage, asking Yuan Zhenxi directly about the rumors and whether he possessed supernatural abilities. Yuan Zhenxi merely smirked mysteriously and challenged him to guess. He warned that time was running out, and the student had to stick close to him if he didn't want to be separated. Realizing this was the only path to survival, the student rushed toward Yuan Zhenxi as a strange red eye pattern spread across the floor. Standing before a door, Yuan Zhenxi suddenly stopped as if he had just remembered something. He turned back and asked about Lele's appearance, stunning the student who realized he was face-blind and began to doubt his reliability. The student confusedly explained that Lele was very passionate about urban legends, but Yuan Zhenxi still showed no sign of recognition. They both proceeded into a dark, damp staircase, marked with splatters of blood. The staircase seemed to stretch endlessly into the utter darkness. The frightened student clung tightly to Yuan Zhenxi and asked where they would find Lele, but received the cold reply that he didn't know. Yuan Zhenxi determined that no one was on the second floor and urged them to descend to the first, unaware that a shadow was lurking from above. Suddenly, Beekman appeared right behind them, causing the student to scream its name in terror. Yuan Zhenxi turned, his expression turning serious as he repeated the name, Beekman. The entity swung its giant scythe forward, and the student could only scream hysterically in Yuan Zhenxi's grasp. Yuan Zhenxi reacted instantly, pulling the student away to narrowly dodge the attack. As the scythe slashed through the empty space, he realized Beekman's target was the student accompanying him. Yuan Zhenxi looked down at the trembling student and declared that he needed to clean up a bit. Yuan Zhenxi calmly dragged the panicked student down the stairs, deducing that Beekman was a product of the secret room. He continued his analysis, criticizing the entity's design as a clumsy combination of a plague doctor and the Grim Reaper. While the student stammered in confusion, Yuan Zhenxi pointed out the monster's fatal flaws, such as its slow speed. They stopped at the bottom of the stairs. Yuan Zhenxi sarcastically mocked the supervising teacher for not providing any clues, prompting the student to anxiously ask about his intentions. Yuan Zhenxi concluded that running away was merely a waste of time and would delay the search for the others. With his eyes glowing red, he took off his jacket and declared he would destroy it, much to his companion's horror. Yuan Zhenxi tossed his jacket to the student for him to hold. While the student was still bewildered, Yuan Zhenxi darted up the stairs, attacking Beekman head-on. The student could only stand and watch, his face pale with shock and fear. Enveloped in a red aura, Yuan Zhenxi flew up, grabbed Beekman from behind, and yelled a warning. He locked the entity in a powerful chokehold, completely neutralizing its movements. Yuan Zhenxi's strength intensified, tightening his grip around Beekman's head and neck. The monster groaned as it was slammed backward, crashing into the staircase railing. Yuan Zhenxi's fingers dug into Beekman's mask, causing it to begin cracking. In desperation, Beekman roared and released green energy tendrils to bind its attacker. However, Yuan Zhenxi merely smirked confidently, completely unaffected. He sarcastically praised its effort as the energy tendrils turned back, tightly wrapping around Beekman itself. From below, the student sat stunned on the ground, watching the scene unfold at the top of the stairs. Suddenly, a hideous red mass began to swell from Beekman's chest, as if about to tear it apart from the inside. Beekman's body was ripped apart from the inside by a surge of red energy. The entity exploded into a black cloud and green liquid, leaving only the mask to fall. Yuan Zhenxi stood there, covered in green fluid, looking down thoughtfully. He was surprised to see the monster's remnants begin to melt onto the floor. However, the green liquid quickly gathered, completely regenerating Beekman's form, leading Yuan Zhenxi to wonder if it was immortal. Realizing the situation, Yuan Zhenxi immediately grabbed the screaming male student's hand and pulled him away. The two frantically rushed down a dark corridor of the haunted school. Together, they slammed through a door into another room to find shelter. As soon as they entered, Yuan Zhenxi glanced back with a vigilant expression. Before them, Beekman was already in the laboratory, sitting on a table and dissecting something. It was a severed human head, and the monster was savagely slicing it with a scalpel. The male student horrifyingly recognized the victim as Anna, but Yuan Zhenxi coldly ordered him to be silent. Right then, the red pendant around Yuan Zhenxi's neck suddenly flashed. Yuan Zhenxi deduced that Anna must have triggered a classroom rule and been killed after school. He looked up at the speaker, deciding that they had to go to the broadcasting room to ring the bell. Then, Yuan Zhenxi pointed to an empty table and instructed the terrified male student to lie down on it. He explained that the monster had finished selecting its tools and was preparing to dissect the student. With a meaningful smile, Yuan Zhenxi grabbed the male student's head and reassured him that the monster wouldn't be able to catch him. Suddenly, a nearby screen lit up, displaying the escape clue. Find Tao Lele in classroom 304 after the next bell. Yuan Zhenxi revealed the plan to use the male student as bait, explaining that the experimental steps would buy him time. The horrified male student trembled, realizing he had no other choice. Yuan Zhenxi didn't hesitate to kick the male student's leg, forcing him to fall down. Forced onto the lab table, the male student frantically asked what to do next as the Beekman monster approached. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhenxi maintained a calm and cold expression as he observed. He squatted on a cabinet, sarcastically asking the Beekman teacher if he needed help. The Beekman monster, with its spiritual power partially recovered, began its next action. It pointed toward the lab table, and Yuan Zhenxi immediately asked if it wanted him to perform the experiment. Yuan Zhenxi picked up a bloody knife, claiming it might contaminate the experiment. In response, the Beekman monster used its power to create a clean scalpel and handed it to him. Yuan Zhenxi continued to stall by turning on the faucet, but only a stream of black liquid flowed out. He silently watched the frightened male student, seemingly calculating his next move. The male student's gaze suddenly shot upward with extreme horror. He stammered Yuan Zhenxi's name upon seeing a giant, bloodshot eyeball appear on the microscope. Yuan Zhenxi signaled the male student to be quiet, preventing him from alerting the Beekman monster. At Yuan Zhenxi's command, gruesome tentacles sprouted from the microscope and lunged toward the male student. The tentacles wrapped tightly around the student's head, leaving him crying in despair. Yuan Zhenxi calmly placed his hand on the attacking microscope. With a single touch, he began to absorb the entire microscope entity, along with the male student and Anna's head. Yuan Zhenxi's creature, Xiao Yan, swallowed the screaming male student while he activated his power. The entire laboratory began to dissolve into a green data matrix. Yuan Zhenxi realized the space had returned to its original state, and rule number 7 regarding the use of laboratory equipment appeared simultaneously. He deduced that Anna had violated this rule, and that was the key to escape. Recalling that he had used Xiao Yan's power on the microscope, he figured that he wasn't bound by the rules since he wasn't considered food. But he still had to be wary of the teacher's reaction. Looking at his creature holding the male student captive, he secretly found it troublesome. With a determined gaze, Yuan Zhenxi turned back to face the danger. When the Beekman entity appeared above, he calmly said, "Sir, the microscope is dirty." While the monster confusedly checked the microscope, Yuan Zhenxi secretly calculated that fighting it now would be pointless. He lay down on the floor, smirking as he declared, "I'm leaving now." Yuan Zhenxi easily passed through the door, leaving the bewildered Beekman entity in the lab. Looking back, he saw the space behind the door violently distorting. Suddenly, a piercing school bell rang out. The door distorted and then returned to normal, making him wonder if the room had been erased because he broke its rule. The double doors at the end of the corridor slammed shut right in front of him. A notification appeared, congratulating him on escaping the lab and unlocking a series of new school rules. The creature Xiao Yan spat the male student onto the floor, while Yuan Zhenxi was surprised to have received 6 rules at once. On the 3rd floor of the building, the male student anxiously asked how to tell the time, while Yuan Zhenxi suggested the recent bell signaled recess. They approached a door labeled Classroom 304. Yuan Zhenxi cautiously peeked open the classroom door, while the accompanying male student explained that he knew nothing since he had only been hiding in a locker. Inside was a dark classroom, filled with students sitting motionless at their desks. The male student was astonished to recognize a friend named Lele, and wondered if everyone was here. Upon closer inspection, he horrifyingly realized that Lele's face was shattered, revealing a grotesque mouth emitting a green light. Yuan Zhenxi immediately pulled the male student back, asserting that it was not Tao Lele and identifying it as a resentful spirit. The resentful spirit roared, transforming into a ferocious purple demon with sharp claws, and lunged toward them. Yuan Zhenxi swiftly dodged the demon's pounce. Immediately after, he unleashed a streak of blazing red energy sword to counter the spectral entity. After the monster disappeared, a voice came from the loudspeaker announcing that Tao Lele was not in classroom 304. The voice suggested that Lele might be in the restroom, while a screen displayed the rules, including the one stating there are no mirrors in the restroom. Yuan Zhenxi calmly suggested going to the restroom to check. Hearing this, the male student panicked intensely, clutching his head and begging them not to go, continuously muttering Lele's name. He experienced a terrifying hallucination of the classroom, splattered with bloody handprints, believing it was Lele's warning telling them to leave. The scene shifted to a restroom, where a row of mirrors hung on the wall, directly violating the stated rule. A figure silently entered the women's restroom area. Someone wearing a red dress and red high heels stepped into one of the stalls. In another stall, the male student was hiding, his entire body covered in a layer of green slime, gasping for breath. He glanced down and spotted the red shoes in the adjacent stall. His eyes widened in horror as he looked up at his reflection in the mirror opposite him. Inside the stall, the green-haired student Anna, with sharp eyes, faced the attack. 2 hideous, long-necked, resentful spirits emerged from the toilet bowl, mocking and attempting to use green slime to engulf the student. Unfazed, the green-haired student smirked as the slime covered their arm. The 2 resentful spirits appeared confused by their prey's composure. Suddenly, the green-haired student lunged forward, grabbing the heads of both spirits and roaring in fury for daring to mess with them. With extraordinary strength, They tightly wrapped the spirits' long necks around themselves. Then, the student forcefully smashed their heads together. The student violently hurled the two spirits into the ventilation grate, shattering it completely. The impact continued, cracking the brick wall behind it. Standing over the defeated body of the red-dressed entity, the green-haired student declared that this was a gift bestowed by God. They lifted the disintegrating remnants of the spirit, now transformed into a hideous, slimy mask, and called it Sweetheart. After a deep breath, the student absorbed the entity's power, hovering amidst swirling green energy. The fight over, a calm hand pushed the stall door open. Stepping out, the green-haired student faced Yuan Zhenxi, who was carrying the unconscious male student over his shoulder. Yuan Zhenxi silently assessed the newcomer, recognizing their powerful regenerative ability and soul absorption power, feeling intrigued by this member of the International Special Committee. The green-haired student sneered, thinking that foreigners were only good at bullying the weak and fearing the strong, then decided to leave. Yuan Zhenxi called them back, asking about the rules they had received, and reminding them that they needed to cooperate. The student revealed they received Rule 7 about not using experimental equipment, and Rule 8, stating that the restroom has no mirrors. Yuan Zhenxi confirmed that the mirror had vanished, and listed all the rules he knew, causing the green-haired student to look confused. Yuan Zhenxi explained that the voice on the radio led him here, and then listed the Rule 8 and 9 that he knew. He coldly dismissed the international student's concern about the unconscious male student, suggesting that the death of an ordinary person was not worth worrying about. Just then, a bell rang, and a loudspeaker announced that the break time had begun. Immediately, classroom doors burst open, and a horde of grotesque students with rosy cheeks and strange red eyes flooded the hallway. They moved abnormally, crawling on the walls and ceiling, quickly surrounding Yuan Zhenxi and his companion. The entire schoolyard was also packed with these entities, creating a chaotic and horrifying scene. Yuan Zhenxi narrowed his eyes, calmly observing the chaotic situation before him. A female student wearing the class president armband suddenly appeared and pointed at them curiously. Yuan Zhenxi immediately lied that he was taking the unconscious male student to the infirmary to avoid drawing attention. After the class president left, the international student sensed a terrifying spiritual pressure, something Yuan Zhenxi seemed to have anticipated. In the schoolyard, the grotesque students gathered before a stage beneath a blazing red sun, and Yuan Zhenxi warned that something was about to happen. A mysterious figure in a black robe with white hair appeared on the stage, presiding over the ceremony. 4 plague doctor mask-wearing figures brought out an unconscious female student as the flag-raising ceremony was announced to begin. From the balcony, the international student was horrified, thinking they might have shared the same fate. While Yuan Zhenxi realized this was more than just an execution, he concluded that this was a display of intimidation. While other members of the Weirdness Research Club watched in terror as the victim was slowly lifted by a dark force, the recently awakened male student collapsed onto the floor, clutching his head in despair. Ghostly hands tightened a noose around the female student's neck, preparing for the final act. The girl's body was impaled directly onto the top of the flagpole, becoming a gruesome human flag. The recently rescued male student screamed in horror at the brutal sight, while Yuan Zhenxi and the international student merely watched in silence. The brown-haired male student screamed in terror, covering his eyes from the horrific spectacle. In his mind, an image of Lele being hanged appeared, along with a broken promise and screams demanding murder. The illusion of Lele smiled sadly before her silhouette fell, a memory tied to his pendant. Overwhelmed by shock, the male student's heart pounded so hard it felt like it would burst from his chest. Screaming Lele's name in desperation, he lost his balance and fell off the balcony railing. His body plummeted straight down to the schoolyard from the upper floor. He hit the ground with a terrible thud, his smiley face pendant shattering completely. The male student lay motionless in a pool of blood, surrounded by the grotesque students who watched in silence. Looking down from above, Yuan Zhenxi commented that it was hard to tell if he was dead or not, as he couldn't sense any life. He further explained that he had never sensed life from anyone in this place, while a blazing red eye appeared in his palm. As Yuan Zhenxi's power swept across the entire school, the international student realized in shock that everything was merely an illusion. Yuan Zhenxi smirked, admitting that he himself had been fooled by this illusion. He decided there was no need to go downstairs and signaled for his companion to follow him to the broadcasting room. Inside the control room, an announcement signaled the end of the break, followed by a chilling message. The bizarre message continued to echo as the two ventured deeper into the room. Without warning, Yuan Zhenxi used his power to create a blade of light and shattered the central control panel. He reached into the shattered machinery and ripped out the internal cables. Yuan Zhenxi stood there, holding the sparking bundle of wires, while the international student secretly complained about an escape room that had no puzzles. Immediately afterward, the entire room began to glitch and distort, signaling the collapse of the virtual space. The two suddenly faced a computer screen displaying a death game, which the international student recognized as the deadly Minesweeper game. A countdown timer began to run, signaling that if the player failed to complete it in time, they would pay with their life. Yuan Zhenxi casually stated that this was the international student's task, while he would go look for other clues. The international student panicked upon realizing that the avatar in the game was their own image. Unwilling to leave their fate to chance, the person intended to play themselves, but Yuan Zhenxi had other plans. Yuan Zhenxi's eyes flashed with a brilliant red light as he activated his ability. His ability scanned the entire screen, instantly mapping out the location of all the mines. With extraordinary speed, Yuan Zhenxi moved the mouse and completed the game in the blink of an eye. The screen displayed congratulations for the victory with a new record of 20 seconds, leaving the international student utterly astonished. Immediately afterward, a key appeared in the desk drawer as a reward. It was the key to the storage room on the building's top floor. Yuan Zhenxi took the key, believing that the crucial clue awaited them there. As they left, Yuan Zhenxi pondered the rules of this monster, while a ghostly entity watched them from the shadows. The two proceeded into a dark corridor, and Yuan Zhenxi wondered if the monster was Tao Lele. Suddenly, a tall entity wearing a black cloak and a beak mask appeared, blocking their path. Yuan Zhenxi saw this as a good opportunity, and immediately prepared to strike. A blood-red eyeball opened in his palm, accumulating dark energy. He unleashed a stream of blazing red energy, slashing directly at the beak entity. The monster's outer shell shattered, revealing the sacrificed female student inside, her face heavily bandaged and contorted in pain. The international student was stunned, realizing who the sacrificed female student was. Immediately, that person transformed, their eyes glowing and green energy enveloping their body into sharp claws. With hands transformed into scythe blades, the international student asserted that the girl was the core of this place and suggested killing her to escape. But Yuan Zhenxi suddenly appeared and declared that she could not be killed, greatly surprising the international student. He explained that the girl's subconscious was still fighting, and a scythe-wielding Reaper entity hovered behind him. That entity was the sacrificed female student herself, now with a bandaged face, being controlled to attack. Yuan Zhenxi ordered the international student to hold her off, explaining that her target was not him. He abandoned the international student to face the Reaper entity's attack. With a smug smile, Yuan Zhenxi instructed his companion not to die, and said he would see them in the storage room. Left alone, the international student smirked, ready to fight by themselves. Meanwhile, the Reaper entity seemed to be struggling against the control. She screamed and fired a net of green energy from her mouth. Yuan Zhenxi had reached the storage room on the top floor. He rushed down the corridor and approached the door. He carefully slid the door lock open. With a serious expression, Yuan Zhenxi peeked inside the door. His gaze focused on the scene before him. Inside was an endless, dark corridor, leading to a white glowing door in the distance, exactly like the one at the body part hospital. Just then, the international student ran into the corridor, called out to Yuan Zhenxi, and asked what was inside. The international student looked in horror at the space inside the door. It was an endless corridor submerged in darkness, and that person firmly stated they would rather die than step inside. Contrary to that fear, Yuan Zhenxi displayed a confident smile. He advanced alone into the bizarre space, walking across a bridge toward a large gate emitting purple light. Yuan Zhenxi plunged himself into the deep darkness below. He faced a gigantic, glowing skeletal structure and realized that fighting this monster was like confronting the human heart. With a sinister smile, Yuan Zhenxi reached out, using red energy to find out what had happened to Tao Lele. From within the energy core, he pulled out a white-haired entity with bleeding purple eyes. A drop of black blood fell, creating ripples in the blazing red space. The purple energy swirled, revealing a room with a pumpkin-shaped box at the center. A list of rules for the tyrannical-level Thought Academy appeared, revealing that Tao Lele herself had become a variable in this monster's world. Within the energy vortex, the silhouette of a female teacher holding a file labeled Tao Lele appeared. Yuan Zhenxi coughed up black blood, finally understanding the conflicting feelings he had sensed. He realized that the monster's rules depended on Tao Lele's thoughts, and a notification appeared, suggesting he replace his lung with the monster fragment. Standing before the glowing chronicle, Yuan Zhenxi deduced that his body was compatible with the lung weirdness fragment, because he already possessed the monster's heart. However, he decided it was better to keep what he currently had and refused the offer. Instead, Yuan Zhenxi summoned power from the book, intending to use Xiao Ai's underworld to contain the weirdness fragment. After successfully absorbing it, he received 2 million legend points, enough to create the next monster. But first, Yuan Zhenxi stood in the middle of the distorted school grounds, planning to create an illusion and summon the key from the storage room to escape. Yuan Zhenxi created a key using energy, deciding to fabricate the scene to make it look like the monster had escaped instead of being subdued. The international student approached and asked Yuan Zhenxi about the result of the confrontation. Yuan Zhenxi replied coldly, lying that he had been unable to seal the monster because 2 rules had not yet been unlocked. While the international student frantically asked about casualties, Yuan Zhenxi calmly locked the gate and said they would investigate once they were outside. The two left the school grounds, which were distorted by the supernatural space, together. The international student narrowed their eyes, silently doubting Yuan Zhenxi's story. Amidst the fog, they remarked that Yuan Zhenxi was very strange, and declared they would report the incident to the International Special Bureau. A day later, the students and teachers were found and taken to the hospital with a diagnosis of gas poisoning, while news of the incident was suppressed by the Special Bureau. At the Special Bureau office, Ching Xi, Ding Jiang, and Hanguan discussed the brutal case that, strangely, resulted in no casualties. In another meeting, the international student reported to the officials, claiming that the credit for saving everyone belonged to Tao Lele. However, Lele, the key figure in the incident, suffered severe brain damage and only woke up after 3 days. At the hospital, Yuan Zhenxi recalled the international student's suspicion and felt pressure due to the secrets he was hiding. He blocked the door, preventing the curious international student from entering a room. Yuan Zhenxi cornered them against the wall, challenging them to report him to the International Special Bureau, as he had clearly seen the organization's capabilities. He questioned their regenerative ability, leaving them stunned and furious that their secret had been exposed. Yuan Zhenxi then walked away, ignoring the international student and causing the hospital staff to fearfully whisper about his previous destructive behavior. From behind the door, the international student continued to watch Yuan Zhenxi's retreating back with a thoughtful expression. Yuan Zhenxi entered the hospital room, startling Lele, who was lying in bed, awake. Lele dazedly asked who he was, indicating that she had suffered memory loss from fighting the monster in the Academy of Thought. Yuan Zhenxi thought to himself that even though she was just a normal student, Lele was worthy of his admiration. Lele gently pushed up her glasses, trying to recall what had happened. She suddenly recognized the person in front of her as Yuan Xinji, and he confirmed his identity, then introduced himself as the Chief of Public Security and asked to borrow her notebook. Lele happily agreed and offered to ask him a question. Yuan Zhenxi held the notebook inscribed with Tao Lele's name and allowed her to ask, while Lele questioned what had happened in the secret room and whether she had suffered gas poisoning. He flipped open the notebook, only to find pristine white pages. Lele looked at him with a puzzled expression. Yuan Zhenxi showed her a photo of a male student, but Lele insisted she didn't know him, and that he wasn't in her class or club. Yuan Zhenxi narrowed his eyes, knowing she wasn't lying. He deduced that this male student either never existed or was merely a product created by Tao Lele's consciousness. Lele suddenly clutched her head in pain. She felt she had met the person in the photo somewhere, but couldn't recall it right now. And Yuan Zhenxi reassured her that he hadn't come to interrogate her. Hearing this, Lele asked to look at the photo again. She focused on the picture, trying to search her memory. Suddenly, Lele exclaimed, as she remembered. It was a photo from the magazine Anyone Can Be a Detective. She excitedly explained that she had cut out the photo to use as reference material for the escape room and pasted it into her notebook, which made Yuan Zhenxi understand everything. He realized that the fake student was originally a trap created by the monster to brainwash victims, but its source came from Tao Lele, turning it into a guiding NPC. Standing by the bed, he muttered that this was why the character felt different. Lele looked up blankly, not understanding what Yuan Zhenxi was saying. Yuan Zhenxi immediately held out his hand. A red eye appeared in his palm, ordering Tao Lele to forget everything and implanting a false memory that she and her friend had suffered gas poisoning. Yuan Zhenxi's power enveloped Lele, implanting a false memory in her mind that she had never met him. As Yuan Zhenxi left, Lele sat on the hospital bed with an empty gaze. Her memories had been completely altered. Lele woke up in confusion, wondering why she was there. Meanwhile, at the Special Bureau office, Ching Xi asked Ding Jiang about investigating Yuan Xinji, as requested by the international agent. But Ding Jiang revealed that their superiors had contacted him first. He explained that after witnessing Yuan Zhenxi's abilities, the investigation was shelved because the Special Bureau needed people like him. Ding Jiang slid a card across the table. Ching Xi took the access card and learned that the Special Bureau wanted Yuan Zhenxi to continue investigating the Academy of Thought. Looking out the window, Ding Jiang remarked that although no one died this time, people like Yuan Zhenxi were very difficult to manage. Ching Xi sighed tiredly, completely agreeing with that assessment. She recalled how delighted they had been when they thought they had recruited a useful newcomer with generous benefits. But in reality, Yuan Zhenxi acted like a grumpy old man, ignoring them to go to school. Ching Xi continued to complain that because they didn't dare approach Yuan Zhenxi, many people had turned to bothering her instead. Ding Jiang reassured her that he would talk to Ghost, then changed the subject to Anna, suggesting they needed to find a plausible explanation for her situation. Ching Xi suddenly remembered, and said she also had something to report. She presented a file, announcing that the group of freelance psychics had discovered a newcomer, with level 3 spiritual power, but this person did not want to join the bureau. Ching Xi squinted as she looked closely at the file. She was surprised to realize it was Chiian Yubai, the girl who often accompanied Ghost, and wondered why someone who previously had almost no spiritual power had now reached level 3. A day later, the school festival was held again, with students participating in cosplay costumes. At the students' request, the school reorganized the event, but all high-risk activities were cancelled to ensure everything returned to normal. At a booth, Chiian Yubai, who had been promoted to rank 3, happily admired the cute dolls. Chiian Yubai's personality had become more normal, and she had befriended Yuan Bo, which made Yuan Zhenxi smile contentedly. Suddenly, a student cosplaying Kakashi recognized Yuan Zhenxi and excitedly called him God, the one who had caused a stir throughout the school. Immediately, a crowd of students surrounded Yuan Zhenxi. Some wanted their wives resurrected, others asked for autographs, forcing him to use his speed to flee. He continued to rush away like the wind, leaving the crowd of fans behind. Yuan Zhenxi suddenly vanished, leaving the bewildered students wondering what had happened. Standing on the rooftop, he sighed, thinking to himself that perhaps he shouldn't have returned to school. Later, in his private room, Yuan Zhenxi told Ching Xi that the International Special Bureau was not the problem and asked her to keep an eye on someone named Anna. He sensed Anna watching him in the school hallway and wondered if she was causing trouble. Yuan Zhenxi closed his eyes, concentrating his mind. Then he suddenly opened his eyes wide, his red pupils flaring as he activated his ability. Using his eyes to scan the entire school, Yuan Zhenxi was surprised not to find Anna and began to feel suspicious. In a deserted hospital corridor, something was amiss. Inside a messy room, an exhausted nurse sat slumped on the floor beside a damaged door. Anna appeared with green eyes and fangs, threatening the nurse that this was her third visit and demanding she reveal everything about Yuan Zhenxi. Choked by a green energy hand, the nurse struggled to say that she had already told everything she knew. Anna angrily lifted the nurse into the air, while the poor girl insisted that she had never met or known who Yuan Zhenxi was. Anna was startled when a voice rang out, questioning her actions toward her classmate Tao. When Anna turned around, a group of students led by an ash-blonde girl appeared at the door, while Lele was weakly coughing on the hospital bed. The leading girl silently observed Anna with a stern gaze. The female student pointed directly at Anna, loudly exposing her as the suspicious outsider, while the other students raised their phones to take photographic evidence. From the bed, Lele weakly accused Anna of having just tried to kill her, and that it was all because of Yuan Zhenxi. Anna remained silent, her expression growing increasingly annoyed by the relentless accusations. The leading girl continued to list Anna's suspicious behaviors, from stalking Yuan Zhenxi, causing trouble at school, to harassing Tao Lele. The entire group of students protested in unison, demanding Anna leave and challenging her to see if she dared to continue using violence. Cornered, Anna cursed under her breath when a male student threatened to call the Public Security Bureau. Anna pushed the students aside and tried to leave, shouting that they should all just wait. Suddenly, a hand landed on her shoulder, stopping Anna and making her look up angrily. That person was Yuan Zhenxi. He coldly asked Anna if she truly intended to harm ordinary students and announced that he had sent an urgent request to the Special Bureau. He announced that Anna had been transferred back to the International Special Division, must leave Jiang City immediately, and would have her reward resources deducted due to her actions. Anna couldn't believe her ears, and just then, the phone in her pocket vibrated. Looking at the phone screen, Anna was stunned to realize that Yuan Zhenxi's words were true. Now, in a different outfit and sitting in the back of a car, Anna angrily demanded someone get out of the way. Afterward, Yuan Zhenxi held meetings with the head of the Jiang City Special Bureau and the International Special Division. In the meeting room, Ding Jiang, on behalf of the International Special Division, extended an invitation to Ghost, who was once known as Yuan Zhenxi, to join their organization. Yuan Zhenxi silently listened to the proposal. Another international official explained that the world needed inspectors with special abilities like him, and his authority would be extended globally. After hearing the proposal, Yuan Zhenxi thoughtfully asked a single question. He wanted to know if this was an invitation or a demand, and the international official confirmed that it was an invitation. The blonde official explained that they did not want any misunderstandings, quoting Mr. Kang Ping that opposing Yuan Zhenxi was like opposing the entire country. This person guaranteed that any special request he had would be met. Ding Jiang was slightly surprised by the trust Kang Ping placed in Yuan Zhenxi. However, Yuan Zhenxi flatly refused to join any organization at this time, reiterating the incident where their personnel threatened students and used abilities in front of ordinary people. The blonde official could only remain silent in the face of that valid criticism. Ding Jiang immediately stepped in to smooth things over, clarifying to the officials that Ghost was never a subordinate of the Special Bureau but an independent partner with his own team. Yuan Zhenxi chuckled inwardly, admiring the eloquence of the old fox Ding Jiang. After the meeting concluded, he told himself that in return for this trust, he would rewrite an urban legend. He envisioned a monster that could discreetly accumulate terror points by only punishing the wicked. Such an entity would shift the balance of power, forcing the Special Bureau toward easier cooperation with him. Leaving the meeting room, Yuan Zhenxi pressed the elevator button and turned to praise his companion's progress and courage. That person was Chiian Yubai. She shyly responded to the president's encouragement. Inside the elevator, Yuan Zhenxi said that since Chiian Yubai had reached psychic level 3, he wanted to ask her a question. As they both looked out at the city, he asked what the best way was to establish a new rule. Chiian Yubai was silent for a moment, her cheeks flushed as she pondered. Then she gave a concise answer. The sun. Yuan Zhenxi was surprised, not understanding the meaning behind the answer. As the elevator doors closed, Chiian Yubai explained that it was the way to end a war without anyone knowing. Standing beside Yuan Zhenxi, Chiian Yubai believed that a bright tomorrow awaited them. Reinforced by Chiian Yubai's belief, Yuan Zhenxi felt destiny guiding him and resolved to change the world. Chiian Yubai smiled, reaffirming her absolute trust in the president. In another dark room, someone engrossed in typing on the computer heard their mother call them for dinner. That person happily replied and stood up, leaving the desk. When the room became empty, a voice questioned, and a strange doll sitting on the desk appeared in the dim light. Suddenly, a close-up showed the doll's purple eyes opening wide in a terrifying manner. In his apartment, Yuan Zhenxi convened a family meeting with Xiao Xun, Red Spider Lily, and Little Eyes to announce his final decision. He declared his plan to create a new urban legend, which initially made Xiao Xun extremely excited. However, her excitement quickly turned into extreme shock when she realized she was not the center of the plan. Immediately afterward, Xiao Xun burst into disappointed sobs. Red Spider Lily quickly comforted the girl, while telling herself that the master had his reasons and warning about the risk of being sealed away by humans again. Yuan Zhenxi began to explain, admitting that when he created Xiao Xun, he hadn't fully considered the need to maintain balance with the order protected by the Special Bureau. He analyzed that the new monster must be discreet, cause no panic, and could not be defeated by sacrificing civilians, unlike Red Spider Lily, who is limited to the internet. He pointed out that Xiao Xun herself had exposed supernatural power, causing social instability, and would certainly be stopped by the Special Bureau. Yuan Zhenxi came up with a key idea to solve this problem. The only solution was to create a monster that even the Special Bureau could not stop. After finishing his train of thought, Yuan Zhenxi called Red Spider Lily, while Xiao Xun remained sulking on his head. Red Spider Lily happily responded and clasped her hands, preparing to use her power. She opened a portal leading to the amusement park version of the Academy of Thought in the underworld, treating it as a compensatory gift. Xiao Xun and Xiao Yan excitedly rushed into the spatial gate, leading to the amusement park. Yuan Zhenxi sighed in relief, finally having seen them off, while Red Spider Lily watched silently. He pondered the existing urban legends but couldn't find one suitable for his plan, until Ruyua Station caught his attention. Yuan Zhenxi recalled that he had heard of this legend before. He remembered the story of Ruyua Station, a legend about a strange train and a non-existent station, and realized that trains are a common mode of transport today. Looking at the city's complex railway network map, he concluded that the Special Bureau would never be able to control all the routes. With a confident smile, Yuan Zhenxi decided to modify this legend slightly, believing it would be enough to give Ching Xi and the others a massive headache. He began writing the new rule. Starting today, a space-traversing train named the Ruyue train would appear, originating from Jiang City. The train would circle the world in 24 hours, stopping at all cities with the highest crime rates, before returning to Jiang City to complete a closed loop. Under the moonlight, a train with eerie, glowing red windows stopped at a station in Jiang City. Any criminal who steps onto the train will be pulled into the Ruyue train, where they must face terrifying shadow entities. At the same time, the only surviving teacher from the Thought Academy incident, was discharged from the hospital and immediately threw himself into work. Meanwhile, a student burst into tears out of despair over the endless test, a lingering effect of what had happened. The other students had returned to school after the break, and although they remembered nothing about the Thought Academy, they all unconsciously avoided mentioning the escape room. Yuan Zhenxi silently observed his classmates, who now treated the items from the game as ordinary toys without knowing why. Only Lele was the sole person who still held intense interest in that legend. She sat in her room, sketching Yuan Zhenxi's image in her notebook. Lele mused about Yuan Zhenxi, feeling he was wonderful and mysterious, like a god from another world. While Lele regretted that she might not see him again, the scene shifted to a secret international special bureau base amidst the snow and ice. Here, Anna was informed by a voice that she had failed her mission, was forced to return, and would face punishment. At the icy base, a blonde man advised Anna James to pull herself together. Angrily, Anna James yelled that she was the successor of the International Special Bureau and had not received the minimum respect. Just as the man was about to say that if she didn't repent, Anna James grabbed him by the collar. She shouted, demanding he shut up and issuing a crude threat. Anna James then sullenly turned and walked away across the snow-covered aircraft carrier deck. In her mind, Yuan Zhenxi's image appeared as she secretly swore revenge so as not to disgrace her family name. The blonde man silently watched Anna James's retreating figure. His golden eyes shone with determination. He quietly pulled out a small vial containing a glowing green liquid. Opening the vial, a green mist emanated from the Eastern toxin, which had paralyzing and controlling effects. Immediately, the poisonous mist rushed toward Anna James, causing her to turn back in surprise. "You!" Anna James exclaimed in shock upon realizing she had been attacked. Her eyes widened as the poison quickly took effect. Her consciousness slowly faded, and Anna James collapsed, thinking of her unfinished business. Her limp body slipped off the edge of the ship's deck. Just then, the blonde man rushed forward to catch Anna James, and a system notification confirmed her status as temporarily suspended. Meanwhile, in a cozy apartment, Yuan Zhenxi was relaxing, while Xiao Sun and Xiao Yan played with a toy train. Simultaneously, at a luxurious hotel late at night, a notification indicated that a group of criminals had boarded the Ruyu train. Elsewhere, a white-haired man with a scarred body looked bored. He left the bedroom, abandoning the two women on the bed and grumbling that women were still not interesting enough. At a train station late at night, an announcement echoed about the last train departing soon. Amidst the crowd, the white-haired man with the scarred body stood waiting on the platform. Inside the crowded train car, the man known as Inspector Bai Mao muttered to himself that what he was looking for must still be here. The large scar running across his face further enhanced his dangerous appearance. Bai Mao approached a young man engrossed in his phone, smiling as he thought things were about to get interesting. Suddenly, an illusion with giant cat eyes appeared behind Bai Mao, terrifying the young man into paralysis. The train car began to shake violently. The scenery outside the window transformed into a hellish world, with a blood-red sky and ferocious lightning bolts. The train continued to shake relentlessly. Bai Mao sat down, his face flushed with excitement, as he sensed that something was wrong. Another passenger with strange eyes also noticed the anomaly. Soon after, most of the passengers on the train fell unconscious, lying scattered on the floor in seats. Bai Mao irritably clutched his head, assuming he had bad luck running into some kind of monster. He stood up, complaining about a pungent odor, while looking at the remaining unconscious people. As a few people began to wake up in panic, Bai Mao welcomed them to the movie world. The remaining passengers, including office worker Tong Gang, old man A Tai, the girl Xiao Liang, and research student Bai Shu, all woke up in extreme confusion. Bai Mao explained that this was not the movie world, but a nightmare space, a dream world. He warned the group that if they died here, they would also die in real life. Meanwhile, Bai Mao secretly planned to intimidate these people so they would rely on him, then exploit their mistakes instead of his own. Suddenly, the train stopped, startling the surviving group. The train car door suddenly opened in the silent space. Bai Mao silently observed, showing no sign of flinching. From the darkness, a female resentful spirit wearing a red dress slowly materialized, leaving a sticky black trail on the floor. The spirit took a step toward the group. Immediately after, a boy's resentful spirit with deeply sunken eyes also floated up beside her. Both entities bared their jagged teeth and flashed a malicious smile. Tong Gang, A Tai, and Xiao Liang simultaneously screamed in horror. In stark contrast, Bai Mao calmly dismissed them as mere resentful spirits and wondered if he should intervene. Unexpectedly, the female spirit spoke, inviting the group to sit down, which stunned them even further. Bai Mao secretly found it strange that these spirits were so clearly conscious, while Tonggang frantically asked him what to do. Bai Shu timidly asked Bai Mao if he had a way to deal with them, making Bai Mao secretly think that this kid seemed useful. Bai Mao then revealed that they were trapped in a movie world called the Ghost Train. Bai Shu exclaimed in surprise that he had seen that movie before. Not wanting to waste energy, Bai Mao ordered Bai Shu to recount the movie's plot, and he happily began explaining a past fire incident on the train. Meanwhile, Bai Mao secretly observed, noticing that something was wrong when one person in the group had absolutely no spiritual power. The boy spirit suddenly said he was hungry, and the female spirit immediately asked him what he wanted to eat. The female spirit raised her hand and pointed directly at the trembling Tonggang. With a grin stretching from ear to ear, the boy spirit declared that he wanted to eat that man. Elsewhere, a blazing red energy entity shaped like a demonic flower was blooming. Yuan Zhenxi sat in a dark room, holding a similar energy mass, and mused that he had only been given the names Bai Mao, Bai Shu, and Tonggang as clues. Yuan Zhenxi wondered why the train couldn't be tracked, and it was explained that the Ruyue train's rules prevented direct observation from the outside. The system offered to provide a crucial hint, and he agreed to look. A hint fragment appeared in the form of a mysterious black card with a red circle, leaving him confused about its meaning. Meanwhile, on the train, Tonggang frantically threw his bag onto the floor when the boy spirit demanded something inside it. From inside the bag, a terrifying clown-like resentful spirit crawled out. Bai Mao, the white-haired man, witnessed the scene with sharp eyes. When the clown grabbed Tonggang, Bai Mao questioned him, and the office worker tremblingly confessed that he was a murderer. Bai Mao turned to ask the other passengers, but A Tai and Xiao Liang quickly denied it. Bai Mao pondered the rules, realizing that the situation on this train was far more complex than previous cases. Suddenly, the train stopped abruptly, causing everyone to lose their balance. A skeletal, resentful spirit appeared from outside, and began dragging Tonggang off the train amid his desperate screams. Bai Mao merely gritted his teeth and watched without intervening, despite Tonggang's cries for help. The red-dressed spirit turned and ordered Xiao Liang and A Tai to follow, astonishing both of them. Deciding he couldn't wait any longer, Bai Mao revealed his true nature with glowing eyes and hands transforming into claws. He muttered to himself that he must fight until the final station and unleashed a powerful energy attack. The remaining passengers were astonished to realize that Bai Mao was a psychic ability user. Bai Mao created 2 energy spheres, deducing that both humans and spirits were considered passengers and had to follow the train's rules. He decided to head to the control room, and the others, seeing him as their only reliance, rushed to follow. In another train car, a muscular passenger was terrified while facing a gentleman spirit wearing a vest and a top hat. When Bai Mao's group arrived, the muscular passenger stammered that their group of 7 was now down to 4. The muscular passenger explained to Bai Mao that he didn't know what happened to those who left, and he hadn't dared to do anything since that terrifying gentleman spirit boarded the train. When the train suddenly stopped at another station, Bai Mao cursed in frustration. The gentleman spirit pointed toward A Tai, demanding that he follow, which terrified the old man completely. Dragged away by an invisible force, A Tai desperately begged Bai Mao to save his life. The old man screamed no, while being dragged away mercilessly. Immediately after, Xiao Liang was also attacked and dragged away, screaming that she didn't want to die. While being dragged away with Xiao Liang, A Tai turned back and cursed the remaining people as a bunch of heartless bastards. While Bai Mao was contemplating, Bai Shu approached and reported that he had found a small mark on the back of everyone's neck. Bai Mao was immediately astonished by this information. He grabbed Bai Shu, pressing him on why he hadn't said anything sooner, and the boy explained that he had only just confirmed it. Looking at the train ticket, Bai Mao realized the mark was the stamp on the ticket and exclaimed in shock that he finally understood. He concluded that all passengers were tickets, and the resentful spirits were collecting them so they could get off the train. An announcement rang out, stating the train had arrived at Caracas, while countless other passengers were dragged down a giant staircase in despair. Bai Mao wondered in surprise why there were now announcements about the stops. The train car door opened, and a group of grotesque monsters appeared and greeted them. A headless monster approached another passenger, holding a head in its hand, and asked the person if they knew where its head was. Bai Mao froze, his face draining of color in utter horror. He yelled, ordering everyone to run, and the entire group frantically fled from the monster. Bai Mao realized that what they had just encountered was not a resentful spirit, but a genuine monster, and he wondered why there was a monster on a monster train. At the same time, Yuan Zhenxi's chronicle updated that Bai Mao had encountered 297 passengers, and 192 had died, leading him to muse that Bai Mao didn't sound like a person's name. At his residence, Yuan Zhenxi smiled while reading the chronicle, confirming that Bai Mao was an inspector. He wondered what was happening on the train, as the book didn't allow him to know precisely and couldn't explain the symbol on the passengers' necks, a rule he had never written. Tiny red dots appeared on the page, indicating the fate of the passengers. Yuan Zhenxi stretched, figuring that Bai Mao probably wouldn't survive, and that the Special Bureau shouldn't discover the train too quickly, according to his plan. He turned and called Xiao Yan, asking it to give him a massage. The chronicle glowed on the table, making Yuan Zhenxi wonder if it was trying to lure him onto the train, but he worried that doing so would arouse suspicion from the Special Bureau. With Xiao Yan on his shoulder, he pointed at the book, thinking to himself that he had spent a lot of legend points and evil points on it without gaining anything back yet. He touched the page, and a sudden thought flashed through his mind. With a mysterious smile, Yuan Zhenxi wondered if tearing the book apart would truly kill him, or simply make him vanish from this world. Meanwhile, on the ghostly train, Bai Shu observed that the headless monster was much stronger than the resentful spirits they had encountered, and this was their main enemy. Bai Mao briefly explained that they were in a dream world where death was real, and he would elaborate after they left this carriage. Behind them, the headless monster was slaughtering the remaining passengers. Bai Shu suggested to Bai Mao that they should hide in the passage between the two carriages. He explained that the previous resentful spirits only stayed in the carriage they boarded, implying that the passage between carriages was the safe zone. Impressed by Bai Shu's intelligence, Bai Mao put an arm around him and offered to have him join him after they escaped. Bai Mao offered a salary of 200,000 a month, which delighted Bai Shu, but Bai Mao secretly calculated that he would use the boy as bait if another monster appeared. Suddenly, a mechanical voice announced that the train had arrived at Detroit Station, and a hideous monster clinging to the outside of the window terrified Bai Mao. The displayed information revealed that it was the source of plague, a catastrophe-level monster capable of spreading deadly bacteria within a 20-meter radius. Bai Mao quickly put on a special mask, ordering Bai Shu to cover his mouth and nose and hold his breath on his command. Bai Mao's eyes were strained, highly focused on the new life or death threat. On the train, 3 tyrannical-level entities appeared: a dragon-like demon, a violent Lolita, and a deformed old woman named Tong Lao. Immediately afterward, a catastrophe-level monster in the form of a deceased relative also appeared. Bai Mao sank into a hallucination, reliving the warm scene of being cared for by his mother and his younger self. Suddenly, Bai Mao's eyes glowed blue as he realized the abnormality in the scene. Breaking free from the hallucination, Bai Mao was knocked backward, and Bai Shu spoke up, saying he had a plan for escape. Bai Mao immediately grabbed Bai Shu, pressing him for the plan. Bai Shu calmly proposed to borrow Bai Mao's body. Full of skepticism, Bai Mao demanded that the boy repeat the unbelievable request. He explained that it was the only way for both of them to escape, and Bai Mao confirmed that he wasn't lying. Bai Mao smirked, accepting the deal and ready to follow instructions. Instantly, Bai Shu's soul entity detached and rushed into Bai Mao's body, stunning him. At the same time, Bai Shu's true body, with eyes flashing purple light, stood among the monsters and smiled maliciously. Bai Mao screamed in despair as his body disintegrated, realizing that Bai Shu was also a monster. The scene changed. Bai Mao now faced a small, crowned entity sitting on a throne and mocking him. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhenxi was resting when he received a phone call. The caller was Ching Xi, who informed Ghost that she had news to report beforehand. She reported that an inspector had survived and escaped the monstrous Yue train, a vessel that travels the world collecting monsters. Yuan Zhenxi frowned, thinking to himself that he hadn't expected Bai Mao to survive, and that he would have to revise the rules to patch this loophole. Ching Xi mentioned that an international conference would be convened to discuss the matter before hanging up. Yuan Zhenxi deduced that the Special Bureau had known about the train beforehand, but was powerless to control it. Yuan Zhenxi mused that the Yue train was a vital mode of transport and thus could not be publicly monitored, and shutting it down would cause major consequences, while the Special Bureaus were merely arguing. He realized that, although everyone knew the danger, no one wanted to take responsibility for dealing with this ghostly train. Suddenly, Yuan Zhenxi looked surprised by a piece of information. He read on his phone that the ghost train had been sighted months ago, and wondered how that could have happened. Yuan Zhenxi decided he had to board the train himself to ensure that guy remained under his control. Lying on the bed, he felt annoyed, recalling how he had strangely fallen asleep after touching his book. He sat up and confronted the floating chronicle, asking if that was an act of revenge. When the book didn't react, Yuan Zhenxi wondered if it was playing dead, and declared that he would go to the Yue train immediately. Meanwhile, at an international conference, delegates argued over who should be responsible for the train and the monsters escaping from it. Many opinions focused on Jiang City, believed to be the train's point of origin, and an official questioned Ding Jiang about his intentions. K. Dun, the minister of the International Special Department, called for an end to the arguments, explaining that the monsters disembarked randomly. An angry military official demanded immediate action to contain them. A blonde female official admitted that they did not possess any rule items capable enough to do so. Another urged Jiang City to quickly find a solution to prevent the monsters from spreading. An elderly official pointed out that the railway system could not be stopped indefinitely due to its importance. A stylish female delegate definitively stated that, according to international law, this was Jiang City's problem, rendering the meeting useless. After the majority of delegates agreed to shift the responsibility, Ding Jiang announced that the intellectuals already had a solution and would handle it themselves. When asked what the solution was, Ding Jiang chillingly declared that they would put the god on the train. All the other international officials were stunned and silenced by Ding Jiang's shocking declaration. A fashionable female official mocked the plan to put the god on the train as ridiculous, but Ding Jiang asserted that it was feasible. Ding Jiang explained that they could use a shrinking flashlight to shrink the god, and then send an inspector to place it on the Ruyue train. Mr. Xiang reassured them that the monsters on the Ruyue train are restrained by rules, so there shouldn't be any issues. But another person remained concerned about the god's death rule. A blonde female official sarcastically suggested assigning the task of transporting the god to the famous inspector in Jiang City. Kaidun speculated that there was no rule conflict between the god and the Ruyue train, and agreed that the aforementioned inspector was the suitable candidate for the mission. Kaidun recalled the earthquake caused by the god, surmising that one of the entity's rules had been fulfilled. An elderly official declared to Chief Kang Pin that the International Special Bureau would intervene. A military official proposed that each city send an inspector to form an investigation team, and local branches must take responsibility if their monsters appear. After a moment of silence, the international delegates successively voiced their agreement with the joint proposal. Ding Jiang silently accepted the decision of the International Council. Meanwhile, in Jiang City, a news report on a large screen at the subway station was refuting supernatural phenomena, calling them AI-generated videos. Amidst the crowd discussing the fake news, Yuan Zhenxi quietly entered the station. He swiped his card and passed through the turnstile. Standing on the platform, Yuan Zhenxi looked down at the tracks glowing with red energy, determined to board the Ruyue train. His red eyes shone with iron determination. Upon entering the train car, he saw a desolate scene with passengers lying scattered across the floor. Yuan Zhenxi silently observed the deadly scene around him. He decided to proceed to the cockpit, where he had set up the monitoring system for the entire train. As he advanced, blazing red energy began to emanate from his body. A blazing red mark appeared on the back of Yuan Zhenxi's neck. He entered the control room, realizing that he couldn't retrieve old footage or find loopholes in the rules. He stood before the train's monitoring system. He decided to sit back and observe for the next 24 hours. The Ruyue train's rules appeared, explaining that humans are turned into tickets and become targets for resentful spirits and monsters, while confirming Yuan Zhenxi as an outsider free to act. He wondered why he was still marked if he was an outsider, and received the answer that it was an oversight. 3 hours later, while Yuan Zhenxi was sleeping, the monitoring screen showed a passenger being violently attacked by a creature with tentacles. Beside him, Little Eyes tried to wake him up. Awakened by the small creature's cry, Yuan Zhenxi opened his eyes. He immediately became alert. Little Eyes pointed out a female student who had just appeared in car No. 07. The back of that female student's neck also bore a red ticket mark. Yuan Zhenxi was surprised to see a human board the train so normally. He analyzed that the girl would be safe for about 2 hours, as the resentful spirits wouldn't easily attack an anomalous case. However, worried about an innocent person being dragged in, he decided to personally investigate. He opened the control room door. He ordered the system to teleport him to that female student's car. At the same time, a green-skinned entity with a cracked face was in the train car. Immediately upon teleporting, Yuan Zhenxi faced a creature resembling a fallen angel, aiming a bow at him. Yuan Zhenxi calmly identified the enemy as a fallen Cupid, the mythological opposite. The entity grinned sinisterly, acknowledging Yuan Zhenxi's power while radiating green energy. It drew the energy bow, aimed directly at Yuan Zhenxi, and prepared to shoot. Annoyed by the opponent's attitude, Yuan Zhenxi clicked his tongue. As the green arrow shot forward, Yuan Zhenxi darted away at incredible speed, dodging the Cupid's mischievous attack. He moved like a streak of red light, easily evading the incoming arrow. The red streak and the green arrow dangerously grazed past each other in the air. However, the arrow suddenly changed direction and continued its pursuit, forcing Yuan Zhenxi to pay attention. To counter, Yuan Zhenxi's hand transformed, and a blood-red eye appeared in his palm. That eye opened into a grotesque mouth, ready to swallow the threat. The mouth, filled with countless eyes, easily devoured the energy arrow. After neutralizing the attack, the mouth on his hand snapped shut. The fallen Cupid was stunned by Yuan Zhenxi's strange ability. Immediately after, another arrow suddenly shot out, embedding itself directly into Yuan Zhenxi's chest. It laughed gleefully upon seeing the attack succeed, while Yuan Zhenxi wondered why he felt nothing. The fallen Cupid burst into a savage laugh, believing it had won. Yuan Zhenxi stood firm, realizing he was unharmed and surmising that his monster heart had neutralized the curse. He decided not to engage further and ordered the Ruyu train system to monitor the monster. Just in case the arrow had an effect, Yuan Zhenxi took out a vial of medicine, worried he might fall in love with the first person he saw. Yuan Zhenxi suddenly remembered the female student he had seen earlier. He told himself that dying once to break the curse was fine, as long as he didn't encounter the kind of monster that creates endless loops. After a moment of contemplation, his red eyes flashed with resolve. Yuan Zhenxi decided to set aside the Cupid matter and focus on the main issue, finding out why the Ruyua train was exposed, starting with investigating that female student. In another train car, a girl was trembling, listening to the resentful spirit of an old woman recount how her son cared for her during a severe illness but eventually couldn't bear the pressure. The old woman, with her terrifying ghostly face, revealed that her own son had suffocated her to death with a blanket. Yuan Zhenxi suddenly appeared, staring intently at the girl who was sitting right next to the resentful spirit without realizing it. The girl flinched and was about to scream a warning, but a hand quickly covered her mouth. Yuan Zhenxi signaled for the girl to keep quiet. He casually sat down next to her and asked if she was afraid, confusing the girl who didn't know who he was talking to. Yuan Zhenxi bluntly revealed that he was speaking to the resentful spirit sitting right beside her, causing the girl even greater panic. He changed the subject, asking how she managed to get on the train, and the naive girl replied that she had simply walked aboard. Yuan Zhenxi explained that only she and the resentful spirits had directly boarded the train, while everyone else had been teleported here. The girl was horrified to realize that she was the only special case. Panicked, she wondered if she had died like in the urban legends, but Yuan Zhenxi reassured her that she was still alive and asked her to recall anything strange that had happened. However, the girl could only think about her boring daily routine and couldn't recall anything unusual. Yuan Zhenxi then asked her to check the contents of her backpack for any strange objects. The girl was surprised to pull out a one-way ticket that she didn't remember owning, and Yuan Zhenxi immediately recognized that as the problem. The ticket listed the destination as unknown with a bloodstain, and Yuan Zhenxi identified it as a monster or its product, while the girl insisted she had bought a ticket to Ling City. Yuan Zhenxi explained that even if the girl threw the ticket away, it would return. The ghostly ticket flew back into the schoolgirl's hand, causing her to panic and ask what to do. Yuan Zhenxi suggested she tear up the ticket, but warned that it was a dangerous gamble she had to decide for herself. Too terrified, the schoolgirl clutched the ticket tightly, silently begging not to be taken away. After imagining a passenger being dragged away by a resentful spirit, the girl fearfully admitted she didn't dare tear the ticket. The naive girl asked if it would be safe to just keep the ticket and go to the final station, while Yuan Zhenxi mused internally about the risk-averse mentality of ordinary people. Yuan Zhenxi agreed that the ticket was temporarily protecting her and wished her good luck. He deduced that the ticket came from an automated vending machine connected to the entire station system. He realized the trap was perfectly disguised, as the ticket's destination only changed after the passenger had boarded the train. He speculated that the combination of two supernatural entities made finding a loophole in the killing rules nearly impossible. While Yuan Zhenxi was considering a potential escape route, the schoolgirl suddenly fainted. Yuan Zhenxi caught her and asked if she wanted to get off the train because she was afraid of him. He turned to the old woman's resentful spirit and offered to help her find another target. The spirit refused and expressed her desire to stay on the train, but Yuan Zhenxi reminded her of the feud with her son. The old woman's ghost explained that she didn't blame her son, as she understood the terrible pressure that had distorted his humanity. The spirit's words made Yuan Zhenxi reflect on betrayal. He smiled maliciously and declared that he would never let those who betrayed him rest in peace. The train shook violently as an announcement blared, declaring arrival at the final station, the apocalypse. The schoolgirl woke up with a start and asked in shock if they had arrived. The door of the old, rusty train car slowly opened, revealing a blinding white light. The girl happily thanked Yuan Zhenxi and urged him to quickly leave the train. The two stepped out of the dark train car together, entering a bright, modern subway station. The moment the schoolgirl's foot touched the station floor, a strange ripple appeared. The space around the girl violently warped and then swallowed her, causing her to vanish without a trace. Yuan Zhenxi also stepped off the train, realizing something was wrong. He was astonished to find himself standing in the middle of a bustling station and admitted that he had made a mistake. Noticing the sheer number of people, Yuan Zhenxi decided he needed an extra layer of protection. He activated the power of the eyeballs in the cracks, turning it into a fiery red eye shield to block the monster's rules. Yuan Zhenxi deduced that the problem lay with the ticket and wondered if he should go to the ticket counter to buy a test ticket. But then he recalled Ching Xi's warning, telling him to be careful and not to take the train. He realized the special bureau was closely monitoring the Ruyue train, and buying a ticket would expose him to them. Furthermore, forcibly boarding the train would also make them suspect something was amiss. Considering the special bureau was still useful for the time being, Yuan Zhenxi decided there was no need to provoke them. He stepped out of the station, finding the situation quite interesting, since this was the first time he had faced a monster since acquiring the monster's heart. His fiery red eyes flashed behind his sunglasses as he wondered if he could use a disguise. He amusedly imagined changing his gender, then disguising himself in the style of Chiian Yubai or Ching Xi. Deciding to try that later upon his return, Yuan Zhenxi took out his phone and asked a passerby for directions to Erxian Bridge. He opened the Didi Taxi app on his phone to call a ride. 2 minutes later, a yellow taxi screeched to a halt in front of Yuan Zhenxi. Inside, the smoking driver reported to his passenger that he was almost there and could take over. Yuan Zhenxi was surprised to see Chiian Yubai, a member of his club, step out of the car. Chiian Yubai was also stunned when she recognized the person standing before her. She stammered, calling him president, which confused Yuan Zhenxi even further. Yuan Zhenxi tried to explain that this was just a coincidence. However, his red eyes flashed with vigilance, analyzing the situation. When Chiian Yubai invited him into the car, Yuan Zhenxi paused and said it was nothing. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pang in his chest, where the dark energy was surging, wondering what was happening. Chiian Yubai worriedly called his name, wondering why she felt uneasy despite wearing her glasses. Yuan Zhenxi realized that the heart entity inside his body was beating violently. He decisively refused to get in the car, leaving Chiian Yubai bewildered. The driver received the cancellation notice and looked confused. He angrily poked his head out and yelled at Yuan Zhenxi for the unreasonable cancellation. Yuan Zhenxi coldly pointed his finger directly at the confused driver's forehead. Surrounded by a purple aura, he declared that the driver would forget everything in 5 seconds. The taxi suddenly sped away. Chiian Yubai, astonished, asked Yuan Zhenxi what was wrong and if she could help. While she was still worrying, Yuan Zhenxi suddenly grabbed her hand tightly. Chiian Yubai was completely stunned by his sudden action. Yuan Zhenxi asked Chiian Yubai about her plan, and then offered to go with her. Startled by the sudden hand-holding, Chiian Yubai blushed in confusion, her mind reeling. She wondered if she was hallucinating, given how proactive the club president was being. Internally, she was torn between fear and secret delight, as this was exactly what she wanted. After a moment of silence, Chiian Yubai decided to enjoy the moment. She told Yuan Zhenxi that she was going for an interview and invited him to join her. Yuan Zhenxi asked in surprise, as he thought she was already a member of his team. Chiian Yubai quickly explained that this was an exorcism mission, requiring a face-to-face meeting, and also an opportunity for her to gain experience. Their hands remained intertwined as they walked. Yuan Zhenxi agreed and pulled her closer, making Chiian Yubai extremely happy. They arrived at an old neighborhood where crows circled under the sunset. They stopped in front of a strange alley, and Chiian Yubai commented that it didn't seem dangerous. Yuan Zhenxi's eyes flashed red, as he silently used his power to scan the surroundings. He confirmed that the alley was merely secluded, with no monsters or spirits present. At the end of the alley was an old house, which Yuan Zhenxi confirmed was their destination. Chiian Yubai stepped forward and knocked, asking for Granny Zhu. A hand with long claws and a sharp eye peeked out from the crack in the door. Immediately after, the door burst open as a figure lunged out to attack them both. The mysterious attacker revealed a pair of red high heels. A bizarrely dressed old woman, holding a cleaver, blocked their path and asked their purpose. Chiian Yubai introduced herself, stating she was there to take on Mr. Chang's mission and needed a fortune reading first. After looking at the paper, the old woman invited them both inside. She led them into a courtyard and said that Mr. Chang's guests would receive the service for free. The old woman pointed to a chair, telling Chiian Yubai to sit down so she could begin the fortune-telling. When asked for her birth date, Chiian Yubai hesitantly confessed that she couldn't remember it clearly. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhenxi silently assessed that the fortune-teller had no spiritual power, even though there were several psychic items in the room. The old woman began the ritual by drawing red symbols on her arm with a brush. Suddenly, she jumped up, shouting meaningless pronouncements and criticizing Chiian Yubai for not being qualified even for errands. She continued her theatrics, running around the room under Yuan Zhenxi's silent observation. Standing on a mat with a glowing magic circle, she muttered about the gods of fortune. With a sinister smile, the old woman declared that Chiian Yubai's fate was Yi Yu, a suitable destiny. However, she leaned closer and whispered that Chiian Yubai's destiny had a flaw, signaling a difficult life, and then offered to change both their fates for a small price. Yuan Zhenxi suddenly appeared like a ghost behind her, questioning her about fortune-telling and changing destiny. He grabbed the old woman's arm, demanding she stop feigning innocence, and asked Chiian Yubai about the rule items. Chiian Yubai pointed out the vases on the shelf as psychic items. She further identified the most important item as the mat beneath their feet, where the magic symbols were glowing. Yuan Zhenxi twisted the old woman's arm hard, growlingly accusing her of daring to use rule items on authorized inspectors. In pain, the old woman cried and begged for her life, claiming she was only earning money to support herself because her son wouldn't take care of her. Yuan Zhenxi threw the fortune teller to the ground and declared he would spare her life this time because she hadn't committed murder yet. He warned that if she relapsed, she would face the consequences, as he was not someone who respected the elderly or cherished the young. While the fortune teller kowtowed and promised not to reoffend, Yuan Zhenxi told Chiian Yubai not to worry and prepared for them to leave. Before leaving completely, Yuan Zhenxi grabbed the fortune teller, warning her not to touch Chiian Yubai's destiny, which she frantically promised. With a mysterious smile, Yuan Zhenxi reminded her to remember her promise. Then, he put on his sunglasses and left with Chiian Yubai, abandoning the fortune teller kneeling on the floor. Once alone, the fortune teller smiled sinisterly, smugly thinking she had fooled Yuan Zhenxi. With a crazed expression, she prepared to carry out her scheme. But suddenly, she realized in horror that the surrounding rule items were beginning to glow strangely. Immediately, a ring of blazing red energy erupted from the ground, incinerating her amid terrifying screams. The entire room was engulfed in a sea of magical fire, leaving only the desperate screams of the diviner. At the same time, night had fallen upon Chiian Yubai's apartment complex. Upon returning to her room, Chiian Yubai collapsed onto her bed and sighed in relief. She blushed, recalling how difficult it was to refuse the president's offer to walk her all the way to her room, and encouraged herself that she had made progress. She thought about Yuan Zhenxi's current state, and the image of him gently calling her Xiao Bai reappeared. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, Chiian Yubai shot up, covering her flushed face with both hands, telling herself to stop having wild thoughts. She calmed down and took out her notebook. She sat on the bed and began taking notes, recalling Yuan Zhenxi's instruction not to alarm those who were caught in the rules without realizing it themselves. Finally, she concluded that the president's only concerns were monsters, vengeful spirits, and psychic energy, and nothing else. Beneath the blood moon, a solitary figure wondered when the change had begun. Meanwhile, at her home, Chiian Yubai held her notebook, her heart full of worry, and sighed. Feeling uneasy, she decided to call Yuan Bo for advice. On the other end of the line, Yuan Bo cheerfully answered, surprised that Chiian Yubai had initiated contact. Chiian Yubai hesitantly presented her concern, suspecting that the president had become entangled in a monster's rules. Yuan Bo seemed surprised and asked if she had noticed anything unusual about him. At that question, Chiian Yubai blushed and stammered. She confessed that Yuan Zhenxi had confessed his feelings to her, leaving Yuan Bo momentarily speechless. Immediately afterward, Yuan Bo became extremely excited, bombarding Chiian Yubai with questions about every detail of the confession. Swept up by the questions, Chiian Yubai sank deep into thought, while a giant red eye seemed to observe her curiosity. In her mind, Yuan Zhenxi's image appeared with a meaningful smile, calling her Xiao Bai. Yuan Bo laughed, saying he didn't have the special bureau's information, and advised Chiian Yubai not to get involved with them. However, she considered this a miracle, and offered to ask for help, then found Ghost's private phone number. Yuan Zhenxi picked up the phone and heard Yuan Bo tease that Shadow was worried he was caught in a monster's rules. He calmly replied that Chiian Yubai was just too stressed, then blamed himself, thinking he might have put more pressure on her. Hearing these words over the phone, Chiian Yubai was stunned and flushed crimson. Yuan Zhenxi secretly thought that he wanted to live a little longer and perhaps should propose to her, causing Yuan Bo to quickly warn him not to move too fast. Upon hearing the two words "get married," Chiian Yubai was completely flustered and quickly said, "Thank you." Yuan Zhenxi asked if there was anything else, while his phone screen displayed the caller ID as Yuan Bo, weak and clumsy. While Chiian Yubai was blushing from the conversation, Yuan Bo continued to tease that Yuan Zhenxi was only interested in her. Yuan Bo charmingly teased the cute Xiao Bai, asking how she intended to repay him. causing Chiian Yubai to nervously hang up to prepare for her mission. After the call, Chiian Yubai lay on her bed, reassuring herself that this was just a normal exorcism mission, so there would be no problem. Nevertheless, she confusedly reached her hand out into the air, lost in thought. She wondered if the president was truly serious and liked her, as the image of a blazing red eye appeared in her mind. Exactly at 11:45, Chiian Yubai ventured alone into the gloomy forest toward the Chang residence. As she arrived, a crow with blazing red eyes flew past, signaling the presence of a supernatural force. Chiian Yubai calmly approached and pressed the doorbell. She stood waiting before the mansion's large gate under the faint moonlight. Through the intercom system, Chiian Yubai introduced herself and announced that it was time for the scheduled exorcism. Suddenly, she sensed a cloaked shadow hovering right behind her. Chiian Yubai frantically turned around, sweat streaming down her face. Seeing nothing unusual, she remained vigilant, activating her ability, causing her body to emit a golden aura. The heavy wooden gate of the mansion slowly opened. An elderly man holding a flashlight poked his head out and confirmed Chiian Yubai's identity. The man, Mr. Chang, opened the door and invited her in, apologizing for the wait as he was busy putting his son to sleep. While being led into the courtyard, Chiian Yubai secretly thought that she should use her coins to divine the situation. Mr. Chang further explained that since the butler had returned to his hometown, he was the only one home. Chiian Yubai replied that it was fine. Finally, Mr. Chang gestured for her to enter the main building of the mansion. Mr. Chang closed the large door after Chiian Yubai entered the mansion, his eyes flashing with an unusual white light. As the door closed, he glanced through the gap with a mysterious smile. Inside, the mansion's luxurious space was enveloped by a complex formation consisting of red threads and ancient coins. At the staircase entrance, two golden toad statues holding coins were also part of this feng shui formation. Leading her into the living room, Mr. Chang began probing Chiian Yubai's knowledge of feng shui techniques. Chiian Yubai secretly realized this was a test, and frankly replied that she was not a feng shui expert. Her only task was exorcism. Mr. Chang seemed satisfied, saying he never doubted her and urged her to prepare because the time for the ritual was approaching. He began recounting desperately that the mansion was haunted by a ghost that only appeared at a fixed time, and previous priests had all been helpless. Mr. Chang reminisced about the past, when his jewelry business flourished and his family lived in complete happiness. But then he recounted painfully that a strange entity had haunted his family, and everything good had collapsed. Just then, the pendulum clock in the room emitted an eerie light, signaling that the time had come. Sensing the evil energy, Chiian Yubai took a defensive stance, her hair fluttering in the strange wind, and she quickly urged Mr. Chang to hide. But when she turned back, she was astonished to realize that Mr. Chang had vanished without a trace. At the same time, the eyes of the two golden toad statues suddenly glowed a brilliant red. Chiian Yubai raised her head and froze when she saw a familiar figure standing on the second-floor balcony, bathed in eerie red light. Without hesitation, she immediately channeled her spiritual energy, condensing a brilliant orb of light in her hand, ready for combat. The shadow on the balcony revealed itself to be Mr. Chang, but he was now aiming a bizarre, candelabra-shaped weapon directly at her. Chiian Yubai immediately realized that the situation had become extremely dangerous. Immediately after, Mr. Chang's face distorted into a horrifying visage, his mouth wide open in a scream as black blood splattered everywhere. The pendulum clock, splattered with black blood, stopped. Chiian Yubai stared blankly at the scene before her. Immediately after, Mr. Chang's distorted body dissolved into a shadow and collapsed onto the floor. Suddenly, a strange man with red eyes was already sitting on the sofa. Chiian Yubai was stunned to realize it was her president, Yuan Zhenxi, while Mr. Chang's corpse lay sprawled on the floor. Yuan Zhenxi calmly told her to look behind her. When she turned around, she was horrified to find three vengeful spirits, a woman and two children hovering there. Yuan Zhenxi began to reveal the truth, explaining that Mr. Chang had killed his eldest daughter in a staged accident. He explained that Mr. Chang used his daughter's ashes to create a wealth-attracting toad charm, and then hired someone to murder his wife and son, though the son miraculously survived. Finally, Mr. Chang personally murdered his son and hid the body in the attic to complete the evil ritual. Yuan Zhenxi revealed that all these actions were taught by Mr. Chang's mother, and the mother and son conspired to murder their own family. Chiian Yubai wondered why he still went bankrupt, and Yuan Zhenxi explained that he needed to find a medium with compatible birth characters, Bazi, specifically an inspector like her. She was shocked to realize that her Bazi was compatible with Mr. Chang's deceased wife, making her the perfect target. Mr. Chang's true purpose was to exploit Chiian Yubai to suppress the vengeful spirits and continue his wealth-attracting charm, with assistance from his mother. Chiian Yubai was deeply shocked to realize that the mastermind behind it all was the fortune teller. Yuan Zhenxi smirked, confirming it. He stepped closer, lifted Chiian Yubai's chin, and asked if the Chang mother and son deserved to die. Then, Yuan Zhenxi turned to the vengeful spirits, declaring that he had killed Mr. Chang and the fortune teller, and now it was time for them to take revenge. He advised the spirits to behave properly, to have a chance at reincarnation. The son's spirit silently turned back to look at Yuan Zhenxi one last time before vanishing with his family. After Mr. Chang's family was liberated, another group of green-colored child spirits suddenly appeared, repeatedly calling Chiian Yubai sister. One of those spirits reached out, attempting to touch Yuan Zhenxi from behind. Yuan Zhenxi's eyes suddenly glowed fiercely green. Chiian Yubai was astonished as Yuan Zhenxi lunged forward at terrifying speed. His hand, enveloped in dark red energy, tightly seized the terrified green spirit. Chiian Yubai stared blankly at the violent scene unfolding before her. After destroying the spirits, Yuan Zhenxi turned back to ask Chiian Yubai if she was okay, and reassured her that he wouldn't let anyone harm her. Chiian Yubai asked if those spirits had been liberated, causing Yuan Zhenxi to counter-ask why she didn't trust him. He irritably asked if she was suspecting him of killing them. While nearby, a horrific mannequin head peeked out from a bucket. Yuan Zhenxi coldly stated that they had been dead for a long time anyway, and turned his back to walk away. He smirked, thinking it was interesting that a vengeful spirit was filled with love, then recalled the Cupid demon that had attacked him previously. He invited Chiian Yubai to leave, but she remained standing silently, observing. Chiian Yubai pondered Yuan Zhenxi's change, thinking that he hadn't been this possessive before. She confusedly wondered, as there was no way she could be the reason for his intense possessiveness and obsession. Chiian Yubai quickly walked over, suggesting Yuan Zhenxi take her home because it was late. She linked arms with him, deciding internally not to provoke him right now, and to find an opportunity to contact the special bureau. Before leaving, Yuan Zhenxi used his finger to generate a red energy blade. He launched it toward the mansion, causing a terrifying explosion that incinerated the entire house. The two left the area together as the flames raged fiercely behind them. While walking, Yuan Zhenxi suddenly asked Chiian Yubai if she had been close to Yuan Bo lately, startling her. Chiian Yubai explained that she only took assignments for Yuan Bo, but Yuan Zhenxi coldly replied that he had noticed the two of them talking a lot. With sharp eyes, Yuan Zhenxi thought to himself that he would not allow it. In his mind, a shadow with glowing red eyes tightly embraced a frightened Chiian Yubai, asserting that the person closest to her could only be him. Yuan Zhenxi warned Chiian Yubai that Yuan Bo was not a good person and demanded she cut off all contact, or else she would have to go exercising with him. Forcing her to reluctantly agree, Chiian Yubai secretly took out her phone, telling herself that she couldn't expose herself yet and had to obey the president's every command for now. She feared that if she didn't comply, Yuan Zhenxi might kill Yuan Bo, and she began deleting her friend's phone number. Seeing this, Yuan Zhenxi smiled contentedly and offered to take her home. As they walked together under the moonlight, Yuan Zhenxi's shadow morphed into a hideous monster, causing Chiian Yubai to shudder as she recalled his murderous gaze. She glanced at Yuan Zhenxi with a worried and confused expression. A metaphorical image appeared, showing Chiian Yubai bound by countless red threads emanating from a ghostly entity. She wondered how he knew about her relationship with Yuan Bo. Back in her room, Chiian Yubai lay restlessly on her bed, debating whether to inform Yuan Bo to contact the special bureau. She recalled Yuan Zhenxi's words and realized that he definitely had some way of monitoring her. Lying under the covers, she nervously looked up at the ceiling, where a cluster of gruesome red eyes was watching, making her panic and wonder if her room was being monitored. She tried to reassure herself, hoping that Yuan Zhenxi had other things to do. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she looked up Sherry's contact information. A memory flashed back, of Sherry, the new neighbor, smiling kindly and offering help whenever she needed it. Chiian Yubai sat bolt upright in bed, encouraging herself to be brave. She resolved to successfully free the president from the monster's influence. The perspective narrowed, focusing on her silhouette on the bed like a target. Finally, the view closed completely, leaving only a streak of red light in the darkness. At 7:30 a.m., the sun rose over the city. In his apartment, Yuan Zhenxi wondered what Chiian Yubai was doing, while a vortex of red energy appeared in the middle of the living room. The energy revealed an image. Chiian Yubai was chopping vegetables in the kitchen and seemed to sense that someone was watching her. Yuan Zhenxi remained silent, wondering who she was preparing lunch for. Nearby, Xiaosun was sitting on the floor, hugging a black stuffed animal. Yuan Zhenxi summoned Red Spider Lily, called her Xiao Ai, and ordered her to read Chiian Yubai's thoughts. Looking at the image in the energy vortex, Red Spider Lily reported, that she did not possess that ability. Yuan Zhenxi then allowed her to leave, and Red Spider Lily nodded in compliance. Xiao Sun picked up little eyes, pouting as she watched her go. Red Spider Lily cast one last glance before disappearing. Suddenly, the room plunged into darkness, leaving only Yuan Zhenxi's glowing red eyes visible. The entire room was enveloped in red light as Yuan Zhenxi's voice echoed, asking Red Spider Lily and Xiao Shun if they had anything to say to him. Xiao Shun mischievously used little eyes as a board to write a message. With a sinister smile, she held up the paper with the words, "He looks like he's about to die. Can we eat him?" Red Spider Lily was stunned by Xiao Shun's audacious suggestion. A moment later, both lay unconscious on the floor, while a faint voice called out, "Mom." Elsewhere, a person wearing a long coat, carrying a bag with 2 hearts printed on it, was walking up the stairs. That was Chiian Yubai. She reminded herself to always be vigilant and not show fear to avoid being detected by the president, Ghost. She stepped into a long, deserted hallway, breathing a sigh of relief. With a slightly trembling hand, Chiian Yubai reached out and grasped the handle of a dark door. As the door opened, Yuan Zhenxi greeted Chiian Yubai, who stood waiting. She happily showed off the lunchbox she had personally prepared for Yuan Zhenxi. In the hallway, Chiian Yubai handed the gift box to Yuan Zhenxi, who asked about it in surprise. She explained that she also made cookies, 1 bag for him and 1 extra bag, which immediately prompted Yuan Zhenxi to question her. Yuan Zhenxi's gaze turned cold. Chiian Yubai innocently explained that the remaining bag of cookies was to thank their neighbor, Sherry, for her help. Yuan Zhenxi reluctantly agreed on the condition that next time the gift would only be for him, and Chiian Yubai happily accepted. Chiian Yubai walked down the hallway, while Yuan Zhenxi remained standing at the door, observing. She stopped in front of the next apartment door, knocked, and called for Sherry. Yuan Zhenxi suddenly realized he had forgotten that another member of the Special Bureau lived right next door. He ordered a small eye-shaped entity to follow and monitor them. The eye entity silently flew along the ceiling, trailing Chiian Yubai. Sherry happily opened the door and was given the bag of cookies by Chiian Yubai to thank her for previous help, all under the surveillance of the spying entity. Sherry invited her inside for tea, but Chiian Yubai declined, citing her busy schedule with the president, Yuan Zhenxi. Chiian Yubai smiled and waved goodbye. Sherry turned and closed the door. In the living room, she placed the bag of cookies on the coffee table. She opened the bag, marveling at the pretty cookies inside. Sherry picked up a cookie, looked up toward the entity hiding on the ceiling, and smiled in praise. Through the eye of the spying entity, everything appeared completely normal. Sherry took a bite of the cookie, her smile full of hidden meaning. She thought to herself that something might be wrong with Yuan Zhenxi. At Jiang City University, voices rang out welcoming Professor Sherry. 2 male basketball students happily ran up and waved hello to her. Sherry gave a friendly smile and waved back at them. As she walked away, the students whispered to each other that the professor looked very happy to see them. But as soon as she was out of their sight, Sherry's expression immediately became extremely serious. She realized that Ghost's problem must be very urgent, or else Shadow wouldn't have transmitted the message in such a special way. Recalling Shadow's warning that they seemed to be monitored by Ghost, Sherry placed her hand on the scanner to enter a secure facility. Reflecting on the moment she received the gift, she decided that this situation must be reported immediately. The security door opened, and Sherry decisively stepped inside. In a dark conference room, Ding Jiang announced that Inspector Ghost was suspected of being trapped by a monster's rule, based on reports of sudden psychological changes from Shadow. He added that this change was not like the usual corruption process, and Ghost had committed many violent crimes. Notably, all clues from the cases pointed directly to Shadow, the person who reported the incident. Shadow stated that Ghost's attitude had turned into a morbid obsession, to the extent of monitoring her constantly. Furthermore, Ghost intended to kill anyone associated with Shadow. An official stood up and questioned how this could happen when Ghost was constantly monitored, and whether he was truly being controlled by a monster. Ding Jiang confirmed that the concern was valid, and asked Ching Xi to continue the presentation. Ching Xi analyzed that Ghost's behavior was an eruption of the desire for control and destruction, but he still retained a slight degree of self-awareness. Another member asked if that meant Ghost was still conscious and resisting, and Ching Xi confirmed that was their conclusion, because if he had been completely consumed, the violent acts would have escalated to murder, and Shadow would not have survived. Ching Xi sighed, concluding her presentation. She explained that the weirdness affecting Ghost was at least catastrophe level, while also revealing that Shadow's psychic ability was only level 3. Ching Xi stressed the urgency of stopping this entity, as it was powerful enough to trap both level 3 inspectors within its rules. Unexpectedly, Ding Jiang revealed that Ghost had actively intervened with the Ruyue train. which led to him getting trapped in the first place. This information stunned and confused the other members of the meeting, including Mr. Tian and Mr. Xiang. Ding Jiang continued, citing Sherry's report that Ghost had fallen into an endless loop while confronting the evil neighbor. He revealed that, despite the successful treatment, Ghost still harbored an unconscious death wish and turned to Mr. Xiang for confirmation. Mr. Xiang agreed, recalling that Ghost had unusually accepted the mission at the haunted hospital, a place where any other inspector would have hesitated. Another researcher analyzed that Ghost must have intentionally allowed himself to be trapped, indicating a complex internal conflict between his hatred for the weirdness and his desire for death. However, that person also affirmed that parallel to his destructive desires, Ghost possessed a fierce will to survive and never stopped fighting. Based on these analyses, Ching Xi proposed that the Special Bureau should neither punish nor abandon Ghost, and asked for the opinions of the other members. A female official agreed, arguing that Ghost's abilities were a valuable asset, and the Bureau should overlook some of his excessive actions. Ding Jiang concurred, praising Ghost's achievements and his unique ability to use weirdness against weirdness, even nominating him to lead the Bureau. He emphasized Ghost's strategic importance as an extremely rare death replacement expert, asserting that he must be saved at all costs. However, the researcher wearing dark glasses raised a suspicion, suggesting there was a dubious coincidence in the events involving Ghost. This person pointed out that after Ghost became involved with the "it's your turn" weirdness, the Special Bureau was unable to conduct further investigations, questioning his contradictory luck. This suspicion highlighted the two personalities existing within Yuan Zhenxi, an ordinary student and a mysterious inspector. Ding Jiang immediately dismissed the suspicion, warning the researcher not to sow malice against an inspector who had made significant contributions. Finally, Ching Xi announced the plan. They would send someone to approach Ghost, while a death row inmate would be ordered to use the death record item, and the psychological team would monitor remotely. Ding Jiang concluded the meeting, announcing that there would be another meeting if Ghost's situation did not improve. After the meeting, Ding Jiang ordered the Special Bureau members to remain vigilant and prepare for the worst-case scenario. Meanwhile, in a dark bathroom, Yuan Zhenxi suddenly collapsed onto the sink and coughed violently. He covered his mouth but couldn't stop a black liquid from spilling out, running through the gaps between his fingers. His hands were covered in the gruesome liquid as it dripped onto the white sink. Yuan Zhenxi looked up, gasping for breath, his face pale with black streaks still clinging to his mouth. In an uncontrollable rage, he threw a powerful punch at the mirror in front of him. The mirror shattered, each fragment reflecting countless green eyes staring back at his fist. Yuan Zhenxi pulled his hand out of the shattered mirror, leaving a hole and splatters of black liquid. He grinned savagely, sensing the presence of a fear. Holding a shard of broken mirror, he muttered that Xiaobai seemed terrified to see him in this state. As an illusion of Chiian Yubai appeared with a worried expression, Yuan Zhenxi held the shard to his neck, thinking that perhaps he should kill her himself. A surge of supernatural energy erupted, causing him to collapse onto the floor. A minute later, Yuan Zhenxi lay motionless on the cold tile floor. He slowly regained consciousness, vaguely wondering what had just happened. Sitting on the floor, he deduced that he hadn't died due to Cupid's rule, but because of another weirdness. Just then, the phone lying nearby rang. Yuan Zhenxi calmly picked up the phone and answered. On the other end of the line, Ching Xi announced that the Special Bureau had confirmed he was being affected by a weirdness's rule. He immediately guessed and asked if the Special Bureau had used a special device to kill him. Ching Xi admitted it was a way to help him regain his senses, then asked if an apology was necessary, but Yuan Zhenxi simply replied that it was fine. Yuan Zhenxi thanked the Special Bureau, stating that without them, he would have actually killed someone. But Ching Xi interrupted to announce that the chief and the intellectual council wanted an immediate meeting. He agreed and sat down on the sofa, immediately followed by a three-dimensional screen activating in front of him. The image showed a long conference room where the Special Bureau members simultaneously stood up, bowed, and addressed him as Mr. Ghost. Yuan Zhenxi listened in silence. Ding Jiang began the meeting, stating that according to their analysis, he was trapped in a rule related to emotions and asked him to elaborate. Yuan Zhenxi confirmed the issue was emotional, explaining that his feelings for Chiian Yubai had been amplified to a pathological degree, overwhelming all other thoughts. He recounted that all his actions revolved around Chiian Yubai, and even though he was aware he was being controlled by the weirdness, he only felt happy and excited. After hearing Yuan Zhenxi confess that he was completely blinded by love, Ding Jiang remained silent, and Yuan Zhenxi asked in turn about what they had investigated. He asked why the rule only took effect when he saw Chiian Yubai, and if there was a specific pattern. Ding Jiang confirmed he had guessed correctly. An elderly researcher spoke up, revealing that Yuan Zhenxi and Chiian Yubai shared the same birthday. The researcher specified that both their birthdays were September 29th and stressed that the rule was only precise to the day, unrelated to other details. Yuan Zhenxi suddenly recalled the girl on the train and realized that was why he hadn't been affected by the fallen Cupid's rule at the time. He worriedly wondered if he would fall into the rule's trap again if he met Chiian Yubai. The researcher then brought up an unconfirmed point, whether the rule only applied to the opposite sex or could also be triggered by the same sex. Hearing this, Yuan Zhenxi was speechless at the bizarre possibility. Suddenly, he realized something important. If the Special Bureau had investigated via surveillance cameras, then they probably knew he had boarded the Ruyue train. The elderly researcher spoke up, confirming they knew he had accidentally fallen into the rule of the weirdness on the Ruyue train, and asked him to recount what he had encountered. He explained that they could look up the weirdness's file, or deduce based on its appearance and behavior if it was an unrecorded entity. Yuan Zhenxi smiled, realizing the Special Bureau's attitude indicated they were pretending not to know he had actively boarded that train. Ding Jiang was secretly surprised by the Special Bureau's goodwill, as they hadn't warned Yuan Zhenxi about the trouble he had caused recently. Yuan Zhenxi began to explain, stating that the entity he encountered on the train was a fallen Cupid. A researcher, claiming to have studied art, asked Yuan Zhenxi for a more detailed description. While taking notes, the researcher recounted the description. It resembled the mythological Cupid, but its pupils, bow, and arrows were all black, and its body was covered in cracks. After finishing the sketch, the researcher speculated that its arrows would amplify and distort feelings of love, but would not be lethal. Yuan Zhenxi denied this, revealing that he had started coughing up black blood and had not yet found a way to escape death. He asserted that he might die within the next few days, illustrated by an image of a bathroom splattered with black blood. Ding Jiang and Ching Xi were both stunned by the severity of the situation. Yuan Zhenxi explained that although he had escaped the Ruyue train's rules, he was still bound by the Cupid's rules. The other researchers, including Mr. Tian, were all shocked. The remaining members in the meeting room could only listen in silence, their faces filled with anxiety. Yuan Zhenxi's red eyes flashed with a sharp gaze as he continued speaking. He confirmed that the arrow's effect was still active, that he was only temporarily lucid, and demanded that everyone quickly find a solution, or he would die. He warned that this situation would be detrimental to both him and everyone present. Ding Jiang narrowed his eyes, seemingly having grasped the crux of the problem. He asked directly if the cause was related to his heart, and Yuan Zhenxi immediately confirmed it. Yuan Zhenxi stated that this was top-level classified information, but he believed everyone in the room already knew about it. He revealed that his current heart was the body part hospital weirdness. He recalled reporting to the Special Bureau that he had used the weirdness's core to replace his old heart in order to escape death. However, Yuan Zhenxi admitted to hiding a crucial piece of information. The body part hospital might only be a fragment of another monstrous entity. Yuan Zhenxi revealed that the monster heart inside him was called the human body hospital heart, which amplified emotions like love and affection. He thought to himself that based on clues from the book and Xiao Ai, this heart most likely belonged to an entity feared by special bureaus worldwide, and this secret could not be exposed. In a flashback, special bureau members, including Ding Jiang, were astonished by Yuan Zhenxi's audacity in implanting the monster core into his body, believing that only his unique resurrection ability made it possible. He had to undergo a comprehensive physical examination, as this was an unprecedented case of using a monster heart in a human body. This was followed by psychological tests to assess the degree of corruption, where Yuan Zhenxi asserted that he would never betray humanity. After passing all the tests, the human body hospital monster incident was officially closed. Since then, the level of attention the Special Bureau paid to Yuan Zhenxi had been elevated to a new level, even though he was annoyed by Hongyan's friendliness. Returning to the meeting, Ding Jiang explained that because Yuan Zhenxi's heart belonged to an immortal weirdness, the Cupid's arrow would not lose its effect, and no rule conflict occurred on the Ruyue train. Mr. Kangpin offered an alternative hypothesis. The Cupid's arrow primarily affects emotions and the brain, not directly impacting the heart, thus avoiding a rule conflict. Yuan Zhenxi listened, but wondered why that still didn't explain why he couldn't escape the curse's rules. Mr. Kangpin was flustered, unable to provide an answer to his difficult question. Mr. Tian immediately bowed and apologized for the research team's oversight, while Yuan Zhenxi simply asked if they had any proposals. Mr. Kangpin opened a file, preparing to present a plan. He proposed a heart transplant option, where they would find a suitable investigator to swap hearts with Yuan Zhenxi, hoping he could return to normal after dying one more time. Yuan Zhenxi smirked inwardly, thinking that this plan depended on whether the Special Bureau dared to coerce him. He knew he couldn't agree, as he sensed that his stomach and lungs also belonged to that powerful, monstrous entity. Removing the heart meant giving up immense power, and he doubted whether anyone was qualified to receive it. Ching Xi spoke up, stating that the leading candidate was herself, with an 80% success rate, but she was not ideal due to lacking the ability to substitute death. Hanguan only had a 60% chance, and might not withstand the monster's power. Yuan Zhenxi pointed out that no option guaranteed 100% success, then revealed a fatal risk. If the heart was separated, heart resonance within a certain range could cause death in mere seconds. A horrifying vision appeared, showing both Yuan Zhenxi and the heart recipient dying on the operating table, along with the entire surrounding medical team, demonstrating the plan's catastrophic failure. Yuan Zhenxi decisively rejected the heart transplant plan, suggesting they focus instead on understanding the Cupid's rules. He secretly worried whether his reasoning was convincing enough. Unexpectedly, Ding Jiang from the Special Bureau's meeting room agreed and asked Mr. Xiang to draft a new plan. This overly quick agreement made Yuan Zhenxi suspicious, feeling as if they had expected him to refuse from the start. On screen, Mr. Tian and the other researchers bowed in gratitude, praising Yuan Zhenxi's courage for using his own body as a prison to contain the weirdness. Yuan Zhenxi found it ridiculous to be regarded as a selfless hero, as only he knew that this monster heart also had its own benefits. Mr. Kangpin immediately presented a new hypothesis. The method to evade death might lie in the 3 stages of confession, dating, and marriage. Yuan Zhenxi crossed his arms, silently listening to this surprising plan. Mr. Kangpin explained that they would experiment by finding a girl with the same birthday as Yuan Zhenxi nationwide for him to choose from. He reassured them that all candidates were either investigators or had signed confidentiality agreements with the Special Bureau, illustrating this with images of 4 female silhouettes. Hearing this, Yuan Zhenxi subtly curled his lip into a meaningful smile. He secretly mocked this method, imagining himself as a king selecting concubines. Mr. Kangpin continued to present the steps for the confession, dating, and marriage experiments. Since all the candidates belonged to the Special Bureau, Yuan Zhenxi did not object and agreed to proceed with the plan. His gaze sharpened, ready for the upcoming challenge. Yuan Zhenxi realized that the rule's timer had begun and wondered who would be his contact person. Immediately, Ching Xi appeared on the screen, adjusted her glasses, and announced that she would be the contact person in charge. Yuan Zhenxi raised his hand as if holding a phone and calmly accepted. The online meeting concluded, and the screen on the coffee table went dark. Yuan Zhenxi sat alone in the quiet room, contemplating what was about to happen. The first trial round began, and the sound of a ticking clock echoed. In a symbolic space, Yuan Zhenxi stood in the middle of a glowing red clock face, facing a gigantic demonic entity. On the first day, he only felt discomfort, until night, when he started coughing up some black blood. By the second day, Yuan Zhenxi's condition visibly worsened. Every hour that passed, he endured a painful bout of hemoptysis, clearly feeling his life force draining away. Thick, black blood flowed down the drain, carrying away his life. On the third day, the situation became critical as he coughed up blood every 10 minutes. With black blood streaming down his neck, Yuan Zhenxi muttered that it was time to act. He picked up his phone and placed a call to Ching Xi. On the other end of the line, Yuan Zhenxi could only utter a weak hello in his exhausted state. Ching Xi, sitting in her office, received the call from Ghost and informed him that she had news for him. She seemed surprised upon hearing Yuan Zhenxi report his current situation. Looking at the screen, Ching Xi analyzed that if a suitable target wasn't found within 24 hours, the curse would activate the rapid coughing phase. She continued her deduction. The coughing frequency increased hourly on the second day, and every 10 minutes on the third day, matching the current state of the desk cluttered with bloody papers. Yuan Zhenxi confirmed that at this moment, he was close to death. Ching Xi understood, and asked if he was ready for Phase 2 of the trial. Yuan Zhenxi asserted that Phase 1 was about to end, and he would proceed with Phase 2 immediately after reviving. Hearing this, Ching Xi agreed to immediately send him the list of female candidates for him to choose from. Suddenly, Yuan Zhenxi doubled over, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Over the phone, Ching Xi froze, her eyes wide with shock at the sound of him collapsing. Black blood spilled from the corners of Yuan Zhenxi's mouth as the curse reached its peak. He fell onto the sofa, his body convulsing after vomiting a large pool of blood. On the other end of the line, Ching Xi listened silently, her expression unchanged. Her gloved hand pressed a stopwatch, starting the countdown. Yuan Zhenxi's body twitched on the couch, and his chest exploded horribly. His eyes closed, and his last breath faded. After a moment of stillness, life completely left his body. Suddenly, a blazing red mark flashed from the fatal wound on Yuan Zhenxi's chest. Crimson red energy surged, rapidly regenerating his destroyed body. A fiery soul separated, and then merged back with the body, announcing that the soul had been restored and his remaining lifespan was 99 days. Amidst the pool of black blood, Yuan Zhenxi's fingers twitched slightly. He slowly opened his eyes. His hair was now noticeably longer after the resurrection. Ching Xi looked at the clock. Exactly 1 minute had passed, and calmly asked if he was alive. Through the surveillance screen, she saw Yuan Zhenxi was fully recovered and muttered contentedly. Yuan Zhenxi stood up, stretched, and declared it was time to begin the next phase. Ching Xi quickly typed, sending him a list of the 4 most suitable candidates compiled by the intelligentsia. A holographic screen appeared, displaying the profiles of the 4 women. Ching Xi's voice explained that these were the best candidates who had been carefully selected. Yuan Zhenxi frowned, wondering why all 4 women looked strangely familiar. Then he suddenly realized they all seemed to resemble one single person. Yuan Zhenxi explained that he didn't want to arbitrarily decide the life and death of others, because the love in his heart, once distorted, would become uncontrollably violent. He recalled the last time, if not for the resistance of his subconscious, Shadow, along with her family and friends, would have been killed by his own hands. From the other end of the line, Ching Xi replied that she respected his opinion and would randomly select one person who would arrive in about half an hour. Yuan Zhenxi interrupted, instructing her to ensure the woman carried surveillance equipment so that if he intended to kill her, she would still have a chance to survive. Half an hour later, as Yuan Zhenxi was sitting and reading with Xiao Sun and Little Eyes, the doorbell rang, accompanied by a woman's voice asking if anyone was home. Yuan Zhenxi stood up, remarking that she arrived quickly, and her voice sounded quite similar to Chiian Yubai's, startling Red Spider Lily and the other entities. Outside, a slender hand pressed the doorbell again. A young woman with wavy hair stood at the threshold, bewilderedly asking again if anyone was inside. Yuan Zhenxi opened the door, his gaze cold as he looked at the arriving guest. The moment he saw her, his eyes flashed with a strange green light. He suddenly swung his arm, punching the wall right next to the woman's head, causing it to crack open. The woman screamed in terror as Yuan Zhenxi, surrounded by a dark aura, lunged toward her. But immediately after, he smiled charmingly, and the woman, blushing, introduced herself as Lin Yu. She shyly added that he could call her Lin Yu or Xiao Yu. Lin Yu secretly thought that Yuan Zhenxi was even more handsome in person than in the photo, and this contract was definitely worth it. With his eyes still faintly glowing green, Yuan Zhenxi returned her greeting, affectionately calling her Xiao Yu. Meanwhile, at a secret facility, the door to the surveillance room appeared. Inside, Ding Jiang asked Ching Xi about the situation, as she sat in front of a bank of monitoring screens. Ching Xi reported that Ghost had fallen into the rule immediately upon meeting Lin Yu. His behavior and demeanor were completely different from normal. Ching Xi added that Yuan Xinji had detected and destroyed the surveillance equipment he himself had requested, just as Yuan Zhenxi found the bug on the confused Lin Yu. In the control room, Ching Xi remarked that, although Yuan Zhenxi's behavior seemed erratic, he had not damaged any public facilities. Ding Jiang immediately entrusted the monitoring back to Ching Xi, while also asking her to prepare to join him on the Ruyue train mission. He revealed that the U.S. Secret Service had found a rule item capable of controlling the train, and it would soon be transported to Jiang City. An illustration showed the handover of a mysterious golden box between an agent and hooded figures at the airport. Therefore, Ding Jiang emphasized that they must accelerate the progress of Ghost's Cupid case so they can focus on the threat posed by the Ruyue train. Ching Xi confirmed that the train originated in Jiang City, and expressed hope that there would be no unexpected incidents. However, she pessimistically admitted that the probability of failing to contain this monster was very high, up to 9 out of 10. Ding Jiang decided to continue observing Ghost for a few more days before the handover, and Ching Xi agreed to stay in contact to update the progress. Meanwhile, through the surveillance screen, they saw Yuan Zhenxi and Lin Yu being welcomed by an employee as they entered a store. Ding Jiang speculated that perhaps Ghost could find a solution to the curse on his own. However, he expressed doubt about Lin Yu's experience when he saw Yuan Zhenxi intimately feeding her. Ching Xi merely adjusted her glasses, silently refuting her superior's skepticism. She explained that among the top psychic power users, Lin Yu was the one whose characteristics most resembled Shadow's. The second trial round began the next day, with Lin Yu seen cleaning the apartment. She happily swept the floor and sang, while Yuan Zhenxi sat quietly on the sofa. From a hidden corner, Red Spider Lily, Xiao Sun, and Little Eyes peeked out, one of them wondering if this was the new dad. Xiao Sun turned and asked Little Eyes something. Immediately after, Xiao Sun became furious, her eyes glowing red, and she violently shook Little Eyes while Red Spider Lily merely watched. She angrily pointed at Little Eyes, who was terrified and blushing. Finally, Xiao Sun sat down at the drawing table, punishing Little Eyes by making it appear distorted in her imagination. Meanwhile, Xiao Sun irritably held up a sign, suggesting that Yuan Zhenxi and that boring woman were about to bring disaster upon themselves, and urged her teammates to act. Red Spider Lily calmly signaled silence, setting the time for action to be 1 minute later. Both turned their eyes toward the room where Yuan Zhenxi was sitting alone on the sofa. Red Spider Lily observed silently with a thoughtful expression. For a moment, Yuan Zhenxi's image flashed with blazing red energy as he decided that tomorrow would be the right time. The claw-shaped necklace on his chest also glowed strangely. Suddenly, Yuan Zhenxi felt an inexplicable wave of anxiety even though he knew Lin Yu was very satisfied, and he instinctively called her name. Hearing the call, Lin Yu stepped out from another room and anxiously asked about Shinji's well-being. Yuan Zhenxi quickly hid his emotions, suggesting they go shopping together tomorrow, which delighted Lin Yu immensely. He lifted her chin, remarking that she was too easy to appease, and Lin Yu replied that for him, she was willing to do anything. Lin Yu was immersed in happiness, thinking to herself that Mr. Ghost was not scary at all, but rather gentle, considerate, and possessed a domineering aura. She continued to admire his perfect face and physique. Unable to believe her own luck, Lin Yu contentedly rested her head against Yuan Zhenxi's chest. Yuan Zhenxi embraced her, but his eyes glowed with a ghostly blue hue and a sinister smile, while Lin Yu only thought that as long as she kept him alive, she would be with him forever. On the third day of the second trial round, the two were in a fitting room at a clothing store. Lin Yu walked around in her new red bow high heels. She happily twirled in her new beige dress, telling Shinji that she really liked it. Yuan Zhenxi merely watched her silently with emotionless red eyes. He coldly said, "No," causing Lin Yu to freeze in confusion. Then, Yuan Zhenxi pointed to another dress held by the employee and decided they would buy that black and white outfit because it suited her better. Unexpectedly, Lin Yu flatly refused the striped outfit Yuan Zhenxi had chosen for her. She explained that the colors were too outdated, and she didn't like it at all. The female employee standing nearby could only look awkward in the tense situation. Immediately, Yuan Zhenxi's eyes flashed with furious green light as he threatened, "Are you rejecting me?" Lin Yu froze in terror as he continued to press, asking if she disliked him. She hurriedly explained in panic, but a surge of dark energy erupted from Yuan Zhenxi, throwing her far away. The female store employees immediately tore off their disguises, revealing tactical armor. They were embedded agents, rushing to shield Lin Yu and shouting warnings for everyone to flee. Enveloped in chaotic energy, Yuan Zhenxi coldly stated that Lin Yu had betrayed him. With eyes flashing with distorted light, he growled that since she didn't like him, then let everything be destroyed in his wrath. Suddenly, a bolt of blue energy lightning struck down, tearing through the spreading dark aura. A silver-haired, glasses-wearing man with a calm expression appeared to intervene. That person's fist gathered a brilliant blue energy surge. The man lunged to attack and called out Yuan Zhenxi's codename directly, "Ghost." Meanwhile, Hanguan quickly created a shield, and the silver-haired man ordered them to evacuate. Hanguan immediately led the terrified group to escape the danger zone. The silver-haired man and Yuan Zhenxi, whose red eyes blazed in the darkness, officially faced off. Blue energy enveloped the man's hand, transforming it into a powerful, skeletal hand. That person launched a decisive attack, swinging a massive energy arc toward Yuan Zhenxi. Suddenly, a silver-haired man rushed down from above. Yuan Zhenxi looked up, astonished, and asked the stranger's identity. The man landed skillfully, halting Yuan Zhenxi's unfinished attack. With a hand blazing with blue energy, the man declared that he had come to stop him. Yuan Zhenxi dismissed him, claiming it was just an illusion, and summoned a gigantic, three-eyed red energy entity. The entity immediately launched a destructive energy blast toward the silver-haired man. The silver-haired man's eyes flashed, focusing intensely before the attack. He raised his skeletal energy hand, preparing for a direct confrontation. The red energy blast was firmly blocked by the blue hand. He calmly reported via radio that Ghost could not be awakened and ordered the activation of the fake death protocol. He then pressed a small device held within his skeletal hand. Suddenly, a gigantic phantom with a terrifying grin and blazing red eyes appeared right behind him. At the same moment, Lin Yu unexpectedly appeared, using her heel to step on a streak of red energy on the floor. She used the exact same skeletal blue energy hand to grab the silver-haired man's neck, astonishing him. From the attacker's perspective, Yuan Zhenxi looked like a monster with overwhelming power, making him wonder if the boy had already surpassed him. The silver-haired man groaned as black blood oozed from the corner of his mouth under Lin Yu's pressure. While he struggled to remain calm, Yuan Zhenxi stood before the giant phantom and declared that the man would have to die in her place. Yuan Zhenxi's red eyes shone with deadly resolve. However, both Yuan Zhenxi and Lin Yu suddenly lost all strength and collapsed onto the floor simultaneously. The silver-haired man fell back onto the floor, panting after narrowly escaping death. The silver-haired man reported to his superiors, admitting he had underestimated Yuan Zhenxi's power and nearly caused a catastrophe. From the control room, Ding Jiang reassured him that the experiment required extensive preparation and blamed the incident on Lin Yu. He revealed that luckily, a group of death row inmates had been deployed in time, or the consequences would have been disastrous. Both noted that Yuan Zhenxi's power had increased again and agreed to adjust the plan after he woke up. The silver-haired man recalled that the initial plan had failed because Yuan Zhenxi's loss of control far exceeded all expectations. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhenxi's hand, lying on the floor, twitched slightly, signaling his revival. Suddenly, Yuan Zhenxi stood up, startling the silver-haired man as he stated that he had overheard part of the conversation. After a moment of surprise, the silver-haired man decided to start the mission debriefing immediately. Via a holographic screen, Ding Jiang analyzed that although Yuan Zhenxi was proactive in the test, he did not use the covenant language. An illustration showed their deduction regarding the 3 stages of the curse: confession, dating, and marriage. They concluded that since Yuan Zhenxi had never confessed, the covenant language must be initiated by the other party. The silver-haired man admitted he hadn't thought things through, which explained his own anxiety during the test. The red pendant on Yuan Zhenxi's chest began to glow. Yuan Zhenxi explained his realization. The Cupid's love is not one-sided. If it is not reciprocated, only despair remains. He smiled, confirming that he had figured out the problem. The silver-haired man confirmed that was why Yuan Zhenxi's condition was even more unstable than before, but the boy merely asked coldly if there was anything else. Yuan Zhenxi declared himself ready for the next phase and complained that the previous test subject was too unprofessional. Ding Jiang announced that he would have to wait a while, which puzzled Yuan Zhenxi. He explained that the U.S. Secret Service would be testing a rule item on the Ruyue train, and he and Ching Xi needed to be present. Yuan Zhenxi seemed pleased by the news, confident that he had also made progress with the curse and would soon solve the death rule. At 6:50 a.m., a gloomy sky enveloped a deserted stretch of railway track. On the tracks, Ching Xi and Ding Jiang waited, while Ding Jiang explained that this layer of fog only appeared in Jiang City from 7 to 8 a.m. before moving to other countries. Ding Jiang analyzed that the Ruyue train tends to appear in areas with high crime rates, so its arrival in Jiang City, which has the lowest crime rate, was unusual. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the headlights of 2 approaching cars and greeted Ding Jiang. Ding Jiang and Ching Xi turned around, recognizing the newcomer as Ximeng. The person was Ximeng, deputy director of the U.S. Secret Service. Ximeng explained that the rule item they brought could block any moving object, believing it could restrain the Ruyue train, while Ding Jiang could only hope. To obtain this item from the Secret Service, the Special Bureau had to trade 2 of its own rule items. The American personnel quickly installed the bio-barrier onto the tracks, a result of tense negotiations. Ximeng glanced at his watch. The hour hand had just struck 7 a.m. Immediately, a dark stream of black and red energy began to swirl violently around the signal post on the tracks. Ding Jiang, Ching Xi, and Ximeng stood side by side, realizing that it had arrived. With blazing red eyes, Ding Jiang watched intently, wondering if their plan would succeed. In another scene, 2 visitors were marveling at a giant elephant. Nearby, a woman wearing glasses was startled and stumbled, nearly falling. Yuan Zhenxi suddenly appeared, quickly catching the woman and asking if she was all right. The woman replied nervously that she was fine, affectionately calling him Yuan. However, Yuan Zhenxi noticed her expression, immediately used his hand to lift her chin, and questioned her about it. He leaned close to her ear, whispering a threatening question. "Are you scared?" Behind the 2 of them, a gigantic spectral skull emerged from the darkness, repeating Yuan Zhenxi's question. "What are you afraid of?" The woman quickly explained that she was only startled by the elephant's roar, not afraid of Yuan Zhenxi. Yuan Zhenxi smiled, accepting the explanation, and advised her not to look if she was scared. As the 2 continued their walk, an internal announcement revealed that test subject Jiang Jimei and Ghost were about to enter the confession phase. From afar, a female agent received a report that Ghost's condition was worsening, and his death curve was still rising even though Jiang Jimei was maintaining control of the situation. According to plan, Jiang Jimei stopped and proposed that they start dating Yuan Zhenxi. Yuan Zhenxi happily agreed and unexpectedly hugged her from behind, much to her surprise. Jiang Jimei secretly reassured herself, recalling the 1-to-million contract she needed to fulfill. However, she suddenly noticed something unusual when she felt his ice-cold hand. Yuan Zhenxi touched her cheek and asked if her body was cold, causing Jiang Jimei to tremble and vehemently deny it. Yuan Zhenxi's eyes flashed with deadly red light. He knew she was lying. He pressed close to the terrified Jiang Jimei and bluntly exposed her lie. In a fit of rage, Yuan Zhenxi violently yanked her collar. He questioned why she would deceive him when they had just officially entered a relationship. Overwhelmed by his killing intent, Jiang Jimei could only stammer in horror. Immediately, Jiang Jimei quickly changed the subject, saying she was thinking about marriage, which completely stunned Yuan Zhenxi. The sudden proposal confused Yuan Zhenxi, who wondered if things were moving too fast. Seeing his reaction, Jiang Jimei breathed a sigh of relief, having temporarily escaped danger. She hooked her arm through his and continued the act, suggesting they had been dating for several days already, while a mysterious mechanical crow observed from a tree. Jiang Jimei asserted that since she genuinely liked him, discussing marriage was only natural. From the tree, a special bureau mechanical crow continued its surveillance. It recorded the marriage proposal as a promising new development. In the special bureau meeting room, Mr. Xiang reported that marriage might be a way to avert death, and Ghost's condition had changed significantly. However, Mr. Kang Pin was skeptical, suggesting the solution was too easy compared to the trouble Yuan Zhenxi usually caused. Hongyan listened with a worried expression, secretly hoping his ominous premonition was just imagination. The next day, the marriage registration office was bustling with activity. Yuan Zhenxi and Jiang Jimei walked in, attracting everyone's attention due to their well-matched appearance. A photographer invited the newlyweds to the photo area. Meanwhile, Jiang Jimei secretly thought about Yuan Zhenxi's dangerous nature, recalling how he had nearly killed someone. As they posed, she told herself that this marriage was not just a mission, but required long-term cooperation. The photographer started the countdown and then clicked the shutter. Just as the flash went off, Yuan Zhenxi's head suddenly exploded, splattering blood and fragments onto the horrified Jiang Jimei. Jiang Jimei screamed hysterically as Yuan Zhenxi's headless body collapsed onto the floor. The photographer and other witnesses panicked, shouting that he was dead. Amidst the chaos, Hongyan appeared with a megaphone, demanding everyone calm down. He explained that this was just a prank show, and the man was a professional stunt actor. Hongyan ordered his team to clean up the props and escort the actors away. He turned to the frightened woman, invited her to join the show, and promised compensation. Meanwhile, Jiang Jimei, pale with shock, was quietly escorted away by another agent. Hongyan smiled smugly as the countdown ended, asking if anyone still doubted him. He challenged the panicked photographer and woman to look behind them. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhenxi wiped the last streak of black blood from his mouth. He stood up, fully regenerated from the splattered black residue, astonishing the two onlookers. Yuan Zhenxi calmly adjusted his collar as if nothing had happened. Hongyan pointed to his head, proud of the successful regeneration test. Later, at an apartment, Yuan Zhenxi admitted the recent test was another failure, and asked for opinions on using marriage to avoid death. Via the screen, an elderly researcher explained that they might have missed some necessary conditions, which annoyed Yuan Zhenxi. Yuan Zhenxi reflected on previous interactions, concluding that the affection in those relationships was not genuine. Hongyan teased that after all this time, no girl truly loved him, causing Yuan Zhenxi to fall silent. The researcher clarified that if he married without love, Yuan Zhenxi would still die, and suggested they must resort to special methods. Hongyan brought up the idea of the gender-swapping ability, but Yuan Zhenxi immediately pointed out the drawback. He explained that the power would vanish the moment he returned to his male form. Furthermore, he would have to live the rest of his life in the opposite gender. Yuan Zhenxi also expressed concern about the psychological effects the transformation might cause. His red eyes flashed as a new idea sparked in his mind. He suddenly turned and asked Hongyan if he would volunteer for the experiment, causing Hongyan to jump back and refuse. Yuan Zhenxi explained that it didn't necessarily have to be love. A little affection would suffice. Finally, he realized that his physical state was improving, and his emotions could now influence it, prompting him to reconsider his previous failed interactions with Lin Yu and Jiang Jimei. During the discussion, Hongyan suggested bringing Shadow in, which made Yuan Zhenxi curious. Hongyan reiterated that the first time Yuan Zhenxi had a positive reaction to the curse was when he was with her. Hongyan pointed out that Yuan Zhenxi's condition was more stable when he was with Chiian Yubai during the first test. Yuan Zhenxi looked surprised, saying he hadn't noticed anything unusual at the time. An elderly researcher interjected, believing that Chiian Yubai held genuine affection for Yuan Zhenxi. even if only a little. Hanguan also recalled Chiian Yubai trying to convey a message of concern to him. However, Yuan Zhenxi dismissed it, claiming it was merely an act of self-preservation and asserting that she was his subordinate. Faced with Yuan Zhenxi's callousness, Hanguan secretly thought he was foolish and insane. Hanguan cheerfully changed the subject, announcing that they had successfully placed restrictions on the Ruyue train. Yuan Zhenxi lightly touched the pendant around his neck upon hearing the news. He patted Hanguan's shoulder, acknowledging it was good news, while Hanguan boasted that it had taken a great deal of effort. Yuan Zhenxi secretly thought about his chronicle, which had been stuck in a chaotic state ever since. He believed that the entities on the train had not yet realized this restriction. He also thought of the 3 creatures currently at home, one of which let out a small cry. Yuan Zhenxi was determined to resolve the Cupid problem as quickly as possible. He stood up, sighing at having to endure the mess caused by the curse. Yuan Zhenxi decided he would contact Shadow and instructed Hanguan to find someone else if she refused. Meanwhile, Chiian Yubai was relaxing in the bathtub when her phone rang. Startled, she picked up the call, flustered upon realizing it was her president. Information about Chiian Yubai appeared. 19 years old, female, 165 centimeters tall. She is a member of the Ghost Club with the codename Shadow, possessing the Coin of Fate. Although she is shy, her personality has changed, and she spoke up to ask about the president's condition. Yuan Zhenxi replied that he was fine but needed her help, causing Chiian Yubai to immediately ask if it was about an urban legend. He confirmed it was an incident related to the fallen Cupid, explaining that because they shared the same birthday, they were bound by its rules. Without hesitation, Chiian Yubai immediately agreed, asserting that if Yuan Zhenxi asked, it was no problem. Yuan Zhenxi reassured her that the Special Bureau had conducted tests and she would be safe as long as she followed his instructions. However, the Special Bureau decided to conceal the truth that the test required genuine affection to avoid death, fearing it would create pressure and affect her survival rate. Chiian Yubai asked what she needed to do, and Yuan Zhenxi explained that everything would be like last time. When she saw him, he would also transform into a similar appearance. He further requested that she must be the one to confess her feelings to him and then propose marriage, leaving Chiian Yubai completely flustered. Yuan Zhenxi made it clear that he was not forcing her to do this. He gave her the right to refuse the proposal. Hearing that she had to propose to the president, Chiian Yubai blushed in confusion, her heart pounding wildly. Over the phone, she stammered a declaration that she would take responsibility, then quickly corrected herself, saying she would try her best, causing Yuan Zhenxi to fall silent for a moment. Yuan Zhenxi accepted and announced that a representative from the Special Bureau would contact her soon. After hanging up, he secretly thought that her feelings seemed genuine, even if only slightly, and hoped this would accelerate the progress of the tests. He also reminded himself to conserve energy to restore the Ruyue train back to normal. Yuan Zhenxi calculated that they must accept marriage to break the fallen Cupid's limitations and neutralize the curse, although he didn't know if this was the final step. He worried that if Chiian Yubai didn't cooperate, things would become troublesome, while night fell over the Ming Lake apartment complex. At the apartment, a female agent from the Special Bureau encouraged Chiian Yubai, saying that they had prepared everything important and hoped she would do her best. Chiian Yubai, now dressed in business attire, told herself with a determined expression that she could do it. Chiian Yubai knocked on Yuan Zhenxi's door. When Yuan Zhenxi opened the door, she was stunned and blushed upon seeing him. With a wildly beating heart, Chiian Yubai stammered, calling him president. Yuan Zhenxi smiled when he heard her say that she had come to see him. The following night, at a brightly lit amusement park, while Yuan Zhenxi and Chiian Yubai sat on a bench, the undercover agents commented that this girl was genuinely interested in Ghost, and that he seemed to have become a completely different person. The two sat side by side, Chiian Yubai smiling happily. From a control room, Hanguan reported to his silver-haired colleague that Ghost's condition and blood samples had improved, then decided it was time for them to get married. The silver-haired man announced that he had arranged for them to marry tomorrow, and Hanguan agreed. Chiian Yubai held a small gift box, telling herself that the time had come. The silver-haired man told Hanguan to keep an eye on them, but Hanguan showed no interest in monitoring them. Hanguan yawned and ordered his subordinate to prepare to take the couple to register their marriage, and the other person acknowledged the order. Hanguan glanced over with a determined look. He strictly warned the silver-haired man not to tell Chief Ching Xi that he had been slacking off. Returning to the park, Chiian Yubai hesitantly called out to Yuan Zhenxi. As they walked with the Ferris wheel behind them, she said she had something she wanted to tell him. Chiian Yubai stopped, her expression full of determination yet extremely flustered. Suddenly, she knelt down on one knee. To Yuan Zhenxi's surprise, Chiian Yubai boldly proposed marriage to him. She opened the gift box, revealing a gold ring with a red heart-shaped gemstone. Yuan Zhenxi was completely stunned by Chiian Yubai's sudden action. Meanwhile, Chiian Yubai was so embarrassed that her mind was in turmoil while holding the ring box. Still skeptical, Yuan Zhenxi asked her to repeat what she had just said. Gathering all her courage, Chiian Yubai snapped her head up and shouted loudly to reaffirm it. Under the fireworks, she knelt and boldly proposed marriage once more, promising to prepare the paperwork immediately tomorrow. The surrounding crowd cheered excitedly at the girl's boldness, making Chiian Yubai blush intensely. Yuan Zhenxi helped her up and asked about her family's opinion, to which Chiian Yubai stammered that they had given their blessing. With a hopeful expression, she held up the ring and asked again. The crowd continued to cheer, urging him to agree. Yuan Zhenxi smiled and decisively accepted the proposal. He calmly took the ring from her hand and put it on his finger. Immediately, a new status was activated. Death resistance 80%, acceptance rate 10%. Meanwhile, in the control room, a silver-haired man reported to Hong Yin that everything was proceeding according to plan. At another location, a female manager from the Special Bureau confirmed that the temporary marriage registration station was ready. The rule item, the temporary contract, was also ready, manifested as a blazing red magic circle. The female manager explained that this marriage would be valid for 1 week, coinciding with Ghost's death cycle. Back in the control room, the female manager questioned the necessity of the plan, while Hong Yin was sketching distractedly. Hong Yin dismissed it, claiming it was Ghost's decision and asking why she cared so much. That person secretly thought that Ghost was either a narcissist or an idiot, and was best avoided. The next morning, a special marriage registration office had been set up, ready to welcome the new couple. Yuan Zhenxi and Chiian Yubai entered the marriage registration office together. The girls seemed slightly surprised. They were greeted by Hong Yin and a white-haired female colleague, who cheerfully invited them this way. Yuan Zhenxi squinted, thinking to himself that these two staff members looked familiar. While Hong Yin stood behind the counter, the white-haired woman directed the pair further inside. Hong Yin held up a stack of documents, explaining that they only needed to sign to receive the certificate. Yuan Zhenxi took the pen and signed his name on the registration form. Next, Hong Yin invited them to stand in front of a machine for scanning and photography. Both Yuan Zhenxi and Chiian Yubai remained silent, looking suspicious of the strange device. When the machine's screen emitted a red light, Yuan Zhenxi spoke up, asking what the machine was used for. The white-haired woman explained that this was a harmless rapid certification machine, while Hong Yin, now wearing a blindfold, merely mumbled in agreement. The machine activated, and a red targeting frame locked onto Yuan Zhenxi and Chiian Yubai. Inside the machine, complex gears and mechanisms began to operate. Upon completion, the machine printed out a certificate, simultaneously displaying that the progress toward avoiding death had reached 99%, and the control progress was 40%. Yuan Zhenxi's eyes suddenly flashed with green light. Immediately afterward, his eyes returned to their usual red, seemingly having completed a transformation process. Yuan Zhenxi looked at the remaining 3 people, thanking them for helping him avoid another round of trial and error. Chiian Yubai happily asked if the president had returned to normal, but he replied that he hadn't completely. Yuan Zhenxi took the printed marriage certificate. He asked the white-haired woman about its period of validity, and she replied that it was 7 days. Yuan Zhenxi silently looked at the paper, contemplating this 7-day limit. In his subconscious, Yuan Zhenxi realized that if he tore up the contract, he would die instantly. Its sole purpose was merely to extend his life by 7 days. Returning to reality, Chiian Yubai cheerfully offered to use her coin to help if he needed it. Yuan Zhenxi coldly refused, saying that since there was no immediate danger, there was no need to use it. He turned and walked away, leaving Chiian Yubai standing with Hong Yin and the white-haired woman watching. Chiian Yubai optimistically said that perhaps they wouldn't need 7 days, but inwardly felt pathetic for relying on a fake marriage. Yuan Zhenxi glanced back, seemingly sensing her disappointment. He let out a soft sigh. Yuan Zhenxi told Chiian Yubai to go first, and that she could follow if she wanted to continue talking, while Hong Yin amusedly wondered if she should follow too. Outside the building, Yuan Zhenxi admitted to himself that he had only just realized her romantic feelings. Chiian Yubai blushed in confusion, stammering in front of him. She bit her lip, trying to muster her courage. Chiian Yubai suddenly asked if he would accept her feelings if she confessed right now. Yuan Zhenxi stood there silently, his face shrouded in shadow. He slowly closed his eyes. Yuan Zhenxi flatly replied, no, and warned that this was the first and last time. If she wanted to live a normal life, she shouldn't waste time on unnecessary emotions. He turned his back and walked away, leaving Chiian Yubai stunned in the middle of the road. As their shadows stretched long on the pavement, Yuan Zhenxi added that if she couldn't understand and felt troubled, He wouldn't object to her giving up. Chiian Yubai whispered, "I understand," just as a glitching system notification appeared, alerting the master to a message at the train station. Yuan Zhenxi was surprised, wondering about the Ruyue train. He looked at his hand, where red energy was gathering, and wondered why this was happening when he was being restricted by the Special Bureau's rule items, then decided to investigate. A warning appeared, stating that the cooperation was failing and loss of control was imminent. Standing amidst the swirling red energy, Yuan Zhenxi wondered when he would completely lose control. Meanwhile, at another location, staff members were installing a gigantic rule item onto the tracks under the moonlight. 2 Special Bureau members stood outside a temporary observation post, monitoring the ongoing work. Suddenly, a staff member in the control room shouted, reporting abnormal activity on the Ruyue train and ordering a switch to combat mode. The staff member turned around with a look of astonishment, as if something had appeared right behind him. He immediately activated his ability, his body radiating a blue aura, and readied a baseball bat. With caution, the staff member stepped out of the observation post to confront the threat. But instantly, his face turned pale with horror at the sight outside. A bloody massacre had taken place, with many corpses lying scattered on the ground. Amidst the scene of death, a mysterious long-haired person stood beside a rippling pool of black blood. The observing staff member was struck dumb by extreme fear. The brutal attack ended in the blink of an eye with bloody images and screams. The scene abruptly shifted to a comic convention, where a man was carrying a boy cosplaying Conan, next to a person cosplaying Ryuk taking a selfie. They were participating in a bustling night street parade, alongside many other cosplayers. 2 students in the crowd marveled at a costume, praising the special effects for looking incredibly realistic. What they were looking at was a gigantic, headless humanoid entity, with its actual head hanging upside down at its waist, causing those nearby to feel both curiosity and fear. The entity suddenly bent down, approaching a male student cosplaying an Akatsuki member. Its inverted head looked up, its purple eyes glowing as it asked a chilling question. "Have you seen my head?" Faced with the terrifying reality, the 2 cosplaying male students could only scream in terror. In the crowd, a cheerful festival-goer pointed out to the headless monster that its head was right at its waist. The monster thanked the person for pointing it out, then said that in return, it would gift him his own head. The monster's hands grabbed the head of the festival-goer, who was frozen stiff with horror. Immediately, it ripped the head from the victim's body amidst his piercing screams. Other festival-goers standing nearby were utterly terrified by the scene that had just unfolded. The monster immediately attached the newly acquired head to its neck. The victim's eyes now glowed with an eerie purple light. With its neck stretching out like a snake, the new head snapped at another panicked festival-goer. Afterward, it tossed the old head high into the air, astonishing the crowd below. The head soared high, displaying a bizarre smile. Under the night sky and the full moon, a horrifying phenomenon began to engulf the city. The head had now transformed into a giant balloon, hovering above the buildings. Below, the panicked crowd fled, while one man tried to stay calm, insisting that the floating heads were just balloons. On another street, a red-haired man had just left a model shop, smiling contentedly. When he heard a child pointing skyward and talking about large balloons, he looked up curiously. The red-haired man skeptically wondered if they were truly balloons. To his horror, countless human heads were floating in the night sky, causing him to exclaim that the sight was utterly bizarre. The red-haired man broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe what he was seeing. An illusion of the headless monster's original face appeared behind him, its purple eyes staring intently at the man. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a giant limited-edition shopping bag fell, crushing a group of women. Overwhelmed by fear, the red-haired man dropped his purchase and ran away, prompting a child to remark that the man was strange. On the deserted street stood an entity wearing a black and white Lolita dress. A little girl turned her head back curiously. The entity picked up the dropped shopping bag while the girl and her mother watched. With her half-black, half-white face, Violent Lolita held up a doll. She asked if the bag belonged to the little girl, but the girl replied that it belonged to a man who had dropped it. The little girl innocently pointed the way for Violent Lolita, saying the man had gone that direction. Immediately, Violent Lolita ran off, causing the little girl to exclaim to her mother that the older sister's dress was beautiful. The terrified mother hugged her child tightly, unable to understand who her daughter was talking to. Meanwhile, at the Special Bureau, Ding Jiang and Ching Xi discussed a black and white schoolgirl monster that only targeted psychics. Ding Jiang reviewed the autopsy report, confirming that the inspectors at the Ruyue train observation post died because the spiritual power in their bodies went berserk. Ching Xi added that all victims were staring at that monster before they died, and the surveillance footage showed their final moments. Ding Jiang asked about Hong Yin's status, and Ching Xi reported that he had cleverly escaped, and furthermore, had the ability to substitute himself. Ding Jiang ordered that the two of them would form a team to monitor the situation, trying to avoid the black and white monster and contain the others. He emphasized that even though there were many monsters, they still had to prioritize certain targets. Ching Xi agreed, and suggested assigning the task to Ghost, as his main target was definitely Cupid. Elsewhere, Yuan Zhenxi sped away, telling himself that his target was Cupid. He landed softly on a rooftop, his body still trailing streaks of red energy. Yuan Zhenxi's expression was focused as he tracked the target. Standing atop the building, he realized he was heading toward Jiang City University. Yuan Zhenxi smirked, thinking it was truly a wonderful place for that monster to shine. With an evil smile, Yuan Zhenxi decided to combine the abilities of the entities under his command. A stream of blazing red energy enveloped Jiang City University, converging into a sphere of power. He began testing the surveillance effect of level 5 spiritual power, launching a beam of light that swept across the entire campus. The energy swirled, forming a faint silhouette before transforming. Finally, it materialized into a giant, fiery eye in the sky, focusing on the designated target. Yuan Zhenxi opened the urban legend chronicle, the book radiating dark power. His necklace also glowed, signaling that the ability had been activated. He smirked as he pinpointed the monster's location. Found it. His vision quickly scanned the buildings on campus, and then focused on a small pathway where the target was active. Inside, a male student frantically ran away from a pursuing fallen Cupid. After falling down, the student was stunned, wondering what had just happened, thinking he was just dizzy. Meanwhile, a new female student and her mother were excitedly heading toward the dormitory, unaware that the fallen Cupid was smirking maliciously above. The male student hastily got up and accidentally bumped into the girl. He awkwardly apologized to her annoyed expression, but when he looked up, his eyes suddenly became vacant, and his cheeks flushed pink. The image of the girl's mother was reflected in the student's eyes. He had been struck by the love curse. Losing control, he suddenly stumbled and lunged toward the mother, causing the daughter to scream in terror. Standing on the rooftop, Yuan Zhenxi coldly observed the chaotic scene and declared that his hunt had begun. Yuan Zhenxi touched the red pendant on his chest, ordering the continued tracking of Cupid's other targets. Observing the situation from above, he thought to himself that he needed to contact Kang Ping. Meanwhile, a call came in reporting that the headless monster was only temporarily restrained. The pendant around Yuan Zhenxi's neck suddenly shone brightly. He was surprised by the caller's speed, wondering if it was Kang Ping. At another scene, Ding Jiang was simultaneously directing his team to handle the corpse of a teddy bear monster and warning Yuan Zhenxi over the phone about a female entity dressed in black and white. The two exchanged plans. Yuan Zhenxi was determined to find Cupid's rules, while Ding Jiang focused on gathering information about the other monsters. The conversation sparked a bold idea in Yuan Zhenxi's mind. He proposed an extreme solution, sending all these supernatural entities back to the Ruyue train, the place that brought them here. After a moment of silence, Ding Jiang temporarily shelved the idea and requested access to the student records of Jiang City University, where Cupid was hiding. Immediately, a subordinate handed Ding Jiang the laptop containing the data, and he promised to send the link to Yuan Zhenxi right away. Returning to the topic of the Ruyue train, Ding Jiang continued speaking into his headset. He seemed to be carefully considering Yuan Zhenxi's proposal. At the same time, Yuan Zhenxi's phone received a notification. He had been granted the highest level of access to the Security Bureau's database. With his face hidden in shadow, Yuan Zhenxi called out Xiaoyan's name. He ordered his entity to cross-reference the data with the corresponding individuals under surveillance. A giant red eyeball grew out of Yuan Zhenxi's palm, beginning to scan the information on the phone. Yuan Zhenxi closed his eyes, concentrating on processing the massive stream of data being transmitted. Yuan Zhenxi's eyes filled with glowing red pupils, processing the enormous data flow regarding Cupid's victims. He sank into a data space, where countless student files swirled around him. After completing the analysis, Yuan Zhenxi confirmed that the situation had become clear. He determined that Cupid had targeted a total of 10 people, consisting of 5 males and 5 females. Among them, 4 people were currently under the curse's influence, and their targets were all of the opposite sex. From this, Yuan Zhenxi deduced that Cupid's rule seemed only to work between people of the opposite sex. He decided to examine the detailed file of one of the victims. The file displayed the information for Fan Jiangxiang, a 2-year-old student whose parents were divorced. Further analysis showed that Fan Jiangxiang was an introvert, socially anxious, and longed for affection. Yuan Zhenxi realized that all the victims were social outcasts, lonely, and had lost loved ones. He listened to the inner voice of another victim, who was lamenting their meaningless life and existence as nothing more than a grain of sand. Yuan Zhenxi silently absorbed that desperate suffering. He remarked that it was a truly lonely and bleak cry, but he seemed to have realized something else. He mused that in this world, traces of anyone could be found everywhere. Standing on the rooftop, beneath a moon forming a grotesque smile, he knew that every secret could be seen through by someone, or some monster. He questioned the difference between knowing and caring, suggesting that caring was not always a good thing. His eyes flashed with intense concentration as he continued his train of thought. He suspected that loneliness was not the selection criteria, as Cupid's rules inherently relate to love. Suddenly, a victim's inner voice rang out, declaring they would never believe in love again. Yuan Zhenxi came up with a new hypothesis, wondering if the curse targeted those who no longer desired love. He was stunned to realize he had correctly guessed the love god's true rule. A confident smile subtly appeared on Yuan Zhenxi's lips now that he had grasped his opponent's weakness. In the victim's consciousness space, a spirit agreed, suggesting that in this world, desiring love was worse than desiring life itself. In the deserted school grounds, the fallen Cupid flew around, searching for its next target. The entity suddenly stopped, looked up, and greeted an old acquaintance who had just appeared. It looked confused, failing to recognize the person standing before it. From the rooftop, Yuan Zhenxi looked down, mocking that the love god didn't recognize one of its own victims. Standing up, Yuan Zhenxi held out a red booklet that looked like a marriage certificate and declared that the love god's arrows were now useless against him. The fallen Cupid gnashed its teeth, revealing extreme anger. It let out a savage roar and lunged straight toward Yuan Zhenxi to attack. A small explosion occurred when its attack hit the rooftop. Yuan Zhenxi was thrown back by the pressure, but he used his hand to block most of the impact force. He landed safely, asserting that he had escaped death and the love god could not kill him. Yuan Zhenxi picked up the booklet, saying that destroying it would be useless anyway. He smiled provocatively, reminding it that the rules were still in effect, and they were the very rules set by the love god itself. Yuan Zhenxi continued to question, wondering why it suddenly appeared here when cameras on the Ruyue train had failed to capture its image. The fallen Cupid's eyes flared with angry green light. In its fury, it unleashed its full power, with thorny black vines sprouting from its wings. The fallen Cupid was confused as its thorny vines surrounded Yuan Zhenxi. Yuan Zhenxi was astonished to realize that the entity was trying to sever the link between him and Chiian Yubai. The fallen Cupid smirked sinisterly, wondering if Yuan Zhenxi possessed that kind of power. He clutched his chest and coughed dryly, speculating that it wanted to revoke the rule so it could shoot him with another arrow. However, Yuan Zhenxi wore a smug smile, as this was exactly what he wanted. A surge of green energy exploded from his chest, blasting him backward. Yuan Zhenxi slammed hard onto the shattered floor, while the fallen Cupid watched him gleefully. He braced one hand on the ground, seemingly defeated. Instantly, a black arrow streaked past, pinning his shirt tightly to the wall. The fallen Cupid was stunned, because its attack had missed. Suddenly, Yuan Zhenxi's hair turned white, and his eyes changed strangely as he activated the gender swapper ability. The arrow froze mid-air, as its target judgment system repeatedly malfunctioned, unable to determine Yuan Zhenxi's gender. Unable to lock onto the target, the arrow self-destructed in a blinding flash of light. When the explosion dissipated, Yuan Zhenxi had transformed into a woman with long black hair, smiling defiantly. He, now in female form, stood firmly amidst the lingering energy smoke. The fallen Cupid was completely speechless, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Yuan Zhenxi, in her new form, scoffed, asking if it had never seen a gender swapper before. Provoked, the fallen Cupid gnashed its teeth in anger, channeling all its power into the bow once more. An energy arrow even stronger than before was shot straight toward her. The green energy arrow lodged directly into Yuan Zhenxi's shoulder, causing her to fall to the ground. However, she quickly stood up, her expression completely calm, even with the arrow still in her shoulder. Yuan Zhenxi's eyes suddenly flashed two different colors as she sighed, mocking her opponent. The fallen Cupid was stunned by the sight. Yuan Zhenxi stopped the arrow with 2 fingers, mocking that the path of those who couldn't keep up with the times had become too narrow, as a notification appeared stating that her gender could not be determined. Provoked, the fallen Cupid screamed in a fit of rage. Yuan Zhenxi sighed in exasperation at its reaction. Her eyes shone with coldness, ready for a counterattack. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Zhenxi vanished with terrifying speed. She appeared right behind the fallen Cupid, delivering a devastating kick that sent it flying into the air, ignoring its defiant screams. Yuan Zhenxi grabbed the very energy arrow that had attacked her. Then, she hurled it back, piercing the fallen Cupid's chest. Yuan Zhenxi reached out her hand toward the wounded enemy, a blazing red eye suddenly opened in the center of her palm. That hand seized the fallen Cupid's face. With horrifying force, Yuan Zhenxi slammed it hard onto the ground, creating a violent impact. The fallen Cupid's face shattered, revealing a pitch-black mass with countless screaming red eyes. Yuan Zhenxi was surprised to feel a surge of green energy being absorbed into her body. Immediately afterward, she was completely submerged in the sea of frantically screaming red eyes. The vortex composed of countless screaming red eyes finally collapsed in front of Yuan Zhenxi. The system announced that the containment of the fallen Cupid was complete, rewarding her with over 3 million legend points, increasing her lifespan by 100 days, and bringing her spiritual energy to the peak of level 5. Yuan Zhenxi mused softly with a sinister smile. Feeling the surge of red energy swirling around her, she realized she was about to break through to a new level. A notification confirmed that she had advanced to level 6, enhancing her clairvoyance and spiritual perception. With her newly enhanced ability, Yuan Zhenxi sensed the existence of other monster fragments scattered across the world. A new, complex pattern began to form inside her red eye. Her pupil then contracted into a vertical slit, emitting a brilliant purple light. She had awakened a new ability, Medusa's Eye, a combination of powers that allowed her to influence the emotions of others. Standing amidst the dissipating energy, Yuan Zhenxi declared that the threat from Cupid was over. Just as his body returned to its original male form, a voice rang out, greeting him over the phone. Yuan Zhenxi reported to Ching Xi that the containment was complete, then immediately asked about the divorce procedure with Shadow. From the hospital bed, Ching Xi explained that the agreement required both parties to nullify it and asked if he had informed Shadow yet. Yuan Zhenxi bluntly replied that he had not. Ching Xi smiled slightly, remarking that Shadow would surely be sad again, and wondering about his naivety in romantic matters. He brushed off the teasing, saying she should worry about her colleagues like Hong Yin rather than his affairs. Just then, a nurse entered the room, reminding Inspector Ching Xi not to wander around carelessly. Over the phone, Yuan Zhenxi sneered, commenting that it was unbelievable a monster almost killed her. Unfazed, Ching Xi simply smiled and replied that it wasn't too bad. Ching Xi reassured him that she only lost a leg, and the research department was helping her make a new one, while also acknowledging the losses after the Ruyue train lost control. Yuan Zhenxi said that although they had regained control of 3 monsters, there were still many problems. He revealed that he had been on the Ruyue train. He said he had an idea and advised Ching Xi to think carefully before reporting it. After a moment of silence, Ching Xi suggested that this method carried some risk. She wondered if some incident had caused the restrictions on the Ruyue train to be lost, allowing the monsters to escape. She began to understand Yuan Zhenxi's intention. Yuan Zhenxi explained that he initially thought the Ruyue train needed to be contained, but walking along the path haunted by countless glowing red resentful spirits, he realized that the current situation in Jiang City was far more chaotic. He questioned whether they should attempt to lift the restrictions on the Ruyue train. Standing under the moonlight, Yuan Zhenxi showed determination regarding his plan. He mused that even though he had instructed Ching Xi, he was still unsure if the Special Bureau would accept this plan. Furthermore, the monsters inside the train itself remained an unresolved issue. However, Yuan Zhenxi believed that everything possible had been done, provided they agreed to this temporary solution. He thought that the next step was to find a rule item to create a delicate balance with the Ruyue train. This would allow the train to resume its function of restraining monsters and operate again. At the same time, it must remain within the Special Bureau's controllable range. Yuan Zhenxi believed that this plan would, conversely, help alleviate his own immediate crisis. His red eye flashed as a power was activated. Yuan Zhenxi decided he must resolve his personal issue first, while telling himself he would collect the scattered monsters outside before the Special Bureau took action. He looked at the marriage registration certificate in his hand. Without hesitation, Yuan Zhenxi used his power to make the paper burst into fierce flames. Standing on a bridge under the moonlight, he dropped the burning paper into the water below, severing the connection. In a cozy apartment, a lavish dinner had been set on the table. Chiian Yubai's parents anxiously watched their daughter, who was tiredly lying on the sofa, hugging a teddy bear. Chiian Yubai smiled reassuringly, saying she was just a little tired because of all the recent troubles. Suddenly, her eyes flashed with a strange light as she realized something. She hurriedly said she needed to go to her room for a moment, leaving her bewildered parents behind. Chiian Yubai rushed toward her bedroom. She opened the desk drawer where she used to keep the marriage registration certificate. The marriage registration certificate was no longer there. Chiian Yubai was stunned, realizing that it had vanished. She thought to herself that the president had resolved the Cupid incident and no longer needed her help, so she could rest for a while. Just then, the tablet on her desk suddenly lit up. A message from the president appeared. "Are you asleep yet? I'm downstairs at your place. Chiian Yubai looked outside in surprise and saw Yuan Zhenxi waiting under the streetlights. Yuan Zhenxi signaled to her, saying he had something to discuss and wouldn't take long. Chiian Yubai was slightly confused but still agreed to go down and talk to him. Yuan Zhenxi activated his power, and a purple eye appeared in his palm. He commanded the Medusa Eye to erase the loving feelings Chiian Yubai held for him. The power enveloped Chiian Yubai, transforming her into a stone figure tightly bound by thorny vines. Having achieved his goal, Yuan Zhenxi coldly turned and walked away, leaving Chiian Yubai standing motionless. From the balcony, Chiian Yubai's father assumed his daughter had just been rejected, and that it was for the best. Her mother agreed, saying that people with special abilities like Yuan Zhenxi were inherently different. She watched his retreating figure under the moonlight, and emphasized that Yuan Zhenxi was even more unique. Below, Chiian Yubai remained silent and lifeless amidst the falling leaves. A leaf brushed past her face, startling her back to consciousness. Chiian Yubai was confused, trying to recall what the president had just asked her to do. She dismissed the ambiguity, deciding it wasn't a big deal and she would think about it later. Returning to her room, she found her diary open on the dressing table. An entry dated November 11th reminded her that she had used a coin to foresee the president erasing her memory, and that she liked him very much. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a tall, gaunt shadow figure walked down a dark corridor. It raised a long, bony finger and pressed the doorbell of an apartment. Inside the room, a cold, ghostly aura spread. The presence of the uninvited guest seemed to have awakened something. On the sofa, 3 grotesque dolls simultaneously opened their blazing red eyes. At the same time, an important meeting between the Special Bureau and the U.S. Secret Service was taking place, with the speaker slamming both hands down on the podium in a tense atmosphere. At the meeting, Meng, deputy director of the U.S. Secret Service, mocked Director Kang by suggesting a referral to a psychiatrist. A white-haired female official had to restrain her angry red-haired colleague, warning that the people here were not easy to deal with. She secretly thought that merely disgusting these barbarians would be enough, unaware that her red-haired colleague had heard her thoughts. Director Kang Ping bluntly declared that he would lift the restrictions on the Ruyue train if the U.S. did not hand over the Mobius ring. Meng angrily retorted that this was an announcement, not a proposal. He yelled that their side had already lent out the biobarrier. Kang Ping calmly explained that the Ruyue train could operate indefinitely or send monsters everywhere, while the Mobius ring was still holding 2 entities captive in the U.S. He placed his hand on a red button, threatening to remove the barrier and immediately restore the train's operation. The other international delegates remained silent in the tense atmosphere. Just then, an elderly man demanded that everyone stop. Holt, director of the U.S. Secret Service, questioned Kang Ping about whether he knew the Mobius ring was holding the Noble Assassin captive. The Noble Assassin is an entity that appeared 8 years ago, specializing in targeting the wealthy and powerful. Holt argued that the U.S. holding it captive was a common issue for the entire world. Kay Dunn, minister of the International Special Bureau, attempted to mediate, suggesting that all nations should cooperate. However, Holt rejected this, declaring he would not compromise unless there was another way to control the Noble Assassin, challenging them to release the Ruyue train if they dared. He looked directly at Kang Ping, asking if he truly wanted to be the one to take responsibility. Kang Ping remained silent, his hand still hovering over the button. After a sigh, Kay Dun announced he had a solution. He revealed that the International Special Bureau possessed a consumable item called copy ink, capable of perfectly replicating other rule items. Kay Dun explained that items replicated by the copy ink required the sacrifice of 100 lives to be used, a very steep price. Therefore, the method with the least loss was to replicate 2 biological barriers, which were passive rule items with low usage costs and only caused curable injuries. Afterward, the Mobius ring would be lent to Jiang City, but activating it also required the sacrifice of 5 inspectors. Kang Ping decisively stated that he had no objection to this plan. Suddenly, the entire conference room shook violently, astonishing everyone. A female subordinate frantically asked what was happening. Kang Ping looked at his device. An alert indicated an earthquake with an epicenter at Shen Mountain. Elsewhere, Yuan Zhenxi also felt the tremor and wondered if it was an earthquake. He suddenly felt that something was amiss. A strange woman appeared at the end of the corridor, prompting Yuan Zhenxi to ask for her identity. The woman seemed surprised to see him. She smiled, called him Shinji, and asked if he recognized her. Yuan Zhenxi recalled the body's past. A year ago, the original owner's father had remarried. In the old family photo, the original owner stood next to his father, stepmother, and her daughter from a previous marriage. However, the newlyweds died in a plane crash while on their honeymoon. The new family dissolved in less than a week, and the original owner began to neglect himself. Soon after, Yuan Zhenxi, from another world, took over this body. He realized the woman in front of him was the stepmother's daughter, who was not related by blood and could only be considered his foster sister. That person was Liu Yaqi, Yuan Zhenxi's foster sister. Yuan Zhenxi wondered why his foster sister had appeared here. He recognized her and called her sister. He opened the door and asked what she wanted. Liu Yaqi explained that since she was on vacation, she came to visit him early. When Liu Yaqi stepped inside and asked if she was welcome, Yuan Zhenxi merely remained silent. His gaze suddenly stopped, detecting something unusual. He noticed a scar on Liu Yaqi's forehead. Yuan Zhenxi asked if she was injured, but Liu Yaqi quickly waved her hand, saying she had just fallen on the road. He did not believe that explanation at all. Under his scrutinizing gaze, Liu Yaqi had no choice but to tell the truth. She revealed that their parents would also be visiting him, and she had promised to keep it a secret to surprise him. Hearing the mention of parents, Yuan Zhenxi abruptly stopped walking. He coldly asked again, "Which parents?" Liu Yaqi blankly confirmed that she was talking about their parents, not understanding why he reacted that way. Yuan Zhenxi recalled that among the monsters that escaped from the Ruyue train, one matched the appearance of his foster parents, but he couldn't check immediately because there was an ordinary person present. Liu Yaqi whispered that there was actually something else that worried her greatly. She asked if he knew about the recent hauntings, and confessed that she suggested visiting because she was worried about him. Yuan Zhenxi admitted that the recent situation was a bit unstable, but reassured her that he was fine and invited her to sit down. When asked, Liu Yaqi recounted that the place where she and a person named Ajie had dinner that night was not far from where the incident occurred. The name Ajie caught Yuan Zhenxi's attention. Liu Yaqi revealed that Ajie, whose full name was Wu Jiaxiang, was her boyfriend. She recounted that she felt unwell that day, so she went home early with AG and saw a flurry of messages in the group chat while in the car. When she looked outside, she was horrified to see the reflection of ghostly, resentful spirits on the car window. Overwhelmed by fear, she felt that everything was wrong, suspecting both AJ and the driver, so she dared not speak up. Returning to the present, Yuan Zhenxi observed Liu Yaqi's fatigue and speculated that her mind had been affected by a monster. He recalled that the original owner, Yuan Zhenxi, and Liu Yaqi were essentially strangers. He found her actions highly suspicious, from finding the address to bringing a suitcase, and worried that her presence would be an obstacle. Yuan Zhenxi immediately told Liu Yaqi to go rest in the old room because she looked very tired. When Liu Yaqi agreed, Yuan Zhenxi silently raised his hand toward her, preparing to act. He snapped his fingers, and a surge of red energy instantly rendered her unconscious. With glowing red eyes, he declared he wouldn't let her wake up until he previewed the monsters haunting her. Liu Yaqi immediately fell into a deep sleep, and red magical characters appeared on her eyelids. To begin, Yuan Zhenxi used his ability to draw a drop of blood from his own body. He activated his power, wondering which of the weirdnesses on the Ruyue train she had encountered. The urban legend chronicle appeared, beginning the process of unlocking the relevant data file. While waiting, he debated whether to reveal the truth to Liu Yaqi, while also noticing another anomaly. He wondered, could a dead relative-type weirdness impersonate two people at the same time? To find the answer, Yuan Zhenxi decided to call Ching Xi. However, the call went unanswered, making him worry about some serious incident happening at the special bureau. Yuan Zhenxi started the call, intending to greet Ching Xi, but a strange voice answered on the other end, claiming to be his father, and greeting him as son. The man explained that his sister wasn't answering and they didn't have the key, urging him to quickly open the door because they had bought a lot of food. With his red eyes glowing, Yuan Zhenxi smirked inwardly, finding the situation amusing, and immediately agreed. He calmly walked toward the apartment's main door. As his hand grasped the handle, he told himself that the show was about to begin. The door opened, and a radiantly smiling couple stepped in, excitedly announcing that there would be a feast tonight. Once inside, the woman saw Liu Yaqi lying on the sofa, and questioned it, so Yuan Zhenxi offered to wake her up. He glanced at the two strangers with cold, calculating eyes. Meanwhile, Xiaosun peeked out from the hallway, silently observing the situation. Yuan Zhenxi gently shook Liu Yaqi, telling her that their parents were home. Blood-red characters flashed and then disappeared on Liu Yaqi's eyelids. She woke up groggily, completely unaware of the anomaly. Seeing the couple, Liu Yaqi sat up and asked why they were so late. Yuan Zhenxi realized that the appearance of these deceased relatives had completely altered Liu Yaqi's perception. He thought to himself that it didn't matter anyway, because this place had already become his domain, a space enveloped by countless glowing red eyes. In the kitchen, the two strange entities cheerfully prepared dinner, completely immersed in their roles. However, through his special eyes, Yuan Zhenxi saw the woman washing something disgusting in the sink. In the apartment, the two entities impersonating Yuan Zhenxi's parents stood beneath a strange monitoring eye on the ceiling. The woman began preparing dinner, the sound of chopping echoing steadily in the kitchen. She continued her work calmly, completely unaware that her true nature had been seen through. Suddenly, the woman stopped and turned to call Yuan Zhenxi, who was observing from a distance. With a meaningful smile, she questioned him about the new security cameras installed in the house. A surge of dark energy emanated as she reached out toward Yuan Zhenxi, repeating the question menacingly. Yuan Zhenxi faced her, his expression completely calm and unfazed. He casually fabricated a story about a burglar breaking in to explain the widespread camera installation. The woman pretended to believe him, handing him the eye-shaped creature she had just removed from the ceiling and telling him to reinstall it himself. When Yuan Zhenxi took it, the small creature squeaked "Yi-ya" and revealed its true monstrous form. He said he would temporarily place it in his room and then turned and left, abandoning the woman in the kitchen. As soon as he entered the room, Yuan Zhenxi sensed an unusual unease from the weirdnesses under his command. He saw Xiaoyan and Xiaosun trembling and hiding in the corner, especially Xiaoyan. The small creature fearfully called for its mother, and Yuan Zhenxi realized they were terrified of the dead relative weirdness. Through Xiaoyan's eyes, the two imposters appeared with terrifying danger levels. One was catastrophe level, the other tyrannical level. The atmosphere was so suffocating that Yuan Zhenxi felt he didn't even dare to watch TV anymore. He turned and called Xiaosun, who was still timidly hiding behind the closet door. Xiaosun flinched and looked at him, her expression both confused and slightly guilty. Yuan Zhenxi coldly questioned her about the plot she and Red Spider Lily had hatched to assassinate him while he was still affected by Cupid's curse. Yuan Zhenxi decided to get straight to the point, using the chronicle to create a new legend called the Ghost Call. Holding the glowing book, he coldly declared that keeping Xiaosun was useless. Faced with a terrifying threat, Xiaosun burst into hysterical tears. She hurriedly hugged Yuan Zhenxi's leg, while Xiaoyan also begged the master to spare her life. Yuan Zhenxi closed the book, deciding to temporarily forgive Xiaosun, and shifted his attention to another matter, commenting that the dead relative entity seemed unstable. Red Spider Lily appeared, suggesting he should ask Cupid, as it might know useful information about those entities. Yuan Zhenxi pondered whether this was related to someone else, and Red Spider Lily confirmed that even though the two entities lacked consciousness, they were still proactive. He deduced that he initially thought Liu Yaqi had dragged him into the incident, but now realized that both the dead relative entity and Cupid were actively approaching him. Yuan Zhenxi declared that they needed to make Xiaoyan spit out Cupid for questioning, but then calmly said there was no need to rush. Just then, the stepmother impersonating entity knocked on the door and called Yuan Zhenxi out for dinner. He answered the call while Red Spider Lily warned him to be careful, as her rules could temporarily not directly conflict with them. Yuan Zhenxi repeated the word, them, questioningly. Red Spider Lily explained that she seemed to have sensed two different auras and wasn't sure if it was a misjudgment. At the dining table, Yuan Zhenxi observed the lavish spread and thought that although the dishes looked perfect, he didn't know what they were made of. Liu Yaqi happily praised the delicious food, while Yuan Zhenxi worriedly wondered if his sister had any hope of survival if they ate food cooked by a weirdness. The stepmother impersonating entity smiled, picked up a green bean for Yuan Zhenxi, and said she remembered he liked this dish. She placed a piece of tofu in his bowl, but Yuan Zhenxi only silently observed. Without a doubt, Liu Yaqi cheerfully announced that she would start eating too. Just before she could move her chopsticks, Yuan Zhenxi suddenly coughed to interrupt. Confused by Yuan Zhenxi's action, Liu Yaqi asked what was wrong while the two entities disguised as her parents silently observed. Yuan Zhenxi calmly replied that he wasn't hungry since he had already eaten at school. The two entities began to eat, their forms becoming distorted and grotesque under Yuan Zhenxi's gaze. The mother entity asked Shinji if he still had a problem with his aunt, while the father entity interjected that he had already talked about this. Yuan Zhenxi analyzed internally, wondering if this was one monster or two, and decided he needed to find another way to probe them. He immediately made up an excuse that he had bought something and invited Liu Yaqi downstairs to get it, causing her to ask in surprise if they had to go right now. Liu Yaqi stood up, reluctantly agreed, and urged him to hurry because she was starving, while Yuan Zhenxi noted that the monster's death rules had not yet been triggered. Deciding to act, Yuan Zhenxi activated his power. A blazing red eye opened on the back of his hand. On the stairs, he followed behind Liu Yaqi and suddenly told her to hurry up before the food got cold. Yuan Zhenxi suddenly called out Liu Yaqi's full name, causing her to jump, turn around, and irritably ask why. Immediately, he released a surge of dark energy filled with countless blazing red eyes and commanded her to wake up. Liu Yaqi was utterly terrified by the horrifying scene unfolding before her. Her eyes reflected the image of Yuan Zhenxi's terrifying power. A painful memory of the plane crash and her parents' funeral flashed through Liu Yaqi's mind. Snapping out of the illusion, she collapsed onto the floor while Yuan Zhenxi warned her that she must follow his instructions to deal with the two things inside the house. He stated plainly to the panicked Liu Yaqi that she had encountered a monster. Standing by the window, Yuan Zhenxi gave her instructions. Treat them like normal parents and fabricate a reason to delay returning. Then, he declared that he would take her somewhere else, while the phone on the dining table lit up with a message from daughter. The two entities sat motionless in the darkness, their faces illuminated by the phone screen. Under the moonlight, Yuan Zhenxi brought Liu Yaqi to the front of the Jiang City Public Security Bureau building. Liu Yaqi was stunned to realize where they were standing, while Yuan Zhenxi maintained a calm expression. A female officer from the Special Bureau rushed out to greet them, and Yuan Zhenxi asked her about the others. The officer led the way, confirming that everyone was already waiting inside. As soon as she stepped inside, Liu Yaqi was stunned to see an acquaintance. She gasped, calling out her boyfriend's name, Wu Jiexing, and asking why he was there. In a previous exchange, Yuan Zhenxi expressed to the female officer that he always felt something was wrong with Liu Yaqi. He requested that she send Special Bureau personnel to meet him to clarify the situation. The female officer showed him a photo, revealing that last month, Liu Yaqi had reported her boyfriend for abuse to the police. This made Yuan Zhenxi recall the time he saw a wound on her forehead, but she had lied, saying she fell. The female officer analyzed that Liu Yaqi's current memories and behavior were very chaotic and abnormal. Yuan Zhenxi pondered, his eyes flashing with a cold sharpness as a terrifying hypothesis emerged. He wondered if there was a possibility that the Liu Yaqi, who was worried, was, in fact, no longer a living person. When her face began to show ghostly cracks, his speculations seemed to be confirmed. In the interrogation room, Liu Yaqi asked if they were brought here because of her parents' matter. Wu Jiexing angrily slammed the table demanding an explanation, but Yuan Zhenxi merely replied that this was standard procedure. He questioned Yuan Zhenxi, but was countered by the latter regarding his indifferent attitude toward Liu Yaqi's safety. Struck where it hurt, Wu Jiexing was speechless and awkward, while Liu Yaqi simply lowered her head. Yuan Zhenxi looked directly at Wu Jiexing and announced a shocking truth. Liu Yaqi's mother had been resurrected. Wu Jiexing was utterly terrified, stammering that he had just been with Liu Yaqi's mother. He clutched his head in panic, his mind confused, unable to distinguish whether that person was alive or dead. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhenxi analyzed that the power of the dead relative weirdness only affects those with close relationships. The pendant on Yuan Zhenxi's chest suddenly flashed. He was secretly annoyed that his ability seemed to be only half unlocked. Yuan Zhenxi deduced that perhaps due to his extremely high spiritual power, his perception was unaffected. Unlike Liu Yaqi and Wu Jiexing, he wondered if this monster wasn't strong, why Xiao Yan was so terrified. Yuan Zhenxi hypothesized that perhaps the game's rules considered Xiao Yan family, or that a more terrifying entity was lurking nearby. The ghostly images of his adoptive parents flashed in his mind, making him believe that both possibilities could be true. Seeing Wu Jiexing still panicking, Liu Yaqi offered to cooperate if Yuan Zhenxi helped him regain his composure, and he agreed. Yuan Zhenxi created a question mark out of red energy, wondering about the state of Liu Yaqi's memory since she still cared about Wu Jiexing. He snapped his fingers, firing that stream of energy toward Wu Jiexing. Wu Jiexing clutched his head in pain as his memories were abruptly restored. Once lucid, he horrifyingly asked if ghosts were real, and Liu Yaqi confirmed it, reminding him of the giant balloon ghost. Seeing that both had recalled everything, Yuan Zhenxi decided to begin the formal interrogation. He pulled out his ID card, introducing himself as Yuan Xinji of the Jiang City Special Bureau, codenamed Ghost. Yuan Zhenxi requested that they call him Inspector. He explained that the original purpose was to investigate the dead relative weirdness. But now, there was another matter that needed clarification. Yuan Zhenxi presented a photo as evidence, questioning Liu Yaqi about reporting Wu Jiexing for assault to the police but later reconciling. Wu Jiexing slammed the table and stood up, angrily shouting that it was impossible and there must be a mistake. Wu Jiexing frantically suggested that they might have been affected by some kind of ghost and begged Yuan Zhenxi for help. Yuan Zhenxi secretly thought the situation was complicated, but decided to arrange accommodation for them, both to isolate Liu Yaqi from the dead relative weirdness and to allow the Public Security Bureau to monitor them. Wu Jiexing and Liu Yaqi quickly agreed, believing that privacy was less important than their lives. Yuan Zhenshi presented a consent form titled Chief of the Special Investigation Unit, secretly thinking how easily fooled they were. 2 minutes later, Liu Yaqi and Wu Jiaxiong diligently signed the documents. Suddenly, Liu Yaqi felt something strange and looked up. She gasped, calling out Inspector, unable to understand what was happening before her eyes. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhenshi noticed a major change happening to his body without his knowledge. He realized in horror that he had suddenly shrunk. Yuan Zhenshi stared at his tiny hands in astonishment. He staggered up from the chair, his clothes now far too large. He quickly ran out of the interrogation room, while Liu Yaqi and Wu Jiaxiong were still engrossed in the paperwork. In the hallway, Yuan Zhenshi, in the form of a child, stopped 2 officers, explaining that the weirdness was profoundly affecting him and demanding a set of clothes. The male officer was startled, recognizing him as Mr. Ghost, while the female officer blushed, exclaiming that he was adorable. Annoyed by their reaction, Yuan Zhenshi glared and ordered them to get back to work immediately. The 2 officers quickly left, while Yuan Zhenshi reminded them and the couple in the room to proceed to the designated location. Liu Yaqi and Wu Jiaxiong remained in the room, completely unaware of what had just transpired. A moment later, Yuan Zhenshi called Ching Xi. In a safe room, Yuan Zhenshi, wearing his new clothes, sat amidst gifts from colleagues, eating a lollipop while giving his report, causing Ching Xi on the other end of the line to question his voice. Ching Xi pretended not to care, but Yuan Zhenshi snapped at her not to pretend, as he knew the work efficiency of the Security Bureau personnel well. Over the phone, Ching Xi became serious again and announced that the Secret Bureau had agreed to exchange the Mobius ring. Yuan Zhenshi sneered, guessing that the Special Bureau must have suffered heavy losses, and asked when they would compensate for the deficit. Ching Xi walked while evading the question, merely confirming that they had obtained the agreement regardless. She explained that the Mobius ring involved too many factors and was still undergoing a complex process in high-level meetings. Yuan Zhenshi reconfirmed his mission: continue dealing with the dead relative weirdness while waiting for the Bureau to restart the Ruyue train. Ching Xi agreed, revealing that his plan was approved by both their side and the US, because the success rate was up to 99%, and theoretically, it would not fail. Yuan Zhenshi secretly calculated that he would stall for time and figure out the monster's rules. Then he spoke up, asking Ching Xi for a favor. Ching Xi listened attentively and told him to go ahead. Yuan Zhenshi confidently stated that the dead relative weirdness was not a solitary entity, causing Ching Xi to ask for confirmation. He confirmed that there was another monster accompanying it, meaning he had to face the rules of 2 entities, while Ching Xi lamented that she, Hongyan, and Mr. Kang were all too busy. After a moment of thought, Ching Xi suggested sending Sherry and other staff members he was familiar with to monitor the situation for easier cooperation. At the same time in a lecture hall, Sherry suddenly sneezed. She apologized to the class, saying she had allergies, but secretly wondered if Mr. Ghost was in trouble again. Sherry smiled meaningfully, seeming to have guessed the situation. Yuan Zhenshi agreed to the plan and said he would act freely regarding the dead relative weirdness. He was silent for a moment, then realized the lollipop tasted horrible, full of chemical sweeteners. Without hesitation, Yuan Zhenshi threw the lollipop into the trash can. Afterwards, he returned to the original host's apartment and called out, "Father, I'm home." Yuan Zhenshi's eyes widened, wary of what was about to happen. In the darkness of the living room, he saw a figure sitting silently on the sofa. The figure sat in silence, hands clasped thoughtfully in the darkened room. Standing at the doorway, Yuan Zhenshi requested that the light be turned on because the room was too dark. The entity looked up, its eyes glowing angrily, and questioned why he was home so late. Yuan Zhenshi's red eyes widened in surprise at the hostile reaction. The figure transformed into a pitch-black energy entity, roaring that the teacher had reported him for skipping class. Yuan Zhenshi realized that the dead relative weirdness's influence on him had grown stronger after his body was shrunk. He wondered why he was being suppressed by this monster's rules despite already possessing 2 monster fragments. The entity continued scolding him, claiming that he was too young to have picked up bad habits. Suddenly, Yuan Zhenshi changed his demeanor, acting wronged and asking why his father no longer cared about him. The entity's aggressive behavior abruptly stopped at the boy's change in attitude. Its face returned to normal, its eyes closed, and the angry expression vanished. Yuan Zhenshi calmly reached out and flipped the light switch. Light flooded the room, revealing a normal-looking man standing opposite him. The man, with a worried expression, asked Yuan Zhenshi what had happened. Yuan Zhenshi bowed his head, remaining silent and looking sad. The man knelt down, placed a hand on his shoulder, and gently promised that his father would handle everything. However, a distorted image appeared, revealing the entity's true thought. The prerequisite is that children cannot lie. With a gentle expression, it repeated the words as a form of comfort. Both fell silent. The entity waiting for the answer it was certain would be the truth. Yuan Zhenxi looked up, stared straight at it, and said that he had been threatened by his sister's boyfriend. The father impersonating entity appeared confused by Yuan Zhenxi's answer. Believing the lie, it patted Yuan Zhenxi's head and said it would talk to Liu Yaqi, an action the boy found very strange. As the fake father's back receded, Yuan Zhenxi realized it was completely unconcerned about why Liu Yaqi hadn't returned home. He deduced that with his current small body, the constraints from this dead relative monster should have been even tighter. Yuan Zhenxi's red eyes shone with confidence. He felt he was gradually gaining the upper hand. He wondered if these monster fragments had their own thoughts, or simply followed the rules mechanically. Finding the situation increasingly interesting, Yuan Zhenxi decided not to beat around the bush anymore and confront them directly. He recalled having refused food earlier without triggering any death rules, a crucial discovery. Suddenly, the aunt impersonating entity appeared from the shadows, calling Xinji's name in a threatening tone. It demanded that Yuan Zhenxi go buy a bottle of soy sauce, and he immediately agreed. With a sly smile, Yuan Zhenxi outlined a new plan. He would accept the monster's requests, but would not actually complete them. The entity handed him money for the purchase. 15 minutes later, the apartment door creaked open. Yuan Zhenxi announced his return, facing the entity waiting by the dining table. In the dim light, the entity's glasses flashed ominously. It turned around, held out its hand, and coldly asked about the item it had sent him to buy. Yuan Zhenxi suddenly looked panicked, stammering an apology. Immediately after, his expression returned to calm as he casually stated that he had forgotten. He placed the money he had received back on the table, returning it to the entity. The aunt impersonating entity was completely silent, its glasses glowing in the darkness, showing extreme confusion. The entity impersonating the aunt said she would go shopping herself tomorrow and told Yuan Zhenxi to keep the money as pocket money, to which he thanked her. Immediately after, the underworld banknotes on the table began to vanish. Yuan Zhenxi immediately rushed back to his bedroom. As soon as he entered the room, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Sitting heavily on the floor, gasping for breath, he realized he had triggered the death rule but hadn't died completely. He wondered if his survival was due to collecting more monster fragments, or because of another anomaly. Just then, the phone in his pocket rang. The caller was Sherry. Yuan Zhenxi tiredly answered the call. On the other end of the line, Sherry hurriedly reported that the dead relative Weirdness was chatting online with someone else. Sherry stated that the monster wasn't just imitating, but was genuinely communicating, hypothesizing that it had evolved and developed its own consciousness. Yuan Zhenxi's red eyes reflected a contemplative look as he processed the new information. He mused that previous monsters were clumsy, but this one was proficient in human communication skills. Sherry informed him that she had reported the incident, and that they hoped he would continue communicating with the monster. Yuan Zhenxi agreed but also chastised them for panicking every time there was a new development. Chastised, Sherry felt helpless and profusely apologized. He softened his tone, saying he was just complaining, and asked them to continue monitoring. After hanging up, Yuan Zhenxi considered that it was normal for the monster to have its own consciousness, as familial affection was inherently a type of emotion. In his mind, images of various dead relative entities appeared. He linked them to other monsters related to souls and emotions, such as the Body Part Hospital or the Fallen Cupid. He believed that by collecting all these entities, he would be able to decipher the final secret. After his deduction, Yuan Zhenxi decided to act, opening the door to the fake father's room. He stepped into the dark room, his shadow stretching long across the light spilling from inside. Standing at the threshold, Yuan Zhenxi spoke, saying he had something he needed to discuss with his father. Inside, the entity was sitting in front of the computer, Yuan Zhenxi's shadow enveloping it. The entity impersonating the father turned around, its face illuminated by the pale blue screen light. It asked what was going on. Yuan Zhenxi coldly announced that he wanted to move out. He added that he wasn't used to having strangers in the house, causing the entity to jump up in confusion. The entity tried to play the role of a worried father, asking for the reason behind this sudden decision. Based on the original host's memories, Yuan Zhenxi replied that he couldn't take it anymore and had only come to inform him. The entity began to lose its composure, loudly questioning how an underage child with no money could live alone, but Yuan Zhenxi dismissed it. Suddenly, the entity made a shocking offer, suggesting it could get a divorce, which made Yuan Zhenxi pause. It added that it couldn't do it immediately because there was a hidden reason behind the marriage. With a look of sincere anguish, the entity asked Yuan Zhenxi if he believed it. Yuan Zhenxi remained silent, carefully assessing the situation. He pretended to contemplate the hidden reason the entity had just fabricated. In his mind, Yuan Zhenxi noted that this monster was an excellent actor, and envisioned the two entities, father and mother, as actually being one, inseparable. He questioned its intentions, quickly dismissing the possibility that they would separate. Seeing the entity's smug smile, Yuan Zhenxi realized it was leading him into a trap. Finally, he understood the question. Do you believe your father was the death password it was trying to trick him into saying? Placing his hand on his chest, Yuan Zhenxi made up his mind. With a smirk, he declared he would try it once. Suddenly, the room plunged into darkness, leaving only the silhouettes of the two entities. In the monitoring room, a colleague of Sherry's worried that the monster looked exactly like a human and wondered if Yuan Zhenxi was all right. Sherry asserted that although the monster was unpredictable, she still trusted Yuan Zhenxi and his method of using infinite death. Abruptly, the room on the screen turned purple, astonishing Sherry and her colleague. Yuan Zhenxi screamed silently as a strange power enveloped him. He realized he had been shrunk. As he looked up at the towering entity impersonating his father, the monitoring team was stunned, horrified by the sight of Yuan Zhenxi being transformed into a child. Yuan Zhenxi tried to move but realized his body was completely paralyzed. He was shocked to discover that the monster heart had detached from his body, hovering over his chest in the form of an energy flower. Witnessing the scene, Sherry frantically ordered the activation of the highest-level emergency plan. Despite the perilous situation, Yuan Zhenxi flashed a knowing smile. In his mind, he deduced that the second monster was actually a puppet weirdness with complex rules. He understood that it had deceived many people before, and that the rules of these two monsters complemented each other. The entity impersonating the father reached out, intending to grab Yuan Zhenxi and the monster heart, but it suddenly panicked, realizing it had activated the puppet weirdness's rule. A stream of purple energy burst from its mouth as it was attacked by its own kind's rule. The entity convulsed violently, while Yuan Zhenxi lay on the floor, confident that it wouldn't be easy to control him. With his cracked glasses, he determined that the immediate goal was to expose its true identity. The entity impersonating Yuan Zhenxi's father was struck back by a surge of purple energy, convulsing in pain. In his subconscious, Yuan Zhenxi realized the Special Bureau had cooperated, using the death record item to activate the death rule at the right moment. The imposter's eyes widened in horror upon realizing the situation had been reversed. From the darkness, Yuan Zhenxi, in his demonic adult form with red eyes and fangs, spoke a greeting. He declared that the performance was over, his robust body enveloped by dark energy currents. From his perspective, Yuan Zhenxi reached his glowing hand toward the trembling enemy. With a blazing red eye opening on his palm, he commanded, "Give me back what is mine." The entity was immediately choked by an invisible force, purple energy leaking from its body. Its shirt was ripped open as an object was dragged out from its chest. Yuan Zhenxi reached in and pulled out a sphere of black-purple energy, which was his monster heart. Clenching the monster heart, he asserted that everything he had subdued belonged entirely to him. Immediately afterward, he pressed the energy mass back into his chest, reabsorbing the lost power. Standing up authoritatively, Yuan Zhenxi ordered the blood-coughing imposter to answer his question. He exposed that his biological father had died long ago, and the being before him was merely a monster, playing the role of a human. Just as the imposter was about to say something, Yuan Zhenxi's red eyes flashed. Suddenly, a surge of dark power attacked Yuan Zhenxi in reverse. He realized something didn't want him to continue speaking. He collapsed, coughing up a mouthful of black blood, much to the imposter's astonishment. Contrary to expectations, the entity appeared panicked and worried, calling him Shinji and asking if he was okay. Despite the intense pain, Yuan Zhenxi's gaze remained firm and unwavering. Still kneeling on the floor, he raised his hand with the blazing eye again, preparing to continue the confrontation. Yuan Zhenxi slumped on the floor, coughing up blood violently. In the control room, the monitoring team watched the screen in horror, wondering why Yuan Zhenxi was coughing up blood. Sherry commented that the dead relative monster was becoming more human-like, and this was truly terrifying. A Special Bureau commander ordered the intervention teams to ensure Yuan Zhenxi's safety. Looking at the puddle of black blood on the floor, Yuan Zhenxi wondered if this was a newly evolved rule. He deduced that he only knew the puppet's rules, but lacked sufficient information about the dead relative monster. Yuan Zhenxi realized that coughing up blood was the consequence of evading death, and simultaneously, a warning that exposing the monster now would be futile. He realized that attempting to kill the monster directly only made him cough up more blood, and was surprised that it didn't transform into his child form. While the entity impersonating his father frantically called for help, Yuan Zhenxi decided that the only way now was to separate the two monsters. The entity impersonating his father tremblingly dialed the ambulance number. Yuan Zhenxi calmly wiped the blood from his mouth. A medical team arrived unexpectedly, and the entity impersonating his father hurriedly opened the door to let them in. The medical team quickly placed Yuan Zhenxi on a stretcher and carried him out to the ambulance. When the entity impersonating his father tried to get into the vehicle, a medical staff member stopped him, requesting that he go to the hospital himself. The entity impersonating his father could only stand and watch the ambulance carrying Yuan Zhenxi drive away. Inside the vehicle, a female medical staff member informed Yuan Zhenxi about an upcoming online meeting. Yuan Zhenxi realized she was from the Special Bureau and reassured them that he had only lost some blood. The female agent confirmed they could handle the situation and reported that Ching Xi had something to discuss with him. Ching Xi listened to the report with a puzzled expression. At the same time, a report indicated that a case involving an unidentified corpse had been discovered on the hill behind Dongcheng University of Arts. At the crime scene on the hill, an investigator stared in horror at a ravaged corpse. The investigation team confirmed it was human flesh, while a supernatural service dog barked fiercely. The dog growled at a deformed, bloody hand emerging from the ground. A member reported that the dog had confirmed the monster's scent, and the body would be transferred to the Special Bureau. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhenxi pondered the fact that Liu Yaqi's school was the exact location of the crime. In the ambulance, he asked the female staff member about the monitoring status of Liu Yaqi and her boyfriend. However, the staff members seemed hesitant when reporting. The female staff member stated that Liu Yaqi's boyfriend, Wu Jiexong, seemed too nonchalant. Yuan Zhenxi immediately asked for more details about his behavior. She disgustedly revealed that Wu Jiexong had brazenly cheated even knowing he was being monitored. After grasping the situation, Yuan Zhenxi shifted his attention to the unidentified corpse. He abruptly ordered the staff to investigate Liu Yaqi, which greatly surprised them. Afterward, at the Jiangcheng Traditional Medicine Hospital, Yuan Zhenxi was arranged into a private room. He contacted Ding Jiang via hologram, reporting that the two monsters had merged their rules. He stated that he wanted to find the key to separating them. Yuan Zhenxi directly asked if there was a doll on the fateful flight taken by his father and aunt. An image of the burning plane crashing toward their tombstone appeared. Ding Jiang recalled that the puppet monster had an extremely weak spiritual pressure. Yuan Zhenxi then asked if the Special Bureau kept any records of it. Ding Jiang explained that it was very skilled at shapeshifting and hiding, and the Bureau had lost track of it after Hong Yin dealt with the person it had replaced. Ding Jiang recounted that the family of the student Hong Yin eliminated that year still harbored resentment. In a flashback scene, the victim's father angrily confronted Hong Yin. Ding Jiang also revealed that Chiian Yubai had nearly become a victim of this weirdness. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhenxi pondered the weirdness's method of silently replacing victims, which made it extremely dangerous and difficult to investigate. He revealed that he had ordered a thorough inspection of the house immediately after the fake relatives were removed. However, the search yielded no results. The doll had vanished, leaving the case seemingly unsolved. Suddenly, Ding Jiang contacted him, saying that the Bureau's intellectual faction had a bold plan but were too afraid to propose it. Sitting in the control room, Ding Jiang began explaining the plan to Yuan Zhenxi. He confirmed that both the fake entities and the doll were targeting the monster heart Yuan Zhenxi obtained from the body part hospital. Yuan Zhenxi listened in silence. Ding Jiang proposed that the Special Bureau could help him relocate and hide that heart in a safe place. However, Yuan Zhenxi flatly refused. He argued that since both sides were cooperating, mutual trust was essential. Yuan Zhenxi decided to reveal an important secret. He explained that he could actually use the monster heart, which was the core rule of the hospital, to fight other weirdness. However, he hoped that the fewer people knew about this ability, the better. Ding Jiang seriously agreed, assuring him that this information would only be shared with core members. Afterwards, he was secretly astonished, realizing that Yuan Zhenxi had achieved what humans had been trying to test for years, utilizing power derived from a weirdness's rules. Ding Jiang believed that with this ability, Yuan Zhenxi was not only worthy of a department head position, but could also become the ruler of inspectors worldwide. The conversation ended, leaving Ding Jiang with ambitious calculations. In the control room, a subordinate came to report to Chief Ding Jiang. Via the screen, the person informed Yuan Zhenxi that no doll had been found on his father and stepmother's flight. The subordinate, Tianye, told Ding Jiang that he suddenly thought of something related to the dead relative weirdness. Yuan Zhenxi encouraged Tianye to speak, commenting that he wasn't usually a talkative person. Confused by the comment, Tianye began explaining his story. He recounted the story of White Cat, the first inspector to escape the Ruyue train, who mentioned encountering his deceased mother on the train, a case of the dead relative weirdness. Yuan Zhenxi deduced that that weirdness might be the current one, but found it strange that it hadn't evolved or merged rules with the puppet weirdness. Tianye was stunned by Yuan Zhenxi's sharpness, while Ding Jiang watched silently. Tianye sadly stated that they couldn't ask White Cat anything further, as he had returned to the Ruyue train before it was contained. In an illustrative image, White Cat stepped onto the ghostly train and vanished completely. Yuan Zhenshi recalled the information in his notebook about White Cat and the terrifying figures related to the Ruyue train. He found White Cat's disappearance right under the Special Bureau's supervision extremely strange and came up with a bold idea. Immediately, Yuan Zhenshi requested authorization to board the Ruyue train to conduct an investigation. Ding Jiang and Tianye were dumbfounded by his sudden and dangerous request. Ding Jiang agreed and instructed him to be careful, while Yuan Zhenshi called out the name of the Ruyue train. Yuan Zhenshi was immediately teleported to the Ruyue train, where a mechanical voice welcomed him back. He asked the train's system about the existence of a weirdness named Puppet among the crew members, but received a negative answer. Yuan Zhenshi entered the train's control room, which contained old control panels and screens. He laid down a condition, threatening to tear up the Ruyue station records if he wasn't allowed to review the footage of Inspector White Cat. However, the train's system coldly refused his request, citing its rules. The Ruyue train system unexpectedly offered to take Yuan Zhenshi back to the time the incident occurred. Yuan Zhenshi was surprised, secretly wondering when the system had acquired this ability. He accepted the offer, and red energy enveloped his hand as the spatial door opened. The train system explained that it truly did not know about the two weirdness entities that had actively appeared on the train. Yuan Zhenshi recalled Inspector White Cat's words, who had explained that one of the weirdness entities was the one-way ticket. While Liu Yaqi stood beside him, wishing him luck, he asked the system if the remaining weirdness was this door, and the system informed him that the Special Bureau would soon release him within a certain time frame. The system, through a shadow of Yuan Zhenshi himself, urged him to seize and utilize the upcoming opportunity. It affirmed that as the weirdness he created, it could break or upgrade the rules to serve him, and the train under the Blood Moon pledged loyalty. Yuan Zhenshi asked the system for the method, and the scene shifted to a corridor in the past. There, a white-haired, masked inspector was grabbing a male student by the neck, angrily demanding that he reveal the method. Yuan Zhenshi silently observed the events from afar. The male student, whose face was cracked like a puppet's, offered to borrow the inspector's body. The student screamed in horror as he was surrounded by a group of deformed puppet weirdness, while Yuan Zhenshi witnessed everything. Yuan Zhenshi realized that the puppet had hidden itself on the Ruyue train by replacing an inspector and silently eliminating the original person. The white-haired inspector's face cracked open, revealing the possessed puppet's true nature with glowing purple eyes. Yuan Zhenshi continued to follow the memory, gaining a clearer understanding of what had happened. The scene changed, and he was surprised to realize that Wu Jiexyong was also present in this train car, along with a group of other people. Wu Jiexyong was utterly terrified, sitting on the floor before a tall, lanky creature and stammering a confession that he had killed someone. Yuan Zhenshi's pendant suddenly glowed bright red. At the same time, he received a message from the Public Security Bureau. Inside the haunted train car, Yuan Zhenshi received a call while a towering headless entity approached the panicked Wu Jiexyong. Over the phone, he was informed that the unidentified body had been examined, and the results matched Liu Yaqi by 99.99%. Yuan Zhenshi coldly ordered the suspects to be taken to the interrogation room and stated that he would arrive immediately. Meanwhile, Wu Jiexyong was utterly terrified, clutching his head and screaming in despair. The skeletal hand of the headless monster reached out and grabbed Wu Jiexyong's head. Suddenly, a mysterious white-haired man with swirling purple eyes appeared, easily blocking the monster's attack. At the Security Bureau's interrogation room, Yuan Zhenshi asked for new information. Inside, Wu Jiexyong was being interrogated and began talking about Liu Yaqi's parents. But Yuan Zhenshi cut him off, asserting that the person he wanted to interrogate was Wu Jiexyong himself. He began the interrogation by recalling a specific time. 1 month ago, on the night of the 4th. Without warning, Yuan Zhenshi grabbed the collar of the trembling Wu Jiexyong. With menacing, glowing red eyes, he growled, asking what he had done that night. Wu Jiexyong stammered in fear, claiming he had only stayed home. Yuan Zhenshi smirked, sarcastically suggesting he elaborate on staying home. Immediately afterward, he unleashed his power, summoning countless red eyes to force the suspect to reveal the undeniable truth. Wu Jiexyong's face began to crack like a puppet's, and he confessed to taking advantage of Liu Yaqi's absence to call for entertainment services. Yuan Zhenshi smiled as dark energy escaped from the puppet's head, revealing its true nature. A flashback appeared, showing Liu Yaqi in severe shock after catching Wu Jiexyong cheating. The other woman fled in panic, while the puppet's confession echoed that Wu Jiexyong had dealt with Liu Yaqi because of his mistake. The final scene of the flashback revealed the brutal truth. Wu Jiaxiong stood there, covered in blood, next to Liu Yaqi's corpse. In the flashback, Wu Jiaxiong stood over Liu Yaqi's body, telling himself he couldn't let her ruin his future. Returning to the present, the female investigator gasped in horror upon hearing the confession. The puppet disguised as Wu Jiaxiong clutched its head and wept, pretending not to understand what was happening while the female investigator stood frozen. Yuan Zhenxi realized that the dead relative weirdness had collapsed after merging with the rules. He grabbed the collar, questioning the puppet whether it had boarded the Ruyue train afterward. Yuan Zhenxi unleashed his power, wondering if the allure of this human skin was stronger than that of Inspector White Cat, while the puppet thought to itself that he was truly indiscriminate. Horrifying red eyes began to spread throughout the interrogation room. The entire space was submerged in a sea of glowing red eyeballs, creating terrifying pressure. The puppet silently bowed its head, completely subdued. Suddenly, its face cracked open, revealing a mechanical puppet inside with a swirling blue eye, admitting that it had been discovered. The puppet exploded in a burst of dark energy, throwing Yuan Zhenxi and the female investigator backward. A doll-like foot landed on the floor from the center of the explosion. Yuan Zhenxi stared in astonishment at the entity that had just appeared. A giant doll dressed in ancient costume rushed toward Yuan Zhenxi. However, a pillar of red eyes and flesh erupted from the ground, blocking the doll's attack. The doll looked down in shock at the surging sea of eyeballs beneath its feet. Yuan Zhenxi ordered a lockdown, releasing red energy threads from his body. The threads shot forward, tightly wrapping around the doll in an attempt to restrain it. But Yuan Zhenxi was stunned to realize that his binding technique had no effect. The doll broke the seal, its cracked face forming a gruesome smile as it giggled. Yuan Zhenxi clicked his tongue, realizing this was just another old trick. The ancient costume puppet sped away like a purple blur, escaping through a glowing red crack in the wall, beyond the reach of the Special Bureau agents. The female investigator quickly reported that the puppet's catastrophe-level aura had completely vanished and suggested sending people in pursuit. No need, Yuan Zhenxi coldly ordered, while the puppet soared into the sky, smashing through the window of a skyscraper to escape. Its power had evolved after fusing with the dead relative weirdness, allowing it to conceal its abilities and easily replace others' identities. Yuan Zhenxi instructed his subordinates to report all traces to Ching Xi, Hongyin, and himself, declaring that the priority now was dealing with the original weirdness. At the office, he dismissed the suggestion to wait for the Ruyue train, asserting that he wanted to personally seal the monsters that had come right to his doorstep. He sensed that the suppressive force the dead relative weirdness exerted on him had weakened by half. Suddenly, an illusion appeared, in which Liu Yaqi, looking panicked, called out Shinji's name. Yuan Zhenxi replied in the illusion with a confident smile, asking if she wanted to come home with him. Immediately afterward, an emerald green sports car sped away into the night. The car braked sharply in front of the headquarters, startling two female agents standing there. Hongyin stepped out of the car and waved unexpectedly, drawing the attention of Yuan Zhenxi, who was standing on the steps. He marveled at Yuan Zhenxi's youthful appearance, joking that he wished he could be changed like that too. Hongyin approached, commenting that the monster's power had made Yuan Zhenxi's skin even better than Ching Xi's, and Yuan Zhenxi confirmed that the puppet's ability had weakened. Yuan Zhenxi explained that the second rejuvenation happened slower, and his age had changed from elementary school student to roughly middle school level. As they sat down, Hongyin announced that the plan to use the Ruyue train to lure the weirdness might have to be postponed. He explained that using the Mobius ring required sacrificing the lives of 5 level 3 inspectors, the strongest ones. Hongyin concluded that neither the nations nor the inspectors themselves would easily agree to such a massive sacrifice. Hongyin explained that the original plan was for the nations to draw lots to select who would be sacrificed. However, the American side, represented by Holt and Zimeng, objected and demanded a completely random draw, leading to a deadlock. Yuan Zhenxi asked if they agreed with the American plan, but Hongyin revealed that they would exploit the fact that the opposition was certain to cheat. Yuan Zhenxi jokingly sighed that since they couldn't truly die anyway, they might as well let the Ruyue train drag them to their death, which made Hongyin laugh. He pondered, worried about the possibility of being chosen, and whether his substitute ability would work. Hongyin suddenly remembered, and urged Yuan Zhenxi to continue the trial and error plan to deal with the dead relative weirdness. Hongyin proposed an idea similar to when they dealt with the fallen Cupid, severing legal and social ties with the weirdness. Yuan Zhenxi replied that his parents' records had been destroyed long ago, leaving only those of his older sister, Liu Yaqi. However, Hongyin showed him his phone and revealed that their records had been restored. Yuan Zhenxi was stunned when he saw the information on the screen. Hanguan confirmed that the records for his father, stepmother, and older sister were all there, and asked if they should also sever ties with his biological mother. Although he had no memory of his biological mother, Yuan Zhenxi decisively chose to eliminate all of them at once. He explained that the dead relative weirdness could impersonate multiple people simultaneously, so this was a necessary precaution, and he would handle it himself. Having said that, Yuan Zhenxi resolutely walked away. He walked toward a corridor and sensed the weirdness's spiritual energy becoming violently agitated. Yuan Zhenxi smiled confidently, believing he had guessed correctly, and that this death would bring new progress. He arrived at the apartment door and turned the doorknob. Yuan Zhenxi stepped inside, announcing, "I'm home," to the three figures sitting on the sofa. The entities impersonating his family immediately noticed something unusual and wondered why Liu Yaqi had escaped. Yuan Zhenxi's red eyes stared directly at the entities in defiance. In response, the mouths of the three imposters cracked open, revealing monstrous teeth. They simultaneously lunged forward, surrounding Yuan Zhenxi with their massive mouths. Instantly, his body was brutally torn to shreds. Lying on the floor in a pool of blood, Yuan Zhenxi could only silently bear witness. He wondered why he hadn't completely died after such an attack. Through his fading eyes, he watched the three entities devour the remnants of his body. After finishing, they stood up amidst the bloody scene. Deeming it a pity, the three of them proceeded deeper into the apartment. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhenxi's eyes remained open, signaling that resurrection was about to begin. A flash of light appeared in his eyes as his body began to regenerate. In another room, Xiao Sun sobbed, terrified that Yuan Zhenxi wouldn't resurrect her if she were killed. Red Spider Lily suggested hiding Xiao Shun and waiting for the master to resurrect, believing he could resolve everything. Xiao Shun remained frantic, unwilling to bet that Yuan Zhenxi would choose to save her. Just then, the door to their bedroom slowly creaked open. The three imposters with glowing purple eyes stood in the doorway, announcing they were coming in. They stepped inside, their shadows stretching menacingly across the floor. Suddenly, all three reverted to their phantom forms, sensing another presence. Behind them, Yuan Zhenxi had fully resurrected, standing alongside the true spirits of his family with a triumphant smile. Amidst the pool of black blood, Yuan Zhenxi's phone rang with a call from the special department. From the streaks of blood, Yuan Zhenxi's body began to regenerate in the form of a red energy phantom. The resurrection process concluded, and his remaining lifespan was reset to 99 days. Yuan Zhenxi came back to life, clicking his tongue softly as he smoothed his messy hair. He picked up the phone and muttered to himself that he had overestimated his tolerance for witnessing his own bloody demise. Standing up straight, he answered the phone, thinking that even if he couldn't truly die, being eaten alive was still a horrific experience. At the command center, a staff member reported that they had restored his original family relationships to break the loop, and Yuan Zhenxi thanked them. Hong Yin apologetically apologized to Ghost for making him endure such a brutal death. Yuan Zhenxi asked about the weirdness and was told they were in his room, so he announced he was hanging up. As Yuan Zhenxi turned away, the coordinator quickly asked if he had a new method yet. He confirmed that he had a new idea, and the imposters themselves had given him the inspiration. Yuan Zhenxi quietly walked toward the bedroom. Opening the door, he announced his return with menacing, glowing red eyes. He questioned the three imposters who were rummaging around the room. The sister imposter stammered that she was cleaning, causing Yuan Zhenxi to sarcastically remark that he thought it was his room. He continued toward the father imposter and pointed out that it was his computer, making the imposter confusedly admit the mistake. Yuan Zhenxi's blood-red gaze bored into the imposter sitting in front of him. Looking at the nonsensical chat on the screen, he realized that without the controlling puppet, the weirdness's performance was truly clumsy. Yuan Zhenxi stepped forward, preparing to end their charade. Yuan Zhenxi announced that he would cook for the entities since they had worked so hard. He walked into the kitchen and lit the gas stove. Wearing an apron, he mentioned ancient myths like the journey to the west and the investiture of the gods, in which Nezha carved his bones to repay his father and sliced his flesh to repay his mother. Inspired by that, Yuan Zhenxi used a cleaver to chop off his own arm. Black blood splattered as the severed arm fell into the hot pan. He explained that after doing so, Nezha became a god with a pure body. Yuan Zhenxi placed the plate of flesh from his own body on the table and invited the entities to partake. His severed arm quickly regenerated, covered in glowing red eyes and black veins. The three impersonating entities stared blankly at the plate of food before them. Yuan Zhenxi silently observed their reaction. The entities transformed into monstrous forms and ravenously devoured the offered flesh. The entity impersonating the father gulped it down. After finishing the meal, they returned to their human forms and sat silently around the table. A purple energy enveloped and neutralized all three entities. The red pendant on Yuan Zhenxi's chest glowed. He realized that the higher the spiritual power level, the more power the body could contain. He mused that this method would be fatal for a low-level inspector without regenerative abilities, as they would also die if they cut off their own flesh to feed the monster. At the command center, Hongyin and his colleagues cheered the success, astonished that Ghost had found a way to avoid death and allowed them to update the monster data. Back in the apartment, Yuan Zhenxi told himself that things weren't over until the monster heart inside his body was completely restrained. Suddenly, the door to Yuan Zhenxi's apartment rattled. Over the phone, Hongyin was stunned, wondering what was happening. Yuan Zhenxi merely looked silently toward the uninvited guest. The door slowly opened, revealing a figure. A woman stood in the doorway, informing Shinji that she had returned. Hongyin realized in horror that it was Ghost's biological mother, who should have died long ago. Yuan Zhenxi calmly asked the mother who had returned from the dead if she wanted anything to eat. She refused, saying she was tired after the trip, and went straight into the room. He realized she had been resurrected, and was attracted by the monster heart inside him. He resolved not to give it a chance to recover. Yuan Zhenxi's gaze turned sharp and cold. He made a call, demanding a new idea, and declaring that he didn't want to prolong this situation any further. On the other end of the line, Hongyin scratched his head, trying desperately to recall something he had forgotten. Yuan Zhenxi waited patiently while taking clothes out of the closet. Suddenly, Hongyin shouted into the phone about a psychologist, leaving Yuan Zhenxi bewildered. Hongyin explained that the psychologist Sherry had moved out because of his rumored ex-girlfriend, and urged him to contact her himself. After changing clothes, Yuan Zhenxi silently looked at his phone, making Hongyin secretly think his actions were unusual. He looked down at the empty apartment below, and realized that Sherry moving out was an opportunity, as someone else could now move in. With a new plan, Yuan Zhenxi called out Xiao Ai's name, and red energy poured from his hand. Amidst a sea of spider lilies, Red Spider Lily appeared and answered her master's summons. Yuan Zhenxi asked Red Spider Lily about Xiao Song's situation, and she explained that he was still trying to absorb the resentful spirits in the underworld. She recounted how Xiao Song tried to introduce himself as a new neighbor, but was angrily driven away by the spirits there. Yuan Zhenxi pondered, asking if Red Spider Lily would be under pressure if he released Xiao Song to deal with the dead relative monster. Red Spider Lily confidently asserted that it was nothing, offering an analysis that the monster was weakened, and the risk to Yuan Zhenxi was virtually zero. When Yuan Zhenxi expressed doubt, she admitted she was just joking and had picked up the bad habit from Xiaosun, then quickly changed the subject. Yuan Zhenxi made a call, announced he had a solution, and demanded that the person on the other end evacuate all residents from the building within 1 hour. On the other end, Hongyin panicked at Yuan Zhenxi's sudden demand and audacious plan. At the command center, Ding Jiang explained to Hongyin that the order was to keep Ghost's condition a secret, as long as he could control the monster. Hongyin was stunned, realizing Yuan Zhenxi's strategy, using Red Spider Lily to restrain Xiao Song, so now he was no longer afraid of the evil neighbor returning. Ding Jiang and his subordinates affirmed that it was natural for Ghost to control the power of the rules, and that he did not need their permission to act. Hongyin clicked his tongue in annoyance at the blind adoration. Ding Jiang and his subordinates showed Yuan Zhenxi. Returning to the apartment, Yuan Zhenxi ordered Red Spider Lily to prepare to release Xiao Song, and she immediately complied. The clock on the wall ticked down the final seconds before midnight. The clock hands slowly moved toward the 12 o'clock mark. A figure walked along the dark corridor of an apartment complex. That person advanced toward the building's leasing office. The sign for the Minghu apartment leasing office appeared in the darkness. The figure suddenly stopped in front of the office. That person was Xiao Song. He flashed a sinister smile, while a monstrous shadow appeared behind him. A management employee handed Xiao Song the lease agreement, officially confirming him as a new resident and wishing for mutual harmony. At the office, Xiao Song promised Yuan Zhenxi that he would visit tomorrow and bring a gift. True to his word, on the first day, Xiao Song came to the apartment and gave a gift to Liu Yaqi's mother. Although they accepted the gift, the deceased relatives still warned Yuan Zhenxi that Xiao Song was not a good person. On the second day, Xiao Song came to borrow a hammer from them. He flashed a sinister smile, while the angry spirit of Liu Yaqi materialized behind him. A moment later, Xiao Song knocked on the door again, announcing his name. From the next room, Yuan Zhenxi and Red Spider Lily watched through an energy screen as Xiao Song asked to use the bathroom. Liu Yaqi's mother firmly refused and demanded that he leave. Despite the closed door, Xiao Song silently walked right through it and appeared directly behind the woman. Yuan Zhenxi realized the confrontation was about to begin and flashed a smile full of anticipation. Inside the bathroom, Xiao Song casually ran the bathwater, Hot steam billowed out from the slightly ajar bathroom door. After finishing, Xiao Song stepped out, thanked her, and said he would be leaving now. He calmly walked down the hallway, leaving the apartment behind. But inside, the bodies of the original host's father and stepmother lay motionless on the floor, covered by a strange green glow. Their souls were rigid, imprisoned by an invisible force. The power of the dead relative weirdness and Xiao Song's abilities clashed, causing the rule sets to begin conflicting. A fierce energy explosion erupted between the blue and purple colors, shattering the space. The entity representing the dead relative monster roared, unleashing a torrent of furious purple energy. Xiao Song's green energy and the monster's purple aura violently collided, tearing at each other. Suddenly, red spider lily descended from the sky, causing Xiao Song to look up in astonishment. She raised her hand, summoning countless red threads from the void. The threads quickly wrapped tightly around Xiao Song's grotesque body, binding him completely. Red spider lily's power erupted, crushing the target in a blast of crimson energy. From a sea of resentful spirits, a skeletal hand emerged, grasping the monster's core fragment, a purple liver. Simultaneously, the pendant around Yuan Zhenxi's neck shone brightly. In his hand, the purple liver-shaped fragment appeared, making him wonder about its nature. Yuan Zhenxi clenched his fist, crushing the monster fragment. A system notification appeared, confirming that the dead relative monster had been subdued and that he had acquired the liver fragment along with a large amount of bonus points. The system immediately presented an option, whether or not he wanted to replace his own liver. Yuan Zhenxi squinted in annoyance, thinking that he had to face this choice again. A mysterious sequence of numbers, 5566362, flashed before his eyes. The tempting offer continued to appear, promising to help him break through to level 7 if he agreed. Yuan Zhenxi silently considered the offer, while red energy began to swirl around him. The system played its trump card, promising the power to kill monsters without rules and acquire all their points, accompanied by an image of him in his powerful demonic form. However, Yuan Zhenxi decisively refused. He mocked the system, comparing it to a cunning salesman, while his status panel updated his remaining lifespan to 100 days. Yuan Zhenxi calculated that breaking through to level 7 legitimately would require 2 million karma points, but also conceded that organ replacement was not impossible. Yuan Zhenxi realized he had to be vigilant, as the notebook and the monster fragments might be trying to gain control over him. Nevertheless, he quickly dismissed the worry, thinking he might be overthinking things. Standing under the moonlight, he affirmed that controlling his abilities and increasing his power was the best way to fight all threats. Feeling that the monster heart had integrated well with him, he wondered if this new fragment could merge with the monster rules he had created, similar to Xiao Yan and Xiao Ai. Looking at the pendant, Yuan Zhenxi believed that since it had chosen him, it would be the thing least likely to want him dead after everything they had been through together. Meanwhile, at a building in Detroit, USA, thunder rumbled across the night sky. Inside, a high-level meeting of international officials was taking place in silence. Kang Ping, the chairman, prepared to sign an agreement witnessed by Zimeng and another person. He put pen to paper, signing his name on the important document. Immediately afterward, both Kang Ping and Holt simultaneously pressed the approval button, initiating the plan. Instantly, 5 blindfolded inspectors in another room suffered the torture of a crimson energy. All 5 quickly collapsed, dying tragically. The room door burst open, revealing the horrific scene inside. A cleanup crew dressed in black entered with orders to act quickly and carefully. They silently carried the white-shrouded bodies out of the corridor. Observing from afar, a green-haired man announced that the Mobius ring had finally been activated at the cost of 5 level 3 inspectors. When asked if she felt regret, the accompanying white-haired woman coldly replied that they were not their people, and that this was a fair lottery. The other officials in the meeting room could only accept the decision, even though inspectors were becoming increasingly scarce. The white-haired woman explained that the inspectors themselves were merely resources. Whether they died by the hands of monsters or due to rule items, it was all the same. She mused that one day, they themselves would also face such a meaningless death. A green-haired man greeted his white-haired colleague, commenting that she had changed after some time apart. He thanked her, noting that thanks to her connections in Jing City, they had gained an advantage in negotiations with the Secret Service. That man, Inspector Lin Yao of Jing City, humbly smiled and said it was nothing major. He added with a sinister smile that this matter concerned the future of the Special Bureau anyway. Suddenly, an alarm sounded, signaling an unexpected incident had just occurred. The white-haired woman anxiously asked if the Mobius ring had encountered a problem, and Lin Yao suggested they go check it out together. Meanwhile, a strange train enveloped in blue energy was speeding through a dense forest at night. A small shadow with pale legs walked upon the ground. On a surveillance screen in a desolate area of Detroit, Violent Lolita stood looking at Bai Mao, who lay unconscious on the floor. A close-up showed Violent Lolita's black and white two-toned face, her eyes coldly looking down. Immediately after, her face distorted into a terrifying grin, revealing sharp teeth. The scene shifted to the desolate city of Detroit, USA. The surveillance camera focused on a specific building in Sector A. Bai Mao was slumped on the steps, exhausted and injured. Violent Lolita appeared at the main entrance, looking down at Bai Mao from above. Its savage smile appeared once again. It unleashed an extremely powerful energy attack, blasting Bai Mao away while the archway behind him shattered. The blinding white energy stream destroyed a section of the building's facade. A small black object with a red eye in the center was ejected from the explosion, plunging into the ground. Under the strange red light, Violent Lolita reached forward, as if trying to seize something. Under the eerie blue light, Violent Lolita flashed a sinister smile, holding a sphere that looked like Earth. In a control room, two surveillance staff members looked at the dark screens, one anxiously hoping everything would be all right. Suddenly, one staff member's neck stretched abnormally, his face contorted in horror. The remaining colleague frantically shouted into the phone that there was a monster, while the corpse of a female official was violently slammed against the ceiling. A shadowy entity with glowing green eyes suddenly appeared behind the trembling man and chuckled. The entity leaned close to his ear and asked, "Can you see me?" causing the man to desperately cry for help. At the international meeting room, Ki Dun stood next to the corpses and insisted that the Mobius ring could not fail. Simeng asked back in astonishment if that meant Violent Lolita had merged and could control the Ruyue train. Immediately afterward, Simeng received a series of reports that inspectors in the Far East and Thailand had been killed by Violent Lolita. In another room, Ding Jiang and his white-haired colleague also realized that something unusual had happened to the Ruyue train. The international officials panicked when a subordinate reported that the Ruyue train had actually stopped, forcing Zimeng to question Kang Ping. Holt suggested that the top priority was to restrain Violent Lolita, and Kang Ping agreed that it had merged with the rules. The threat of Violent Lolita was emphasized. It could kill any inspector who saw it and was spreading globally. Ding Jiang decided it was time for Ghost to appear, and the members of his team, including Lin Yao, were all ready. Lin Yao stood with his arms crossed, his expression calm but full of hidden meaning. The inspector's eyes flashed with a sharp gaze. One of Lin Yao's eyes glowed with a green light, signaling that his ability had been activated. On the roof of the Ruyue train, Yuan Zhenxi, in his red energy form, faced the train's system, telling it not to rush. Yuan Zhenxi questioned why the train had stopped, suggesting that the Mobius ring couldn't control it. The train system replied that it simply stopped on its own because there was no way out, causing Yuan Zhenxi to look disheartened. Yuan Zhenxi pondered the simple reason why the train stopped, while Hong Yin, on the other end of the line, was still stunned. He asked the train system about the other monsters that had escaped and whether they could be brought back. The train system revealed that besides Violent Lolita, 3 other passengers had disembarked, and it no longer had control over Violent Lolita. Yuan Zhenxi was astonished by this speed and wondered if Violent Lolita had merged with the rule of something else. His energy form left the roof of the locomotive. It quickly flew inside the train's cockpit. Here, Yuan Zhenxi asked the system if it had collected any data on Violent Lolita, but was told their information was superficial. He squinted suspiciously, asking the system who it had learned that evasive answer from. Information from a search engine revealed that Violent Lolita had appeared half a month before the Ruyue train existed. Yuan Zhenxi pondered the current rule. Anyone with psychic power seen by Violent Lolita would die, and inspectors were different from ordinary people. He understood that besides life and death energy, inspectors possessed extremely powerful psychic power. Violent Lolita, with its black and white form, perfectly represented the yin-yang energy, life, and death. Therefore, the psychic power of an inspector like Hong Yin would break that balance, making him extremely conspicuous to Violent Lolita. An image of Hong Yin being dragged away by a dark force illustrated this danger. But Yuan Zhenxi was puzzled, as he remembered that Hong Yin had once escaped from a place very close to Violent Lolita. A flash of insight sparked in his mind as he seemed to have found the answer. "I've figured it out," Yuan Zhenxi declared, and the train system asked if he needed help. He smiled confidently and decisively refused the assistance. "I think I need to create a rule collision with this thing," he muttered to himself, as his energy form passed through a door. With a sinister smile, Yuan Zhenxi decided he would become an inspector killer. In the blue sky, an airplane was flying over the vast ocean. Inside, Yuan Zhenxi looked out the window, musing that the Special Bureau had arranged an experiment with Death Lolita exactly as he predicted. He analyzed the humble attitude of the International Special Bureau, concluding that they dared not probe too deeply for some reason. This organization's role was to maintain global balance and security, specializing in handling supernatural threats beyond the control of a single nation. Yuan Zhenxi deduced that their attitude indicated deep dissatisfaction with the secret bureau, and wondered how the negotiation between Kang Ping and Ching Xi had gone. His red eyes shone with deep calculation. He sensed a greater secret hidden behind these organizations, a secret even grander than God. And this was the time to break the old loop. As the door opened, a blonde woman informed Yuan Zhenxi, "Mr. Ghost, we have arrived." He stepped down from the plane, where the woman was waiting at the foot of the stairs. The woman began introducing the location where they stood. She pointed toward a massive International Special Bureau experimental base, built atop a towering mountain peak. She explained that Yuan Zhenxi's psychic power was strong enough to make him a priority target for Death Lolita. To ensure safety, she handed him an energy stone and asked him to channel his psychic power into it to attract the monster. Yuan Zhenxi took the stone and coldly told her she could leave. Suddenly, surveillance drones flew into the air, and the woman explained that high-ranking officials from around the world would be watching live. Yuan Zhenxi listened silently, revealing no emotion. The woman bowed, said she would not bother him further, and turned to leave. Once alone, Yuan Zhenxi flashed a confident smile. In a dark control room, officials watched via a large screen as Yuan Zhenxi announced the start of the experiment. Immediately, a dark and violent surge of energy erupted from his transforming hand. Red energy violently erupted, shattering everything around it. In the control room, Holt and Tianye were stunned by the power that had just been unleashed. Yuan Zhenxi's eyes glowed with a deadly red light. Facing him was the Death Lolita with lifeless, stark white eyes. The two confronted each other, Yuan Zhenxi standing on the ground while the entity hovered in the air. A source of purple energy began to gather in his chest. The purple energy erupted, revealing countless hidden red eyes within. Yuan Zhenxi was astonished as red eyes began to sprout all over his body, wondering about this transformation. Immediately afterward, his body was torn to shreds in an explosion. Elsewhere, the one-eyed creature, Little Eyes, cried bitterly, repeatedly calling for its mother. At the same time, Red Spider Lily appeared amidst a blazing red space. She looked down at the two energy pits and realized her master had made his choice. In the control room, Qi Dun panicked due to signal loss, but Holt asserted that Yuan Zhenxi was not the saboteur. Another official ordered a switch to military satellite surveillance. Tianye speculated that Yuan Zhenxi was no match for the Death Lolita and might not cooperate after resurrecting. From a distance, a massive explosion rose from the battle site. At the scene, the Death Lolita's shoes stood next to a large pool of blood. The entity lifted the chin of the severely wounded Yuan Zhenxi and flashed a wicked smile. It pressed its face close to his as a spray of blood erupted. The Death Lolita's smile stretched ear to ear, full of savagery and triumph. Clutched tightly by the Death Lolita's hand, Yuan Zhenxi writhed as gruesome red eyes began to sprout on his face. Suddenly, the pendant around his neck flashed with a brilliant red light. A dark power surged, automatically absorbing the Death Lolita, who screamed in terror. Yuan Zhenxi's face transformed, one side covered in black patterns and countless eyes, while his main eye turned golden. Yellow energy lightning bolts shot from his eyes, a terrifying power surge that engulfed everything. After the outburst, Yuan Zhenxi stood there, his face stabilized with the golden eye and the dark markings. For a moment, the image of the Death Lolita being blasted away by a massive surge of energy appeared. The explosion created a terrifying shockwave, destroying an entire mountainside. Amidst the swirling dust, Yuan Zhenxi's solitary figure stood firm. He looked down at his arm, which had transformed into a mass of black matter with red veins, and wondered what had happened to him. Standing on the edge of the giant crater, Yuan Zhenxi realized he had subdued his opponent, but didn't fully understand the current situation. His golden eyes narrowed, focusing on analyzing his body's changes. Gradually, his golden eye reverted to its original red color. He mused that the conflict between the internal entities had created a new rule ability. Everything within sight dies. Looking down at the devastated landscape, he noticed something unusual, because the monster's rules shouldn't affect the environment. Yuan Zhenxi grimly admitted that he had lost control of the rules. He decided there was only one way left, and the pendant around his neck glowed again amidst the pool of blood. In Earth's orbit, a military satellite was recording the entire incident. In a control room, Holt, Qi Dun, and other officials watched intently on the screen. Elsewhere, Ding Jiang reported that satellite imagery confirmed Ghost was the first person capable of freely using a monster's rules. In a high-level meeting, Kang Ping raised concerns that Yuan Zhenxi might not be able to control his new power. However, Holt asserted that he could. A white-haired female official analyzed that Yuan Zhenxi likely realized the danger of the rules and chose suicide to maintain his sanity. Kang Ping defended him, affirming that Yuan Zhenxi housing the monster's heart was documented by the Special Bureau, and he had never abused that power in public. He emphasized that they had evidence showing Yuan Zhenxi himself did not fully understand the heart's true potential. Holt followed up, explaining that Yuan Zhenxi had only recently acquired this power and was still in the process of figuring it out. He further revealed that previously, Yuan Zhenxi had been very cautious, requesting to use the power indoors, and the Special Bureau had agreed, after careful consideration. A military official added that the heart's true power might have been activated after it merged with the Death Lolitas rule. Kang Ping speculated further, not ruling out the possibility that Yuan Zhenxi had mastered other rule items. Holt lost his composure, slammed the table, and called Yuan Zhenxi an anomaly. But Kang Ping coldly dismissed Mr. Holden's accusation. Kang Ping boldly declared that Yuan Zhenxi was the only human capable of using the rules, possessing the ability to destroy monsters and alter terrain while maintaining control. He asserted that the boy was the sole successor to the Special Bureau's power. Facing opposition, Kang Ping warned that he would not tolerate unreasonable accusations and turned to question Ke Dun. Cornered, Ke Dun had no choice but to agree that Yuan Zhenxi's emergence was a great opportunity in the war against the monsters. Kang Ping confidently declared that in the future, Yuan Zhenxi would become the leader of all special bureaus globally. He concluded that the boy would lead humanity to victory and ordered an immediate call to Yuan Zhenxi. On a desolate road, Yuan Zhenxi received the call, being asked to come to the Special Bureau. While driving, he sarcastically asked if he would be punished for destroying the experimental base. On the other end, Kang Ping smiled and announced that instead, they would elevate his authority to the highest level and gift him a rule item. Yuan Zhenxi's red eyes narrowed, surprised by the generous offer. Sitting in the car, Yuan Zhenxi thought to himself that an unconditional gift was unprecedented, as rule items were too precious to be given to an individual. His suspicion deepened when he recalled that he had never been trained by or actively joined the Special Bureau. Meanwhile, in a meeting room, Kang Ping told Yuan Zhenxi over the phone to just choose the item, and someone would deliver it, surprising his surrounding colleagues. In a deserted auditorium, Lin Yao stared into space, bitterly wondering why that position didn't belong to him. Lin Yao's face contorted with anger and envy. He whispered the codename Ghost, then turned and walked away. With a murderous expression, Lin Yao resolved that this person must be eliminated, and that he must find him. Inside Lin Yao's temporary residence, a neat hotel room appeared. A black suitcase placed on the bed suddenly made the sound of a zipper opening. Two small white hands from inside the suitcase were trying to pull the zipper open. A puppet with a cracked face and eerie blue eyes peeked out, sinisterly whispering that it had found its target. Returning to Yuan Zhenxi, he looked at his reflection through the car window while driving. He wondered if his power to make everything disappear came from Death, Lolita, or from the god. Yuan Zhenxi realized that if this power wasn't invincible among the weirdness, then everything was meaningless. He continued thinking, concluding that even if he was invincible against humans and inspectors, he could still fall prey to the rules of unknown weirdness. His car sped rapidly along the rough mountain road, or he could also be affected by the power of other rule items. A rock kicked up by the wheel suddenly shattered into pieces in midair. Yuan Zhenxi concluded that he must constantly move forward. Only then could he escape the constraints of the rules.